Chapter 1. Captain Norr. South Sea. Whoa, whoa. A flock of seagulls soared swiftly across the surface of the sea, while schools of fish leaped from the water, splashing crystalline droplets. On the tranquil ocean, a warship glided through the waves. Hatchet, have we not yet arrived at Furgasak? On the deck of the warship, a youth clad in a cloak was engaged in fishing. The young man had a clean visage and bright eyes, with the word justice emblazoned in bold characters across his cloak. He appeared rather languid, exuding an air of boredom. Boom! A distant cannon shot shattered the serene atmosphere. Colonel Norr, we have spotted a pirate ship rapidly approaching us. A sailor hurriedly rushed to Norr's side, urgency evident in his tone. Awakened from his stupor, Norr's interest peaked. In this day and age, there were still pirates brazen enough to approach them. The naval warship, with its superior speed and longer-range artillery, typically sent pirates fleeing at the mere sight of it. Yet, this pirate vessel not only approached, but actively sought confrontation. Norr found himself pondering whether to commend the pirates for their audacity or pity them for their misfortune. Norr moved to the bow, gazing out at the approaching pirate ship, which flew a skull and crossbones flag, featuring a knife and a pistol crossed atop the skull. It's the gunfire pirate crew, led by Captain Rosmos with a bounty of 36 million and first mate Adragoda with a bounty of 23 million, a naval officer quickly relayed after poring over the bounty notice. According to intelligence, this crew lacks any ability users and has attacked naval ships multiple times. Just a month ago, they raided a village. Had it not been for the swift response of the 76th Division, that village would have suffered greatly. Norr's expression hardened upon hearing this. We have a mission to fulfill, let's not spare these scum. Gunfire pirate crew. Ha ha, lads, let's slaughter everyone aboard that naval ship. Captain Rosmos cackled as he beheld the approaching warship. The Navy's bounty on me is a mere 46 million. I shall make them realize the might of the gunfire pirate crew. Rosmos, sporting a full beard, wielded a long knife in one hand and a pistol in the other, his eyes gleaming with a cruel light. Captain, the ship's marking seems somewhat different. It doesn't appear to be one of the division's vessels. First mate Adragoda hesitantly remarked. Adragoda, in contrast to Rosmos, exhibited a cooler demeanor, though he appeared quite sinister. Oh, is it a flagship from the Navy headquarters? Rosmos's excitement grew. Lads, let's annihilate these Navy fools. Our chance for notoriety has arrived. Yeah, the pirates aboard this vessel were notorious, having committed countless heinous acts. Though the division's Navy typically possessed decent combat capabilities, it was not overwhelmingly strong. Therefore, upon realizing they had encountered the naval headquarters, the pirates felt invigorated rather than intimidated. The cannons of both ships roared to life, and as the vessels drew nearer, the prepared pirates threw grappling hooks to board the warship. Lads, follow me, let's wipe out this Navy crew. Rosmos led the charge, lunging at a naval officer with his blade. First mate Adragoda followed closely, but was intercepted by Major Bulk, Norr's aide. In an instant, the two engaged in fierce combat. Eager to stretch his limbs, Norr swiftly approached Captain Rosmos, blocking his path. Chafe, Norr sidestepped to Rosmos's side, delivering a powerful punch. His fist, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, struck towards Rosmos's head. Sensing the threat, Rosmos deftly abandoned his attack, pivoting to defend. Upon witnessing Rosmos block his strike, Norr raised an eyebrow. You possess some skill, but this is where your trashy crew meets its end. Razor wind. A blue slash soared toward Rosmos. He ducked just in time, grinning wickedly as he charged forward. The blow he dodged struck down 3 pirates behind him, but Rosmos showed no concern for their lives. Such pawns could be easily replaced. You Navy scum think you can kill me? You're mistaken. Rosmos swung his knife at Norr, recognizing the officer's formidable prowess and unleashing his full strength. Brick! Clang! The blade struck Norr but caused no harm, instead producing the sound of metal clashing. Rosmos's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized his attack had no effect. What kind of technique is this? He exclaimed in shock. Undeterred, Rosmos continued to hack away, each strike meeting with a resounding clang against Norr's form. On the distant battlefield, the naval forces, bolstered by their overwhelming superiority, swiftly eliminated the pirates, leaving only Adragoda struggling under Major Bulk's relentless assault, while the remaining pirates fled in disarray. Seeing the battle nearing its conclusion, Norr, having assessed Rosmos's strength, decided it was time to end the charade. After hacking away for so long, it's my turn to strike. Standing still as Rosmos swung at him, Norr remained unscathed, his clothing unblemished thanks to the brick technique. Chafe! Norr swiftly appeared behind Rosmos, his speed so great that the pirate had not a moment to react before the blow landed. Finger gun. Impact. Norr's attack struck Rosmos squarely in the abdomen. In an instant, Rosmos's eyes glazed over, blood spewed from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. In his final moments, he could scarcely believe that his own assault had been utterly ineffective. TCH, I expected a more formidable opponent. Is this all you've got? Norr smirked, delivering a sharp taunt. What he had anticipated as a daring assault on a naval vessel turned out to be a farce. As Norr concluded his engagement, Major Balk also dispatched his adversary not far away. Colonel Norr, we have completed the head count. Our side has 11 injured. With no fatalities, a lieutenant reported as he approached Norr. Understood. No need to take prisoners once the battlefield is cleared. We shall proceed to Furgasak, Norr replied, reverting to his languid demeanor and issuing his orders with a sense of nonchalance. Upon returning to his office, Norr reclined in his chair and poured himself a glass of his prized wine. After a few cups, the influence of the alcohol caused his thoughts to drift. Norr found himself lost in contemplation, realizing he had been in this world for 20 years. Indeed, Norr was not a native of this realm, but a traveler for Blue Star. Upon arriving in this world, he was given the full name Brady Norr. Initially unaware that he had entered the world of One Piece, Norr was taken aback by the unfamiliar environment. As a 5-year-old, he began to adapt to his new surroundings, but a newspaper shattered the remnants of his initial trepidation. That year, GOLD, Roger became the Pirate King, a name that echoed throughout the world, and it was then that Norr comprehended he had entered the perilous world of One Piece. Realizing his circumstances, Norr initially felt exhilarated, having intimate knowledge of the storylines, but as his excitement waned, the gravity of his situation dawned upon him. Although he was unsure how long after Roger assumed the title of Pirate King he would be executed, he surmised it could not be long after Roger's demise. The era of great pirates would commence. Understanding the peril he was in, Norr began his foundational training early. At the age of 13, pirates attacked his peaceful village. Despite having begun training, he was still just a boy. When the village was razed, his parents shielded him, sacrificing their lives to grant him a chance to escape. With the mindset of an adult, Norr initially struggled to accept his parents, but the years of close companionship had long since forged a bond of recognition. With tears in his eyes, he gritted his teeth and fled into the forest, disappearing from sight, thanks to the opportunity created by his parents. When Norr re-emerged, he was 16 and had officially joined the Navy. Chapter 2, Devil Fruit. Furgasak is a small island located in the South Sea. This nation may be modest in size, yet it boasts abundant natural resources and is a member of the government alliance. The Navy's 80th Division is stationed in these waters, leading a relatively comfortable existence in this world. Being well-fed and clothed is considered a blessing. Norr's current mission was to respond to a distress call from the Naval Division, as the notorious Jed pirate crew had been sighted in the waters near Furgasak. Captain Jed of the Jed Pirates, infamously known as Mad Jed, boasts a staggering bounty of 58 million, placing his crew among the most notorious in the South Sea during this period. Compared to the gunfire pirates previously encountered, the Jed pirates exhibit a greater degree of ruthlessness and cunning. Rather than initiating attacks on naval vessels and outposts, they prefer to make a hasty retreat upon encountering a warship. Their formidable strength and shrewdness render a single naval outpost insufficient to eradicate them. Even a coalition of several outposts would find it challenging, as the Jed pirates are quick to flee at the slightest hint of danger. The naval forces in the South Sea are consequently burdened with great distress. Currently, the Jed pirates have set their sights on the nation of Furgasak. Historically, Jed has not fixated on a single target for long, however. This time it appears that some treasure within Furgasak has captivated his attention, prompting the crew to linger in these waters. The local 80th Naval Division feels immense pressure and promptly requests reinforcements from the naval headquarters. Responding to the call, Colonel Noel leads a warship through the windless zone to this location. Report, Colonel Noel, we will arrive at the 80th Division in 3 hours, announced a young ensign as he entered the office, footsteps echoing behind him. Upon hearing the impending arrival, Noel, lost in his thoughts, snapped back to reality. Rising from his seat, he stretched, eager to set foot on solid ground after an extended time at sea. At the South Sea 80th Division, Colonel Robert, reinforcements from headquarters, led by Colonel Noel, are nearing the port, an officer reported. Colonel Robert, upon receiving this news, felt a surge of joy. After probing the naval forces, the Jed pirates discovered that other divisions were not providing assistance, leading them to become increasingly brazen. Under immense pressure, Colonel Robert had long awaited support from headquarters. The warship docked at the port. Wow! Without waiting for the gangplank to be lowered, Noel leaped off the ship and, upon standing, was greeted by the expectant Colonel Robert. Colonel Robert, towering at around 2 meters with a robust physique, exuded an air of strength, though his demeanor remained calm. After all, the majority of pirates faced by the naval forces were relatively weak, resulting in scarce encounters of fierce combat. As the two divisions assembled side by side, the disparity between the soldiers from headquarters and those from the division became increasingly pronounced. While the division's soldiers trained diligently, those from headquarters appeared far more seasoned and formidable. "You must be Colonel Noel. With your support, I can finally breathe a little easier," Robert said, exuding courtesy towards a younger Noel. Though both held the same rank, the rank from headquarters carried a higher distinction, compounded by Noel's youth and his position as a colonel, which naturally led to increased politeness. "I have been dispatched by headquarters to assist in eliminating the Jed pirates. Do you have any recent intelligence on their movements?" Noel, usually languid, adopted a more serious demeanor in light of the mission. "The Jed pirates have become increasingly audacious. Just the day before yesterday, they attempted to forcibly seize a port in Furgasak. Fortunately, timely reinforcements thwarted their efforts, but the casualties at the port were significant," Robert replied, his tone somewhat somber. "Everyone has traveled a long way, and the division has prepared meals. After we dine, I will provide a detailed briefing on the Jed pirates," Robert added. As the warship docked, the lieutenant saluted Noel before leading the naval personnel to rest. The 80th Division, though modest in size, was adequately equipped with necessary facilities. Noel and his party made their way directly to the mess hall. Upon entering, they found the spacious mess hall occupied by several division personnel enjoying their meals. Under Robert's guidance, they ascended to the second floor, which was considerably smaller, indicating it was reserved for high-ranking officials. Once seated, a variety of delectable dishes were brought forth. Noel, seizing the opportunity, indulged heartily, having grown weary of the monotonous diet of fish at sea. After satisfying their hunger, Robert began to divulge intelligence regarding the Jed pirates. Although Furgasak was not impoverished, it was not affluent either. Coupled with the presence of the 80th Division, it would stand to reason that the Jed pirates would not consider it a target for plunder. However, a recent rumor emerged about a hunter who, while out on a hunt, encountered danger and became lost. In his frantic search for an escape, he stumbled upon an unusual fruit. Nearby, a fierce beast lurked, causing the hunter to flee in fear, and he wandered for quite some time before finding his way out. Upon returning home, he recounted his tale, which gradually spread among those around him. The hunter was unaware of the fruit's true nature, yet became evident to those with ulterior motives. Consequently, news of a devil fruit hidden within the forests of Furgasak reached the ears of Jed. Upon learning of this, Jed promptly led his crew in an attempt to forcibly land in Furgasak, only to be thwarted by the nation's military and naval forces. The king of Furgasak not only sought to repel the Jed pirates, but also dispatched individuals to locate the fabled devil fruit. However, the original hunter could not pinpoint its exact location, leading to a stalemate. Jed pirates. "Captain, how reliable is the information regarding the devil fruit in Furgasak?" inquired the first mate and strategist, Onions. "It should be true. We have inquired for quite some time, and the hunter's account does not seem fabricated." "Unfortunately, that hunter has been sheltered by the king of Furgasak," Jed replied, his unruly golden hair framing a face adorned with a short beard, his robust form clad in spiked knuckle gloves, sitting imposingly in a chair. "Regardless of the veracity of the information, we must attempt to seize this opportunity. The devil fruit is not to be missed." Jed's expression darkened as he spoke. As a user of the cat fruit, model, tiger, he understood the profound enhancement that comes from consuming a devil fruit, making him acutely aware of their value. Securing this devil fruit could significantly bolster the strength of the Jed pirates, whether by bestowing it upon Onions or auctioning it on the black market to form fleet. As an ambitious pirate, he could not let such an opportunity slip through his fingers. "We will rest today, and tomorrow night we shall launch a surprise attack on Tiko town. Inform the crew that this time we must succeed at all costs," Jed declared, his urgency palpable after several failed attempts at a forcible landing. He was determined to break through, believing that the acquisition of the devil fruit would justify any losses incurred. Chapter 3. The Assault of Jed. After Robert conveyed the intelligence, Noel rose from his seat and stretched languidly. Turning to his aide, he said, "In that case, Balk, please arrange for a contingent of soldiers to accompany me to gather further intelligence." Noel turned to Colonel Robert, requesting his assistance in arranging a small boat while ensuring their identities remained concealed. Upon hearing that Colonel Noel intended to head to Tiko town at once, Robert expressed his astonishment, suggesting that perhaps they should rest tonight and depart in the morning. "No," Noel replied with a smile. "Given how much that fellow Jade values the devil fruit, He is bound to strike Tiko town again soon. Several days had passed since Jade's last assault on Tiko town, and Noel surmised that another attack could transpire within the next few days. Rather than idly waiting at the base, it would be more prudent to venture to Tiko town to gather intelligence. Furthermore, staying at the naval base held little allure compared to the excitement of exploring the town. Noel's mind was abuzz with plans. Arriving near Furgasak, Noel gazed at the distant island. The shimmering sea reflected the lush forests that adorned the island, from which birds occasionally took flight, enveloping the scene in a serene and tranquil atmosphere. The island itself was not large, comprising merely a few towns. Yet, in the peculiar world of One Piece, even a small island like Furgasak could be deemed a nation, while vast lands like Alabasta were likewise classified as a country. A civilian boat was moored alongside the harbor of Tiko town. Noel disembarked and glanced around, only to find that the tranquility and serenity that had once enveloped the area had vanished. Due to the notorious Jade pirates, the port was scarcely populated with vessels. Most people hurried by, their expressions grave. The harbor was heavily guarded, with an abundance of patrolling soldiers. A veritable fortress where every 10 paces boasted a sentry and every 5 a watchman. Due to an advance notice to the port commander, Noel and his companions were not subjected to stringent inspections and were thus granted passage. Colonel Noel, the head of the port, had already come forth to greet us. A captain approached Noel and remarked, "Oh, you may proceed with the soldiers. I shall take a moment to explore the town." Noel, disinterested in engaging in pleasantries with this group, preferred to discreetly venture into the town alone. His early arrival was motivated by a disdain for the tedium of the base. He found it far less appealing to indulge in small talk than to remain at the base. Noel dashed away without waiting for the lieutenant to speak, leaving the officer standing there in a state of utter confusion. Upon arriving in the town, Noel strolled along the streets. Alas, the town seemed remarkably desolate. Could it be due to the pirates? Noel felt a twinge of disappointment as he surveyed the sparsely populated Tiko town. Spotting a tavern ahead, his spirits lifted, and he entered with determination. "Welcome. Oh, a traveler from afar? Such visitors are indeed a rarity these days," remarked the tavern owner, polishing a glass at the bar, visibly surprised to see an outsider. The invasion of the Jade pirate crew had persisted for quite some time, prompting many merchants to avoid the area for fear of entanglement. And it had been ages since any travelers graced the establishment for a drink. "Well, the supplies on the ship have dwindled, so I had no choice but to come here," Noel explained, dressed in casual attire, making it impossible for the tavern owner to discern his naval identity. "That's truly unfortunate. It has been quite unsettled around here lately. I advise you to replenish your supplies and leave swiftly," the tavern owner kindly cautioned. "Thank you. Please bring me your finest drink," Noel replied, taking his beer and finding a table. The tavern was eerily quiet, with only a handful of locals sipping their drinks. One individual, evidently inebriated, loudly proclaimed, "What is so formidable about the Jade pirate crew? They were repelled by our border guards." "Hey, don't speak so carelessly. I've heard that the captain of the Jade pirate crew is quite powerful. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the Navy, they would have already invaded this place. I was even contemplating leaving and returning later," one of the drunken man's companions expressed, revealing a hint of trepidation towards the pirates. "Leave if you wish. I am not afraid," the inebriated man exclaimed, growing more agitated upon hearing his companion's intent to depart. Noel, after finishing his drink, did not linger and left the bar promptly. Many residents had already vacated the town, and gazing at the desolate streets, Noel felt no desire to wander. Upon returning to the port, the officer in charge had already arranged accommodations for his naval subordinates. After exchanging pleasantries with the captain, Noel retired to his quarters to rest. As night cloaked the land, a massive ship floated upon the inky sea. The vessel's prow was adorned with a grand sculpture of a tiger's head, while a skull flag fluttered ominously in the wind. This pirate ship belonged to the Jade pirate crew. "Ha ha ha, my crew, let us lay waste to the port ahead and seize the devil fruit. Each of you shall be rewarded with 1,000,000 berries," Jade proclaimed from atop the tiger's head, determined to acquire the coveted devil fruit at any cost. The crew erupted in exhilaration upon hearing of the reward, dreaming of the lavish spending it would afford them. One pirate, recalling a captivating woman he had encountered, was particularly enraptured by the thought. The patrolling soldiers at the port, hindered by the darkness, failed to detect the pirate ship until it was nearly upon them. In a flurry, the soldiers rang the alarm bell. "Fire! Blast them to oblivion!" Jade, realizing they had been discovered, ceased hiding and commanded his crew to open fire, seeking to assert dominance from the outset. The thunderous cannon fire jolted Noel awake. He stepped outside to find the port engulfed in flames, while the border guards scrambled to organize themselves. The town's residents, alarmed by the cannonade, fled into the nearby forest. Colonel Noel, the Jade pirate crew has attacked the port and is already disembarking, the captain reported, having gathered the Navy soldiers. Each soldier from the naval headquarters was battle-hardened, and the sight of this skirmish did not faze them. They swiftly assembled, ready to confront the impending threat. Prepare for battle. We cannot allow the pirates to breach the port, Noel commanded, charging forward. At this moment, the Jade pirate crew clashed with the border guards. The leader of the border guards found himself struggling to hold off Jade and his first mate, Onions, as the confrontation became perilous from the outset. In a critical moment, Noel executed a swift maneuver, appearing behind Onions. Pointing strike, impact. A powerful shockwave erupted from Noel's fist, striking Onions in the back and creating a large crater in the ground. Onions collapsed into the center of the pit, unconscious. "Who goes there?" Jade exclaimed, taken aback by the presence of an unfamiliar, formidable opponent. He had meticulously researched the strong warriors of this nation and the nearby navy, but Noel, an arriving naval officer, had eluded his investigations. "Oh dear, I am the Navy, here to apprehend you," Noel replied languidly, observing Jade's wary demeanor. "Humph, Navy reinforcements. I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly." Jade's expression darkened. He had endeavored to strike at Tiko town before the Navy could provide support, but the formidable strength of the border guard leader, coupled with the rapid response of the nearby naval base, thwarted his efforts. "Leave those pirates to you, yes? I shall deal with Jade," Noel addressed the border guard leader. "Absolutely," the leader affirmed, recognizing Noel's prowess in swiftly defeating Onions, before turning to confront the remaining pirates. "Now, let us engage in our battle," Noel declared, clenching his fists. Chapter 4. A grave mistake, no evasion. Norr kicked away the Asans beneath his feet and unleashed a Tempest Kick. Tempest Kick. Bluebird. A bluebird spread its wings and soared, darting toward Jed with astonishing speed. The slash took flight, resembling a genuine avian predator. Jed activated his devil fruit ability, shifting into a half-beast form, and seized the Tempest Kick with one hand. The force of the slash sent Jed skidding backward, carving 2 deep furrows into the ground with his heels. Tiger Cannon. Jed's other fist swung forth, shattering the Tempest Kick with a single devastating blow. "Don't underestimate me, Marine," Jed growled, his piercing gaze locked onto Norr. In his Tiger Man form, his physical prowess had surged to monstrous levels. Even Noir's Tempest Kick had barely left a mark. "TCH. The resilience of Zoan users is downright absurd," Noir muttered, clicking his tongue in irritation as his attack proved futile. Finger gun. Impact. Tiger Cannon. A blue and a golden figure collided violently, unleashing a shockwave that sent debris flying in all directions. With a whip-like motion, Jed's elongated tiger tail lashed out, slicing through the air with a razor-sharp gust. Whoosh. Paper art. Noel's form instantly became as thin as a sheet of paper, deftly evading the oncoming gusts generated by the swinging tail. Witnessing this, Jade unleashed an even more ferocious assault, his fists dancing in a relentless flurry, while his tail lashed out like a whip. The shadows of his blows flickered incessantly, and Noel, skillfully maneuvering through the currents of air produced by the punches, seized the opportunity during Jade's momentary pause to swiftly reposition behind him. 6 King Spears. Noel clenched his fists tightly, unleashing an attack akin to a shockwave that struck Jed's back with immense force. With a cough of blood, Jed stumbled forward. However, his formidable physique as a beast man did not diminish his combat prowess. Without glancing back, he swung his tail fiercely. Once again, Noel evaded the incoming tail swipe by leaping backward. With a powerful roar, Jed crouched slightly, took a deep breath, and his chest swelled as he unleashed a tempestuous gust of wind. The Tiger King roared. The force of the air surged forth, prompting Noel to cross his arms defensively in front of him. The intense impact caused his feet to scrape against the ground. Once the onslaught subsided, Jed had already closed the distance, extending his lethal claws forward. The tiger's blade. His sharp claws sliced through the air like a knife, aiming to cleave Noel into pieces. A series of blinding flashes occurred. With no time to evade, Noel stood his ground, utilizing his iron block for defense. The claws grazed Noel's body, producing a piercing sound as several shallow wounds marred his skin. Wincing at the pain, Noel glanced at the cuts on his chest, grimacing in discomfort. Having been caught off guard, he now resolved to take the battle seriously. Meanwhile, Jed's expression darkened upon realizing that his most potent attack had only inflicted minimal damage on the Navy officer before him. Acknowledging that he was no match for this naval adversary, Jed contemplated retreating. Damn it, it seems the devil fruit is beyond my grasp. I must flee for the time being. Jed's grim visage scanned the surroundings. With the presence of elite Navy personnel and formidable border defense commanders, his crew was being systematically decimated, leaving only a handful of officers desperately fighting back. The situation was dire, and as a pirate, Jed lacked the will to fight to the death. With a thunderous shout, he declared, "Jed pirates, retreat." Having said this, he dashed toward the location of his remaining crew members. Disappointed by Jed's cowardly flight, Noel felt a surge of frustration. How infuriating. I allowed you to wound me due to my carelessness, and just as I was prepared to get serious, you choose to flee. If I do not eliminate you today, I shall be ridiculed by my comrades upon returning to headquarters. Clenching his fists tightly, Noel's knuckles morphed into a deep black hue, shimmering with a radiant gleam. Armament hockey activated. Upon realizing that he was in the world of One Piece, Noel consciously began his training. After joining the Navy, at the tender age of 16, Noel had already mastered the rudimentary application of armament hockey. As he matured, his physical endurance grew stronger, and through relentless training, he naturally progressed to the hardening of his armament hockey. After hardening his fists, Noel swiftly dashed towards the fleeing Jed. With a newfound seriousness, Noel's speed increased significantly, allowing him to catch up to Jed in an instant, this time holding nothing back. Six King pistol. Sensing Noel's approach, Jed crossed his arms defensively across his chest, attempting to use the force of Noel's attack to aid his escape. However, Jed was unprepared for the fact that Noel's current assault was on an entirely different level compared to the previous one. Even with his defenses in place, the impact of the Six King pistol sent Jed reeling. His eyes rolled back, several teeth were knocked out, and he was propelled backward, crashing into a massive boulder, where he became embedded, unconscious. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the remaining pirates lost their will to fight and began to flee in disarray. Yet, as intruders, they found themselves trapped. Enemies lay ahead, and the vast sea loomed behind them. With nowhere to escape, they reluctantly discarded their weapons and knelt in surrender. As the battle came to a close, dawn broke on the horizon. A commander from the border guard approached Noel, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much. Without your assistance, the port would have long been overrun by Jed." Noel remained utterly unconcerned. After all, the Navy's duty is to capture pirates. The commander of the border guard, smiling, invited him, "Please, do not stand on ceremony. Colonel Noel, you and your men may return to rest. We shall take care of the battlefield. I have already informed His Majesty of the demise of the Jed pirate crew. You must certainly savor our local specialty wines at the banquet later. They are exquisite." Upon hearing of the fine wines, Noel's eyes sparkled with delight. He had a profound love for alcohol, and the mere mention of fine wine ignited a gleam in his gaze. They arrived at a temporary restaurant in town, which served as the banquet hall, where the king and officials awaited their arrival. King Will of Furgasak, adorned in resplendent attire, walked with a slight stoop due to his advanced age. Yet, despite the ravages of time, his countenance remained striking, complemented by his elegant attire. He was indeed a distinguished elder. However, Noel mused, he was still slightly inferior to me. As he stroked his chin and arrived at this rather audacious conclusion. After the banquet concluded, most officials had departed, leaving only the king and Noel behind. Following the festivities, the two, now more acquainted, felt increasingly at ease. The elderly king placed his right hand over his heart and bowed slightly, saying, "Young naval officer, I once again extend my heartfelt gratitude for saving this kingdom." Noel swiftly waved his hand to dismiss the concern, stating, "We are the Navy. It is our inherent duty to apprehend pirates. Please do not take this to heart, Your Majesty." The old king, having matters of state to attend to, prepared to take his leave, but suddenly recalled something and turned back to say, "If you, Colonel Noel, are interested, you may also seek out that devil fruit. After all, without your involvement, it may very well fall into the hands of pirates." Oh, such generosity. It appeared that the old king and his advisors had not located the devil fruit, perhaps harboring their own doubts regarding the veracity of this information. Noel gently stroked his chin and replied with a smile. Well, since that is the case, I shall graciously comply. The thought of the devil fruit was tantalizing. Who wouldn't desire such a treasure? If one were to truly acquire it, what powers might it bestow? Chapter 5. Are you a devil? Upon learning of the Jed pirate crew's raid on Tiko town, the warship that had lingered at the branch hastened towards the town. However, with Noel's presence, the conflict was swiftly resolved. By the time the warship docked, all that remained was the Furgasak army cleaning up the battlefield. Departing the banquet hall, Noel waved dismissively at his aide, saying, Well, since the king has suggested that we might try our luck in searching for the devil fruit, I shall wander about a bit. Bark, you and the others may return to the ship. Yes, sir. Major Bark saluted before leading his team away. Oh dear, they say the devil fruit can be found in the forest. Let us take a look, Noel mused lazily, cradling his head and humming a tune as he strolled towards the woods. As he walked through the dense forest, the presence of wildlife began to increase, and a small deer, upon spotting Noel, bolted away in fright. Noel caught sight of a distant fawn fleeing and, with a wicked grin, took off in pursuit. After all, he had no knowledge of the location of the devil fruit. Perhaps in the course of the chase, he might stumble upon it. The fawn, upon realizing that Noel was in hot pursuit, ran with all its might. As the pair raced through the terrain, a cloud of dust rose in their wake, causing nearby creatures to scatter in a frantic escape. After an indeterminate period of relentless pursuit, the fawn, now frothing at the mouth, collapsed onto the ground. Noel approached the fawn, playfully patting it and chuckling. Keep running. I haven't had enough fun yet. The fawn rolled its eyes and promptly fainted. Are you a devil? Must you chase me relentlessly? Go away, find someone else to play with. Watching the motionless fawn, Noel shrugged in disinterest, deciding not to torment it any longer. Through his aimless pursuit, he found himself deep within the forest, where the echoes of ferocious beasts occasionally resonated through the dense thicket. The small woodland creatures that had once scurried about were now nowhere to be seen. Unfazed by his surroundings, Noel hummed a tune from Luffy's Adventures in the Sky, wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, a chilling howl pierced the air, and a pack of vicious wolves surrounded him. A particularly robust wolf emerged from the front, evidently the leader of this feral assembly. Upon seeing the alpha wolf, Noel froze momentarily. Was that a husky? The sight of this wolf, resembling a husky, added an unexpected comical twist to the otherwise menacing pack. This must be a husky. Who would have thought you'd go undercover as the pack's leader? Unable to restrain himself, Noel grinned and let out a fierce howl. The pack remained still, and he felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. The husky scrutinized Noel for a moment, displaying little concern, before issuing a howl of its own, prompting the entire pack to lunge at him. These wolves were merely ordinary wild creatures, and Noel handled them with ease, each punch sending several wolves sprawling. After a brief skirmish, the husky, seeing its subordinates struggling against Noel, charged in. A ferocious wolf lunged for Noel's neck. As the husky barreled towards him, Noel stood his ground, delivering a solid punch to its head. With a resounding thud, the husky collapsed. Hearing its cry confirmed Noel's suspicion. He had indeed encountered a husky. It had even spoken in human language. As the alpha fell, the remaining wolves stirred in chaos, deterred by the sight of their leader being bested. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. Oh dear, something big is approaching. Heavy footsteps echoed, and a colossal bear, standing 4 meters tall, ambled into view. Upon seeing the wolves and Noel, it unleashed another roar, the force of which sent the wolves flying like mere pups before the might of the bear. The previously unconscious husky was jolted awake by the roar and, upon seeing the terrifying bear before it, was overwhelmed with fear. Not again, it exclaimed in human speech, urinating in fear as it fled, only to crash into a tree and faint once more, tongue lolling. This territory belonged to the giant bear, who had been patrolling its domain before settling down for a nap, dreaming of a date with a lady bear. The sudden commotion startled him awake. Hearing that intruders had invaded his territory and were fighting within it? What was this? Was it any different from someone urinating on his head? Absolutely none. Thus, the enraged bear fixed its bloodshot eyes upon Noel, roaring in fury. I have been imprisoned for 1,000 years, exiled from my homeland. And now you dare trespass into my territory? How utterly inappropriate. You have wandered into the wrong scene. With that, the furious bear swiped a massive paw towards Noel. Noel leapt backward to evade the strike, as the bear's paw slammed into the ground. sending a cloud of dust and shattered stones flying in all directions. In the midst of this chaos, Noel executed 2 slicing kicks with the momentum of his jump, leaving only shallow wounds on the mighty bear's arm. The wounded bear, in agony, became increasingly frenzied, charging towards Noel with reckless abandon. Like a sheet of paper, Noel evaded the onslaught, propelled by the fierce gusts of wind. Despite the bear's formidable strength, its bulk rendered it somewhat unwieldy, and its limited intellect failed to comprehend the situation, resulting in a wild flurry of strikes. Each strike from the bear's paw created deep craters in the ground, enveloping the area in a haze of dust. After a while, the exhausted bear paused to catch its breath. At that moment, Noel swiftly positioned himself before the bear, unleashing the Six Kings Spear. The tremendous impact struck the bear's belly, causing it to spit out a mouthful of blood and stagger back a few paces. Is it really that resilient? Noel mused, clicking his tongue. After all, this was the essence of the 6 styles, and it seemed to barely faze the beast. Let us see how many more of these you can endure. Noel's indomitable spirit ignited, and he opted to engage the bear with pure skill, eschewing any use of haki. The cumbersome bear could only flail about wildly, while the agile Noel deftly dodged its paws, delivering occasional Six Kings Spear strikes that inflicted considerable pain upon the creature. Eventually, after a prolonged struggle, the bear could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed to the ground. Having endured such a lengthy chase and battle, Noel felt the pangs of hunger. Grasping the bear's ear, he dragged it towards the creature's lair. Upon reaching the entrance, he severed the bear's massive paws and kindled a fire to roast them. The unfortunate Illidan the bear, having had its territory invaded, now found its paws turning a golden brown over the flames. After feasting on the bear's paws, Noel ventured into the cave. Inside, it was dry yet reeked of a foul odor, with bones and remnants strewn about, evidence of the bear's past meals. Turning, he noticed a pile of fruits resembling apples in one corner. Disgusted by the stench, Noel did not bother to pick them up. Instead, he kicked them aside. The assortment of fruits scattered, and Noel froze in place, his eyes widening at the sight before him. A blue spiral-patterned devil fruit lay in front of him. Whoa! A devil fruit. Chapter 6. The Mythical Zoan. The devil fruit shimmered in shades of blue interspersed with hints of purple, its surface adorned with lightning-like patterns. Resembling the head of a bear, Noel had once perused the devil fruit encyclopedia at the headquarters, yet the fruit before him was not recorded within its pages. After years of battling alongside the Navy, he had encountered numerous devil fruits, albeit most of them possessed rather mediocre powers, typically falling into the realm of ordinary Zoan types or subpar paramecia. What? You assert that there are no worthless fruits, only inept users? How absurd. The Gura Gura no Mi is formidable, and the Pika Pika no Mi is indeed impressive, wouldn't you agree? Setting aside the broken paramecia fruits, one must acknowledge that a natural type user, upon mastering observation haki, could contend evenly with most foes. Of course, this pertains to pirates within the New World. The weaklings of paradise do not count. Among the elite in these treacherous seas, one cannot be deemed a monster without mastering physical prowess, swordsmanship, haki, and abilities to the highest degree. Even Shanks, with his fruit powers, possesses an extraordinary mastery of conqueror's haki. Otherwise, he could never attain the status of an emperor. Handing you a run-of-the-mill Zoan fruit and expecting you to become an emperor is utterly unrealistic. It is not impossible, but the chances are infinitesimal. Imagine giving Garp a fish fruit, carp form. Do you think he could make it remarkable? Garp, quick, unleash a splash jump. Thus, to ascend to the ranks of the strongest in these waters, possessing a robust devil fruit ability is indispensable. Furthermore, the existence of devil fruits is a significant hallmark of this world, and Noel was naturally intrigued. Gazing at this unknown devil fruit, he hesitated, contemplating whether to gamble on his fortune. The renowned powerful fruits were already claimed by their users, aside from the unclear fate of the Goro Goro no Mi, which may or may not have been consumed by Enel. He only knew of the Mera Mera no Mi residing in the East Blue. However, the East Blue is vast, and as a Navy officer, it would be impractical for Noel to embark on a lengthy search for a fruit whose location was unknown. The fruit before him, with its lightning-like patterns and bear-like shape, led Noel to suspect it was likely a mythical Zoan. A mythical Zoan, indeed, is rarer than even a natural-type fruit. Should he seize the opportunity to seek the Goro Goro no Mi in Skypiea, or should he wager that this fruit is a mythical Zoan? For a moment, Noel found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Compared to the elusive Goro Goro no Mi, the fruit before him felt more tangible, and its unique shape was undeniably striking. Without further ado, he took a decisive bite. Upon tasting it, an indescribable flavor instantly filled Noel's mouth. Struggling not to spit it out, he devoured the entire fruit. In the anime, it is said that even a single bite of a devil fruit can grant powers. Yet no one could ascertain the difference between taking a bite and consuming the entire fruit. Having already committed, he reasoned, why not finish it? After consuming the fruit, Noel knelt upon the ground, gasping for breath. Some claim that devil fruits taste horrendous, akin to excrement. Yet Noel couldn't help but wonder how those individuals could possibly know what such a flavor was like. Ugh, best not to dwell on that. This taste was utterly revolting. Noel's complexion paled. Thankfully, one could only consume a single devil fruit in their lifetime. Had he attempted to consume more, he would have either met a gruesome end or been utterly nauseated by the indescribable flavor. Once he regained his composure, Noel rose to assess the powers granted by the devil fruit. A subtle current coursed through his body, and white fur began to sprout all over him. His muscles bulging as his height surged from 2 meters to over 3, his physique transforming to resemble that of a bear. His clothing strained under the transformation, buttons popping off in a dismal cacophony. Poor garments emitted a lamenting wail. Fortunately, the quality of the Navy's uniform was commendable, sparing it from immediate destruction. Otherwise, Noel would have had to return to the ship in a state of undress. The Kuma Kuma no Mi, a mythical Zoan, in the form of a thunderous giant bear. Noel maintained his beastly form, reveling in the power bestowed by the devil fruit. He raised his hand, grasping the lightning in a phantom grip, and with a casual flick, he unleashed the tempestuous energy. With a resounding crash, the wall was instantly marred by a significant dent. This display of force far surpassed that of a mere spear thrust, and one must recognize that this was merely a spontaneous strike. Noel transformed from his beastly form back to human, experiencing not only a significant enhancement in physical prowess, but also a remarkable increase in his overall capabilities. Even in his human form, the improvements were substantial. While in his beastly form, Noel's physical attributes were nothing short of terrifying. The devil fruit truly is a wondrous creation. Achieving such a level of physicality through mere training would require an immense amount of time and an extraordinarily high intensity of practice. Having only recently consumed the devil fruit and already witnessing such enhancement, it is reasonable to surmise that with rigorous training, Noel's physical attributes will ascend to an inhuman level. With elation akin to that of a 500-pound jester, Noel reveled in his newfound abilities, dancing with unrestrained joy. The enhancement of his physique was merely a fraction of his transformation. The lightning powers bestowed by the mythical beast type filled him with boundless excitement. Lightning. Unlike Enel, who merely amplified voltage and electrical capacity, Noel, a young man transported from the 21st century, fully comprehended the vast potential that lightning holds. Electromagnetic cannons, electrically enhanced body, or perhaps the ability to manipulate magnetism through lightning. The possession of such powers opens up a plethora of developmental possibilities. He pondered whether he could attain a vast range of observation hockey akin to Enel. Surely, that should not pose a problem. Although Enel may be perceived as foolish, one cannot entirely blame him. After all, growing up in the confined space of Sky Island limited his perspective. Were Enel to possess a broader imagination, he might not have succumbed to the protagonist's aura. The protagonist's aura is indeed formidable. Ecstatic over acquiring the coveted devil fruit, Noel appeared almost delirious, grinning foolishly while drooling and intermittently bursting into exuberant movements. Coupled with his daft expression, one might easily mistake him for a madman. Fortunately, his subordinates were not present. Had they witnessed Noel in such a state, they would likely return to headquarters eager to request a change of command. My commander is a fool. I am terrified. I wish to change ships. Noel suddenly had a revelation and stripped off all his garments. The Zoan-type devil fruits are generally categorized into 3 forms: human, hybrid, and animal. While he had already experienced the human and hybrid forms, he had yet to utilize the animal form. To avoid the embarrassment of running about unclad, Noel prudently removed all his clothing in advance. After shedding his attire, he summoned the power of his fruit once more. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal bear. Standing 8 meters tall, with a robust physique, covered in white fur, crackling with electricity. Beast Man, never a slave. Chapter 7. unless room and board are provided. Roar. Transformed into his animal form, Noel let out a thunderous roar, startling the birds in the forest, sending them soaring into the sky. Noel gazed at his imposing physique with a sense of satisfaction. In this world, one could hardly claim to be a top-tier powerhouse without a stature exceeding 3 to 5 meters. Just look at the 3 admirals. Each stands over 3 meters tall. And then there are the 4 emperors, like Whitebeard and Kaido, whose sizes are utterly astonishing. What? You argue that Shanks is not 2 meters tall? Then let us exclude him. After transforming into a massive bear, Noel's physical resilience had reached an impressive level. Ordinary blades and firearms would likely have little effect against him. After a brief stretch to limber up, Noel reverted to his human form and glanced at the sky, noting that the sun was now setting. Noel no longer lingered and began retracing his steps along the path he had come. As night fell, the pale moonlight bathed the earth in a silvery glow. Upon returning to Tiko town, the residents who had previously departed returned upon hearing the news. With the absence of pirate disturbances, the streets gradually became livelier. The border defense commander, who had been waiting in the town, hurried to greet Noel upon his arrival. "Haha, Colonel Noel is back. So, did you find the devil fruit?" The commander inquired with a smile as he approached. "Well, it is not so easy to find a devil fruit. Unfortunately, I have other obligations and cannot linger any longer," Noel replied, concealing the fact that he had indeed located and consumed the devil fruit. After all, this particular fruit had appeared within their own nation, and the repercussions had cost Furgasak dearly. If the people of Furgasak were to learn that the devil fruit truly existed and that Noel had partaken of it, who could predict the ensuing troubles? Having consumed it, he naturally intended to keep his newfound fortune discreet. With this thought in mind, Noel stretched lazily and remarked, "The Jade Pirate crew has been eradicated, so we shall not tarry in Furgasak any longer." With that, he ceased the pleasantries and directly made his way toward the port. Once aboard the warship, Noel promptly issued the command to set sail. In the office, Noel retrieved a bottle of his cherished fine wine and indulged in its exquisite taste. As he savored the drink, subtle sparks of lightning danced around him. Noel's strength is not to be underestimated. He is certainly a formidable figure, at least in the first half of the Grand Line. Even with his newfound powers from the devil fruit, he possesses a degree of mastery. What Noel requires now is to continually utilize his abilities to enhance his proficiency, striving to control lightning at will. After all, every brilliant idea necessitates a foundation of skill. Currently, even the notion of being a mere power bank is met with disdain. Reclining in his chair, Noel familiarizes himself with his powers while contemplating his next course of action. Although Enel's approach to developing his abilities is rather limited, there are still numerous aspects to draw inspiration from. The characteristics of electromagnetic waves, combined with the extensive range of observation haki, allow for easy coverage of a large island. And the ability to fly on the Golden Arc proves to be exceedingly practical. With this thought in mind, Noel stroked his chin. Planning to visit the Sky Island in the future, to confront Enel, recruit him as a subordinate, and acquire the blueprints for the Arkansas. No, if he becomes a subordinate, then it wouldn't be considered theft. A subordinate's possessions are inherently his own. This plan would be a delightful 2-for-1 deal, gaining a subordinate while also circumventing the need to seek assistance for designing the blueprints. Ecstatic, Noel seized a bottle and took another hearty swig. Meanwhile, Enel, still on the Sky Island, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Unaware that he had already attracted unwanted attention, a naval ship sails across the sea. 10 days have passed since Noel acquired the devil fruit. The vessel, which should have been nearing the doldrums, has deviated from its intended course. 3 days prior, while exercising his powers on the deck, Noel received a call from headquarters. Crackling with electricity and bare-chested, Noel exerted force through his legs, propelling himself to the other end of the deck in an instant, not through the technique of shave, but through sheer physical strength. By stimulating his muscles with lightning, he significantly increased his speed. He then retrieved a coin and stood at the bow of the ship, preparing to use electromagnetic induction. After a moment of concentration, he launched the coin, but alas, it plummeted into the sea shortly after being fired. Indeed, what Noel had been concocting was a railgun. It is worth noting that before Noel's arrival in this world, Misaka Makoto was one of his many beloved waifus, and the railgun was her signature skill. Upon gaining the powers of the devil fruit, Noel's first thought was of this impressive technique. TCH, still not successful? It seems my control over the fruit is still insufficient. He grimaced at the sight of the coin sinking into the ocean. The confined space of the office was unsuitable for exercising his abilities, as either using lightning or transforming would cause significant damage to the structure. Moreover, Noel had no intention of concealing the fact that he had obtained the fruit. After all, consuming a devil fruit implies that one must eventually utilize its powers, and such matters are impossible to hide. Initially, Major Bulk and others were taken aback to see Noel transform into a massive bear. The imposing creature, covered in white fur and crackling with electricity, was clearly not an ordinary Zoan-type user. They had assumed that after only a day of searching in the forest, Noel would return empty-handed, but little did they know that he had indeed obtained the fabled devil fruit. From the outset, Noel's every use of his powers had stirred up a commotion, and now the crew had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Roar. After failing to execute the railgun, Noel transformed into a giant bear and let out a bellowing roar. The surrounding Navy personnel continued their tasks, unfazed by Noel's intermittent fits of rage. Hey, Commander. At this rate, you'll ruin your uniform before we even reach headquarters, Bulk shouted. Although he had discarded his shirt, his trousers, made of ordinary fabric, were already in tatters. Upon hearing Bulk's outcry, the already riled Noel responded with an even louder roar. Roar. Beastmen shall never be enslaved. Just then, the transponder snail began to ring, and a Navy officer hurried over with the device. Report. Incoming call from headquarters. Upon hearing it was headquarters, Noel immediately calmed down. Roar. Only if food and lodging are provided. Returning to his human form, Noel casually draped a cloak around his waist and approached to take the call. Moshi Moshi. This is Noel. The transponder snail transformed, the triangular whiskers pointing downward. It was Vice Admiral Weasel. Noel, we've received a report from the 76th Division. The ferocious beast pirates have been wreaking havoc in the South Sea, and since you are nearby, we need you to handle this. Weasel's tone was serious and meticulous. After receiving the order, Noel discreetly smirked. Having drifted at sea for so long, he was eager to return to headquarters for a proper rest. He wondered if the tavern he frequented was still in operation after his prolonged absence. Is there a problem? Weasel inquired upon noticing Noel's silence. Understood. I'll head there immediately, Noel quickly replied. After hanging up, his expression twisted with annoyance. The beast pirates, huh? Disrupting my plans for relaxation. Just wait until I get my hands on you. I'll make your heads into night pots. Set sail. Heading towards the 78th Division. Yes. Chapter 8. So you call yourselves the beast pirates? In the waters near the 76th Division of the Navy, after 3 days of sailing, Noel and his companions arrived in the vicinity of the beast pirates' last known location. Reports indicated that the beast pirates had just plundered a village and were currently anchored on a nearby uninhabited island. Noel, eager to confront the target, pressed forward without stopping at the division for rest. Having consumed a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, he was particularly sensitive to the term beast. Coupled with his prolonged drift at sea, the already lethargic Noel was keen to return to headquarters for some well-deserved rest. Just as he was about to reach the doldrums, this so-called beast pirates emerged. The thought of being deprived of his rest ignited his fury, and he gritted his teeth, muttering, "The beast pirates. I shall see what audacity allows you to claim such a title." The captain of the beast pirates, Baron, donned a full tiger skin outfit, complete with a tiger skin hat, and adorned his neck with a necklace made of beast teeth. The crew members similarly sported garments crafted from various animal pelts, creating the appearance of a pack of wild beasts from a distance. And what's that? A thin dog? And it's standing up? 2 pirates, stationed at the lookout tower, were bored out of their minds, seated on the ground. Below, the crew celebrated with a feast, drinking and boasting about their recent plunder of a substantial sum of berries. Watching the revelry from above, the lookout pirates felt a pang of resentment, grumbling, "Damn it. Why do they get to indulge while I'm stuck up here keeping watch?" Moreover, another pirate expressed his frustration, lamenting his misfortune. What a stroke of bad luck. The recent plunder yielded little wealth. Even after seizing everything valuable, we could barely sell it for a handful of berries. These pirates, who thrived on pillaging, were accustomed to keeping half of their spoils after a raid, while the remaining bounty belonged entirely to them. To motivate their subordinates, the pirate captains decreed that the one who collected the least during the current raid would be assigned unwelcome tasks, such as cleaning the ship or, like the 2 of them, standing watch in the crow's nest during feasts. Damn it. Next time, I'll gather more loot and then enjoy myself on the pink street of Newtown Harbor, the pirate mused with a sly grin while gazing out at the sea. At that moment, a warship sailing toward an uninhabited island was not far from the beast pirate crew, a small dot appearing on the horizon. Spotting the dot, The pirate lifted his telescope to investigate. He soon discerned a warship advancing towards them. Startled, the pirate shouted to his comrades below deck, "Navy! Captain, the Navy is coming!" Baron, who was in the midst of taking a hearty swig from a bottle, coughed violently, nearly choking at the news. "So soon? Everyone aboard. The Navy has arrived. Prepare to retreat," Baron shouted, springing to his feet. There was no time to tidy up. The pirates hurriedly boarded the ship. In the chaos of raising the sails and casting off, the panicked pirates occasionally collided with one another, creating a rather comical scene. This was the typical reaction of ordinary pirates when confronted by the Navy. The previous encounter with the gunfire pirates had been an anomaly among pirates. Drought Jack could no longer be considered an anomaly. He had the backing of the King of the Sea. "Report. We have sighted the beast pirate crew ahead. They are attempting to flee," the lookout on the warship announced. "Damn it. After raiding the village, they think they can escape?" Norr, seething with impatience, immediately activated his moonwalk to pursue them alone. Captain Baron of the beast pirate crew had barely begun to catch his breath when he heard his crew shouting in alarm. Striding forward, he struck one pirate with a backhand, bellowing, "What are you all yelling about? Get ready for battle. Boss, someone is flying behind us." The trembling pirate pointed towards Norr, his voice quaking with fear. Baron, infuriated, delivered another slap, knocking out a tooth from the unfortunate pirate, who collapsed to the ground. "What nonsense! How could anyone fly?" Baron scoffed, kicking the unconscious pirate for good measure. "Get ready for battle quickly. If the warship catches us, we'll be in serious trouble," Baron said, glancing toward the approaching Navy. "Nanny, there really is someone flying," Baron exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he witnessed Norr closing the distance with his moonwalk. The pirates below screamed in panic as Norr charged towards the pirate ship, crashing onto the deck. Surveying the ragtag group clad in beast pelts, Norr's eye twitched at the sight of their captain, who wasn't even a Zoan-type devil fruit user. "You call yourselves the beast pirate crew? Is this a joke?" Norr couldn't help but scoff at their appearance. "You lot should just go to your demise." "Spare others the trouble," Norr coldly remarked, exhaling sharply. "How dare you board our ship alone? Men, kill him." Baron, seeing Norr boldly approach them, prepared to unleash an overwhelming attack, relying on sheer numbers. But did numbers truly matter? If they did, what need would there be for strength? Once one reached a certain level of power, the advantage of numbers became inconsequential. The pirates surrounded Norr, charging at him in unison. Chidori. A powerful surge of electricity erupted from Noel, as blue lightning crackled and spread from his surroundings. Before the pirates could fully comprehend the unfolding events, they were struck by countless currents. In an instant, with a blinding flash of lightning, all the pirates lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Their bodies charred and emitting swirling puffs of smoke from their mouths. Were it not for the smoke rings, one might have mistaken it for their souls departing. With a single strike, Noel vanquished the majority of the pirate crew. Prior to acquiring the powers of the fruit, dealing with this band of pirates would have necessitated considerable effort. However, the situation had changed. Now, with dominion over lightning, eliminating these minions required but one blow. Run. It's a monster. The pirates who remained unharmed, witnessing Noel swiftly annihilate most of their comrades, were paralyzed by fear, devoid of even the slightest courage to resist. Some of the more astute pirates leaped from the ship into the sea. Although plunging into the depths was fraught with peril, remaining aboard guaranteed their demise. Ignoring the insignificant foes, Noel activated his lightning release step. Noel was enveloped in crackling lightning, vanishing in an instant to materialize before Baron. The electric currents traced his movement like a streak of lightning. By the time Baron heard the sizzling sound of electricity, Noel had already appeared before him, clenching his fist, which blazed with radiant lightning. Thunderclap, Thunderbear. A bear's head manifested upon Noel's fist. The explosive roar echoed, reminiscent of a colossal bear's growl, striking Baron squarely in the face. The immense force coupled with the might of the lightning rendered Baron utterly defenseless, robbed of any capacity to resist. Noel approached Baron and landed a punch squarely on his face. "Is this what you call a beast?" he exclaimed, delivering another blow. "I thought a beast would be fiercer than this. Wouldn't it be better for pirates to simply meet their demise? You summoned me to pursue you, thinking you were formidable. Yet here you are, unable to even stand." With each utterance, Noel vented his pent-up fury through another strike to Baron's visage. Initially, Baron attempted to respond, but Noel denied him the opportunity to speak. Eventually, Baron succumbed to unconsciousness, silencing him entirely. Chapter 9. Trampled justice. After releasing his frustrations, a sense of clarity enveloped Noel, and he paid no heed to the remaining pirates, using Moonwalk to ascend into the air. Thunder Spear. In Noel's hand, a formidable lightning spear materialized, which he hurled with great force. An ear-piercing hiss accompanied its rapid flight towards the pirate ship. This wooden vessel was instantly pierced, water gushing in from the bottom, causing it to tilt gradually before it ultimately sank to the depths of the sea. These marauding pirates, guilty of heinous acts, were utterly undeserving of mercy. Confining them within impel down would merely squander space. What purpose does it serve to spare such criminals? To keep them alive would be the greatest injustice to the innocent civilians who have suffered. The future of impel down is poised to be thrown into chaos by the likes of Pirate King Luffy. Aligning with him would render their efforts futile. Upon returning to the warship, Noel promptly issued orders for a return to headquarters and retreated to his office. Tesrangle Island, a remote and diminutive isle situated in the South Sea, remains largely untouched due to its isolated geography. The island's modest size contributes to its underdevelopment and poverty, dissuading merchants from venturing into this barren land. Tesrangle was once a member of the world government, having withdrawn from the ranks of affiliated nations 2 years prior due to an inability to pay the exorbitant tribute. After drifting at sea for an extended period, Noel and his crew arrived here to replenish their supplies. Disembarking from the warship, Noel gazed at the sparsely populated village ahead, lamenting the scarcity of inhabitants and questioning whether they would find sufficient provisions. At that moment, the streets of the entire village were devoid of life, a gust of wind stirring up dust and debris that rattled against the buildings. The yellow sands engulfed the village, creating an atmosphere of decay. With a flicker of crimson light in his eyes, his observation haki enveloped the entire island. 2 years after Noel successfully awakened his armament haki, he also attained the ability of observation haki. However, the cultivation of observation haki is more dependent on innate talent and in comparison to his proficiency in armament haki. Noel's development in observation haki is considerably weaker. Nevertheless, after acquiring the powers of the devil fruit, Noel's observation haki, in conjunction with his lightning abilities, has shown remarkable progress, significantly enhancing its range. The life force of all creatures on the island is rather feeble, lacking any formidable beings. Strangely, however, every individual in this nation exudes an aura of profound sorrow and despair. As Noel and his companions traversed the streets of the village, a stone suddenly hurtled toward him. In an instant, Bark interposed himself before Noel, shattering the projectile. Who did that? A young boy, witnessing the stone's destruction, swiftly retreated down an alley. Unfazed by the attack, Noel regarded the fleeing child with curiosity. It was essential to note that they were Navy personnel, donned in their uniforms. Typically, civilians would neither be overtly welcoming nor openly hostile toward the Navy. It was uncommon for a child to initiate such an assault. This indicated either a profound animosity toward the Navy among the villagers or a historical grievance stemming from past naval transgressions against the populace. Intrigued, Noel decided to follow the boy. The layout of the village was quite simple, and the boy weaved through several turns before entering a modest dwelling. Upon his return, the other children within the house quickly surrounded him. These children were quite young, the eldest scarcely 10 years old, while the youngest appeared to be no older than 5. Yumi, that was far too dangerous. You just threw a stone at those Navy men. What if you had been caught? Another boy, Carl, expressed his disapproval of Yumi's reckless behavior. Humph, the Navy are all villains. We've suffered enough here, and they come to torment us. When I grow up, I will ensure that every evildoer in this country is expelled. Yumi retorted, his anger palpable. The Navy constantly clamors about justice. Yet I witnessed my father being murdered before their very eyes. The Navy are villains. Upon hearing Yumi's words, Carl lapsed into a contemplative silence. Clearly, he shared Yumi's sentiments, but he felt compelled to admonish him for the recklessness of his actions. Are those Navy men here to capture us? A soft voice inquired, belonging to the smallest girl among them, who appeared frightened. Her petite frame trembled slightly, her large eyes filled with terror, as if the Navy were ravenous beasts. Lisa, do not be afraid. We will protect you, Carl reassured the little girl, embracing her gently. With Carl's comforting words, although Lisa's expression remained somewhat fearful, her spirits lifted considerably. Outside the dwelling, Noel, having overheard the conversation, let out a slow sigh. The Navy personnel present fell into a profound silence. They were elite members from the headquarters, fervent believers in justice, tirelessly striving for the ideals they held dear. Yet, the children's dialogue pierced their hearts like a sharp blade. When the common folk cease to trust the Navy, the very essence of the justice they uphold becomes inconsequential. Noel gestured, and the crowd slowly departed from the room. Once they returned to the street, Noel calmly instructed Balk to investigate what had transpired. Yes, at that moment, Balk's eyes were also filled with fury. Who had dared to insult the Navy? Who had trampled upon the very essence of naval justice? The conversations of the children from earlier echoed in their minds, igniting a flame of indignation within all the sailors. Once the source of the issue was uncovered, the righteous fury within them would incinerate anyone who dared to trample on justice. Noel arrived at a dilapidated tavern in the village, its door hanging by a mere half, creaking under the weight of the relentless wind and sand. The interior was desolate, with empty tables and chairs cloaked in a thick layer of dust, suggesting that this establishment had long been forsaken by patrons. At the sound of his entrance, an elderly man emerged, his gait unsteady. Upon noticing Noel's naval uniform, he paused in surprise, evidently taken aback by the presence of a naval officer in such an isolated locale. "Esteemed sir," the old man rasped, his voice reminiscent of a saw cutting through wood, "this humble establishment has no food or drink left. I hope you will not hold it against us." It was clear that this aged man was not the proprietor of the tavern. Noel waved his hand politely and inquired, "There's no need to trouble yourself, sir. But may I ask why there are so few people in this village?" The old man shook his head, but chose not to elaborate. Observing the elder's reluctance to speak further, Noel refrained from pressing the matter. He recalled the few children he had seen earlier and remarked, "It seems that this village harbors a certain animosity towards the Navy." Noel recounted the recent events involving Yumi and others to the elder. Upon learning that Yumi had thrown stones at Noel, the elder quickly rose to apologize, expressing deep regret. "I am truly sorry. That child Yumi lost his father 2 years ago. Please do not hold it against him." Noel supported the elderly man and repeatedly assured him that it was inconsequential. He bore no resentment. He was merely curious as to why the child harbored such animosity towards the Navy. The elder sighed deeply and slowly articulated that Yumi's father had been murdered before the Navy. By whom was he slain? Why did the Navy not intervene? Noel furrowed his brow, a semblance of speculation dawning within him. He anticipated that the elder would continue, yet to his surprise, the old man shook his head and advised, "You should leave promptly. This matter is beyond your purview." The unfolding events were somewhat unexpected for Noel. It appeared that the depths of this Turslang nation were indeed profound. Chapter 10. The articulate bucket Major Balk and his subordinates wandered through the village. Though they did not encounter any children like Yumi who displayed hostility towards the Navy, the villagers remained exceedingly wary of them. Observing the vigilant gazes directed at them, Balk and his companions felt a deep sense of discomfort. Whenever they approached the villagers to inquire about information, the locals would hastily retreat. It was evident that the Navy ought to be cherished and revered. Yet today they were treated as adversaries. Upon further inspection, Balk noted that the village was predominantly inhabited by children and the elderly, with no able-bodied men in sight. Regrettably, the villagers' wariness thwarted any further attempts to gather intelligence. When Balk eventually located Noel, he found that Noel had already departed from the tavern. Despite his own fury and desire to uncover the identities of those who sullied the Navy's reputation, he recognized the troubling nature of this nation and sensed that the elder was concealing something. Unfortunately, the villagers' lack of cooperation left Noel and his companions at a loss. Just as Noel found himself in a quandary, a cacophony of noise erupted at the village entrance. An official, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, arrived in search of something. All the villagers hastily secured their doors and windows, yet wooden barriers were hardly a match for the predatory soldiers. The soldiers forced their way into each home, eliciting cries of alarm from within. Observing these brigand-like soldiers, Noel frowned and stepped forward. "Navy? We do not welcome the Navy here. Kindly depart at once," declared the official, who was both short and stout, yet spoke with an audacious tone. Noel scrutinized the official who had posed a soul-searching inquiry, resembling a barrel in both form and demeanor. The official, irate and indignant, retorted, "I am not a barrel." "Ah, an articulate barrel, indeed," Noel responded with a solemn nod. The official, struggling to catch his breath, nearly succumbed to suffocation. "Our nation does not welcome the Navy. You are to depart immediately," he declared with a scowl. Were it not for the Navy's formidable presence and the commanding officer's distinguished stature, he would have apprehended the colonel who had insulted him as a barrel long ago. "Oh, are you in pursuit of someone? If they are criminals, the Navy could lend a hand," Noel observed, sensing that the troubles plaguing this village, and indeed the entire nation, partially stemmed from these officials. This is an internal matter of our country. You need not interfere. Be gone at once, the official urged. His impatience palpable. Faced with such obstinacy, Noel and his companions reluctantly retreated from Teslanga. Colonel Noel, are we to depart like this? We have yet to locate those scoundrels. Bark expressed his dissatisfaction, a fervor igniting within him at the mere thought of the children's plight. Bark, you are too hasty. Now that we understand there are issues here, it is merely a matter of time before we uncover their source. Noel harbored a similar frustration. Yet he recognized that in such moments, anxiety served no purpose. Upon returning to the warship, Noel pondered where to find an opportunity for breakthrough. Suddenly, a figure emerged in his mind, Yumi's father. Bark, maneuver the ship to a discreet location and send scouts to quietly monitor the village perimeter, Noel instructed. A smile breaking across his face. I need not identify the precise nature of the problem, merely recognizing that there is an issue among you suffices. As previously mentioned, Teslanga Island is an exceedingly remote locale, and the entire nation languishes in poverty, deterring even merchants from venturing here, let alone pirates. Notably, the Navy maintains a presence in the waters surrounding Teslanga, rendering it so impoverished that a pirate raid would likely result in a loss of resources rather than gain. The only pirates daring enough to visit must either be unhinged or harbor dark secrets. Given the existence of secrets, those pirates would surely return, even if this island boasts multiple landing spots. However, encountering pirates is merely a matter of time. Despite the ship's dwindling supplies, they were at sea, a place abundant in fish. With the remaining provisions and the bounty of the ocean, they could sustain themselves for a while longer. A week later, after 7 long days without a trace of pirates, even Noel began to doubt the validity of his assumptions. The ship's provisions, even when rationed, were nearing depletion. Should no pirates appear in the next couple of days, he would have no choice but to issue a retreat. Uncertainty lingered regarding how long it would take before they could return again. Throughout these 7 days, Noel remained industrious, honing his abilities with the devil fruit. As a traveler from another realm, he was surely familiar with the renowned technique of thunder body refinement. Considering the need for stealth, his initial progress in mastering the devil fruit was less than ideal. While lightning is potent, it is also quite loud, making many powerful techniques unsuitable for practice in such circumstances. Thus, the concept of thunder body refinement was conceived as a training method under these conditions. The initial training proved challenging. The human body's internal organs are remarkably fragile. Harnessing electricity to refine one's body necessitates a delicate balance of intensity. At the outset of his training, Noel struggled to master the intensity of his abilities. The currents fluctuated between strong and weak, resulting in countless internal injuries. Fortunately, as a Zoan-type ability user, his recovery capacity was formidable, and even more so as a mythical beast. After a week of diligent effort, he finally achieved a preliminary mastery of his powers. Delicate currents coursed through the surface of Noel's body and his internal organs. With each passage of electricity, he felt subtle changes within himself, leading him to believe that in a few years, his physical prowess would reach astonishing levels, rivaling that of monsters. Although Noel needed to concentrate intensely during his training, he was confident that with increased proficiency and control over lightning, he would soon be able to engage in training at any time and place. Suddenly, a naval officer hurriedly approached Noel's office, panting, "Report, Colonel Noel. We have detected the presence of a pirate crew heading towards the village." Noel's eyes brightened at the news, after such a long wait. The pirates had finally made their appearance, bringing answers to the troubles that had plagued everyone. Captain Harvey of the Iron Pirate crew arrived at the village accompanied by his subordinates. "Listen up, lads. Capture all the adults hiding in this village." The seasoned pirates scattered to search the area. Harvey's gaze swept over the village like a ravenous wolf. He had assumed there would be no able-bodied men left, only to learn that many still remained hidden. The villagers, who had believed they were safe from pirate attacks, were taken aback by the sudden onslaught. "Please, spare me. I have 3 children at home," a young woman cried as she was dragged out by the pirates. Another man, feeling he had no chance to escape, grabbed a stick and attempted to fight back, only to be swiftly overpowered and struck down. "Watch it. Don't kill them. They're worth money," exclaimed an official who had been hiding in the nearby woods. He rushed over, fully aware that these individuals represented labor and, consequently, wealth. "Indeed, there are quite a few people here. The quality of this catch is excellent. Are you ready to hand over the bounty?" In Harvey's eyes, the villagers were no different from mere commodities. Chapter 11. I am the Navy, of course, we are prepared. The diminutive figure of a man named Sandy stood beside Harvey. He appeared to have grown only in width, not in height. "Who are you?" Harvey looked down at him in confusion. "I am Sandy, not Water Bucket, you idiot," Sandy shouted angrily. Initially, they had only intended to capture a woman who had escaped from the mine, but now they had stumbled upon a much larger prize. Sandy grinned as he watched the pirates seize numerous able-bodied men. After 2 years of capturing, young adults had become a scarce resource, and this haul would surely please their superiors. At that moment, a mother held her child tightly, unwilling to let go. The pirates yanked her hair, dragging her backwards. In a desperate act, she pulled back hard, tearing out a handful of her hair, and bit down on a pirate's arm. "Die!" Enraged by the woman's audacity, the pirate raised his knife to strike her down. If the blow landed, she would surely be gravely injured, if not killed. In the midst of her silent resistance, amidst the pirate's roars and the child's screams, a thunderous spear of electricity pierced the pirate, sending him crashing to the ground. More lightning spears shot forth, eliminating every pirate in the village without leaving a single one alive. Bursting with anticipation, Bark rushed out, unable to contain himself. The pirates, facing the fierce navy, were swiftly overwhelmed and brought down. "What an extraordinary turn of events, Mr. Water Bucket," Noel remarked as he emerged from the dissipating smoke, adorned in his naval cloak. The bold characters of justice emblazoned across his back left a profound impression on the child watching nearby. Seeing her salvation, the woman quickly embraced her child, bowing deeply to the navy before hastily departing. "Who are you?" Harvey instinctively inquired upon the sudden arrival of the navy. "Since you are so earnestly asking, I shall graciously reveal myself." Noel stepped forward. "I am the Navy." "Hey, Navy, did I not mention that you are not welcome here? This is a matter internal to our nation. We do not need your interference. Leave at once." Sandy, infuriated by Noel's interruption, attempted to assert his authority. Ignoring the agitated Sandy, Noel turned his attention to Harvey, captain of the Iron Pirate crew, who had a bounty of 67 million berry. "Why are you a pirate of your caliber, not seeking fame on the Grand Line, but instead lurking in the South Sea?" Before Harvey could respond, Noel continued, "No matter. It is of no consequence. Today, you shall all meet your end." Realizing the precariousness of their situation, Sandy hastily produced a transponder snail to contact his superior. "Lord Austin, we have been thwarted by the Navy while attempting to capture slaves," Sandy reported with deference. "The Navy, you say? What is your purpose for being here? Is it for the bounty?" A commanding voice resonated through the transponder snail. Noel casually dug at his ears and remarked, "What is the purpose?" "It's merely about capturing pirates." "Really? Someone will come looking for you," he said, and the phone bug fell silent. "Looking for me? For what purpose?" "I am a Navy officer, engaged in the pursuit of pirates." "Don't say anyone is seeking me. It would be futile." "What is the matter? Can you order headquarters to halt your own pursuit of pirates? If you're so formidable, why not become a celestial dragon instead of posturing here?" "Today, I am determined to capture this pirate. Not even the Admiral can prevent it. Mark my words." Having no desire for further conversation, lightning flickered around Noel. Stormfoot, Thunderbird. A blue lightning bird surged toward Harvey. In the face of the oncoming Thunderbird, Harvey transformed into a humanoid mass of metal. Boom. The Thunderbird exploded upon contact with Harvey. Yet he remained unscathed, conducting the electric currents deep into the earth. "I am a metal man, having consumed the metal fruit. Your attacks are utterly inconsequential to me." Harvey sneered, reveling in his prowess. "A Logia user? Quite troublesome," Noel muttered disdainfully. "In the vast ocean, the most troublesome adversaries are not necessarily those skilled in physical combat or swordsmanship, but rather these peculiar ability users. The ability of this particular user is relatively straightforward. Yet some fruit powers are insidiously deceptive, capable of ensnaring one with a mere misstep, potentially leading to death." "Indeed, I am referring to you, the toy fruit." After a brief test, Noel ceased holding back and transformed into his hybrid form, his claws clenching. "Armament hockey. Metal, is it? Tough enough, I see. Let us see who can endure longer before collapsing." Zzz. The sound of thunder approached rapidly, closing in on Harvey. Lightning flash assault. That furious form morphed into a streak of lightning, relentlessly assaulting Harvey. The collision of fists imbued with armament hockey against metal resonated with a sharp clang. The ground shattered beneath Noel's ferocious strikes, sending sand and debris swirling into a tempestuous zone. After transforming into a metal form, Harvey's defensive capabilities had significantly increased, though at the cost of some agility. "Is this Navy officer a monster? His attacks are so powerful that even my metal form is struggling to withstand them. Harvey could only endeavor to endure the storm of assaults. Another iron fist struck forth. Harvey crossed his arms to defend, his feet scraping backward against the ground. Metal storm. His limbs and body extended various firearms, creating a fierce metallic tempest. The projectiles fired from these weapons were not ordinary rounds, but rather metal pellets and spikes. With a flash of red light in his eyes, Noel deftly evaded the barrage of attacks under the protection of his observation haki, and when evasion was impossible, he resorted to armament haki for defense. Goodness, if only this Harvey had encountered Kid, perhaps Kid would have made him his first mate. Their fruit abilities would indeed be the perfect partnership. Lightning escape. Noel swiftly appeared beside Harvey, causing a momentary shock within him. Without the luxury of contemplation, his arm transformed into a long blade, striking at Noel. The attempt failed, and his other arm morphed into a rifle, aiming to shoot Noel. Possessing the dual-color haki in the first half of the Grand Line and across the four seas made him rather formidable to the eyes of ordinary individuals. Harvey's attack was indeed terrifying, powerful, and with substantial range. However, to Noel, who wielded haki, it was merely mediocre. Recognizing the strength of the external defense, he decided to unleash a shockwave instead. Six King's gun, bear cannon. With his claws brought together, a massive thunder bear opened its mouth, releasing a tremendous lightning shockwave that struck Harvey's head. The force of the impact momentarily clouded Harvey's consciousness. The outcome was clear. Seizing the opportunity while Harvey was dazed, Noel delivered a kick that sent him flying. Once his feet left the ground, the virus was disabled. Metal is indeed conductive. In midair, Harvey could not channel the lightning into the earth. Lightning struck. A surge of electricity reaching tens of millions of volts instantly hit Harvey. He fell to the ground, his fruit form charred and lifeless. Cuff him with sea stone, Noel instructed as he reverted to his human form and addressed Bark. Brew, 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 brew. Moses, Moses. This is Noel. Is this Noel? I am an official from the world government. I now command you to release Harvey immediately and leave Teslan. The telephone bug transformed, revealing a sinister expression as it barked the orders. Chapter 12. Seek my superior. The unexpected command left Noel momentarily stunned. Did you not hear me? Do you wish to retain your position as a Navy colonel? The world government official, noticing Noel's silence, grew irate and began to threaten him. Who do you think you are? You think you can just command me to release someone? Noel scoffed, disdain evident on his face. Do you truly believe yourself to be of significance? If you were of high rank in the Navy, perhaps you could have a say, but as a mere world government official, you believe you can issue orders to me? Having been in power for too long, you can no longer distinguish between authority. Do you think every Tom, Dick, and Harry can command me? So, the Navy does not adhere to the world government's orders anymore. If you want me to release him, go seek Admiral Sengoku. If that fails, an admiral will suffice. You are not worthy. With that, Noel abruptly ended the call. The government official, staring at the disconnected telephone bug, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. If I could command the fleet admiral and the admirals, would I come to you? I am hardly of 5 elders. How dare you be so disrespectful to me? Once I file a complaint, let us see if you continue to act so arrogantly. The humiliated government official spat at the telephone bug. Forget it. After all, the funding provided by Teslan has been dwindling, and this opportunity to abandon it is just as well. The officials of the Norr government showed no regard for Sandy, who dared not act up in front of Norr, merely watching helplessly as Harvey was escorted away. Now that the pirates had been vanquished, might you not consider departing? Unable to rescue Harvey, Sandy could only beseech the naval officers to leave swiftly. The battlefield had been thoroughly cleared, and all captured villagers had been freed. Meanwhile, Yumi and a few companions had been secretly observing the recent battle from a hidden corner. Witnessing the extraordinary powers of Norr and Harvey, Yumi felt a wave of fear wash over him regarding his previous actions. Could you possibly save my mother? At that moment, little Lisa, unable to contain herself upon hearing Sandy's plea for the Navy to depart, dashed out. Yumi and the others quickly followed suit. Lisa's delicate face was smeared with dirt, and her emaciated body revealed that she had not had a proper meal in quite some time. Who are you little brats? Get lost, or I shall make you regret it. Sandy shouted angrily, taken aback that someone would dare to ask the Navy to stay. Norr cast a cold glance at Sandy. Are you truly attempting to shield a murderer before the Navy? Do you think being from another nation exempts me from your affairs? Realizing the gravity of her situation, Sandy fell silent. Tears welled in Lisa's eyes as she faced this intimidating environment, her small frame trembling with fear. Yet, She had not seen her mother in so long and missed her dearly. Everyone consoled her, assuring her that her mother would return in due time. In truth, Lisa understood everything. She knew her mother would not come back, but she feigned belief to avoid troubling others. This was the best opportunity. If she could not rescue her mother now, she might never see her again. If you are a good person, could you please save my mother? Lisa continued, suppressing her fear. Before Norr could respond, Sandy interjected, "This is a matter for our nation alone, and the Navy has no right to interfere." "I have no interest in your internal affairs," Norr retorted. Lisa's hopeful gaze instantly dimmed, while Sandy wore a smirk. "However, I cannot turn a blind eye to your collusion with pirates." Norr gently lifted Lisa, saying, "I am a good person. Soon, you shall see your mother again." "Colluding with pirates and still hoping to escape? I shall expose you." "Really? Will mother come back?" Lisa's yearning for her mother was palpable. Noel no longer glanced at Sandy as he departed with little Lisa. The group made their way to the small tavern they had visited earlier. The tables and chairs within the tavern lay overturned by the pirates' rampage. An elderly man was quietly tidying up the aftermath. "Thank you, Navy officer. If it weren't for you, the young men of our village might have been taken as slaves," the old man said, slightly bowing towards Noel. "Well, it is the Navy's duty to capture pirates. No need for thanks," Noel replied as he found a chair to sit down. "What is the situation with the child's mother?" The old man poured a glass of water for Noel and sighed softly as he sat across from him. "You mean little Lisa's mother?" "That dates back 2 years. Ever since Testlanga withdrew from the alliance due to an inability to pay the celestial tribute, it was thought that without the burden of such payments, the citizens' lives would improve. However, one day, the king of Testlanga unexpectedly passed away, leaving behind a young prince to inherit the throne. The finance minister, seizing upon the prince's youth, took control of the nation's affairs. Logically, this impoverished country should have held little interest for anyone. Yet, no one anticipated that the finance minister would discover a mine beneath this unassuming island, having lost the protection of the world government by withdrawing from the alliance. The finance minister, emboldened by malice, orchestrated the king's demise. He simultaneously bribed officials within the world government while colluding with pirates to suppress other domestic factions. To gain the favor of the Iron Pirates, he promised them the capture of young men from within the country, purchasing them by headcount to be sent directly to the mines as laborers. All of this was contingent upon suppressing political rivals and ensuring his own safety. Initially, the minister, lacking the power to fully dominate the nation, feigned innocence, offering compensation to families of those who were captured and assuring them that their loved ones would be returned. Occasionally, some would indeed return home under the minister's arrangements. Beneath the minister's facade of benevolence, the citizens gradually began to believe he was genuinely concerned for the nation. However, as the minister consolidated his power and silenced all dissenting voices, the true nature of his character was revealed. By then, the minister, now the sole authority, cared little for the outcry of the people. Had it not been for the Iron Pirates, who provided some measure of protection against other marauders, he would have long since found a way to deal with the dissenters. Little Lisa's mother was captured and sent to the mines a year ago. Under normal circumstances, she would likely perish from the grueling labor, never to emerge again. Reflecting on Yumi, Noel began to formulate some hypotheses regarding his situation. The fact that the government official had contacted him today indicated that the Navy had also received a call. The difference was that Noel had shown no deference to the official, while the Navy had been intimidated. Some members of the Navy could not discern who their true superior was, fearing for their positions and thus failing to act. Noel had no intention of intervening with these traitorous Navy personnel. He would simply draft a report. Having gleaned the answers he sought, Noel did not linger further. Under the cloak of observation hockey, the area with the most potent aura on the island was clearly the site of the mines. Previously puzzled by the overwhelming presence there, he now understood the despair it represented. After informing Bark and the others of the mine's location, Noel set off ahead towards it. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his moonwalk echoed in the air. The old man, holding little Lisa's hand, gazed skyward, hoping this Navy officer could rescue their nation. Noel is the only individual in these past 2 years who possesses the capability and willingness to assist this nation. Should this endeavor fail, hope shall truly be extinguished. Chapter 13. Sword? Upon arriving at the mine, the Minister of Finance had already led his troops to await Noel's arrival. Upon seeing Noel, the minister spoke in a somber tone. "As long as you refrain from further interference, I can fulfill any request you may have." "Oh, any request?" A sudden smile graced Noel's face as he pondered. "Then I implore you to cease your resistance." The minister was momentarily taken aback by Noel's assertion. Such words would prompt anyone to exclaim in astonishment. Even a dog would shake its head at this absurdity. I instructed you to withdraw from this matter, and you now propose that your demand is for us to surrender? Realizing that negotiations had reached an impasse, the minister waved his hand and commanded, "Eliminate him." With a burst of energy, a torrent of electricity surged towards Noel. Having possessed the devil fruit for some time, Noel had diligently trained to master its control. Consequently, the range of his electric prowess had expanded. With but a single strike, he obliterated the entire battalion. The soldiers loyal to the minister had long proven themselves unworthy, rendering any concern for collateral damage unnecessary. He spared the minister, leaving his fate to be determined by the people of this nation. Stepping into the mine, Noel entered a vast chamber interlinked with tunnels. Outside and inside seemed like two disparate worlds, yet the difference was scarcely perceptible. The populace endured suffering, steeped in despair. A dense throng of individuals toiled relentlessly. Prolonged exposure to the underground had rendered the workers pale, their expressions numb, executing their tasks with mechanical precision. Even the recent chaos within the mine seemed to bear no relevance to them. When the naval forces finally arrived to formally take control, it was only then that the people realized they had been rescued. Countless individuals abandoned their tools and fell to their knees, weeping uncontrollably. Others rejoiced with exuberant cheers. The young prince and his loyal ministers were liberated as well. Meanwhile, the navy, having secured the necessary supplies, prepared to depart. Yumi observed the naval officers with a mixture of emotions. Though her father had fallen victim to pirates, the inaction of the navy had played a role in that tragedy. Yet, it was another faction of the navy that had come to her nation's aid. Sensing Yumi's gaze, Noel turned towards her. "I lament the circumstances surrounding your father. This is our failing," he said earnestly, "but please trust that the majority of the navy embodies a spirit of justice." Noel gently stroked Yumi's head, saying little more. Life rarely unfolds with such ease, and the future ultimately depends on one's own perspective. "Thank you for saving my mother. You are a good person." Young Lisa's mother has also been rescued. This child's words bring solace beyond any praise. Noel chuckled softly and turned to issue the command to return. At the Marin Vandu Navy Mess Hall, his desire to construct a flying ark intensified. After taking a bite of the chef's exquisite cuisine, he yearned for the ark even more. Having subsisted on canned goods and fish for a month, the mere sight of fish now made him feel nauseous. "Hey, Noel, I heard you accomplished something significant recently," teased a young man with a cigar, his hair as white as snow. "Oh, Smoker, has word of this reached headquarters already?" Noel slumped in his seat, feeling as if he had no bones. During his time at headquarters, aside from the essential daily training, he relished every moment he could lie down rather than sit, and every opportunity to sit instead of stand. Now, he wished he could bury his head in his bowl, letting his mouth move on its own. This mission had drifted at sea for a month, presenting quite a challenge for the ordinarily lethargic Noel. "I've heard that officials from the world government have lodged complaints against you. They seem rather displeased," Smoker, the habitual cigar smoker, remarked, sitting beside Noel and causing him to roll his eyes in exasperation. "Hey, that's quite pungent. Could you perhaps sit a little farther away?" Noel expressed his annoyance towards Smoker. Noel is slightly younger than Smoker, yet they belong to the same generation. Furthermore, Noel aligns himself with the faction of Akiji. The bond between the two is remarkably close. However, Smoker's constant cigar smoking is something that Noel, who abstains from tobacco, finds difficult to accept. Noticing Noel's evident disdain, Smoker defiantly exhaled a puff of smoke towards him. He then produced a cigar and offered it to Noel, asking, "Would you care to try?" To which Noel retorted, "No. You can indulge in your own pursuits." Observing that Smoker was not inclined to leave, Noel distanced himself, thinking to himself, "If I cannot confront you, I shall evade you." Smoker smirked, remarking on Noel's lack of discernment, adding, "It is said that you may face some repercussions for your actions." Noel fell silent for a moment, then nonchalantly remarked that he would act in the same manner again if given the chance. He had never cared for titles or positions. Regarding his demotion, Noel bore no resentment towards the naval hierarchy for failing to protect him. He reflected on the despair of the Tezlon people and their gratitude upon being rescued. Any naval officer with a sense of justice would have acted similarly. Yet, this was merely Noel's perspective. What of those he had not witnessed? The world is vast, and countless civilians suffer in silence. Brutal kings, ambitious individuals, pirates, and gangs perpetuate tragedies that unfold every moment. Noel felt powerless to intervene or manage it all. However, the world government, the most formidable organization in existence, seemed solely dedicated to serving those foolish enough to don space suits. Noel felt a sense of frustration, realizing his strength was still inadequate. With this thought in mind, he lost interest in conversation, merely exchanging greetings before departing. Upon returning home, in a somber mood, he uncorked a bottle of sherry and consumed nearly half of it in one go. Just as he set the bottle down, a knock at the door interrupted him. Who could be visiting at this hour? Puzzled, Noel noted the door was unlocked and thought to himself, they can come in. In walked a towering figure, 3 meters tall, with a blindfold and a wild mane of hair. It was none other than Admiral Akiji, the highest combat power of the Navy, known for his laid-back demeanor. "Ah, I hope I'm not disturbing you," he remarked, appearing perpetually drowsy. As an old hand in the Navy, sherry was a favorite among many, and Aokiji was no exception. Spotting Noel indulging in a drink, he took a seat without hesitation. "Listen, it's fine to drink, but don't count on me for any missions," Noel said. Immediately on guard upon seeing Aokiji. "I've just spent a month adrift at sea. You can't expect me to take on a mission now. You might as well weld the door shut." Akiji's easygoing nature made him more of a friend to Noel than a superior, a dynamic shared with Smoker as well. "As for the sanctions from the world government, you've been demoted to major and 1 be eligible for a promotion for a year," Akiji informed him, taking a sip of the sherry while gauging Noel's reaction. Noticing Noel's indifference to the demotion, he continued. "Sengoku had a heated argument with the Gorosei over this matter, but it remains sensitive, and the punishment has been enforced." Noel, unfazed by the implications of rank, dismissed the importance of such titles. "There's something I wish to ask you about," Akiji said, shedding his languid demeanor and adopting a more serious tone. Noel straightened his posture and gazed at Akiji. After a moment of hesitation, Akiji softly inquired, "Are you familiar with the sword unit?" "Sword?" Noel was taken aback, as the name seemed to resonate in his memory. Chapter 14. What belongs to my younger brother is also my sword. Noel was momentarily stunned, the name echoing somewhere in his mind. Noel has traversed through time for 2 decades, and many memories have blurred, leaving only fragments of significant events and figures. The name sounds familiar, yet the associated details elude him. The sword unit is a clandestine special force under the naval headquarters, known only to a select few at the highest echelons of the Navy. Since the downfall of legendary pirates like Roger and the Golden Lion from the previous era, a new wave of conflict has erupted in the New World. Countless pirates have been nearly beaten senseless, and among them, a few new sovereigns have emerged specifically. The current 3 emperors, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Kaido of the Beasts, and Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, who have successfully ascended to power. Now, with only one vacant position among the 4 emperors, the remaining pirates have become increasingly frantic. Everyone desires to become the sovereign of the seas. Unable to challenge the top 3, they can only attempt to seize the 4th spot. Whitebeard is tirelessly gathering sons from across the globe, while Charlotte Linlin is busy establishing her nation and giving birth to heirs, both of whom pose minimal threat. However, Kaido remains ensconced in Weno country, shrouded in mystery. Weno is currently in a state of isolation, making the acquisition of information exceedingly challenging. The atmosphere is eerily quiet, suggesting that something sinister is afoot. It is evident that as a pirate, Kaido's activities in Weno can only entail nefarious dealings. The only news regarding Kaido pertains to his recent suicide attempts and his recruitment of Zoan-type devil fruit users. At this juncture, Noel, endowed with the abilities of a mythical Zoan, presents himself before the higher-ups. Noel possesses remarkable potential, otherwise he would not have been able to join the ranks of the Green Bull faction. Moreover, having acquired a mythical beast, he is poised to be cultivated as the next pillar of the Navy. Sending Noel to infiltrate Kaido's domain presents a negligible risk of suspicion. Who among ordinary individuals would dare to believe that the Navy would send its future mainstay as an undercover agent? Under typical circumstances, one would surely safeguard and nurture such talent, waiting until he has amassed sufficient strength to subdue pirates effectively. After several years within the Beast Pirates, Noel's potential and capabilities could undoubtedly position him as a pivotal core member. By this time, any information regarding Kaido would be firmly under the Navy's control. Moreover, sending Noel undercover does not equate to him becoming a pirate in the truest sense. After all, one can eradicate pirates while masquerading as one, and conflicts among pirates are entirely commonplace. Thus, there is no need to concern oneself with the risk of exposure. Once Kaido is eliminated, He could reclaim his reputation and resume his role as a pillar of the Navy. With his monstrous strength and the merit of vanquishing Kaido, coupled with the aging of the three admirals, a return to a commanding position would be nothing short of perfect. The crux of the matter lies in Noel's mindset. If he vehemently opposes this undertaking, the Navy would not compel him. Aokiji's words plunged Noel into deep contemplation. Such a detailed account reminded him of the original narrative, wherein the Kaido pirates indeed had a Navy mole, an ancient Zoan type, perhaps some form of dinosaur. However, what surprised Noel was how this plan had been expedited compared to the original storyline and the magnitude of the stakes involved. A mythical Zoan user is a rarity even more extraordinary than a Logia type, as long as he does not perish prematurely. Even if he lacks the potential to become an admiral, he could easily serve as a capable reserve. Feeling parched, Akiji swiftly downed a glass of sherry. When one grapples with confusion, it is often beneficial to adopt a different perspective to view the world. Observing the silent Noel, Aokiji recalled O'Hara. The O'Hara incident had a profound impact on him, transforming his once fervent belief in justice into a more lethargic interpretation of it. Although the Teslanga incident had minimal repercussions, it was nevertheless a microcosm of this world. This thought resonated with Noel, reminding him of Aokiji's similar musings after leaving the Navy. Indeed, why not adopt a different viewpoint on this world? If I continue to advance within the Navy, even if I ascend to the rank of Fleet Admiral, I would be unable to instigate any change. It may be more prudent to venture out, and as my strength and perspective expand, I might find opportunities to effectuate change. With this realization, Noel lifted his head and solemnly declared, "I shall join the sword unit." Akiji nodded gently, stating that he could act whenever he was ready. The Navy would provide cover for his operations. Having received the answer, Akiji did not linger and proceeded towards the door. At the threshold, he paused, not turning back, and solemnly advised, "Do not perish." Acknowledging his decision, Noel felt no regret. He was acutely aware of the challenges that came with being an undercover agent. Not only would he need to guard against the exposure of his identity, but he would also face the relentless pursuit of the Navy, which remained oblivious to his role as a mole. As a traitor to the Navy, a betrayer of justice, the intensity of the Navy's pursuit would be even more ferocious. Should he unwittingly fall into their hands, it would likely result in immediate execution rather than imprisonment. Noel exhaled deeply, recognizing the need for meticulous planning. Although he was departing from the Navy, a sense of liberation replaced his previously melancholic disposition. It seemed unlikely that he would enjoy the Navy's hospitality in the coming years. The comforts of provided meals, accommodation, and salary would soon become a distant memory. Truth be told, he had contemplated leading a languid existence, nestled in the Navy, managing a small base. Of course, a languid existence can be found anywhere. Upon joining Kaido, he would undoubtedly continue to cultivate this traditional craft, transforming himself into a source of vexation for Kaido. Wait, fly? My vessel. If I were to go undercover, would my ship not be left behind? It is not a warship. The Navy does not possess anything like that at present, and I have yet to secure the blueprints. Acquire? This vessel, I lack it. But doesn't Tienel possess it? Ah, then it is of no concern. What belongs to my subordinate is as good as mine. It seems prudent to journey to Sky Island sooner rather than later, as Enel up there would only serve as a nuisance. Better to capture and train him for the benefit of humanity. At Navy headquarters, Akiji had returned, relaying Noel's agreement to the higher-ups. Is it true? Has Noel consented? Fleet Admiral Sengoku adjusted his glasses, stating that for the sake of justice, they must impose this burden upon him. After all, he is the most suitable candidate. His abilities, potential, and intrinsic sense of justice are unparalleled. Vice Admiral Tsuru, seated nearby, was the first to propose sending Noel undercover into the Beast Pirates. Following a comprehensive investigation of Noel, Tsuru concluded that he was indeed the most fitting choice for this mission. Utilizing the Teslanga incident as a pretext, Noel's apparent defection from the Navy would appear seamless, leaving no room for suspicion. Noel's report regarding the internal issues within the Navy has already been reviewed by Sengoku and Kazan. The presence of corruption within the Navy is an unfortunate inevitability. By exposing these corrupt elements and allowing Noel to eliminate them, we not only purify the organization but also enhance the credibility of the traitors' identities. Since Noel has agreed, let us commence this operation, using his hands to cleanse the Navy's ranks. Ultimately, this matter rests upon Sengoku's decisive judgment. Chapter 15. Farewell, Navy. The following day, the Navy officially announced the punishment imposed on Noel regarding the Tesseron incident. The lower and mid-level officers expressed astonishment at the severity of this penalty. The decision to demote an officer directly from colonel to major was not taken lightly. Many had toiled for years to achieve the rank of major. Some senior officers also voiced their confusion, deeming the punishment excessively harsh. On that day, Noel stormed into Admiral Kazan's office, clad in his naval coat, and engaged in a heated argument. The details of their exchange remain unknown, but as Noel departed, he furiously flung his coat to the ground. Concurrently, the Navy recalled a portion of its personnel back to headquarters under the pretext of performance reviews. "Hey, Noel, this isn't like you at all," Smoker remarked, puzzled, as he visited Noel's home upon hearing the news. "What's different?" "Anyone would be furious in such a situation," Noel replied, reclining in his chair. His gaze fixated blankly on the ceiling. The days of lounging around at Navy headquarters were dwindling, and Noel cherished the remaining moments. After all, such a comfortable existence, where one is provided for and receives a salary without any obligations, could only be found in the Navy. Life under Kaido would certainly not afford him the same level of ease. "Is that so?" Smoker expressed skepticism, observing the intense aura emanating from Noel. Outsiders may be unaware, but he, Smoker, certainly understood Noel's true nature. Would someone who preferred lounging over sitting care about such penalties? However, Noel's enlistment in the sword unit was highly confidential, leaving him little room to elaborate. Confidentiality must be maintained. "I, Noel, am an adept at discretion." To Smoker, he could only offer an apology, reflecting on the pleasant camaraderie they had shared over the years. At that moment, a wisp of smoke wafted toward Noel. "No, I was mistaken. The joy of no longer being colleagues with this fellow is truly delightful." Noel was coughing from the smoke, his eyes rolling in exasperation as the scent of salted fish mingled with the cigar's haze. "Ah, a vivid image indeed. In that case, let us share a drink," he suggested, "but you shall be the one to treat." Smoker, with his broad grin, unabashedly uttered these infuriating words. Had Noel not been so lethargic, he might have delivered a well-deserved reprimand. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He would soon be departing, and these fine wines could not accompany him, thus allowing Smoker to revel in a minor victory. Noel rose and arranged all his cherished fine wines on the table. Upon seeing such an abundance of exquisite liquor, Smoker's eyes widened in astonishment. "Are you truly willing to part with so much splendid wine?" he exclaimed. "Do you think I am as stingy as you?" Noel cast a sidelong glance at Smoker. With a resounding clash of cups, Smoker endeavored to console Noel in his own clumsy manner. Although Noel did not require consolation, Smoker remained blissfully unaware of the true circumstances. He genuinely believed that Noel was profoundly angered by the punishment. Observing Smoker's awkward attempts at comfort, Noel felt a smile tugging at the corners of his lips, accompanied by a warm current flowing through his heart. "Thank you, Smoker." Noel silently raised his glass in gratitude. As time passed, half a month went by. With the Navy intentionally stirring the waters, news of Noel's predicament had become widely known. Many colleagues familiar with Noel came forward to offer their support. However, upon encountering the disheartened Noel, they began to question whether the figure depicted in the announcements was indeed the same person standing before them. Wasn't it said that he had an intense argument with Akiji? Wasn't it reported that he furiously tossed his cloak aside? Just look at this person before us. Oh no, this defeated soul. Does he exhibit even a hint of anger? Observing that familiar aura, one might mistakenly believe he was merely on leave after receiving accolades. Yet, when they noticed Noel staring blankly at the ceiling, doubts resurfaced. Had Noel truly suffered a grave blow? It seemed indeed so. A normal individual would surely feel disheartened after a demotion. For someone like Noel, a promising young officer in the Navy, the impact of such an event would undoubtedly be more severe. Consequently, his colleagues took it upon themselves to treat him to drinks. "Smoker, look at them. Look at you. Look at old Lee next door. They are all inviting me for drinks to console me. Yet here you are, expecting me to treat you to comfort myself?" Witnessing the warmth and enthusiasm of his colleagues, Noel felt tears welling up in his eyes. Upon seeing the glistening moisture in Noel's gaze, his colleagues became even more convinced of their earlier assumptions. Noel's heart suffered a grievous blow. How could a naval officer, amidst a meal, be reduced to tears? It must be the warmth and comfort provided by us that has touched Noel's heart. Meanwhile, news of Noel's distress began to circulate. The naval officers who had journeyed to the headquarters to report were gradually returning. This signified that Noel's departure from the Navy to embark on an undercover life drew ever closer. Initially, Noel felt little about leaving the Navy, but as the departure date approached, a sense of reluctance began to surface. After all, having lived in the Navy for so many years, He had developed deep connections to the people and matters here. The abrupt transition to a new environment was proving challenging to accept. On this day, the last naval officer arrived at headquarters to report. Aware that action could soon commence, Noel stormed into Akiji's office once more. A fierce argument erupted within, causing nearby naval personnel to hastily vacate the vicinity, fearing entanglement. Once the tumult subsided, both men sat in chairs, panting heavily. To make the scene convincing, they had genuinely shouted at each other for quite some time. For two indolent souls, performing this act was more exhausting than a physical altercation. Akiji, observing the still breathless Noel, eventually broke the silence, stating that they would soon be able to act, and advised him not to hold back, suggesting that it was an opportune moment to eliminate those pests. Noel nodded calmly, fully in agreement with the course of action. On one hand, it would enhance the authenticity of his defection from the Navy. After all, he had indeed killed naval officers, whether genuine or feigned. The deaths of many Navy personnel rendered the falsehood into reality. On the other hand, the Teslandler incident bore some responsibility on the Navy's part. This was not an isolated case. In these vast waters, countless similar occurrences surely existed. Thus, this endeavor could be seen as a contribution to the world. Go on. But don't die. Akiji waved his hand dismissively and then, with a sudden shift in demeanor, roared, "What did you say? Try repeating that. I'm done with this. I won't be a part of the Navy any longer." Noel, understanding the cue, played along with Akiji's theatrics. Afterward, he stormed out of headquarters, not returning home, but instead heading directly to a clandestine port. At this port rested a small sailing vessel. After significant modifications, it was now capable of allowing Noel to navigate alone through tumultuous storms. This vessel had been secretly altered at the Navy's behest. It was beyond Noel's own capabilities to create such a craft. Supplies aboard had been thoroughly prepared in advance. Noel leapt onto the ship, seizing the helm and activating his fruit powers. Countless currents surged through the helm, infusing the vessel with energy, and the sailboat began to glide forward. As time elapsed, its speed intensified. Soon, Marin Vondo transformed into a mere speck in Noel's vision. Farewell, Navy, Noel bid silently in his heart. Chapter 16, The Great Battle. Zone 16 of the Sabody Archipelago. The Sabody Archipelago, the final island in the first half of the Grand Line, is also known as the Island of Failure and the Island of New Departures. The roots of the mangrove trees secrete a unique natural resin through respiration, which expands into bubbles upon contact with the air, ascending into the sky. Noel gazed upon the enchanting island, marveling at the creator's wondrous artistry. With the clandestine assistance of the Navy, he had deftly departed from the naval headquarters and arrived at the archipelago of Sabody for resupply. Surely, the naval forces dispatched to pursue him must be nearing. Draped in a black cloak that obscured his visage, Noel blended seamlessly into the surroundings. Such attire was commonplace in Sabody, a haven for nefarious characters, pirates, gangs, and human traffickers. One could easily fall prey to pickpockets while wandering the streets, and the greater peril lay in the possibility of being captured and sold into slavery. Occasionally, one might encounter disreputable individuals donning oxygen masks, meandering about. At that moment, not far from Sabody, several warships were advancing towards the island, laden with numerous officers under the command of a rear admiral. A considerable portion of these officers were the very vermin marked for elimination on the list. Intelligence indicated that Brady Noel possessed the strength of a colonel from the headquarters, a force to be reckoned with. Nevertheless, the naval contingent sent to apprehend him comprised primarily elite forces. Though puzzled by the headquarters' decision to deploy them for the pursuit, they understood that orders must be obeyed. These ingrates wielded their influence at their station like petty tyrants, yet at the headquarters, they were compelled to tread carefully. Should their clandestine dealings come to light, they would not await trial. Execution would be their fate. While the pirates' pillaging was indeed reprehensible, these impostors masquerading as Navy officers yet engaging in the same vile acts were even more contemptible. Having completed his resupply, Noel awaited the Navy's arrival at the harbor. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and a fierce wind swept through, heralding an impending tempest. Such weather was perfectly suited for Noel's capabilities. The power to command lightning in such an environment would enable him to unleash formidable and expansive assaults. Were they approaching? Let the first battle of a pirate commence here. With the last sip of sherry, the Navy's favored libation, he shattered the bottle upon the ground. The splintered shards symbolized Noel's farewell to the past. As he braced himself for the future, With lightning crackling in his grasp, a bolt shot into the sky. Noel maneuvered the lightning as a guide. His observation haki fully activated. The location of the warship was already known to Noel, and a tremendous bolt of lightning struck down. Thunder roared from the heavens. On board the warship, a major approached the rear admiral, stating, "We are about to reach the Sabody Archipelago. Prepare for battle for Brady Noel." A former colonel of the Navy headquarters should not be underestimated, the Rear Admiral Marcus replied, a cigar clenched between his teeth, his expression grave. Suddenly, before Marcus could finish his sentence, a colossal bolt of lightning descended. The speed of the lightning was astonishing. The Navy personnel felt a flash before their eyes. And within moments, they collapsed, charred and motionless. Those with weaker constitutions lost consciousness from the strike, while the more formidable soldiers managed to kneel, struggling to maintain their stance. Enemy attack. While he was merely a rear admiral of a branch, he still possessed considerable prowess. Even under the fierce lightning, Marcus, enveloped in smoke, sustained only minor injuries. It must be noted that individuals in the pirate world possess physical qualities akin to monsters. With such a massive lightning assault, the worst consequence was merely losing consciousness. In the original world, not even a bolt of lightning was necessary. A mere trace of electric current could send a person sprawling. Following the lightning strike, countless lightning spears flew towards the warship, piercing through it. At that moment, the warship became a living target upon the sea, groaning under the relentless assault of Noel. Amidst the chaos, Marcus bellowed, "All who can use the skywalk, follow me." Several Navy personnel soared into the air, echoing Marcus's command with a chorus of thuds. Approaching the port, Marcus recognized that the assailant targeting the warship was indeed Noel. After his roar, Marcus forcefully propelled himself through the air, charging towards Noel, who was still hurling lightning spears. Upon seeing someone attempting to intervene, Noel ceased his barrage. His fist, enveloped in armament haki, swung with ferocity. Boom! The two ebony fists collided, unleashing a powerful gust that sent seawater soaring into the air. Thunder gun, lightning bear. A thunderous roar erupted as a massive lightning bear manifested around Noel's fist. Witnessing the sheer might of Noel's attack, Marcus's eyes narrowed. Fist technique, extreme. A formidable aura erupted from Marcus as he assumed a fighting stance, striking forward. "You have consumed a devil fruit." As their fists locked in a stalemate, Marcus inquired, astonished. According to the intelligence provided to the Navy, Noel was not a devil fruit user, yet he could manipulate lightning with such prowess. As a former naval colonel, Noel, devoid of the powers bestowed by the devil fruit, could merely be regarded as a formidable martial artist. However, the situation transformed dramatically with the manifestation of his devil fruit abilities. The powers of the devil fruit are shrouded in mystery, in the absence of intelligence. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. At this juncture, the Navy, lagging behind Marcus, hastened to the scene. They were astonished to witness Noel holding his ground against Rear Admiral Marcus. Is it possible that even the colonels at headquarters have become this formidable? The vice admirals at the branches, after all, possess at least the strength of a rear admiral upon returning to headquarters. What was initially perceived as a straightforward capture now cast a shadow of uncertainty over the Navy. With no time to ponder further, these officers, armed with swords and fists, launched their assaults on Noel. Sensing Marcus's arrival, Noel chose not to linger any longer. His body, electrified and charged, allowed him to evade the onslaught with remarkable agility. With crimson eyes and heightened observation, he maneuvered like a butterfly, deftly dodging the relentless barrage of attacks. Meanwhile, the warships, unimpeded by Noel, continued their voyage toward the harbor. The criminals at the port, witnessing the Navy engaged in a fierce battle with an unfamiliar adversary, fled in haste, fearing the repercussions. A battalion of naval officers converging to apprehend a single individual was clearly beyond the capacity of these lowly thugs. With the support of additional naval forces, Marcus felt a significant alleviation of pressure. Under his concentrated assault, Noel found himself in a precarious situation, devoid of the opportunity to retaliate. "You are quite the nuisance." Noel suddenly transformed into his hybrid form. Thunderbomb. In an instant, he seized a lieutenant commander and slammed him forcefully to the ground, unleashing a thunderous explosion that created a deep crater. The Navy personnel within the pit lay unconscious, mouths agape. A mythical beast type, Noel instantaneously transformed into a humanoid bear, his form enveloped in crackling lightning. Marcus, who had been speculating about the nature of Noel's devil fruit ability, suddenly realized upon witnessing this beastly transformation. Could it be that he possesses a mythical Zoan-type fruit? How could one of such esteemed lineage betray the Navy? With a promising future ahead, he simply chose to rebel? Chapter 17. Pirate Noel in his beastly form. Noel exuded an even more ferocious aura. Faced with numerous Navy personnel, he inhaled deeply. Thunder roared. A massive bolt of lightning erupted from his mouth. Boom. The explosive sound rang out as several Navy soldiers were sent flying, their lives extinguished in an instant by the overwhelming force. These soldiers were nothing but parasites. There was no need for restraint. Eliminate them all. Radiating with electricity and unleashing a tempestuous breath, Noel appeared as if he had descended from the annals of mythology. Ordinary naval officers were no match for him. A mere touch would prove fatal. The once dominant Navy found themselves in disarray. Had it not been for Marcus's desperate resistance at the forefront, they would have already been annihilated. Gradually, reinforcements from the warships arrived at the port to join the fray. The clash intensified, with the cacophony of gunfire filling the air. It seemed as if the Navy was battling a formidable boss. Boom, boom, boom. The battle at the port grew increasingly fierce, the sounds of explosions echoing relentlessly. Among the vast sea, countless fearless souls flocked to the scene, those seeking information, thrill seekers, and those with ulterior motives. Witnessing a battle of such magnitude in the first half of the Grand Line, these onlookers swallowed nervously. Who was the Navy pursuing? With such strength? Could there really be no information at all? A pirate, clutching his hat, squinted with narrowed eyes. This level of combat was beyond their participation. A single misstep could lead to demise. Some rational individuals quietly retreated from the battlefield. While they may not fear death, none wished to embrace it willingly. The remaining onlookers either had confidence in their own strength or were somewhat deranged. Fist technique, explosive extreme fist. Marcus was in a dire state, his body marred with soot and smoke. After yet another arduous effort to block Noel's relentless assault, he retreated, gasping for breath. It was overwhelmingly powerful. He could barely withstand Noel's ferocious onslaught, even with the support of so many naval officers. Though these officers were primarily from the branch and lacked the prowess of the elite from the headquarters, they still possessed considerable strength befitting their ranks. With Marcus no longer standing in the way, the Navy's encirclement became a mere illusion. 5 thunder gods flash. In an instant, Noel vanished from sight and reappeared behind a Navy soldier with blinding speed. One claw. The fusion of martial prowess and lightning, the amalgamation of speed and might, rendered this strike capable of tearing the very fabric of the earth. In a single swipe, the Navy soldiers stood no chance. Their bodies were cleaved into pieces beneath Noel's merciless talons. Noel incessantly appeared beside the Navy, striking with lethal precision. From a distance, the naval forces seemed to move in slow motion, as if time itself had conspired against them. The swiftness brought forth by the lightning left them no chance to react. And by the time they comprehended the peril, their lives had already slipped away. With Marcus no longer standing in their way, the Navy could scarcely mount a defense, collapsing in droves like wheat before the scythe. Breathless, Marcus hastened forward, acutely aware that should he delay any longer, there would be no one left to defend against Noel's relentless slaughter. With Marcus intervening, the confrontation reached a stalemate once more. After repelling Marcus with a strike of lightning, Noel charged towards a sharpshooter lurking at the rear. Gun of lightning, Thunderbear. This marksman had been incessantly firing from the shadows since the onset of battle. Despite his formidable physique and acute observation, he had remained unscathed. Yet, each time he seized an opportunity to severely wound Marcus, a well-placed shot would follow. Frustrated by the constant interference, Noel resolved to eliminate this troublesome adversary first. Upon witnessing Noel's charge, Marcus's heart raced, and disregarding his injuries, he swiftly pursued. The sharpshooter, recognizing Noel's advance, instinctively began to retreat. In the heat of the moment, Marcus inadvertently revealed a vulnerability. Noel's lips curled slightly. With a thunderous flash, Marcus lunged behind Noel, delivering a powerful punch, only to strike at an illusion. Disaster. He had fallen into a trap. As his fist made contact with Noel's body and the sensation fell to miss, Marcus realized the deception. A colossal bear soared into the sky. The six-king spear, bear cannon. With its claws converged, a thunderous bear opened its maw wide, sinking its teeth into Marcus's form, unleashing a tremendous surge of electricity. The outcome was sealed. Coughing, Marcus pondered why. In his final moments, he could not comprehend why Noel had betrayed the Navy. Go to hell and ask those innocents you've harmed, Noel replied coldly. The atrocities committed by these naval scum were beyond description, deserving of the harshest punishment. Oh, so it was. As Marcus neared death, vivid memories flickered before him like a slideshow. The aspirations he held upon joining the Navy, the oaths taken in the name of justice, the courage he displayed against formidable foes, and the chilling indifference he exhibited towards the suffering of innocents. It was only when faced with his impending demise that Marcus awoke to the realization that his sense of justice had become distorted. He had transformed into the very embodiment of those he once loathed. A tear trickled down his cheek. "Forgive me," he murmured, gazing skyward, observing the lifeless Marcus. Noel's expression remained unchanged as he discarded the corpse with indifference. Go to hell and apologize to the innocents. What good was the realization at the moment of death? Would those he had harmed be resurrected? If apologies held any weight, what need would there be for the Navy? Cloaked in the guise of the Navy while committing acts of piracy inflicted even greater harm upon the innocent. It mattered not that pirates remained unvanquished, nor that the strength of the four emperors became a persistent ailment. These could be overcome through diligence. However, when the common people lost faith in the Navy, when they were enveloped in fear of it, that marked a complete and utter failure for the Navy. Lacking even this awareness, what right did they have to call themselves sailors? The battle between Noel and Marcus concluded in an instant. Gazing upon Marcus's lifeless body, the Navy personnel stood in shock, unable to comprehend how the man who had previously managed to resist had perished so swiftly, with no obstacles remaining. The rest of the Navy found themselves incapable of posing any threat to Noel. Beneath the wrathful tempest of thunder and lightning, the expeditionary force composed of officers from various branches met with utter annihilation. The flames engulfing the warships could not be extinguished even by the pouring rain. As these vessels sank beneath the waves, Noel donned a dark cloak and vanished into the curtain of rain. In the distance, the intelligence agents relayed the news of the Navy's total defeat to their superiors. What? A contingent of Navy officers has been entirely wiped out by a mysterious individual? The press was astounded upon receiving this revelation. Such chaos ensued. The news reached headquarters. Noel performed admirably, Sengoku mused, a smile gracing his lips. Akiji, lounging on the sofa, dozed with a blindfold over his eyes. Ha ha ha, that kid Noel is truly remarkable. Carp chuckled heartily while munching on a donut. Hearing Carp's boisterous laughter, Sengoku's temples throbbed. Damn it, Carp. No eating donuts in my office. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, care for a piece? Carp teased without a hint of concern. It's time to issue a bounty. Let us set it at 200 million for starters, Tsuru remarked calmly, resting her chin on her hand. She was well accustomed to the antics between Sengoku and Carp. Oh my, a bounty so high right from the start? Akiji, roused from his slumber, removed his blindfold in surprise. Chapter 18. I want to be a couch potato. After several days, the news of Noel's annihilation of the Navy spread across the globe, leading to a deluge of bounty notices. Thunder-roaring Brady Noel, mythical Zoan, Thunderbear fruit. Bounty, 200 million, alive or dead. Former Navy colonel, highly dangerous. Having defected due to dissatisfaction with punishment, he ruthlessly slaughtered all after a fierce battle with the expeditionary force in the Sabody archipelago, the Whitebeard pirates in the New World. With newsbirds disseminating the latest reports and bounties worldwide, served as a crucial channel for pirates seeking information about the sea. A man with a pineapple-shaped head paid in berries and began to peruse the recent events. Oh, a Navy trader? Another mythical Zoan user like myself. He may become a formidable rival in the future. The speaker was Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Old man. A remarkable figure has defected from the Navy, Marco approached, holding the latest bounty notice. Seated in the center of the ship was the imposing figure of Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, with a crescent-shaped white mustache and a massive Kanabo-style weapon, the tornado cutter, standing beside him. Oroorooro. It's far too early for someone to challenge me. I am Whitebeard. He lifted a gigantic wine cup, gulping it down with gusto. At this moment, Whitebeard was not in the decrepit state seen during the Marineford War. He was at the peak of his power, exuding an overwhelming aura. Should a war erupt now, victory would be elusive. Yet the Navy would undoubtedly suffer losses many times over. If only Akainu were to bear the brunt of the fight, the title of Admiral with a broken leg might not remain his for long. In his prime, Whitebeard was described in children's songs across the world as a figure more fearsome than a monster, with many parents using the threat of Whitebeard to frighten their children. In Totland, a colossal figure with a mouth wide enough to consume anything voraciously devoured a cake before him. with long pink curls, thick red lipstick, and light purple eyeshadow. Adorned with a pirate hat and a voluminous pink dress, stood Charlotte Lin, better known as Big Mom, towering at 8 meters, the tallest known human. Mama. A remarkable traitor has emerged from the Navy. The Candy Minister Perispero reported this news to Charlotte Lin after receiving the latest intelligence. Mama, a mythical Zoan user? Send someone to recruit him. Upon learning that Noel possessed mythical Zoan abilities, Charlotte Lin's interest was piqued. Who wouldn't want a potential talent like a mythical Zoan user? On Onigashima, a towering, muscular man with long black hair and dragon-like horns wept uncontrollably. This formidable figure, known affectionately as Kaido, was known for his unpredictable mood swings, oscillating between fury and tears, akin to a lottery draw. The pirates outside the door, hearing his cries, exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, one of the three calamities, the plague, approached with a bounty notice in hand. Boss, a notable individual has defected from the Navy. You might find him interesting. Kaido, still sobbing, lifted the bounty notice. Kaido valued talent and sought to recruit powerful allies, displaying an emotional side yet maintaining his rationality. Even if someone were an enemy, if he recognized their potential, he would overlook past grievances and welcome them into his fold. Given that Noel was a mythical Zoan user, he possessed an irresistible allure for Kaido, who had a penchant for Zoan abilities. I will personally bring this kid back. Our dear Kaido's eyes sparkled with excitement, momentarily forgetting his tears. Quick! Find out where this kid is now. Kaido was eager to recruit Noel, fully aware of the immense potential of a mythical Zoan user. If he could train him, he was confident that Noel could become a successor to the Beast Pirates. Such promising talent would be a waste if snatched away by others. Fortunately, others did not seem as invested in Noel as he was. Otherwise, Kaido would have been ready for a fierce battle to claim him. Meanwhile, Noel had arrived in the New World. Capable of wielding thunder and lightning, he was also able to develop abilities related to electromagnetism. Though he could not fly himself, he could manipulate metals through electromagnetic forces, achieving flight in that manner. Coding was out of the question. Who was silly enough to traverse the seabed to reach the New World? The ocean was no jest. Any misstep could lead to death, whether one was a devil fruit user or not. Especially considering Noel, all alone, attempting to navigate a small vessel through the depths. In the absence of unforeseen circumstances, one is likely to survive, while the other is assuredly destined for demise. The primary forces in the New World are the four emperors, with the majority of its islands firmly under their dominion. The Navy occupies merely a small expanse of this territory. Whenever the Navy harbors intentions of expansion, all pirates in the New World unite in opposition. The Navy, however, finds amusement in this internecine conflict among the pirates, leading to their bases in the New World primarily adopting a defensive posture. Among the four emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, the Beast pirates, and the Big Mom pirates have successfully solidified their positions. The influence of these three has become well established. The remaining pirates in the New World are largely concentrated in a particular region, vying for the title of the fourth emperor. On a small island at the periphery of the Beast Pirates' territory, Noel navigated his specially crafted vessel to the port. He was well acquainted with Kaido's penchant for recruiting subordinates, and his purpose for being here was to await Kaido's overtures. As he replenished supplies in the island's town, his appearance inadvertently attracted attention, and news of his presence swiftly spread. Talant, a powerful intelligence agency in this world, was the first to inform Big Mom of Noel's arrival near Kaido's domain. Perispero, brother. Brady Noel has been spotted in the town of Dunroy Island for resupply. Upon receiving this information, Charlotte Babaluya, the 26th child of the Charlotte family, promptly reported it. Send Snag and Bascardi to recruit him. If he refuses, eliminate him, Perispero coldly commanded. Bascardi and Snag are the 13th and 25th sons of the Charlotte family, respectively. Snag is destined to become one of the Sweet Commanders. After drifting alone on his small boat for so long, Noel, who preferred a languid lifestyle, had reached his limit. Since joining the Navy, he had not experienced such solitude. The first order of business upon landing was to luxuriate in a hot spring and enjoy a drink, fully embracing his idle state. What? Kaido is coming? Even if Roger were resurrected, I would still insist on indulging in leisure for a few days first. Chapter 19. My refusal. Noel was thoroughly enjoying his languid existence on Dunroy Island. However, after several days of idleness, he began to wonder why Kaido had yet to arrive. Could it be that he was unaware of my presence? That seems unlikely. I am practically at your doorstep. If you cannot discover me here, I certainly cannot just present myself at your door. Setting aside the matter of being suspected, simply approaching your home has already stretched my limits. After all, I have my pride. Liu Bei made 3 visits to the thatched cottage to invite Zhuge Liang out of seclusion. I should at least make 1 visit, shouldn't I? Noel is certain that Kaido will come upon learning of his presence here, though he remains uncertain about how long it will take. Lingering in one place for too long can easily arouse suspicion if Kaido does not arrive within 2 days. He will have no choice but to seek another location to continue his idle existence. Frustrated by his aimless drifting at sea, Noel harbors a deep disdain for Kaido's inefficiency. How can he aspire to recruit subordinates when, in the event of an emergency, he would be unable to respond in time? Though Kaido has yet to arrive. Another group has already made landfall at the port. Snag and Pascaldi, accompanied by their men, have stealthily reached Dune Island. As one of the territories of the beast pirates, Snag and his companion dare not act with too much bravado. Being fellow members of the Yonko pirate crews, they are all too aware of the terrifying nature of the 4 emperors. In other regions, the name of the Yonko might grant them unparalleled freedom, but here, they must tread carefully. Should they inadvertently meet their demise, their mothers would certainly not wage war against the Yonko for the sake of a deceased child. Maintaining a low profile, they quietly disembark and search for Noel, who is currently indulging in a hot spring. Sensing the arrival of 2 formidable presences on the island, Noel furrows his brow. Someone is approaching? He muses, surprised that while he awaits Kaido, others have arrived. Curiosity piqued, he rises from the hot spring. Brother Pascaldi. Is that fellow Noel truly worth our personal effort to recruit? Snag inquires as they patrol the streets, observing the townsfolk. Snag, having displayed remarkable talent from a young age, feels a tinge of rivalry towards Noel, who is nearly his age. As members of a Yonko pirate crew, it is somewhat disconcerting to be tasked with personally recruiting a naval defector. Pascaldi, understanding his companion's sentiments, gently reassures him that their mother's orders must be fulfilled. Once they locate Brady Noel, he can assess the man's true worth. Snag's interest is piqued. He is eager to discover what kind of individual necessitates their journey from afar. Meanwhile, after a considerable wait, Kaido finally receives news. Boss, Noel is resting on Dune Island. After days of impatience, Kaido's frustration has reached its peak. His desire for Noel has only intensified during this anxious waiting period. Impatient, Kaido transforms into a colossal azure dragon and soars into the sky. Noel, wait for me. The future of the beast pirates rests upon you and Yamato. Kaido. Despite his frustration with Yamato, the foolish son who idolizes Kazuki Oden finds himself at a loss. He has scolded and beaten him, yet to no avail. Instead, it has only fueled Yamato's animosity towards him. Kaido had long envisioned Yamato as a general in his grand pirate empire, but reality has proven otherwise. However, with Noel's arrival, Kaido's hope has been rekindled. He yearns for Noel to embody the future of the beast pirates and to inspire some transformation in Yamato. Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, Noel observes Snag and his companions, who were seemingly in search of something. Big MOM? What could bring them here? Could they be seeking me? What would they want with me? Surely they are not considering making me a son-in-law? While the prospect of being a son-in-law is quite appealing, he is bound by his own mission and cannot possibly join Big MOM. Before him looms a skeletal figure adorned with a top hat and a collar trimmed with fur, its lips painted in crimson, beckoning him. Although Noel does not recognize Snag and his crew, he is unmistakably familiar with the emblem of their pirate crew. Noel was filled with curiosity regarding Charlotte Lingling's intentions, yet he had no desire to entangle himself with such individuals. Silently, he departed from the scene and returned to the inn where he had been residing for the past few days. If Kaido did not arrive soon, he would have no choice but to leave this place. As more people became aware of the situation, it was uncertain how many demons and monsters might converge here. This was indeed the new world, teeming with all manner of creatures, and one could never know when a being of extraordinary power might emerge from some hidden corner. Although Noel possesses considerable strength, it is utterly insufficient for him to dominate in the new world. Currently, he can still contend with an ordinary vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, but against elite vice admirals like the Weasel, he can only flee, lying in bed. Noel has resolved not to venture out aimlessly again, as he might be recognized. It is better to remain discreetly hidden here. Torrent's intelligence capabilities are indeed formidable. Noel intended to conceal himself in the inn for another day, hoping to see if Kaido would make an appearance. Unexpectedly, Snag and his companions discovered him before Kaido could arrive. Pascaldi pushed open Noel's door and entered with a straightforward declaration. Brady Noel, we are members of the Big MOM Pirates, and Mama has sent us to invite you to join our crew. Faced with the uninvited guests, Noel felt a sense of resignation. Have they truly found me? Kaido, oh Kaido, just look at their intelligence capabilities. They tracked me down from so far away. While I remain oblivious to their whereabouts, I'm afraid I have no intention of joining the big MOM pirates, Noel firmly rejected. At that moment, Snag rushed forward, scrutinizing Noel closely before stating, Mama's words are not to be disregarded. If you refuse, then perish. The fact that Mama had personally dispatched them to recruit Noel was an immense honor, and yet he dared to decline. Snag, already harboring some resentment towards Noel, became even more enraged. Realizing that a confrontation was now unavoidable, Noel sought to avoid involving the innocent townsfolk and burst through the window to escape. Seeing Noel flee, Snag and his companions quickly pursued him. In a frantic chase, Noel led them into a dense forest where he finally halted. What is the matter? No longer fleeing? Snag taunted, though his subordinates showed no signs of hesitation. With a swift whoosh, a massive katana was suddenly swung towards Noel. Raging Gale, Thunderbird. Noel executed a strike in the shape of a thunderbird, clashing with the katana. It appears you possess some strength. Let me ascertain your true capabilities. Upon witnessing his attack effortlessly deflected, Snag became serious. Suddenly, the blade of the massive katana turned jet black, enveloped in a powerful haki. Snag charged forward once more, while Noel, brimming with electricity, similarly cloaked his hands in haki. The two figures collided, engaging in fierce combat. Both displayed remarkable prowess, their punches and blade energy swirling chaotically, wreaking havoc upon the trees of the forest with the shockwaves of their battle. Occasionally, a surge of electrifying force would burst forth, and a sharp blade of energy sliced through the sky. Bascaldi, standing aside, refrained from intervening, instead encircling the two with his comrades, observing intently. Chapter 20. Competing for my people? Snag's strength truly befits his potential as a future member of the 4 heavenly kings of desserts. Noel found himself at a temporary stalemate against his opponent in his human form, and should it have been Snag alone, he would not have hesitated to engage him in combat, having acquired the power of the devil fruit for quite some time. Encountering a formidable adversary was indeed a rare occurrence. The duo was enveloped in an electromagnetic field, punctuated by the sporadic crackle of sparks. Snag, standing within the magnetic field, felt a slight numbness coursing through his body. This electromagnetic skill was a recent development for Noel, honed only after his fierce battle with Marcus. Following that clash, Noel realized the limitations in his singular approach to harnessing the fruit's powers. The prospect of utilizing the fruit's capabilities weighed heavily on Snag's expression, nor gave him no respite. Darting forward with a devastating punch, left with no choice, Snag could only continue trading blows with Norr. As the battle raged on, the numbing sensation intensified, causing Snag's movements to grow sluggish. In a duel of this caliber, even the slightest delay spells vulnerability. After another brutal exchange, Snag's weakened state from the paralysis left him defenseless as Noir's fist sent him hurtling through the air. Thunderous roar. Seizing the opportunity, Noir transformed into his bare form and unleashed a spiraling breath attack, a tempest of wind and lightning surging toward the airborne Snag. Unable to maneuver mid-flight, Snag's pupils contracted as he watched the deadly breath close in. Just then, Bascardi materialized before him. Flame eruption. A torrent of scorching flames erupted from his maw, colliding with the lightning breath in a cataclysmic explosion. The concentrated inferno and the raging tempest clashed, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air. And as the universal law of battle dictates, where there's smoke, there's no injury. Noir knew without looking that his attack had failed. 2 shadowy figures suddenly burst through the smoke, splitting left and right as they launched their assault. Searing fireballs came hurtling from one side, while a massive katana wreathed in armament haki slashed from the other. Trapped between the two, Noir reached out to intercept the blade while kicking out 2 slashing waves in retaliation. Baskerville and his comrade fought in seamless tandem, one at range, the other up close, their coordination flawless. Noir could only struggle to keep up. Though individually stronger than either of them, pirate battles were never about fair duels. If I can't take you alone, then we'll swarm you. Who cares about honor when I'm clearly outmatched? We're not fools to throw ourselves at you one by one. With Baskerville pinning him down, Snag grew bolder, his colossal katana cutting through the air with terrifying force. The 3 clashed from day to night, then through dawn, proof of the inhuman stamina common in this world, where battles could rage for days. Flame eruption. In the midst of another exchange, Baskerville reappeared behind Noir and unleashed his ultimate technique. A sea of fire surged, waves of madness lashing out as if to devour the sky itself. Snag, relentless, entangled Noir, refusing to let him retreat, even if it meant enduring the flames himself. This reckless, dogged fighting style infuriated Noir. With no other choice, he shifted into his massive bear form and braced himself. Iron body, thunder armor. The flames swallowed him whole. Well done. Snack. Baskerville smirked as Norr vanished into the inferno. Let us see you fight through this. Even if you survive, you want to walk away unscathed. But Norr was T1 to wait for death. Thunderstorm. In his bear form, his control over lightning reached new heights, manipulating the surrounding magnetic fields. He triggered an electromagnetic tempest. The longer the battle raged, the stronger the forces had grown, and now, Norr unleashed them all at once. A devastating vortex of lightning and wind erupted around him, extinguishing the flames instantly. The once gentle breeze turned into razor-sharp blades, slicing through the air and his enemies. Bolts of lightning followed, forcing Baskerville and Snack across their arms in desperate defense. The storm lasted mere seconds, yet it felt like an eternity. When it passed, the battlefield was stripped bare as if a chunk of the forest had been erased. Their scattered crew was nowhere to be seen. Before the storm fully dissipated, Norr hesitated. He could have detonated it entirely, but even he wouldn't escape the backlash unscathed. A mutual defeat would leave him vulnerable to the remaining forces lurking nearby. In the center of the devastation, the three stood panting, too drained to press the attack. Norr's mind was already plotting his escape. Dunleo Island is no longer safe. After this, I'll have to move closer to Weno. Tato Land's intelligence network was too vast. If he defeated these two now, the next pursuers might be far worse. And somewhere in the distance, Kaido was already on his way. Noel reverted to his bear form, adopting a stance as if to launch a new round of assault. Snagger, noticing this, brandished his katana in readiness. Lightning escape. In the blink of an eye, Noel vanished from their sight. Before the two could react, he fled towards the harbor. Snagger and his companion were momentarily stunned. What audacity to flee like this! Such disregard for martial ethics. Two individuals ganging up on one, yet expecting the opponent to adhere to a code of honor, is utterly shameless. Chase him. Pascaldi was the first to regain his composure, shouting furiously. At that moment, our Mr. Kaido had also arrived, hovering approximately 10,000 meters above Donor. Under Kaido's formidable observation haki, he sensed several auras clashing even before spotting the island. Among them, one aura brimmed with the power of thunder and storm. Noticing this, Kaido hastened towards the source of the energy. Upon nearing the vicinity, he heard Pascaldi shout, "Brady Noel, if you willingly join the big MOM pirates, we shall overlook your previous refusals." How bold, daring to steal my prey. Today, even Charlotte Linlin herself is present. Brady Noel, you are mine. I decree it. Heat breath. Flames erupted instantaneously towards Snagger and the others. With no time to react, members of the big MOM pirates lost their combat capability in the face of the Emperor's onslaught. A colossal azure dragon soared through the clouds, roaring fiercely. Who dares to contest with me for my prey? Chapter 21. Noel, become the future of the beast. A massive azure dragon spiraled through the skies, unleashing a fearsome roar. How powerful! Noel's pupils constricted as he witnessed his adversary, whom he had battled tirelessly for a day and night, be vanquished effortlessly by Kaido. One cannot help but acknowledge the might of the four emperors, as formidable as monsters themselves. Noel had traversed this world for many years. Yet it was only now that he witnessed the unparalleled might of the strongest beings. This singular encounter left an indelible impression upon him. In comparison to Kaido's breath, Noel seemed akin to a mere burp. The powerful effortlessly obliterate the heavens, while the weak merely subsist, their heads buried in the ground. How delightfully moist. At long last. You have arrived, cute duo. Had you delayed any longer, I would have sought you out in Weno myself. Kaido, honoring the reputation of Charlotte Linlin, spared Snag and his companions, yet they would require considerable time to recuperate. Transforming back into his human form, Kaido stood bare-chested, revealing an X-shaped scar upon his right abdomen. He donned a purple garment draped over his waist, its hem adorned with two golden chains, while his lower half was clad in loose, dark green trousers, secured by a shimenawa. A purple fur cloak enveloped him, evoking the image of a demon walking among mortals. And he carried with him a sake gourd emblazoned with the character for heaven. Towering at 7 meters, Noel appeared as a mere child before Kaido. "Ah, Brady Noel. Become the future of the beast pirates," Kaido proclaimed, directly extending his invitation. To Kaido, whether Noel accepted or declined held little significance. Refusal would simply lead to a swift blow and a subsequent, more gradual persuasion. Gazing at Kaido, Noel's eyes brimmed with dark lines. The pressure emanating from Kaido was overwhelming. Even without unleashing his conqueror's haki, his mere presence rendered the air stifling. "If you wish for me to join the beast pirates, you must first defeat me. I aspire to be the king of the sluggards, although my ultimate goal is to serve under your banner. However, to join so casually would surely invite scorn. Naturally, thoughts of becoming the king of the sluggards were best kept to oneself. In the presence of this man, who relished in providing others with a taste of despair, voicing such sentiments would be perilous. His current strength paled in comparison to the formidable monkey D, Luffy. Luffy had been felled by a single strike. How could he hope to fare better? Ah, come forth. Let me gauge your strength, Kaido beckoned, remaining unmoved, his kanabo untouched, poised to receive Noel's assault. Kaido harbored a keen interest in Noel's potential and prowess, though one who consumed the mythical Zoan fruit would not find their future lacking. The chasm between a near monster and a true monster was as vast as the ocean itself. Six-King Gun, Bear Cannon. Noel transformed directly into his bear form, unleashing a wave of lightning. However, to his astonishment, his assault left not a single mark upon Kaido's formidable physique. Have you forgotten to eat, little brat? Kaido mocked, observing the ineffectual attack with disdain. This is far from over. Noel retorted defiantly. Is this truly absurd? Is his defense really that formidable? If Kaido's defenses are this robust, one can only wonder what sort of resilience Big Mom possesses. It is widely acknowledged that Kaido boasts remarkable regenerative abilities. Yet it had never been suggested that his defenses were equally formidable. With no other option, Noel steeled himself and continued his assault against Kaido. Noel danced around Kaido, the crackling of lightning and the booming sound of thunder reverberating incessantly. Yawning at the sight of Noel's fervent efforts, Kaido couldn't help but stifle a yawn himself. Indeed, he felt somewhat drowsy. Surprisingly, the combination of the impact and the tingling sensation from the lightning was rather pleasant. Were there a contest for the title of chief technician, Kaido would undoubtedly cast his vote for Noel. Observing that his attacks bore no fruit and even prompted a yawn from Kaido, he felt a twinge of frustration. Norr's countenance darkened. Do you take me for a fool? Thunderstorm. Noel unleashed the most formidable technique within his grasp at that moment. A flurry of razor-sharp air blades and countless bolts of lightning relentlessly struck Kaido, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. Faced with such an onslaught, Kaido's expression shifted subtly. While it remained unlikely for him to sustain any serious injury, at the very least, he could perceive the attack. What had the previous encounter amounted to? Some sort of elaborate massage. Seeing that the tempest of thunder still failed to inflict harm upon Kaido, Noel gritted his teeth and declared, I shall present you with a grand spectacle. Explode for me. In an instant, the colossal storm of lightning was detonated by Noel, giving rise to a mushroom cloud. Having fought alongside Snag for an entire day and night prior, Noel's stamina had waned significantly, and this subsequent explosion was the last flicker of his strength. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood, suffering grave internal injuries as he knelt on one knee, fixated on the figure shrouded in smoke. He understood that this assault would likely yield minimal results, but his objective was never to vanquish Kaido. He merely sought to inflict even the slightest wound. Oh. This attack carries some semblance of effectiveness, though it still falls short, he mused as the smoke dissipated, revealing a completely unscathed Kaido before him. Exhausted, he sighed. Let it be destruction. I shall cease my efforts. Another spurt of blood escaped his lips, this time spurred by frustration. Was this truly how it would conclude? The outcome left much to be desired. Noel's spirit seemed somewhat diminished, and his fighting spirit began to wane. Kaido mocked him further, exclaiming, TCH, this is just the beginning. Noel is resilient in every aspect except for his stubbornness. Do you expect me to concede? You must first strike me down. Is it not a bit presumptuous of you to think I would yield without a fight? Noel rose once more, contemplating a strategy. Even his most formidable thunderstorm had failed to inflict the slightest harm upon Kaido. Had he known earlier, he would not have been so obstinate. Yet, the atmosphere had reached a boiling point, and conceding would have left him with a sense of discomfort. He needed to devise a means to strike Kaido, to demonstrate that he was not a mere soft target to be toyed with. At the very least, he must present himself as a formidable opponent. A strike? An idea sparked in Noel's mind as he retrieved a coin from his pocket. Just you wait, Kaido. I shall unleash a grand strike upon you. Noel felt the magnetic field surrounding him, continuously inducing electromagnetic energy, with crackling sparks emanating from his body. Observing the gathering electromagnetic force in Noel's hand, Kaido sensed a hint of threat. However, this was not a battle. It was an assessment of Noel's potential, and Kaido prepared to withstand the impending strike. The flickering electricity at your fingertips is my unwavering belief throughout this life. Only my electromagnetic cannon shall endure for eternity. Electromagnetic cannon. The coin was propelled at 3 times the speed of sound, creating an orange beam akin to a laser that carved a deep trench into the ground. The sheer force of the resulting shockwave rivaled the tempest stirred by Noel. Kaido's expression shifted as he foresaw a grave injury in the future through his observation haki. Thunderous 8 trigrams. A lightning-wreathed iron rod struck out with incredible speed, colliding with the coin in an instant. A monster is indeed a monster. Noel had acquired his powers only recently. In this exchange, Noel ultimately found himself defeated. Brady Noel, I acknowledge you. Become the future of the beast. After shattering the coin, the iron rod continued its assault on the exhausted Noel, who, before losing consciousness, thought, no way. Am I really going to be taken by the addiction of the King of Wards? Chapter 22. The treatment of the future Pirate King with that blow. Noel lost consciousness and collapsed. Kaido, indifferent, hoisted Noel over his shoulder, having achieved his objective. Transforming into an azure dragon, he soared towards Weno country. Weno, a place where cherry blossoms danced and fragrances wafted, was also a land of samurai, a powerful closed nation in the New World that never welcomed outsiders, refused to join the world government, and barred even the navy from its shores. Weno was a unique territory, devoid of external coastlines, surrounded only by cliffs and waterfalls. To reach Weno, one could either fly or scale its waterfalls. Though Kaido appeared brutish, he was, in fact, astute and cunning, employing various strategies. He exploited Weno's general, Korizumi Orochi, to eliminate the Kazuki clan, seizing this resource-rich land, difficult to attack yet easy to defend, which also possessed advanced processing techniques for sea stone, as his stronghold. Simultaneously, he suppressed public discourse and information, ensuring the populace remained disinterested in the outside world, thereby facilitating his rule. As the protector king of Weno, Kaido now resided on Onigashima. Transforming back into his human form, Kaido tossed Noel onto the ground and instructed that he be summoned upon waking. They were acutely aware of the need to treat Noel with utmost respect, hastily arranging accommodations for him. It was known that Kaido had been incessantly mentioning Brady Noel lately. Now, Noel had finally been brought back. Damn it, Kaido's blow is truly unbearable, Noel groaned, propping himself up and shaking his head. Since arriving in the world of pirates, he had never felt so powerless. Kaido had hardly moved in response to Noel's attacks, yet a single strike had left Noel unconscious. Unbeknownst to Noel, in the original tale, Kaido earned the endearing title of Teacher Kaido due to this very blow. It was the same strike that had awakened Luffy's Nika form during their climactic battle. The saying goes, one blow to awaken the Pirate King, and the rest of that phrase remained unspoken in Noel's mind. Noel undoubtedly enjoys the treatment befitting the future Pirate King. However, he did not emerge from this fierce battle entirely empty-handed. A storm, one might say, possesses such formidable power. Noel mused softly, gazing at his palm. During this conflict, he summoned 2 thunderous storms, with the final one culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Initially, he believed his control extended solely to lightning, yet he discovered the vast potential of storms as well. Once his abilities awaken, he anticipates a significant enhancement in his prowess. Imagine altering the weather at will, unleashing a tempest filled with thunder and lightning. In such a vast battlefield, he would scarcely need to lift a finger. A single storm would decimate all who lack the strength of a vice-admiral. This is nothing short of a natural disaster, a solid demonstration of monstrous capability. Contemplating this, Noel felt a sense of comfort regarding his promising future. After all, this was his first devastating defeat. Even a salted fish must occasionally flip over and ponder its existence before continuing to languish. Lord Noel, you are awake. Captain Kaido requests your presence upon awakening, announced a pirate standing outside the door, entering respectfully upon hearing the noise within the room. Aware of his surroundings, Noel nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that he understood. Noel followed the pirate into Kaido's chamber. Upon entering the room, he beheld Kaido seated there, taking large swigs from a jug of liquor. Perhaps he had only recently begun drinking, for at that moment, Kaido was not yet inebriated. Awake, are you? Come, join me for a drink. Kaido gestured towards the seat before him. Noel was unceremonious, walking over to sit down and grabbing a bottle of wine to drink heartily. Wow, this wine is quite good, he remarked, his eyes lighting up at the distinctive flavor that blended spiciness with a hint of sweetness. Oh ho ho ho. Kaido laughed heartily at his reaction. Thus, neither of them broached the subject of joining the pirate crew, instead indulging in one drink after another. As the wine flowed, Noel soon found himself slightly intoxicated. The potency of the drink was quite formidable, explaining Kaido's frequent drunkenness. Join the beast pirates, Noel. Only here can your talents be fully unleashed. Kaido ultimately extended the invitation first. Sure, I shall entrust the future of the beast pirates to myself, Noel replied with a broad smile. Oh ho ho ho. Hee hee hee. The two exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Come, let us celebrate Noel's joining with a grand feast, Kaido proclaimed, raising his wine jug with exuberance. Kaido was immensely pleased with Noel's addition, not merely for his commendable strength but also due to his promising future. Having once been a member of the Rocks Pirates, he was acutely aware of the implications. If he were to fall one day, the Beast Pirates would surely crumble and cease to exist. The best outcome would be a mere existence in some corner, struggling to survive, much like the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates after Whitebeard's demise. Hunted by Blackbeard and various factions, forced to hide on a few small islands. Anyone could come and trample upon them, even that fool who claimed to be Whitebeard's successor. With Noel's involvement, Kaido was confident that he could cultivate him into the next generation of the Yonko. Even if he himself were to fall, with Noel's presence, the Beast's Pirates would endure. For Noel, joining the Beast's Pirates was not merely a simple task. Having a fellow mythical Zoan user as a mentor would allow him to avoid numerous pitfalls, facilitating his journey towards becoming a formidable being. As the grand feast commenced, the three calamities of the Beast's Pirates, including the Flying Six and other high-ranking officials, all gathered. Notably, most of the Flying Six were characters from the original narrative, with only Fuzz and Drake absent. Queen, the Plague, adeptly hosted the festivities, and after introducing Noel to everyone, he began to integrate into the atmosphere of the Beast's Pirates. The high-ranking members were generally cordial towards Noel, well aware that Kaido intended to groom him as a successor. However, given that Noel had just joined, there was a degree of wariness towards him. Not everyone could be like Luffy, who, with a mere offering of food, would consider someone a good person and invite them to be a companion without hesitation. Noel remained unconcerned, indulging in food and drink. Time was on his side. As long as he grew powerful enough, acceptance would inevitably follow. Suddenly, Kaido began to weep. Midway through the banquet, the inebriated Kaido unexpectedly started to cry. It was unclear whether his joy had turned to sorrow or if something else was at play. Just moments before, he had been laughing uproariously, but now he was overtaken by tears. Noel, witnessing this for the first time, could not help but burst into laughter at Kaido's sorrowful demeanor. With the atmosphere at such a height, even if he didn't wish to laugh, he found himself unable to contain it. The sight of the two, one crying and the other laughing, would become a cherished memory for the members of the Beast's Pirates, a pivotal moment as they moved towards their zenith. In the days that followed, Noel was roused each morning by Kaido for rigorous training, which he euphemistically termed top-tier training. While the training was indeed superior, the pain endured was very real. During his time in Weno, Noel had yet to experience a leisurely stroll. Instead, he expended every ounce of energy attempting to inflict damage upon Kaido, only to be knocked unconscious by a single blow after exhaustion set in. Aside from his quarters and the training ground, Noel had not ventured beyond Onigashima. Had he not sensed a significant increase in his haki and physical prowess, he would have long since surrendered. Though the days were arduous, they were simultaneously filled with a bittersweet joy. There was no one else in the world, apart from Noel, who had the privilege of training alongside an emperor. The only other individual who shared such a fortune was Yamato, Kaido's daughter, who had idolized Odin after witnessing his tragic fate during childhood. Yamato had discovered Odin's journal and yearned for the outside world, repeatedly expressing her desire to become like him, only to be met with Kaido's stern reprimands, resulting in her confinement to Onigashima. One fateful morning, before Noel arrived at the training ground, he heard the clashing sounds of combat emanating from within. Upon entering, he beheld Kaido engaged in battle with a girl who was shackled. She possessed long, gradient white hair, parted in the middle, with strands cascading gracefully to her chest. Two crimson devil horns adorned her head, and she wore a fitted white sleeveless kimono with blue patterns, featuring diamond motifs at her chest. A massive shimenawa was tied around her waist, while her lower half was clad in a flowing red skirt, her feet bare save for a pair of red strap sandals. The girl was tall, nearly matching Noel's height, who was still gradually increasing in stature since acquiring his devil fruit. It appeared that this girl was indeed Kaido's daughter, Yamato. Noel stroked his chin, astonished that Kaido, with such a fearsome appearance, could have given birth to a daughter of such exquisite beauty. It defies logic. However, having such a stunning daughter who constantly opposes him must surely be quite a headache. Upon seeing Noel's arrival, Kaido bluntly stated, "You two can face off together." Yamato, intrigued, glanced at Noel but chose not to say much. Noel felt a swell of joy at having a companion today. Enduring beatings alone had become a daily struggle. Yet with a beautiful girl by his side, the ordeal felt less burdensome. Thunder roared. Noel, unrestrained, transformed into his beastly form and initiated with a breath of ferocity. Mingdi, wielding a spiked club entwined with lightning, briefly gathered power before unleashing a formidable slash. The strike and breath surged towards Kaido with astonishing speed. Undeterred by such juvenile tactics, Kaido brandished his spiked club and executed a countering slash. The move, Mingdi, served as an enhanced version of Mingdi's technique, and its potent sword energy effortlessly shattered the combined assault of Noel and his companion. Come forth, let me witness the prowess of both of you, Kaido bellowed with commanding authority. Thus unfolded the scene, leaving one to ponder whether it was the multitude that invigorated Kaido further or if he felt a tinge of pressure. Noel felt that Kaido's attacks today were particularly excruciating, although he had gradually acclimated to the intensity of the training. It seemed as though he had suddenly been transported back to the very first day of his regiment. After a brief period had elapsed, Kaido, brandishing his spiked club, departed to indulge in some drinking, leaving Noel and Yamato sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. If he did not genuinely sense an enhancement in his own capabilities, Noel might have doubted whether his training had yielded any results at all. Who are you? After this fierce confrontation, Yamato acknowledged Noel's strength. The young man before him possessed a power that was on par with his own, and he too was a user of a mythical zone ability. This piqued Yamato's curiosity regarding Noel. Me? I am but a flounder seized by Kaido, Noel replied, his exhausted eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish. Seized? Did you also resist Kaido in battle? Yamato's eyes sparkled with interest. Having been imprisoned on Onigashima for so many years, he had continuously rebelled against Kaido's tyrannical rule. Throughout this time, he had endured countless battles, yet each attempt had been thwarted by Kaido's overwhelming might. Upon hearing Noel's words, Yamato assumed they shared a similar experience. Noel was taken aback. Was he resisting? Perhaps. He was indeed rebelling against Kaido's oppression, enduring daily beatings that left him bruised and battered. If he were not so outmatched, Noel would have long desired to show Kaido the taste of his own fists. Once he mastered his skills, the pain inflicted upon him today would inevitably be repaid in kind. Noel pondered over his life during this period, which felt akin to a hellish existence. His teeth clenched in frustration. Observing the complex expression on Noel's face, Yamato felt a kinship with him. Both were prisoners here, yearning to vanquish Kaido. After over a decade of solitude, her sudden companion ignited a fervent enthusiasm within her. With a cheerful disposition, Yamato, who was spontaneous and forthright, embraced Noel as a friend upon recognizing their shared plight. From now on, we shall be comrades, striving together to defeat Kaido, she exclaimed with exuberance. Although Yamato may have misunderstood certain aspects, Noel chose not to clarify. He felt a deep sympathy for her circumstances and hoped that his presence could bring about some change in her life. Even if they could not overthrow Kaido immediately, he wished to take her out to explore the world beyond, a realm she had longed for, having never stepped beyond the confines of Onigashima since childhood. In the face of Yamato's enthusiasm, Noel joyfully invited her to share a drink. He had grown weary of drinking with the capricious old man, and found the vibrant presence of this youthful girl far more enticing. Though she regarded herself as a male and was unconcerned with trivialities, he found the companionship of a female friend refreshing. Noel held no elaborate expectations regarding Yamato. He treated her as a cherished friend. Their interactions were effortless, devoid of any need for caution. Naturally, Yamato was curious about Noel's background. Upon learning that he had once been a Navy officer who left due to certain circumstances, she eagerly pressed him to recount tales of the outside world. As they sipped their drinks, they engaged in delightful conversation, learning about islands floating in the sky, elephants soaring thousands of meters high, deserts shrouded in swirling sands, and the capriciousness of the weather. Yamato's eyes sparkled with wonder and longing. Seeing the gleam in her gaze, Noel resolved to do something for his newly acquainted friend. When he mastered his skills and began to traverse the world, he vowed to take her along. In the distance, Kaido, who had been covertly observing, watched his foolish son, whose face was adorned with a broad smile, occasionally bursting into laughter. A hint of a smile crept onto Kaido's lips. His decision to bring Noel back was indeed astute. He hoped Noel's presence would inspire some transformation in Yamato. After all, Yamato was Kaido's child, one he had nurtured and held high hopes for. Despite her rebellious nature, consistently opposing him, he accepted it as part of fatherhood. Chapter 24. Your mother hits you. No reason given. Yamato's arrival brought subtle changes to Noel's life. Although they had yet to venture from Onigashima to the flower capital, the joys of life had multiplied significantly. Upon discovering that Noel engaged in daily battles with Kaido, Yamato declared her intent to stand by him through thick and thin. Each morning, they would endure beatings together, after which Yamato would insist on hearing more about the outside world from Noel. After many days of storytelling, Noel had shared all his experiences over the years with her. Yet, Yamato remained undeterred, persistently seeking his tales, listening with the same rapt attention as if it were the first time. "Noel, do islands truly exist in the sky?" Yamato asked, her eyes filled with yearning as she grasped his arm. Noel fell silent for a moment, not uttering a word. Yamato, curious, turned his gaze towards him. "Noel, are you unwell?" Yamato asked, a tinge of concern evident in his voice. "Yamato, do you wish to explore the world beyond?" Noel undoubtedly recognizes that Yamato harbors a profound desire to explore the world beyond, yet given Yamato's current mindset, Kaido would never consent to her departure. Kaido has consistently groomed Yamato to become the future general of Weno, but this Weno must exist under Kaido's dominion, rather than as a legacy of Kazuki Oden's ideals. Yamato, being a foolish offspring who embodies Kazuki Oden's philosophy, naturally does not align with Kaido's aspirations, even though Yamato is Kaido's biological child. This fact cannot sway Kaido's meticulously crafted plans that have spanned many years. Thus, the two remain at an impasse. Absent unforeseen circumstances, this stalemate may endure for many years to come. This is not the outcome Noel wishes to witness. Each time she gazes into Yamato's eyes, she is filled with concern for the plight of her dear friend. More wish to have a heartfelt conversation with Yamato, expressing that inheriting Kazuki Oden's will and liberating Weno was not solely a matter of confrontation. To persuade Kaido to allow Yamato to set sail. The crux lay in convincing Kaido that Yamato would return. Naturally, this was a desire he harbored. Yamato found it peculiar that Norr posed such a question. Who, after all, does not yearn for freedom? "As long as you follow my lead, I promise to take you with me when the time comes," Norr stated, locking eyes with Yamato. His tone resolute. Yamato paused for a moment. Then a brilliant smile blossomed on her face. All right. The first step was to bridge the gap between Kaido and Yamato. Next, it was essential to make Kaido understand that the difference in their ideologies did not negate their mutual goal, the welfare of Weno and the Beast Pirates. Yamato might not agree with Kaido, but she must acknowledge the Beast Pirates. In this way, regardless of the conflicts that might arise, they would remain internal matters, like meat simmering in the same pot. One day, when Yamato felt she had matured enough to lead the Beast Pirates, a decisive confrontation would occur between the two. The victor would continue to guide the crew into the future. Currently, the Beast Pirates operated on a principle of meritocracy, where the capable rose while the inept fell. A genuine challenge could be posed to the three prominent figures, with the winner ascending as the new flagship. This proposal aligned with Kaido's character, and Norr was confident that Kaido would not shy away from this ideological battle. Noel shared his thoughts with Yamato. Although there were some discrepancies with Yamato's perspective, it was currently the most viable approach. Yamato nodded in agreement, endorsing Noel's ideas. This brought a sense of relief to Noel, had Yamato disagreed. His aspirations of venturing out to sea would have to wait for Luffy. He could never abandon Yamato and flee from the Beast Pirates, as he was an undercover agent. To abscond with Kaido's daughter and then claim to be an undercover agent would be utterly ludicrous. The immediate objective for both of them was to grow stronger, relentlessly striving for strength until they could challenge Kaido. With a clear goal in sight, Noel, previously lethargic, began to feel invigorated. The current lack of vigor was merely a precursor to a future of extraordinary tenacity. Kaido, too, noticed Yamato's transformation and was greatly pleased. His foolish son had finally gained insight. The instigator of this change was none other than Noel. In the days that followed, the two of them either endured beatings or found themselves on the path to receiving them. The weather in the New World is as unpredictable as an irate mother. One moment, fierce storms rage, threatening to capsize their vessel, and the next, the sun shines brilliantly, with a gentle breeze, making it feel as though the blows were never directed at them. Noel reclined upon the deck, his complexion ashen. A tempest had just ravaged the sea, conjuring a colossal whirlpool that nearly ensnared him in its watery embrace. The New World is fraught with peril. I long to return to Weno, forsaking all else. With vacant eyes, Noel gazed skyward. It has been a year since he joined the Beast Pirates. Occasionally, when Kaido ventured out, he would assign Jack the Drought and others to spar with Noel. Noel and Yamato engaged in combat against the upper echelons of the Beast's pirates, facing both victories and defeats. However, their encounters with the three prominent figures invariably concluded in defeat. This, however, does not imply that their prowess is lacking. On the contrary, they are exceptionally formidable. In collaboration, even an unwary king would suffer significant setbacks. Regarding Kaido's assertions about the future of the Beast's pirates, they no longer harbor doubts. The essence of the Beast's pirates lies in the recognition of strength. Once one's power is acknowledged, acceptance naturally follows. Throughout the year, Noel endured countless beatings. Yet he understood that sacrifice begets reward. Each day, he trained to the point of exhaustion, only to rise renewed the next morning, ready to challenge Kaido and others to further hone his physique. Achieving mastery over the advanced technique of haki was no longer beyond his grasp. The next step was to learn the intricate art of flowing cherry blossoms. His observation haki, augmented by his devil fruit abilities, had expanded significantly. He believed that he could now engage in fierce battles against elite officers like the Weasel and the Demon Spider without retreating in disgrace. However, he reached a plateau in his training, including his fruit abilities, which could no longer be transcended through mere sparring with Kaido. A consistent regimen of essential training was necessary. But what he truly required now was extensive combat, fighting against diverse opponents, particularly the strong. Through these encounters, he would reflect deeply to identify his shortcomings. Those who have attained such a level of strength are all prodigies, each with their unique interpretation of their path. After battling these individuals, he could absorb their experiences and integrate what suited him into his own journey. Though these sea monsters possess unparalleled opportunities and talents, each one has emerged from a sea of blood and corpses. Thus, Kaido had cast Noel out to lead a few pirate ships, patrolling the waters of the Beast's pirates. Noel had no objections. Having joined the crew, he was prepared to shoulder responsibilities. Surviving for a year on Onigashima had already exceeded his expectations. Recently, he learned of inexperienced new pirates who, upon arriving in the New World, had seized an island that belonged to the beasts. Kaido dispatched Noel to teach them a lesson. Those with commendable strength would be recruited, while the weak would be cast into the sea. As for Yamato, Noel had promised to bring her along on his next voyage. Chapter 25. Just a few emperors make haste, lads. Plant our flag on this island. It shall be our first stronghold in the New World. Bellowed a pirate captain, his face obscured by a wild beard, exuding a fearsome presence. Beneath him lay several pirates clad in armor, belts, fur, and feathered cloaks, all adorned with the emblem of the Beast's pirates. Humph, these subordinates of the four emperors are hardly impressive, scoffed Jeremy Matt. These pirates, who had traversed the seas without facing the harsh realities of life, often fancied themselves as chosen ones. In his eyes, the four emperors were merely a cadre of reputation-seeking old sea dogs. Their actual prowess was unimpressive. Their names might echo loudly. Yet they were merely relics of a bygone era. Indeed, seizing this island posed little challenge, as it was scarcely inhabited. Prior to his arrival in the New World, that may have sufficed, but now that he was here, these old-timers ought to step aside. After a moment's contemplation, which hardly taxed his minuscule intellect, he resolved to strike at Kaido first. The notion of the strongest creature across land, sea, and air was irksome to him. New World, behold your Lord Matt, he proclaimed, laughing heartily as he watched his flag flutter atop the island. Captain, are we truly safe in claiming Kaido's territory? Inquired one of the crew's officers, displaying a rare flicker of foresight. Matt squinted, feeling insulted, and struck the officer on the head in frustration. They are but the four emperors. I shall eliminate these reputation mongers in due time. The officer, chastised yet wary, kept his thoughts to himself. He furtively made his way to the island's opposite side, seeking a small boat to escape. Sticking with this foolish captain would surely lead to ruin. He knew he must flee now or forever remain trapped. While the waters of the Beast pirates were vast, with dozens of islands, not every island boasted a stationed garrison. Although Kaido commanded a multitude of subordinates, numbering in the tens of thousands, if he dispatched forces to every island, they would be spread too thin. Thus, several fleets routinely patrolled their waters, prepared to respond to emergencies as they arose. Noel received a distress signal from Gal Island, which had been seized by the notorious Jeremy pirates, who previously roamed the Grand Line with impunity. Upon receiving the call for help, Noel promptly altered the course of his ship towards Gal Island to provide assistance. Damn it, have the islanders already been wiped out? Noel, we have lost contact with Gal Island, reported a pirate. Is that so? Quite capable, I must say. Noel remained unperturbed. After all, they were already quite close to Gal Island, which was in plain sight and could not escape. Given that these pirates dared to provoke Kaido, they would undoubtedly not flee easily. At that moment, a cadre of the Jeremy pirates had already set sail on a small boat. It must be acknowledged that traversing the waters of the New World in such a diminutive vessel was essentially a gamble with one's life. I dare say that even the formidable Mihawk would be wise to travel on a grand ship in the treacherous waters of the New World. His little wooden plank would only suffice for show on the Grand Line and the Four Seas. To dare to flaunt in the New World never trifles. It teaches you a lesson in an instant. Yet, remaining behind would surely lead to certain doom, so this small vessel offered at least a glimmer of hope. Fortune smiled upon the cadre, as the journey was remarkably smooth, devoid of peril, until he encountered the fleet led by Noel, marking the end of his good luck. "Noel, we have spotted a small sailing boat coming from Gal Island. Bring it over for inspection." Before long, the cadre of the Jeremy pirates was brought before Noel. "Boss, this is a cadre of the Jeremy pirates, Mad Blade Dennis, with a bounty of 57 million. Upon capturing him, the crew felt a sense of familiarity, as though they had seen him before. A glance at the bounty poster jogged their memories. "Isn't this a stroke of luck? Just as we were preparing to eradicate you, you have delivered yourself right to our doorstep." Under the command of Noel, the fleet's first mate, Tennyson, wasted no words and began sharpening his knife right beside Dennis. Occasionally, he would press the blade against Dennis's neck, remarking, "Given your willingness to present yourself, I shall spare you the torment and grant you a swift end." The sight sent Dennis into a panic, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Please don't kill me. The occupation of Gal Island has nothing to do with me. It was our foolish captain's decision. I couldn't believe that fool dared to provoke Lord Kaido. So I abandoned ship." Seeing the man's awareness, Noel waved his hand, and Tennyson ceased his intimidation. "Since you were so cooperative, do enlighten me about the current situation on the island," Noel said, his smile broadening as he regarded Dennis. The latter, sensing the jovial demeanor of Noel, shuddered and spilled everything he knew, even divulging the embarrassing tale of wetting the bed at the age of 5. Terrified that Noel might cast him into the sea to feed the fish should he become displeased. After Dennis's account, Noel confirmed that this Jeremy Matt was indeed a simpleton and not part of any conspiracy from other factions. The only point of concern was that Matt possessed the ability derived from the friction fruit, allowing him to unleash attacks of fire and lightning. With a bounty of 130 million berries, he was this year's rising star among the supernovas. Noel chose not to end Dennis's life but instead ordered him to be shackled and confined in the ship's hold. Retaining him was not a matter of recruitment. Even if he might become a minor officer after some experience in the New World, his readiness to betray his captain rendered him a significant liability. Once Matt was dealt with, he would be taken back to Weno to labor in the mines. With the intelligence regarding the Jeremy pirates now in hand, Noel was eager to delay no further. He commanded the fleet to proceed at full speed. For hours later, the silhouette of Gal Island emerged on the horizon. Meanwhile, Jeremy Matt had received word of the approaching Kaido pirate fleet. Arriving at the port, he noticed the grand banner emblazoned with a massive dragon horn and the impatient visage of a skull, emblems of the beast pirates. Noel stood at the bow of the flagship, his expression fixed upon the horizon. Behind him, a menacing group of pirates sneered ominously. "Fire! Let us extend a greeting to our adversaries," Noel proclaimed, foregoing any further banter with Matt and plunging directly into the fray. Boom, boom. The crew of Jeremy's pirate faction was instantly thrown into disarray by the explosive blasts. By the time Noel and his comrades disembarked at the port, Matt had already retreated with his men to the outskirts of the harbor. Noel stepped off the ship and approached Matt, questioning with a fierce tone, "Who dares to provoke the beast pirates?" Chapter 26. Kaido is merely a puppet. Where is Kaido? Afraid to show up? Sending a mere subordinate to meet their demise? Matt's face radiated arrogance. One could not help but wonder who had bestowed upon him such audacity. Was it Liang Jingru? Observing Matt's foolish demeanor, Noel felt a sense of exhaustion in conversing with such a person. "Eliminate them all," Noel stated coldly, unwilling to spare these imbeciles. "Listen up, my comrades. Today marks our inaugural battle in the New World." With that, Matt's hands began to tremble, revealing that he was, in fact, gathering energy. Fireball. A series of blazing fireballs were hurled from Matt's hands into the sky, cascading down like a meteor shower, each impact on the ground resulting in a resounding explosion. Noel casually obliterated a fireball and blew away the residual smoke from his clenched fist. "Are you setting off fireworks for me?" With a swift motion, he cast a bolt of lightning. Observing that the fireball had failed to produce the desired effect, Matt unleashed a jagged streak of azure lightning that spiraled around Noel like a colossal serpent, before lunging to strike. In a moment of revelation, Noel's eyes gleamed as he seized the serpentine lightning, promptly taking a bite. Before Matt could comprehend how Noel had ensnared the electric beast, he witnessed Noel devouring it whole. The flavor was rather mediocre, lacking in intensity. After savoring the experience, Noel offered a rather lackluster critique. "Impossible. What manner of creature are you?" Matt exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment and his mouth agape, tongue entangled in disbelief. "Since you are so enthusiastic, allow me to extend my hospitality in return." Noel smiled, a flicker of crimson light dancing in his eyes as the thunderous energy surged around him. A towering palace of thunder materialized above the Jeremy pirate crew, an imposing structure with sweeping eaves and an awe-inspiring grandeur. The inner sanctum was supported by several colossal pillars, each intricately carved with a vividly lifelike thunder dragon coiling around them, a sight to behold. A multitude of lightning bolts rained down with a deafening roar, targeting Matt and the members of the Jeremy pirate crew. Under the powerful aura of observation hockey, each bolt struck with unerring precision towards its foes. Matt, filled with trepidation, gazed up at the magnificent palace, his jaw dropping in disbelief. As the bolts of lightning hurtled toward him, he snapped back to reality, quickly skidding his feet back and forth in a desperate attempt to evade, much like a figure skater. Each lightning strike crashed down behind him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to drop to all fours and flee like a frightened animal. Like a cornered dog, he knew that the moment he paused, the next bolt would surely descend upon him. The arrogance he had exhibited before their arrival now lay in stark contrast to his current, abject panic. Noel remained unperturbed, continuing to direct lightning strikes around Matt, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he toyed with him. "Who on earth are you? Kaido cannot possibly possess such strength." Matt pondered, struggling to comprehend the identity of this young man before him, who wielded such formidable power. The great Matt was rendered utterly defenseless against his onslaught. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. "I see now. You are the true mastermind behind the Beast Pirates." With Kaido merely a puppet, after a moment of deep contemplation, a light bulb seemed to illuminate above his head, and he stood rooted in place, his right fist striking his left palm in epiphany. He believed he had uncovered the truth of the matter. The true controller of the Beast Pirates was none other than this man. That incompetent Kaido was merely a shield put forth by him. "I knew it. How could a man of Kaido's self-serving reputation possibly establish such a vast pirate crew and attain the monumental title of Emperor of the Seas? It turns out this has all been a grand deception. No, I must reveal this to the world." But in the very next moment, a bolt of lightning struck Matt directly. Charred and smoking, he exhaled a plume of white smoke, his hair transformed into a wild, electrified frizz under the influence of the tempest. Noel gazed at the fool before him, speaking with an air of indifference. "Are you jesting? Has this individual succumbed to hysteria? Am I truly the puppet master? Is Kaido merely a marionette? It is astonishing that he could conjure such absurdities. Is he merely comforting himself in the face of his own defeat? Is the caliber of this year's supernovas truly so dismal? What purpose does the Navy serve if they bestow bounties exceeding 1,000,000 on such trash? Were Noel still within the Navy, encountering such a character would compel him to vehemently denounce the department responsible for setting bounties. Indeed, while it may be true that any stray cat or dog can become a pirate, not every stray can be deemed a supernova. If such imbeciles cause the Navy distress, perhaps it would be wiser for them to disband and return home to till the fields. After a year of diligent training, Noel has developed numerous new techniques and intended to seize this opportunity to test their efficacy. However, the very first skill effortlessly dispatched both the fool and his subordinates. Before the subordinates brought by Noel could even warm up, the battle had already reached its conclusion. They grumbled incessantly, venting their frustrations. "Get up. Do they dare to provoke our beast pirates?" Disappointed, Noel lost interest in playing and prepared to eliminate Matt directly. With a dual-handed grip, he summoned the Six Kings gun, bear cannon. A thunderous bear opened its maw wide, gathering a tumultuous shockwave of electricity within. However, just as he was about to unleash his attack, an unexpected call interrupted him. "Moshi Moshi, this is Noel." Slightly irritated by the interruption, Noel frowned as he answered the phone. Upon connection, the phone bug before him sprouted 2 large horns. "Oh, it's Kaido. Then there's no issue. Noel, how goes the situation on Germa Island?" Kaido inquired, sipping on his drink. It's already taken care of. I was just about to dispose of them for fish bait. Noel replied, puzzled as to why Kaido would personally call regarding these insignificant lackeys. Do not kill that fellow named Jeremy, Matt. Bring him back to Weno. The rest? You may handle as you wish. Really? Kaido intends to recruit this imbecile? Noel thought. If this fool truly joins the beast pirates, I shall find an opportunity to eliminate him discreetly. Noel was somewhat displeased. Why would they want such a useless individual like Kaido? This fellow was the son of a high-ranking official from the world government, who had just called to plead for his life, conveniently offering to exchange him for urgently needed resources. Noticing Noel's sour expression, Kaido took the liberty to clarify the situation. It turned out that they were not looking to recruit him, which alleviated some of the tension. I remarked on the absurdity of this fool's low strength juxtaposed with his exorbitant bounty and his audacious arrogance, viewing the world's formidable warriors as mere trifles. So, he had a powerful father, and now he was dabbling in the pirate game? Since keeping Matt had its advantages, Noel decided not to dwell on it further, instructing his men to bind him with sea prism stone and bring him back to the ship. While Matt benefited from his formidable father's protection, his subordinates were not so fortunate. Those fools left behind to mine would save everyone the trouble of management. What? You ask why? Could these imbeciles possibly defy the heavens? In the future, any foolish pirates encountered would be captured and sent back to mine, conveniently alleviating the manpower shortage that Kaido faced in exploiting the citizens of Weno. Noel found this idea quite agreeable, for there are indeed numerous foolish pirates, leaving no cause for concern regarding their scarcity. Set sail. It had been many days since he had enjoyed a drink with Yamato, and he found himself missing her. Chapter 27. The Conqueror's Haki. Weno Country. Noel. Yamato waved vigorously at the port. Oh, Noel, who lay languidly at the bow of the ship, responded weakly. Upon reaching the port, as soon as he disembarked, Yamato embraced him around the neck, urging, quickly, tell me about the interesting encounters you had on this voyage. Hey, I just returned. I'm quite fatigued. Allow me to rest before we converse, Noel replied, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish as he struggled against her hold. Despite her femininity, Yamato possessed considerable strength. This was not a battle, and naturally, Noel had no intention of genuinely breaking free. Thus, having just returned to Weno Country, Noel was whisked away by Yamato, a sight that had long ceased to astonish those around them. Ever since Noel commenced his maritime journeys, each return to Weno had led to Yamato eagerly pulling him back to share tales. Although Noel feigned reluctance each time, he ultimately recounted all that transpired at sea. Seated beside a crackling fire, a multitude of empty bottles scattered around them, Yamato's eyes sparkled with excitement. A storm? How utterly fascinating. I yearned to witness it. Despite Noel's rather mediocre storytelling abilities, Yamato listened with rapt attention. Observing her joy, Noel rose and said, Alas, it is time to return. Oh. After Noel and Yamato parted ways, they did not return directly to their quarters but instead made their way to Kaido's location. Before even entering, they could hear Kaido wailing in distress from within. Ah, has he succumbed to intoxication again? Noel had long since grown accustomed to this. As long as there were no pressing matters, Kaido would indulge in drink daily, either weeping bitterly or roaring in rage. The last time they returned from the sea, they had encountered Kaido, who, in a drunken stupor, transformed into an azure dragon and unleashed a fiery breath towards the ocean, causing the surrounding waters to boil with heat. As they pushed the door open and stepped inside, they beheld Kaido, tears streaming down his face, clutching his personal wine jug. Without waiting for an invitation, Noel unceremoniously seated himself before Kaido and began to drink. Wah, Noel, come accompany me in this drink, Kaido sobbed. His eyes glazed with tears as he lifted the jug to clink with Noel's. Wah, life is so dull. Who will come and end my misery? Kaido was once again contemplating self-destruction. Whether in moments of joy, fury, or sorrow, he seemed perpetually inclined to seek an end. If it were not for the fact that Kaido was genuinely formidable, Noel would have long since delivered a sharp blow to rouse him from this state. Come, Mr. Kaido. Let us drink, Noel interjected, choosing not to engage further, raising his own bottle to quench his thirst. Yet within, he silently thought, Come now, if you wish for death. Let us drink until you perish. As the contents of Kaido's wine jug dwindled to nothing, he remained alive, continuing to wail like an enormous infant. At this moment, Noel was also half intoxicated, having already consumed quite a fair amount with Yamato earlier. Noel lowered his head and called out, Kaido, Mr. Kaido. The once wailing Kaido instantly adopted a serious demeanor, his conqueror's haki erupting like a tempest. Before Noel could utter the next word, Kaido's foresight, sharpened by his observation haki, anticipated Noel's intent. Not wishing to grant Noel the opportunity to speak, he unleashed his conqueror's haki, pressing it down with an overwhelming force. Kaido remained silent, yet his countenance radiated an intense fury, as though he were struggling to contain an inner tempest. After 6 months of training under Kaido, Yamato's transformation had become increasingly evident. Kaido, observing this progress, felt a sense of joy, yet he had not lifted the restrictions placed upon Yamato. During this time, Noel had frequently attempted to propose taking Yamato out to sea, but each time, before he could voice his thoughts, Kaido's conqueror's haki would smother him. This occasion was no different. Before Noel could express his desire, the familiar oppressive aura descended once again. Seated in front, under the weight of conqueror's haki, Kaido's visage morphed into something otherworldly, his presence emanating an aura as deep as an abyss. Undeterred, Noel slowly raised his head, meeting Kaido's gaze without fear. His eyes resolute as he declared, "I wish to take Yamato out to sea." No sooner had he spoken than Kaido's conqueror's haki intensified even further. The walls and objects of the room began to crack, while the floor beneath Noel showed signs of fissures from the immense pressure. The sky above Onigashima darkened. Clouds swirling ominously, thunder rumbling, and the atmospheric pressure plummeting. The pirate station near Kaido's quarters collapsed, rendered unconscious by the overwhelming force. The 3 prominent figures initially dismissed Kaido's haki, accustomed as they were to such occurrences. However, this time, they too found themselves struggling to stand. For the intensity of this haki was unprecedented. Kaido's angry, Jin murmured, glancing towards Kaido's chamber, while Queen, paralyzed by fear, was drenched in cold sweat. His pupils constricted to mere pinpricks. In stark contrast, the oblivious Jack charged towards Kaido, unfazed by the surrounding turmoil. This terrifying spectacle was merely a consequence of Kaido's conqueror's haki. Enduring the brunt of the pressure, Noel gritted his teeth and fixed his gaze on Kaido once more. "I must take Yamato out to sea." After a prolonged moment of silent confrontation, Kaido finally relinquished his haki, the tremendous burden dissipating abruptly, granting a fleeting sense of relief. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" Kaido's furious eyes bore into Noel as he growled in a low tone. Previously, he had overlooked Noel's unspoken thoughts. But this was different. Noel had voiced them aloud. Despite Yamato's significant changes over the past year, Kaido knew his child better than anyone else. Yamato remained fundamentally the same, still embodying the will of Kazuki Oden. Having devoted years to nurturing Yamato, Kaido had expended immeasurable effort, yet that stubborn child had shown no sign of transformation. Although Noel's arrival had sparked some change in Yamato, Kaido still harbored doubts about allowing Yamato to venture out to sea, fearing she might not return. "Let this matter rest," Kaido declared coldly, waving his hand dismissively, denying Noel any chance to respond. In a fit of fervor, Noel stood up, exclaiming, "If this continues, even in 20 years, Yamato will not change one bit. Regardless, she cannot leave Weno." To say that Yamato was as obstinate as a rock was an understatement, and Kaido was no less so. Were Kaido not so unyielding, the tension between father and daughter would not have persisted for nearly 3 decades without resolution. Seeing Kaido's stubbornness ignited Noel's fury, and he shouted at Kaido, "I will take Yamato out to sea." After venting his emotions, Noel steadied himself and continued, "You want Yamato to become the shogun of Weno. Yet the future of the Beast Pirates does not preclude her from inheriting Kazuki Oden's will. The will of Kazuki Oden, a foe you even respect, is not inherently flawed. It merely differs from your own ideals, old man." "What did you say?" Kaido's anger surged further, his roar echoing with intensity. "Since neither of you can sway the other, let us see whose resolve is stronger. If we defeat you, I shall take Yamato on a voyage through the seas of the Beast Pirates." Noel's expression was cold, as a wave of Conqueror's haki, distinct from Kaido's, erupted forth. The Conqueror's haki had awakened. Kaido, confronted with Noel's seemingly youthful yet resolutely steadfast spirit, fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "Let me witness the extent of your unwavering resolve." Chapter 28, The Collision of Wills. As Noel unleashed his Conqueror's haki, the 3 prominent figures arrived at the scene. Initially, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when Kaido's haki dissipated. However, it wasn't long before another wave of familiar yet unfamiliar Conqueror's haki surged forth. Upon entering Kaido's chamber, they discovered that this formidable haki truly emanated from Noel himself. Although the potency of this haki paled in comparison to Kaido's, its potential was undeniably moving. It is said that in the New World, the possessors of Conqueror's haki are as numerous as the carp crossing the river, yet in reality, this talent, rarer than a million, is still exceedingly scarce. In the original narrative, those who wielded Conqueror's haki were never weak. Each was a formidable figure of the seas. Even the young green pepper was a source of great concern for Garp, who, after leveling 8 mountains, finally managed to land a blow on the pepper's head. How many could compel a figure like Garp to train specifically to defeat him? Now, with Noel possessing this talent, it signifies that he can genuinely be regarded as the future of the beast pirates. Let me witness the extent of your unwavering resolve, Kaido intoned with a deep voice. Upon hearing Kaido's words, the expressions of Jean and the others shifted dramatically. What? Noel is challenging Boss Kaido? Queen exclaimed, astonished and speechless. Did Noel truly return from his journey emboldened by the dragon's gall? How audacious to challenge the formidable Kaido. Surely, he cannot believe that a mere year of training equips him to confront Kaido directly. Is it possible? Disregarding the trio, Noel spoke somberly, tomorrow at the training grounds. Both Yamato and I will await your arrival. With that, he turned and exited the room, passing by Jean and the others without pause, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Quinn and Jack left in a state of bewilderment, while only Jean contemplated Noel's retreating figure with a thoughtful expression. The esteemed Yamato? It appears 2 individuals intend to challenge Mr. Kaido. Nevertheless, even with 2, their chances of victory remain non-existent. What events could have led to Noel? The future of the 100 beasts colliding with Kaido? The composed Jean pondered the unfolding scene. As subordinates, they had no intention of intervening in the clash between Noel and Kaido. Their curiosity was merely piqued by the underlying reasons. Noel arrived at the dwelling place of Yamato and recounted the situation. In an instant, Yamato's eyes brimmed with determination, filled with unwavering confidence for the duel that awaited them on the morrow. Although the likelihood of overcoming Kaido was slim, Yamato had already lost everything. Thus, even in defeat, the circumstances could not worsen. Witnessing Yamato's fervor, Noel chose not to retreat to his own quarters. Instead, he casually found a stone outside, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced his meditation. Noel aimed to elevate his spirit and vitality to their utmost levels in preparation for the battle on the morrow. Although the odds of conquering Kaido were exceedingly slim, the matter pertained to resolve, leaving no room for retreat. The following day, the training ground. Noel and Yamato stood ready, eagerly awaiting Kaido's arrival. The 3 prominent figures in the Flying Six, high-ranking members of the Beast Pirates, gathered around the training grounds, clearly intrigued by the impending confrontation. Soon, Kaido emerged slowly from the opposite side of the arena, wielding his kanabo. Upon seeing that Noel and his companion were prepared, he wasted no time. Come on, he beckoned. Kaido's terrifying conqueror's haki erupted once more, enveloping Noel and his partner in an overwhelming pressure. Unyielding, Yamato resolved to unleash her own conqueror's haki, clashing it against Kaido's formidable power. Noel's conqueror's haki awakened only last night, still beyond his complete control, prompting him to transform into a bear-like form to launch his attack. Breaking the stalemate of haki, the Thunder Palace of Tianke appeared ominously above Kaido, unleashing hundreds of lightning bolts, as thick as columns of water, cascading from the heavens, intersecting chaotically yet harmoniously, striking Kaido's colossal form. Boom! Under the onslaught of thunder, the ground beneath Kaido shattered with a resounding crash. At that moment, Yamato transformed into the form of the great-mouthed true god and sprang into action. The phantom blade, entwined with frigid energy, struck Kaido's body with tremendous force. The Wolf Fang Club, imbued with ice, not only carried its own potency but also unleashed an aura capable of freezing all it touched, ensnaring Kaido in a frost as the lightning struck. Hit. Thunderous bagua. Yet, at that instant, a furious roar erupted from within the lightning. This sound was so thunderous, its might so powerful that it generated a shockwave, dispersing the air around. In a fleeting moment, Yamato adeptly crafted an ice armor to evade the blow. Kaido roared wildly, his scaly head elongating instantaneously, transforming into that of a dragon. Crack! A massive cloud of mist formed high above, accompanied by muffled thunder and howling winds. Kaido's arms morphed into dragon claws, his enormous body swelling even further as he leaped into the air, transforming into a soaring azure dragon. Little demons! Kaido lowered his head, dragon eyes fixated on the 2 figures in the distance, gathering a sphere of energy within his jaws. Heat breath. A colossal inferno surged forth, causing Noel to feel an intense heat before him. Thunderous roar. Ice Fang of the Nameless. A spiraling amalgamation of lightning and frost breath entwined in a fierce convergence. The 3 breaths collided, creating a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. Under the force of the strike, the training ground beneath Noel was utterly obliterated, leaving the entire area pockmarked and ravaged. The onlookers, wary of the impending danger, hastily withdrew to avoid being caught in the tumult. A malevolent wind surged forth, as Kaido unleashed a torrent of slicing wind blades from his maw, resembling the relentless onslaught of a scythe aimed at the two combatants. In that moment, the scene was ablaze with the elements of wind, fire, thunder, and ice, each type of attack colliding with fervor. After a brief stalemate, Kaido realized that relying solely on ranged assaults would not suffice to subdue the duo. Transforming back into his hybrid form, he descended to the ground once more. Upon witnessing Kaido's return to solid ground, Noel charged forward with unyielding determination. Cloaked in the armor of Haki, his once white fur turned jet black, adorned with numerous patterns of lightning, his eyes shimmering with electric blue. Chanting the incantation for a swift strike, he proclaimed, "Heaven and earth shall tremble. Thunder shall seal the demon." The electricity enveloping his hands surged with greater ferocity as he rapidly closed the distance to Kaido, delivering a blow upon his massive form. Surprisingly, the lightning did not inflict harm upon Kaido. Instead, it surged into his very being. For a fleeting moment, even the formidable Kaido, akin to a demonic deity, felt a wave of paralysis wash over him, while the Haki that coiled around him was significantly weakened. "Oh, you can diminish my Haki?" Kaido smirked, brandishing his spiked club for another strike, remarking on the prowess of the little thunderous specter. At that moment, Yamato appeared beside Noel, executing a similar thunderous defense to shield him. Not far off, Queen, who was observing the battle, expressed astonishment at how the duo managed to withstand their formidable leader. Over the course of the year, Noel and Yamato had trained together almost daily, cultivating an unparalleled synergy between them. After deflecting Kaido's assault, a smirk graced the corners of Noel's lips as he vanished in a flash, launching an attack from the left. Simultaneously, Yamato swiftly materialized on the right side, initiating a surprise attack. Two spectral figures, clad in white, lunged toward the colossal shadow of darkness. Boom! The ground erupted with violent force. Such intensity of combat had become second nature after a year of rigorous training. The battle raged on. Chapter 29. I acknowledge you both. A day later, the fierce clashes within the training ground persisted. The once pockmarked terrain lay in tatters, the earth trembling intermittently. Thunder shall seal the demon. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The collision of power endured. Noel and Yamato coordinated once more, unleashing a combined assault that successfully repelled Kaido's attack. How formidable! After battling relentlessly for an entire day and night, even Noel, who had trained rigorously for a full year, began to show signs of exhaustion, standing still as he gasped for breath. Beside him, Yamato leaned heavily on her spiked club just to remain upright. Yet, Kaido on the opposing side had also exerted a significant portion of his strength. For two warriors of their age to confront Kaido together and push him to this extent was already a feat worthy of pride, even if Kaido had not yet employed his full power, refraining from utilizing his strongest conqueror's Haki infusion. Oroorooro, already at your limit? Kaido's grating laughter echoed as he observed the two, thoroughly drained. Despite their utmost efforts, Norr and Yamato failed to inflict any irreparable wounds upon Kaido. His inhuman regenerative abilities allowed him to recover swiftly, even after sustaining injuries. "Kaido, I shall defeat you," Yamato bellowed. "Oh ho ho, such grand words. Then come at me." Kaido's taunts only fueled Yamato's fury, who clenched his kanabo and charged forward. With a technique known as Divine Foot, White Snake Drive, Yamato's form began to blur, his voice emerging from behind Kaido as a streak of lightning surged forth. Kaido grinned, preparing to counter, but suddenly felt a jolt. Just as he was about to regain his focus, he sensed a disturbance beneath him. Before he could look down, the bolt of energy struck him from all sides. His body lurched downward, and with a resounding crash, his foot collided with Norr's fist, sending shockwaves that created a crater beneath him. "How cunning, Norr," Kaido remarked with a smile, using his foot's strength to push back against Norr's blow as he prepared to swing his kanabo. At that moment, Yamato's assault arrived. A flurry of strikes raining down upon Kaido with incredible speed, the sound of clashing resonating as the powerful blows, imbued with Haki, connected with his form. Seizing the opportunity, Noel deftly evaded from under Kaido's feet, reappearing a short distance away. In swift succession, lightning crackled from his hands, aimed directly at Kaido. Super electromagnetic cannon. A surge of earth was upheaved, as if the very ground were splitting apart, with coins hurtling towards Kaido. Kaido's eyes widened, and with a fierce swing of his spiked club, he deflected the lightning. Great Wade, thunderous 8 trigrams. Faced with Noel's menacing super electromagnetic cannon, Kaido did not dare to underestimate it. The club, imbued with Conqueror's Haki, shattered the cannon's force. A year prior, Noel's super electromagnetic cannon required a build-up to unleash. easily countered by Kaido with mere armament haki. Yet a year later, Noel could now launch the super electromagnetic cannon without prolonged preparation, its power vastly enhanced. Kaido found himself compelled to utilize Conqueror's haki to withstand such an assault. However, after unleashing this formidable attack, Noel was left nearly drained of energy. For Kaido, this level of combat was merely par for the course. He could sustain such a battle for a month, theoretically speaking, though sustenance would still be necessary. In stark contrast, for Noel and Yamato, this represented a battle fought with all their might. To endure such an encounter for a day and a night was already a testament to their extraordinary stamina. Excellent. Kaido grinned wickedly, gripping his club tightly and swinging it forcefully toward Noel. The draw. Arrow. The strike, imbued with haki, surged relentlessly towards Noel. Noel's pupils constricted, instinctively raising his arm in front of him. An icy breath, devoid of warmth, surged forth, swiftly engulfing the dense torrent of sword energy. Day approached Noel's side and inquired, "How are you?" Noel, panting heavily, remarked with a smirk, "What a peculiar creature." Ordinarily, Noel considered his own prowess to be quite commendable. Even when confronted by Jean and the other prominent figures, he merely felt slightly outmatched. In a life-or-death confrontation, the outcome remained uncertain. At their level of expertise, even the slightest flaw could alter the course of battle. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the distance remained silent. Should they engage in this conflict? It was unlikely they would fare any better than the two participants on the field. Given the level of synergy between the duo, their involvement could potentially worsen the situation. "Noel, Yamato, you two are indeed the future of the Beast Pirates." Kaido bellowed with laughter, his gaze revealing a mix of astonishment and subsequent indifference. "However, if you wish to set sail, you have a long way to go." Noel's expression grew serious. Noel rewrapped his armament in haki, his gaze fixed intently on Kaido. For it was still too early to speak of victory. The earlier attack, which had shattered his electromagnetic cannon, was evidently infused with Conqueror's haki. This brute force assault left Noel feeling somewhat helpless. The notion of overwhelming all with sheer strength was excessively domineering. Throughout this conflict, it was the first instance of Kaido employing Conqueror's haki. Once this monstrous entity unleashed his full power, both Noel and Yamato would find themselves utterly defeated. However, the essence of this confrontation lay not in the outcome, but in the indomitable will. The question of victory or defeat was a matter to ponder in future encounters. Kaido, too, was reluctant to prolong this clash, as he gripped his kanabo and swiftly swung it. Mundane Dragon unleashed the army. Dark crimson lightning coursed along the kanabo, and countless shadows, imbued with Conqueror's haki, enveloped both Noel and Yamato. Noel and Yamato gritted their teeth and rose to confront the challenge. A tempest of thunderous waves surged forth. Shadows of fists multiplied endlessly, crashing against Kaido's club like relentless ocean waves against rocky shores. Yamato, too, swung the club, unleashing countless sword winds. The clashing sounds resonated like a symphony of metal. "Noel, it will take you 100 years to earn my recognition," Kaido exclaimed. "Do not underestimate us." The interplay of club shadows, fist silhouettes, and sword energies intertwined, unleashing a torrent of airwaves that further shattered the already fragmented earth. Gradually, Noel and Yamato began to falter, their faces turning crimson. Kaido grinned widely. Great disaster. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Norr and his companion were struck to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, clearly unable to rise again. Kaido glanced at the two without uttering another word, turning to depart, the implications of his actions unmistakable. As they beheld Kaido's retreating figure, the two who were on the brink of defeat felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness. Kaido, Noel, and Yamato simultaneously roared, their Conqueror's haki surging into the heavens. These two manifestations of haki were intertwined with the indomitable will of both warriors. Rising to their feet, they swiftly moved behind Kaido. A punch, a swing of a club, the onslaught, infused with the power of their resolve, struck in an instant. Kaido's pupils constricted as he swiftly raised his kanabo before him. His own Conqueror's haki erupted forth. The three forces collided with a thunderous roar. Boom! The haki dissipated, unleashing a formidable shockwave that radiated outward. The two warriors, rendered unconscious, were caught by Kaido. After gently placing them on the ground, Kaido turned away, his expression inscrutable. Yet, in a moment concealed from the eyes of others, a faint smile crept upon his lips. In a whisper audible only to himself, he murmured, "I acknowledge your will." Little ones. Chapter 30. The Wandering Ghost. Oh, what a rare delight it is to have such splendid weather. It would be a pity not to go fishing. The young man languidly sat at the ship's side, meticulously arranging his fishing gear. Suddenly, a white figure darted past him, stirring a gentle breeze that tousled Noel's hair. Noel attached the fishhook, meticulously adjusting the length of the fishing line. Suddenly, a white shadow darted past the young man and collided with the cabin, producing a cacophony of shattering sounds, evidence of broken items. Once fully prepared, the young man cast the hook into the sea. Sitting on the gunwale, he slightly hunched over, his posture reminiscent of a stooped elder, squinting against the sun's glare reflecting off the water as he focused intently on the fishing float, evoking the image of a man well into his 70s, imbued with an air of resignation. In that moment, the white shadow reappeared on the deck, sprinting past the gunwale and plunging into the depths. The sounds of splashing and bubbling ensued, indicative of distress. "Hey, can you keep it down?" the young man snapped, his voice sharp and his pupils dilated as he bellowed at the surface where the white shadow had vanished. The crew aboard the ship erupted into chaos upon witnessing the shadow's fall. "Prince Yamato has gone overboard again. Quick, someone dive in to rescue him," a pirate shouted in a frenzy. After being pulled from the water, Yamato laughed heartily, unperturbed. "Noel, it's absolutely thrilling out there. Just now, I encountered a most peculiar fish." Indeed, it was Yamato who had just plunged into the water, while the young man displaying the demeanor of a weary old man was none other than the languid Brady Noel. Noel, with a sharp tongue, exclaimed, "You've scared away all my fish, you scoundrel." His eyes then took on a lifeless, fish-like gaze as he gloomily added, "Can't you remain quiet for just a moment, Yamato?" Yamato, seemingly oblivious to Noel's complaints, cheerfully remarked, "The outside world is truly fascinating." Observing Yamato gazing out at the sea, a faint smile crept onto Noel's lips. It had been a week since their battle with Kaido, a fierce encounter that left both Noel and his companion utterly exhausted, causing them to sleep for a full 2 days. On the third morning, unable to resist the protest of his stomach, Noel gradually awoke. After indulging in a hearty meal, he made his way to Kaido's room. To Noel's surprise, he discovered that Kaido had already set sail for Dressrosa to negotiate arms sales with the 7 warlords Dunkikso Doflamingo. All that remained in the room was a note, instructing that it be given to him upon Noel's arrival. The note simply stated, "Bring Yamato back to me, intact." Upon discovering the note, Noel chuckled softly and turned to share the delightful news with Yamato. As soon as the shackles were released, Yamato immediately clamored to set sail. Despite her intention to rest for a few days, Noel, unable to resist Yamato's enthusiasm, reluctantly took 2 of her trusted companions to lead the fleet into the open sea. This scene had played out several times before. It was as if the first-time sailor, Yamato, was pricked by 1,000 needles, unwilling to pause for even a moment. In the midst of the night, she would abruptly awaken, rushing to the deck in a flurry of excitement. On one occasion, she even dashed into the sea at midnight. Had it not been for the vigilant pirate on watch, she might have ended up as a meal for some unsuspecting fish. In stark contrast, Noel embodied another extreme. Following her fierce battle with Kaido, she felt an overwhelming lethargy that rendered her immobile for the past 2 months. Were it not for Yamato, one could hardly expect to see Noel resume her duties of patrolling the sea within half a year. During their days at sea, Noel had entered a state of hibernation, only rising to eat and sleep, spending her hours sitting at the side of the ship, fishing and basking in the sun. Their current course was directed towards an island within the Beast Pirates' territory for resupply. It was rumored that this region was haunted by a wandering specter, which had appeared a decade prior. Each nightfall, this ghost would emerge to capture villagers who dared to remain outside after dark. Those who had been ensnared described the apparition as draped in tattered cloaks, its face obscured, save for a pair of blood-red eyes that stared vacantly ahead. Upon capture, the specter would pose a few questions. Who am I? Who is Shuan Ligu? Where's Blanca? Regardless of whether the villagers could answer, they would soon find themselves enveloped in darkness, losing consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, they would discover themselves lying in an unfamiliar location. While it was labeled a ghost, the townsfolk were well aware it was merely a person. Yet, the haunting image of those blood-red, emotionless eyes lingered in their minds, evoking the essence of a true specter. Gradually, this enigmatic individual became known as the Wandering Ghost. Yamato, upon learning of this tale, was consumed by insatiable curiosity. She rolled about in delight, eager to glimpse the ghost's visage, claiming she had never encountered a ghost before, despite Noel's repeated assertions that it was just a person and not a ghost. Her words fell on deaf ears. Ultimately, they altered their course to head towards the more remote Southampton Island for resupply. Past encounters had revealed that members of the Beast Pirates had also faced this specter, with no exceptions. Every captain and crew member had succumbed to unconsciousness in the wilderness. Eventually, Kaido himself was stirred from his slumber, deciding to confront the ghost. That fateful night, he ventured alone into the forest for reconnaissance, only to return shortly thereafter, disdainfully declaring, "It is merely a soulless shell." Since that incident, no member of the Beast Pirates had dared to investigate further, for the ghost posed no harm. It merely lulled people into a slumber beneath the stars. After 2 days of sailing, Noel and her crew arrived at Southampton. As members of the Beast Pirates, they encountered no obstacles in reaching this island within their territory. After organizing the resupply efforts, Noel escorted the exuberant Yamato, nearly bursting with excitement, into the quaint town. Upon entering the village, Yamato's exhilaration only intensified, 100-fold more than aboard the ship. Everything was novel and intriguing to her, and she sought to touch and taste every unfamiliar delicacy she encountered. Noel naturally became a mere tool for Yamato, trailing behind this wayward individual as she incessantly paid for the various establishments they visited. What? You suggest that pirates indulge without compensation? Pray, have you ever encountered a pirate who would rob the villagers of their own territory? We are in the 21st century, after all. Such practices have long fallen out of favor. Nowadays, we primarily levy taxes, protection fees, if you will. There is no need for violence. Everyone voluntarily hands over their funds, exemplifying sustainable development. In the end, Noel found himself burdened, struggling to carry the numerous items they had acquired. Helpless, he summoned 2 subordinates to take the load off his hands before using his arm to encircle Yamato's neck. Hey, just look at how much you've already purchased. It's time to exercise some restraint, Noel admonished as he tightened his grip. Yet, Yamato paid him no heed, fixated instead on a hat she was eager to seize. With an exasperated sigh, Noel forcibly guided her into a tavern. Upon entering, the emblem of the Beast Pirates emblazoned on his attire immediately silenced the previously boisterous crowd. Yamato, who had been struggling, suddenly found herself intrigued by the unfamiliar drinks lining the shelves. As Noel and Yamato settled at a table, the atmosphere gradually returned to its lively state, though patrons frequently cast furtive glances in their direction. What business could such notable figures from the Beast Pirates have in Southampton? Chapter 31. The significance of existence. After taking a sip of her drink, Yamato's eyes sparkled with delight. This liquor is truly exquisite, she exclaimed, before indulging in it greedily. Knocking on the bar, the bartender approached, inquiring, "Good sir, how may I assist you?" Noel rested his chin on one hand, casually inquiring about the rumored wandering ghost in the vicinity. The bartender paused momentarily, for this specter had lingered for an extensive duration. Long ago, members of the Beast Pirates had sought it out, but it seemed their quest had concluded inconclusively after encountering some misfortunes. It was unexpected that another party from the Beast Pirates had arrived. Unbeknownst to them, this matter had ultimately attracted Kaido himself. Regaining his composure, the bartender promptly affirmed the existence of a ghost, which occasionally manifested in the dead of night. He then divulged all the information he possessed to Noel, akin to being spilling forth. The intelligence shared was largely congruent with what Noel already knew, the only distinction being that the ghost's appearances had dwindled in frequency over the past 2 years. However, Noel was not particularly concerned. He had no intention of involving himself in this affair. Had it not been for Yamato, he surely would not have made the journey. After all, the ghost posed no threat, and it might serve the nocturnal wanderers well to learn a lesson or two, thus enhancing the peace of the town. Once he ascertained the fundamental details, Noel ceased his inquiries and leisurely sipped his drink. Meanwhile, Yamato ordered one of everything from the menu, engrossed in her endeavors, occasionally exclaiming in wonder or cheer, leaving Noel bemused by her enthusiasm over mere food. Yet, this atmosphere was far more enjoyable than wandering the streets, where Yamato might vanish in an instant. As night descended, the small town became more vibrant, and Noel ultimately did not wait until the late hours. As an impatient Yamato dragged him back onto the streets for further exploration, the game of fishing for goldfish, which yielded no success, left Yamato pouting adorably, prompting Noel to playfully pinch her cheek. The final attempt at catching water balloons resulted in Yamato transforming into her formidable form, freezing them into solid ice, much to the proprietor's alarm, who abandoned his stall in a frenzy. Thus, the duel roamed for quite a while until the lively market gradually began to wane. The townsfolk returned to their homes for rest, leaving only a few taverns bustling with patrons while the streets lay eerily empty. After accompanying Yamato throughout the day, even Noel, with his remarkable stamina, found himself feeling fatigued. Shopping with a woman could be exhausting, let alone with an inquisitive spirit like Yamato. With still some time before midnight, Noel led Yamato to the forest outside the town to await the ghost, in stark contrast to the lively town. The nocturnal forest exuded a profound sense of seclusion and darkness. Noel sat cross-legged on a large stone, his eyes closed in meditation, while his observation haki enveloped the surroundings. Yamato, on the other hand, was wandering nearby, glancing left and right. As the deep night settled in, the ghost had yet to make an appearance. And Noel had already reclined against a tree. Sitting for too long had become tiresome. Meanwhile, Yamato lay sprawled on the stone, fast asleep. Just as Noel began to doubt the ghost would show up, a shadow suddenly emerged, darting towards Yamato. It has arrived. Noel instantly opened his eyes, springing into action to confront the shadow. The clash of a haki-imbued fist met a gleaming blade with a resounding chime. The figure before him conformed precisely to the intelligence reports. A tattered cloak obscured its features, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes on occasion. Within Noel's perception through observation haki, the ghost emanated a hollow aura, resembling a soulless puppet. The jarring impact roused Yamato from his slumber. He lifted his head to witness the standoff between the two. Still groggy from sleep, Yamato stared blankly at the scene before him, struggling to recall his purpose. "The ghost!" Yamato exclaimed, rising to his feet and vigorously waving at the apparition. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Noel and the phantom appeared to have 5 small dots hovering above their heads. With sharp teeth and a fierce demeanor, Noel turned to Yamato and roared, "Who are you greeting? This fellow is here to capture you. Is that so? Ha ha ha." Yamato chuckled while scratching his head. At that moment, the phantom took 2 steps back before rushing towards Yamato, entirely disregarding Noel's presence. Both of them were proving to be quite troublesome, causing Noel's face to darken as veins throbbed on his forehead. Noticing the phantom's advance, Yamato became serious, grasping his spiked club in readiness. The phantom, as if weightless, floated beside Yamato, moving at such speed that it caused Yamato's pupils to constrict. Just as he raised his club, a blade came slicing through the air. Caught off guard, Yamato barely managed to parry the attack. The back of the blade? Yamato squinted. The phantom slightly lifted his head, revealing a chin adorned with a beard. His hollow eyes fixated intently on Yamato. "Do you know who I am?" rasped a voice from the man's lips. Who are you? How would I know?" Yamato frowned, tilting his head. Is this person mentally unstable, unaware of his own identity? Yamato dismissed any information about the phantom, preoccupied with his own amusement. "Then do you know where Blanker is?" The phantom continued to inquire. Yamato shook his head, replying, "I don't know. This is my first time at sea." At that moment, the phantom's emotions became increasingly erratic, the confusion and questions of the past decade nearing the brink of his sanity. Another strike came, the sharp blade slicing through the air with an ear-piercing whoosh. Clang. This time, Yamato was prepared, easily blocking the attack. "What is the meaning of my existence?" After speaking, the phantom knelt, clutching his head and wailing. 10 years, 10 whole years, and I have yet to find an answer." Perhaps it was the combined efforts of Noel and Yamato that thwarted the phantom's assault, causing him to deviate from the information he had received, leading to his instability. The emotionally shattered phantom appeared more human, the hollowness of his gaze wavering slightly. Kurenai. Who are you really? Why do I live? Who can tell me?" The already blood-red eyes of the phantom seemed to deepen in hue. With a swift motion, the phantom drew his sword, vanishing from sight, the blade slowly returning to its sheath as he assumed a drawing stance. A master of Kaido? "Be careful, Yamato," Noel warned, narrowing his eyes. "Kaido, Aurora flash." The phantom surged towards Yamato at breakneck speed, unleashing a single, powerful slash as he closed in. Their figures intertwined. Standing by, Noel was momentarily dazzled, as a violet blade struck Yamato's body, resembling a true aurora gracing the night sky. Mirror Mountain. With a fierce blow, the phantom's attack collided with Yamato's protective armor. Phantom blade. Yamato suddenly appeared behind the phantom, his frosty spiked club whistling through the air. Boom. A layer of ice rapidly spread from the phantom's blade to his body, leaving him in a stupor as he watched himself encased in ice. Grinning, Yamato remarked, "Though I don't know what is happening to you, we can assist you. The meaning of existence, the reasons for living. These are things you must seek for yourself, and we will do our utmost to help you." Chapter 32, Mr. Phantom. With a shudder, the phantom shattered the ice encasing him. Free from his frozen prison, he did not launch another attack but stared blankly at Yamato. "Are you willing to help me search?" Yamato flashed a toothy grin. "Of course. You've been searching for so long. It must be immensely significant to you." A flicker of emotion crossed the phantom's hollow gaze. For the first time in 10 years, someone had expressed a willingness to assist him. Throughout the years, those he encountered either fled in terror or dismissed him with disdain. Only these two before him were willing to lend their aid. The figures of Noel and Yamato were indelibly etched into the ghost vision, while a sacred light emanated from the depths of the forest. The ghost endeavored to raise the corners of its mouth to express joy, yet its rigid visage rendered this impossible. Sensing this, Yamato wrapped an arm around the ghost's shoulder and encouraged, "Come, smile like I do." Yamato displayed his signature goofy grin. "No, that's not quite right. You must show your teeth. Yes, just like that." Ultimately, the ghost joined Yamato in a toothy laugh, albeit its smile appeared somewhat stiff and peculiar. Ha ha ha. Even Noel, standing nearby, was infected by the mirth and revealed a smile. The anger within the ghost's eyes intensified, though its facial muscles remained stiff, giving it a somewhat blank expression. However, through Noel's observation using his Kinbunchika haki, he discerned a unique aura of anger emanating from the ghost, growing stronger by the moment. Moreover, this man was formidable. A mere exchange of blows had confirmed to Noel that he was a master. How could such a skilled individual have come to this state? Surely, there were secrets at play. Yet, gazing at the two before him, Noel cast aside his concerns. What of secrets? I am not made of clay. When it comes to a confrontation, who knows who will prevail? Following his encounter with Kaido, Noel felt a subtle enhancement in his strength. His understanding of his devil fruit abilities had deepened, illuminating a clearer path for the future, particularly with the awakening of his conqueror's haki, which, though still somewhat inconsistent, did not rush him. After all, the advent of the era of great calamity was still about a decade away. By the time Luffy arrives in Weno, the captain of the Beast Pirates may very well have changed. Since we are companions now, why don't you join our Beast Pirates? What is your name? Noel pondered for a moment and suggested, since we have chosen to assist him, let us first have him join the pirate crew. Once he becomes one of us, there will be no dissent. Furthermore, after joining, this man will not be required to follow anyone else's orders. He will answer directly to my command. As for his name, I cannot recall it. Upon mentioning names, the man appeared somewhat bewildered, completely unable to remember. Then we shall call you Phantom for the time being, Yamato proposed, raising his hand. Phantom, is it? That works. Noel nodded in agreement. After all, he had already been addressed as Phantom for a decade. Since his original name eluded him for now, Phantom it shall be. Ha ha ha. The rather stoic Mr. Phantom had no other means of expressing his emotions, so he resorted to the laughter that Yamato had just taught him. This unique laughter prompted Yamato to mimic him as well. Upon Noel's head hung several dark lines, and he returned to the ship. The realm of Sherwin has long been notorious for its bellicosity. This propensity for warfare is not restricted solely to external aggression. It is equally evident in its internal affairs. The nation has been embroiled in incessant civil strife for an indeterminate period. Ambitious individuals sprout like weeds, one after another. Whenever a victory in foreign conflict seems imminent, internal issues invariably arise to thwart progress. Remarkably, this country witnessed a change of rulers 5 times within 3 years, with its name altered on each occasion. During the peak of internal discord, it was besieged by 4 neighboring nations. In this precarious state, various domestic factions set aside their grievances to unite against the common adversary, sending the 4 nations into retreat. Yet, once the threat dissipated, these erstwhile allies soon turned against one another, reigniting internal turmoil. It was not until a decade ago that this tumultuous situation began to stabilize. Amidst the relentless attacks from the ambitious, a man named Job Dorsey ultimately emerged victorious, becoming the longest-serving king of this nation. Although dissenters still linger, inciting unrest, the king has consolidated the most significant domestic powers, rendering the turbulence merely a disturbance rather than full-blown civil war. Sherwin has thus emerged as a renowned maritime power, famed for its warfare and mercenary practices. An official hurriedly entered a resplendent palace, his head bowed. After undergoing a meticulous inspection by the guards at the entrance, he arrived at the palace's center, where a man adorned in lavish attire and spectacles was engrossed in reading a newspaper. Your Majesty, the turmoil in Stana has subsided, the official murmured, bending slightly. The king appeared oblivious, continuing his reading with utmost concentration. Noticing the king's silence, the official felt beads of sweat trickle down his chin. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. The instigator of the unrest escaped capture. The king paused momentarily, offering a simple in response. Aware of the king's dissatisfaction with the situation, the official felt his garments grow damp with perspiration. He then whispered, I shall personally lead a pursuit for the rebels. This time, I shall not fail. Only then did the king lift his gaze slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the official. This is your final opportunity. Failure will mean you need not return. The official, feeling a wave of relief, bowed deeply and slowly exited the palace. Once outside, he straightened his posture. The official, who moments ago had appeared as a frightened stray dog before the king, now exuded an air of arrogance and superiority. Dispatch everyone, within a week. I demand to see the head of Roll Patty. With a slight bow, his attendant departed. In the beastly sea, after the emblem of the beast pirates was emblazoned upon his cloak, the ghost officially joined Noel's ranks. Following a resupply in Southampton, the fleet, undeterred by the end of their patrol, resumed its voyage. Upon returning to the ship, Noel contacted the headquarters of the Land of Harmony. Brew, moshi moshi. This is Noel. Please investigate a realm known as Blanca. Understood, Your Highness Noel. Since the confrontation with Kaido, the entire Beast Pirates crew has begun to refer to Noel as Your Highness, signifying their acknowledgment of his esteemed position within the crew. As Noel arranged for intelligence personnel to investigate Blanca, Yamato familiarized himself with the ship's environment alongside the Phantom. It was Yamato's maiden voyage, leaving him utterly inexperienced. The Phantom, too, was afflicted by amnesia, having forgotten everything. These two were quite the pair. One dared to speak boldly, while the other listened intently. As the Phantom observed Yamato clumsily introducing various matters, a unique laughter escaped him. Ha ha ha. Chapter 33. Dressrosa Boom. The technique Aurora Flash unleashed a swift arc of purple blade light, causing several pirates to spew blood and emit anguished cries. Frozen Fong of the No-Guard. A chilling blast instantly encased all enemies on the deck in ice, rendering them crystal clear under the sun's rays. Just as Noel was about to launch an attack, a shiver ran down his spine. Heaven's Gate Thunder. Lightning danced around Noel, instantaneously forming a palace of thunder. Boom. Hundreds of bolts of lightning intertwined, striking down upon the frozen pirates. Task accomplished. Let us capture these individuals and transport them back for mining. Noel gazed coldly at the fallen pirates strewn across the ground. These pirates, who had braved countless hardships to reach the New World from the Grand Line, had only just begun to envision the dawn of their own era when reality swiftly brought them to their knees. Whether for wealth or fame, challenging the four emperors was the most expedient route to glory. However, it was also the path that led to the swiftest demise. Titles like Pirate King and Emperor of the Sea were undeniably alluring. Every dream-fueled pirate aspired to ascend to such lofty heights. Recently, news of military arms being smuggled out of Weno had inexplicably leaked. This particular pirate crew, newly arrived in the New World and desperate to make a name for themselves, seized upon this information as their guiding star. The captain of the crew was overjoyed upon learning this news, having previously been at a loss as to which of the four emperors to target first. Thus, they charged forth, reveling in laughter, only to meet their untimely end. To say they failed would be an understatement. After meticulous planning, they did manage to seize a cache of invaluable arms. Had they withstood the retaliation of the beast pirates, they might have truly carved out a name for themselves. Alas, as fate would have it, Noel and his companions were patrolling nearby and swiftly eradicated them upon discovery. BR. The transponder snail chirped, "This is Noel. The arms have been retrieved." "Thank you, Your Highness Noel. Please deliver this batch of arms to Dressrosa," the snail implored, its expression submissive, clearly apprehensive of a refusal. "Oh, the kingdom of that flamingo? Understood." Upon hearing Dressrosa, Noel raised an eyebrow. Not long ago, Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had recently ascended to the status of a warlord of the sea, returned to Dressrosa with his subordinates, reclaiming the throne that once belonged to the Don Quixote family. With the downfall of the Riku royal family, neighboring nations were plunged into turmoil, and the Don Quixote family profited immensely from the arms trade and devil fruits. Meanwhile, Weno had become a weapons manufacturing powerhouse under the reign of Kaido and Orochi. Recently, Doflamingo had successfully established a connection with Kaido, utilizing Doflamingo as a channel for selling Weno's arms. In return, Kaido collected various Zoan-type devil fruits through Doflamingo. This shipment of arms represented the first collaboration between the two. It was said that Doflamingo had prepared exceedingly rare Zoan fruits for this venture. Following the theft, Kaido, valuing this collaboration, sent Noel to escort the arms. Dressrosa. Doflamingo. The arms from Kaido have been recovered, Dorbol, draped in a circular, quilt-like cloak, said while sticking close to Doflamingo. "You're standing too close," Doflamingo retorted, slightly shifting away, repulsed. Did you know? The one escorting the arms is that naval traitor, Brady Noel, Torbull continued, seemingly oblivious to Doflamingo's discomfort. Ha ha ha, after disappearing for over a year. It turns out he joined the Beast Pirates, Doflamingo chuckled darkly. Initially, Doflamingo had considered recruiting Noel upon his desertion from the Navy. However, as a warlord, he hesitated, mindful of the Navy and government's repercussions. By the time he sent someone to find Noel, he had vanished without a trace, and thus the matter was left unresolved. Little did he expect Noel would align himself with the Beast Pirates. Hey, is that devil fruit truly destined for Kaido? Acquiring that fruit was no small feat. Torbull inched even closer, mucus trailing. Doflamingo, noticing the snot nearly brushing against him, felt veins bulging on his forehead. Don't stand so close, you fool. He then chuckled softly. Of course, it will be delivered. One must present something of value for the first collaboration. A mere devil fruit, no matter how precious, pales in comparison to the gains from allying with Kaido. The rewards far exceed the worth of that fruit. Not only will he obtain high-quality weapons containing the rare or from Weno, but he will also leverage Kaido's influence to swiftly establish himself as a titan in the underworld. Noel arrived in Dressrosa, where upon entering the port, he encountered Doflamingo, accompanied by his cadre. This nation, which would one day be renowned as the land of love, passion, and toys, was still steeped in poverty. However, under Doflamingo's cunning machinations, it was destined to swiftly transform into a prosperous and illustrious realm. Oh, so this is the infamous thunderous roar, Brady Noel, Doflamingo remarked, donning sunglasses and a flamboyant pink feather coat, strutting towards Noel with an air of arrogance. Noel harbored little affection for Doflamingo, whether through the accounts in the original narrative or the intelligence gathered within the Navy. Doflamingo was consistently portrayed as a nefarious and ruthless individual. Consequently, Noel preferred to limit his interaction, coldly stating, "The shipment of arms has arrived. Where are the devil fruits?" Doflamingo, visibly vexed by Noel's indifference, manifested a vein on his forehead, yet he erupted into laughter. Hee, since you are here, allow me to extend the hospitality of the land. Come, savor the exquisite wines of Dressrosa. Before Noel could decline, a voice called out from a distance. Hey, Noel, this place is stunning. Let us explore. Yamato was standing amidst the blooming flowers, waving enthusiastically. Several pirates shouted towards Yamato, "Don't wander off, Your Highness." Meanwhile, Mr. Ghost stood nearby, silently observing the surroundings. Reluctantly, Noel realized that refusing would only incite Yamato's persistent insistence. Noel could only nod and say, "Very well. Thank you for your warm hospitality." He chuckled, "And who might this be?" Doflamingo also took note of how the pirates addressed the figure, glancing with curiosity at Yamato, who was darting back and forth among the flowers. Yamato had been imprisoned on Onigashima since childhood, and Weno country had remained isolated, leading to a scarcity of information about Yamato, known only to the upper echelons of the Beast Pirates. It was only recently, when Yamato was permitted to venture out to sea, that the lower ranks became widely aware of their existence of a prince within the Beast Pirates. Noel cast a glance at Yamato, revealing without reservation that she is the daughter of Kaido, the esteemed Yamato. Don Quixote Doflamingo's pupils narrowed to mere pinpricks. Kaido's daughter? This was indeed a startling revelation. He could not help but smirk. A person of such significance had arrived. The existence of Kaido's daughter had been concealed with remarkable secrecy. Were it not for this transaction, Doflamingo would have remained oblivious to the fact that Kaido had a daughter, having been entirely unaware of her existence until now. Her sudden emergence raised questions about its implications. Doflamingo's eyes involuntarily narrowed, yet the sunglasses shielded him from revealing too much emotion. He chuckled, "Come, savor the exquisite delicacy of our country's unique fighting fish." Noel approached and firmly grasped the restless Yamato, who, before having the chance to resist, was instantly subdued by the allure of intriguing delicacies. Upon arriving at the palace of Dressrosa, a plethora of exquisite dishes and fine wines were presented. Considering his status, Noel merely sampled a few bites, while Yamato, unburdened by such concerns, indulged heartily. Seated at the head of the table, Doflamingo observed Noel and Yamato with keen, sidelong glances. Through the perception of Kinbunchaku, he sensed the formidable presence of both individuals. Indeed, the man cloaked in black beside Yamato emanated an equally potent aura. Coupled with the recent encounter with Kaido and his subordinates, Doflamingo felt an intensified trepidation towards the might displayed by the Beast Pirates. It was evident that even without Kaido's direct intervention, his mere subordinates could obliterate him and his family. After a sumptuous feast, Doflamingo produced the previously agreed-upon devil fruit and handed it to Noel. He chuckled, revealing the zootype, ancient species, dragon fruit, Triceratops form, stating that considerable effort had been expended to acquire this prized fruit. Noel gazed at the fruit before him, feeling a twinge of surprise. If memory served him right, this particular fruit belonged to that fellow, Sasaki, in the original narrative. He had not anticipated that it was acquired through a transaction with Don Quixote Doflamingo. Highly satisfied, Noel accepted the fruit and handed it to his subordinate. Following the trade, he embarked on a leisurely exploration of Dressrosa with Yamato. It must be said, the scenery of Dressrosa was truly breathtaking, with the entire nation adorned in vibrant blossoms. From a distance, it was a sight that uplifted the spirit. Noel's interest was piqued by the renowned bullfighting arena, and he felt it would be a grave oversight not to witness it during his inaugural visit to Dressrosa. Yamato wholeheartedly agreed, enthusiastically expressing her eagerness for anything she had yet to experience. Upon arriving at the bullfighting arena, they found two gladiators engaged in a fierce battle, while the surrounding audience erupted in fervent cheers. Finding a vacant seat, Noel and his companions watched intently. The atmosphere was electric. Even the most composed individuals would feel their blood racing in such an environment. Yamato, in particular, stood up, calling out animatedly. However, the prowess of the two gladiators was rather lacking, rendering Noel somewhat disinterested, compared to the formidable contenders who would gather in the future for the Marimarinomi. This display felt more akin to childish play. While it might amuse an ordinary spectator, those of significant strength were unlikely to be captivated, Yamato being the sole exception. As the battle concluded, the arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers akin to a roaring sea. With a sense of ennui, Noel led Yamato out of the arena. Dressrosa, still relatively impoverished, offered few attractions, particularly as it remained under the dominion of Doflamingo. After a brief excursion, Noel and his companions departed without delay. The fleet of the beast pirates gradually sailed away, while Torpole returned to the palace. Hey, Doflamingo, Brady and Noel have already left, Torpole said as he wiped his nose against Doflamingo. Hee, Brady, Noel, Yamato, and that cloaked figure, Kaido, is plotting something grand, Doflamingo remarked, a low chuckle escaping his lips as he subtly shifted. The New World is about to witness even greater upheaval. Completing his escort mission successfully, Noel set sail towards Weno country. Having infiltrated the beast pirates for an extended period, this was his first encounter with a task related to weapons in Weno. Always cautious, he had shown little enthusiasm towards the intelligence concerning Weno. He had maintained a steady focus on enhancing his strength while occasionally indulging in leisurely pursuits. The sudden assignment could be attributed to his proximity, but it also indicated that Kaido had significantly increased his trust in Noel. Having been an undercover agent for so long without contacting headquarters, Noel sometimes forgot that he was still a member of the Navy. Today, he suddenly recalled that it had been over a year since he last communicated with them. Well, I simply haven't gathered any intelligence. It's not as if I forgot. Noel nodded earnestly. After dismissing Yamato, he returned to his room, activating his observation hockey to ensure no one was nearby before dialing the phone. Bring, Moshi. This is Sengoku, a low voice said, as he donned a pair of glasses he had produced from somewhere. Although Sengoku was unaware of who had dialed this secret line, he knew that only confidential personnel could make calls through this phone bug. Ah, Sengoku-san, Noel greeted with a smile. Sengoku was momentarily taken aback. Noel, is your call secure? He asked in a hushed tone. Rest assured, it is extremely secure. You actually know how to make a call, Noel. Upon learning about Noel's circumstances, Sengoku erupted in frustration. I sent you undercover, not to become a pirate. You've been gone for over a year. And not a single piece of news has returned, not even a word of your safety? If it weren't for the fact that sending you undercover was my direct order, I would have thought you had defected to become a pirate. Sengoku was visibly agitated, yet he was also concerned about raising his voice and risking Noel's exposure. Noel observed the comical side of Sengoku, who, despite his fury, had to lower his voice. Unable to contain his laughter, he chuckled. Noel, are you still laughing? Sengoku, who had just begun to calm down, felt his blood pressure rise once more. Dealing with carp is already enough. Do you need to aggravate me further? Oh, fret not, Sengoku-san, for I have successfully infiltrated the beast pirates. Concerned that the elder might truly be driven to distress, Noel ceased his antics. After recounting his recent experiences in detail, Sengoku fell silent. Is that so? It seems you have succeeded, but do exercise caution. Sengoku's voice emerged slowly. Upon receiving such substantial news, his first instinct was to remind Noel to stay safe, which warmed Noel's heart. Understood. Doflamingo's recent activities are likely to escalate. We must keep a close watch on him. At this, Sengoku's expression darkened slightly. No pirate was devoid of malice, not even the 7 warlords. You needn't worry about that. Just ensure your safety. If you find yourself in danger, flee immediately. The Navy will assist you. Through his observation hockey, Noel sensed Yamato approaching his room. Someone's coming. I must hang up. Noel, let us go fishing. Yamato exclaimed cheerfully as he pushed the door open. Noel sighed, chuckling. Not going to happen. Chapter 35. Dreams. Weno country. Having successfully completed his escort mission, Noel entered Kaido's chamber, cradling a devil fruit. Here it is, the dragon fruit. Ancient type, Triceratops form. Noel tossed the fruit to Kaido. Ho ho ho, the Triceratops form, is it? What a formidable fruit. Kaido laughed heartily as he regarded the devil fruit. For someone devoted to collecting various Zoan-type devil fruits, this rare animal ability brought him immense joy. Regarding the matter of Mr. Ghost, Noel briefly mentioned it to Kaido, who seemed indifferent, merely stating, "Oh, that soulless shell? Do as you wish." Yamato eagerly took charge of arranging accommodations for the ghost. Noel then proceeded to the intelligence-gathering area of the beast pirates. Previously, he had requested the intelligence department to assist in collecting information about the country of Blanca. Your Highness, we have searched all the nations in the Grand Line and the New World, but there is no country by the name of Blanca. The seas are vast, and it will take some time to ascertain further details. An intelligence officer adjusted his glasses and spoke respectfully. Noel understood this, considering that in this world, even the smallest island had the right to establish itself as a nation. Thus, with countless nations scattered across the globe, locating an obscure one posed a challenge. Upon finding Yamato, Noel discovered that arrangements for the ghost's accommodation had been made, and a bonfire was being prepared for a feast. Noel approached to lend a hand, and soon the three found themselves seated together, indulging in spirits. As night fell, the silvery moonlight illuminated the earth, while the countless stars twinkled with brilliance. The trio, already half inebriated, reclined on the ground, gazing up at the celestial expanse. In this tranquil and cozy setting, Yamato suddenly inquired of Noel, "What is your dream?" Noel was momentarily taken aback by this sudden question. Dreams, indeed, everyone must possess them. My aspiration is to inherit the will of Master Yutien and liberate the land of Weno, while the Phantom seeks to uncover his memories. As he spoke, Yamato turned to Noel with earnest eyes and inquired, "What is your dream?" "Yes, what indeed is my dream? I arrived in this world in a haze, driven by the desire for vengeance after pirates took the lives of my parents. After enduring rigorous training, I finally avenged them, sending that band of pirates to the depths. But what came after? I have stumbled through life thus far, seemingly reaping the rewards of my own efforts. Yet, in truth, every step bears the imprint of another's will. Whether it was avenging my parents by combating pirates or now infiltrating their ranks, neither choice stemmed from my own volition. Reflecting on my journey, perhaps only 2 decisions were truly mine: to join the Navy for revenge and to sail the seas with Yamato." With this thought, Noel turned to glance at Yamato, only to find both the Phantom and Yamato gazing at him with intense seriousness. Noel's mind was somewhat in disarray upon the mention of dreams. A torrent of memories surged forth in his consciousness. Chaotic and fragmented recollections relentlessly bombarded his thoughts. There were moments of joy associated with accomplishments and promotions, as well as the fury faced in encounters with pirates, and the sorrow and guilt stemming from the distrust of the Navy harbored by the people of Furgasak. Yet, these experiences bore little significant connection to the dreams themselves. Noel silently shook his head and said, "I do not even know what my dream is." To his surprise, Yamato stood up excitedly and exclaimed, "How can you have no dreams? You must have one." Noel gazed at Yamato with a hint of confusion, uncertain as to why she had suddenly become so agitated. Just moments ago, Yamato had been fervent, but now she lapsed into silence. Without Noel, she pondered how long it would be before she could set sail and encounter a plethora of wondrous experiences. "Noel has assisted me immensely, thus I wish to reciprocate," Yamato exclaimed. Understanding dawned upon Noel, and she smiled gently, saying, "Do not concern yourself too much. We are companions." She then continued, "I have yet to fully articulate my dreams, but rest assured, I shall inform you once I have." Hearing this, Yamato's initial sadness transformed into joy as she thumped her chest boisterously, declaring, No matter what your dream may be, I shall provide you with the utmost support. You can count on it. I will certainly share it with you. A warm sensation coursed through Noel's heart. Why dwell on such matters? Although every step she took was influenced by others, she realized she was not devoid of her own strengths. Among the Navy were figures such as Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Akiji, and the enigmatic Smoker, while in the realm of pirates stood the formidable Yamato, each one deeply concerned for her well-being. In that moment, dreams seemed less significant. At that juncture, the ghost rose to her feet, mimicking Yamato's gesture of thumping her chest, articulating each word with emphasis. There is also me. Through their prolonged companionship, the ghost spirit had grown more vibrant, resembling a person rather than a mere specter. Ha ha ha, indeed, there is you. Noel erupted in joyous laughter, raising her glass once more and exclaiming, Cheers! Cheers! Ha ha! Your Highness Noel, I kindly request that you deliver this shipment of weapons to Dressrosa. The Black Maria of the Flying Six said respectfully. Noel waved his hand and said it was of no consequence, as he was bound for the sea anyway. It was merely a matter of course. After several days of recuperation, Yamato found himself restless once more, clamoring to set sail, coincidentally with a shipment of arms destined for Dressrosa. Thus, Noel undertook this mission. Set sail. Sheer when. Boom. The royal army is upon us. Chief, you must flee. A young man, drenched in blood and with a broken arm, stumbled in, shouting frantically. Yet, the leader of the rebels remained seated, unmoving. Gently shaking his head, it was already too late. At that moment, the door was kicked open, and a multitude of soldiers aimed their guns at the two individuals within the room. A tall, muscular man strode in. Despite the dire straits in which the rebel leader found himself, he maintained his composure. The burly man frowned slightly. Raoul Dillon, surrender. You have lost. The man named Dillon sighed deeply. Indeed, it has come to an end. With those words, Dillon slowly rose, arms raised high. The muscular man, noticing this, relaxed slightly and gestured for the handcuffs. A sly smile crept across Dillon's lips as he spoke with an enigmatic tone. It has ended, sayonara. In an instant, Dillon's form sank and vanished from sight. Open fire. Countless bullets erupted, turning the young man into a sieve, while Dillon had already disappeared. Damn it. He escaped again. Is he a power wielder? The burly man seethed with rage, then suddenly recalled something, his pupils dilating as he shouted, Retreat. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud surged skyward from beneath. Countless structures vanished in an instant, turning the ground into ruins. Dillon gazed at the magnificent scene in the distance, chuckling softly. It is already too late, and turned away, no longer regarding the distant chaos. Chapter 36. The Destruction King. Tressai in a vast underground chamber somewhere. Dillon had successfully escaped. A cloaked figure ended a call with a whisper. Seated nearby was a giant covered in thick hair, sporting a long beard that stretched from ear to ear. Clad in a short plaid skirt, adorned with a floral pattern on his left forearm, wearing black gloves, a pleated goggles-covered black top hat, and a weapon bag. He was none other than the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Western Division, Mori. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your efforts, Mori said politely, nodding in acknowledgement. Let our men lie low for a while. The Royal Army's response has been rather excessive. Understood. I will inform the subordinates. Mori appeared to contemplate something further and inquired. By the way, have we found the source of the Royal Army's weapons? The mysterious figure replied without hesitation, Not yet. However, we do have some leads. Very well. Thank you for your assistance, Mori responded in a tone incongruous with his massive physique. Dressrosa Noel's fleet gracefully entered the harbor, and this voyage had been remarkably smooth, arriving at Dressrosa amidst calm seas. Once disembarked, Yamato eagerly dashed towards Flower Road, which was said to have recently bloomed with an abundance of flowers, transforming the entire street into a vibrant spectacle. Ignoring Yamato's enthusiasm, Noel and Don Quixote da Flamingo proceeded directly to the palace, taking their seats as they awaited the handover of weapons from their subordinates. To my surprise. It is indeed you who have come to escort us this time, Da Flamingo remarked, crossing his legs and letting out his distinctive laughter. Noir languidly reclined on the sofa, exclaiming that he had not fully enjoyed his last visit to Dressrosa, hence his arrival. A chuckle escaped him, expressing his amusement at the situation. Shifting his position, Noir casually inquired if the other was familiar with a country called Blanca. Da Flamingo pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head, replying, Blanca? I have not heard of it. However, there is a similarly named place I know of. Similar name? Where is it? Noir's interest was piqued as he sat up. Doflamingo grinned mischievously. In the New World, there exists an island called Buchanan, but it is currently the domain of a significant figure. Although I am unaware of your intentions, should you wish to visit, be prepared for a potential conflict with him. A sly smile danced at the corners of Doflamingo's mouth, relishing the chaos. A significant figure? Who might that be? Noir furrowed his brow in curiosity. The formidable contender among the 4 emperors, captain of the Destruction Pirates, Destruction King Treasure. At the mention of this name, Doflamingo instinctively suppressed his grin, revealing that this was a formidable adversary that instilled fear in him. Destruction King? A character absent from the original narrative, it seems he was ultimately defeated by Shanks the Red-Haired and met his demise. Observing Noir's silence, Doflamingo perceived that he too found the situation somewhat precarious, his smile only growing more pronounced. Noel cast a glance at Doflamingo, refraining from uttering further words. This individual has always thrived on chaos, and probing deeper might unveil hidden machinations awaiting him. Thank you for the information. I shall take my leave now. Rising from his seat, Noel expressed his gratitude with a slight turn before departing directly. Doflamingo made no effort to retain him, merely fixating on Noel's retreating figure, a low, sinister chuckle escaping his lips. New tempests were about to arise upon the sea. Upon returning to the ship, Noel furrowed his brow. Though uncertain of the destructive king's true strength, one could surmise that any contender vying for the title of emperor alongside the likes of red-haired Shanks was no insignificant character. Even in the face of potential defeat, he would not be underestimated. However, Buchanan was his territory, and it was evident that entering the island at will was far from feasible. Noel and the identities of Da and others are indeed exceedingly unique. A single misstep could incite a conflict between 2 formidable pirate factions. Stealthily infiltrating the island seems an impractical endeavor, as their life forces appear as conspicuous as torches to certain individuals. It is likely that before they even set foot on the island, their formidable adversaries would detect their presence, leaving them with no opportunity to clarify their intentions. The names Blanca and Buchanan bear an uncanny resemblance, and Noel cannot ascertain whether they refer to the same location. After all, the Spectre retains little memory, recalling only a few isolated names. Noel experienced a slight headache and decided to call Yamato back to discuss a strategy. Meanwhile, Yamato was enjoying herself in Dressrosa and felt somewhat reluctant to return to the ship upon receiving the summons. However, upon hearing news about a ghost, she hurried back without hesitation. After Noel's description, Yamato promptly suggested that they quietly venture to Buchanan. Unable to devise a better plan, Noel agreed, reasoning that as long as they did not stir up trouble, they would likely avoid provoking their enemies. Let us change to another ship and disguise ourselves as merchants for reconnaissance, Noel commanded decisively. Yamato, overjoyed by Noel's consent, erupted in cheers, while the ghost stood nearby, eyes gleaming with anticipation. He had waited far too long for this moment. Once the decision was made, Noel and his companion sprang into action. They sought assistance from Doflamingo to arrange a simple sailing vessel. Doflamingo merely chuckled darkly and acquiesced. After leaving a small contingent of crew members behind, the remaining sailors returned to Weno. During this time, a somewhat anxious Noel called Kaido. After a brief silence, Kaido uttered a single phrase before abruptly hanging up. Once a decision is made, one must act upon it. A fledgling cannot grow without facing tempests. Under Kaido's protection, they would never become true warriors. Each elder strongman has endured countless battles to reach their level, have they not? This is no concern of mine. If you insist on sailing into the unknown, the consequences rest upon your shoulders. Let me see just how resolute you truly are. If you falter along the way, it will merely demonstrate your inadequacy to become the future of the beast pirates. However, if you emerge as monsters of the sea, I shall gladly entrust this position to you. Noel could not suppress a TSK of frustration. That old fellow, who claimed to be letting go, would rather imprison you for years than allow you to set sail. Now, he feigns indifference, suggesting you venture forth alone, completely disregarding your life. There was no recourse but to proceed to Buchanan and take things as they came. With the combined strength of the 3 of them, even if they could not win, escaping should pose no problem. Should we find ourselves overwhelmed, we can always flee. There is no need for reckless confrontation. I am not competing with you for the title of emperor. At that moment, Doflamingo arrived at the port with the prepared vessel. Yamato leaped to the bow, pointing toward the sea as she shouted, "Destination Buchanan, set sail." The ghost let out a joyous laugh, while Noel shook his head, dismissing any lingering worries. If all else fails, we shall create a scene. A smile spread across Noel's face, now more relaxed. Chapter 37. Discovery BR. Is this Joker? I am King Sherhuven, reaching out to order a batch of weapons. The transponder snail spoke with a grave demeanor. Certainly, Doflamingo replied with a sinister smile. Destruction King Teresi, one of the New World's foremost powers, commands a bounty of 2.8 billion berries. He is a true ambitious individual and a brutally merciless butcher. Those who oppose him typically face one of two fates: either they surrender and join his ranks, or they are slain and disposed of into the sea to feed the fish. He possesses the shatter fruit, granting him formidable strength, capable of annihilating any object with a mere motion. Coupled with his cruel nature, he has earned the moniker of the Destruction King. Generally, those unfortunate enough to cross his path, lacking sufficient mastery of hockey, do not end well. Presently, he stands as one of the most formidable contenders for the title of Emperor, with his base of operations on Buchanan Island, from which he expands outward. His crew boasts 4 elite officers known as the 4 Pillars, along with numerous ordinary officers stationed in Branca. Various pirate crews are spread across the islands. And his first mate, the Swordmaster Kuroning, is recognized as one of the greatest swordsmen, with a bounty of 1.5 billion berries that places him beyond the reach of most pirates. Currently, 3 individuals are most likely to ascend to the title of Emperor: the flamboyant red-haired Shanks, the iron-armed Sandika, and the Destruction King Teresi. Recently, Teresi engaged in a fierce clash with the equally ambitious Iron Wall Sandika, resulting in both parties sustaining severe injuries. Fearing an opportunistic strike from other competitors, they ultimately chose to retreat. Now, Teresi recuperates in Buchanan, while his first mate patrols the surrounding waters with 2 of the 4 pillars, leaving the other 2 to guard against surprise attacks. Not far from Buchanan, Noel perused the intelligence Kaido had sent regarding Teresi, noting that this was the only assistance Kaido could provide him. This is quite troublesome. Teresi's power is overwhelmingly strong. Akin to the configuration of an emperor's crew, Noel muttered, furrowing his brow. To instigate conflict with Teresi relying solely on their 3 strengths and a handful of lackeys would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Given the strength of this pirate crew, even the beast pirates would need to exert their utmost to repel them. It was uncertain whether they could succeed without Kaido's presence. It was now evident that Teresi had yet to take the final step toward becoming a true monster. Had he achieved such strength, he would have already claimed the title of Emperor without contestation. It seems that Shanks, in the future, will also take that final step, ultimately defeating Teresi after gaining the power of a monster. Upon confirming the formidable strength of the destroyer pirates, Noel abandoned any thoughts of a direct assault or intimidation through sheer force. It seemed that aside from Kaido himself, no one else would dare to extend any courtesy upon entering Teresi. Thus, the only option was to stealthily infiltrate the island, swiftly gather the desired intelligence, and make a hasty retreat. Upon acquiring the information, Noel summoned Ghost and Yamato, providing them with a detailed briefing. These 2 individuals instilled a sense of unease. Despite Yamato's commendable prowess, his naive demeanor left Noel feeling apprehensive. Ghost, having wandered alone for a decade after losing his memory, was hardly reliable for intelligence gathering. It would be a blessing if he went unnoticed. The only one among the trio who considered himself sane had to shoulder this critical responsibility. Hence, Noel had but a single instruction for both of them: refrain from unnecessary chatter, avoid wandering off, and stay close. As the vessel gently approached a concealed landing spot, Noel donned the guise of a merchant. As for Yamato and Ghost, their anonymity rendered any disguise unnecessary, for no one would recognize them outside. Although Noel may not be widely recognized, he is, nonetheless, marked by a bounty on his head and upon his defection from the Navy. He garnered notoriety amongst several powerful factions. Buchanan, a medium-sized island akin in area to Dressrosa, boasts a substantial town at its center, known as Lytton. Upon arriving in Lytton, Noel found the town bustling with activity, where the majority of the residents engaged in various trades, frequented by members of the destructive pirate crew and their affiliates. Pirates were ubiquitous in the streets, and the town's numerous taverns were filled to capacity with these marauders boasting and drinking. Observing the seemingly serene atmosphere of the town, Noel felt an odd dissonance. Under the pirates' dominion, the residents appeared to thrive, with some even taking pride in their association with the pirate crews. As a naval officer, Noel found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Walking through the thoroughfares of Lytton, Yamato was captivated by the array of novel sights, prompting Noel to instinctively grasp Yamato's arm in concern. The tavern, being the best venue for gathering information, was followed closely by seeking out older residents. However, as familiar faces predominated in the taverns, newcomers like Noel and his companions would likely attract the attention of pirates. Thus, he opted to head toward the residential area. Upon reaching the neighborhood, he approached an elderly man leisurely resting in a rocking chair. "Excuse me, sir. May I inquire if you have heard of a woman named Kunlagu?" Noel asked, bending slightly to rouse the man. After a moment of contemplation, the elderly man's murky eyes revealed confusion as he shook his head, responding, "I have not heard of her. I apologize for the disturbance," Noel replied, undeterred by the man's lack of knowledge, and continued his search among other elders. As Noel departed, the elderly man's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity, and he rose to retreat into his abode. After questioning a dozen or so elderly individuals without success, Noel and his companions felt disheartened, contemplating a return to the tavern for a stroke of luck, knowing that if they found no leads, they would have to leave. Unexpectedly, after exiting the residential area, Noel felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. Utilizing his observation hockey, he discovered that they had been encircled. Dozens of pirates, led by a cadre, stood before him. Realizing he had been betrayed, no, not betrayed but rather reported, by the very residents of the island. Noel was taken aback by the close-knit relationship between the islanders and the pirates. "Who are you?" the cadre bellowed at Noel. Noel feigned a look of fright and nervously remarked that they were merely passing merchants, seeking information about an individual. However, the official paid no heed to Noel's intentions, and with a dismissive wave of his hand, ordered their immediate apprehension for interrogation. Seeing this, Noel decided not to pretend any longer. With a thunderous strike, he tore through the encirclement and shouted, "Run!" Chapter 38, The Escape Run. Noel grasped Yamato's arm and dashed towards the breach, with the phantom closely trailing behind. Noel initially believed that the subtle sensation of being watched was merely the curiosity of the locals towards outsiders. However, he has now come to the realization that he has inadvertently exposed himself. Damn it, this is quite troublesome. He never anticipated falling into such a predicament here. Noel was acutely aware that once they were ensnared, a relentless tide of pirates would converge upon them. By the time the stalwart defenders stationed on the island arrived, they would find themselves utterly at their mercy. Perhaps, upon learning of their affiliation with the beast pirates, the marauders might show them clemency? No. Noel harbored no illusions, for he had already sensed the overwhelming aura and murderous intent emanating from the distance. The current period was exceedingly sensitive, with Tracy gravely injured. Any formidable outsider who stealthily approached the island would be regarded as an enemy, regardless of their intentions. As he surveyed the layout of the street, a disquieting realization dawned upon him. They found themselves positioned in the heart of the thoroughfare, and as time passed, the number of pirates encircling them continued to swell. This was their stronghold, where even a casually tossed stone could strike down 3 pirates. Nor did not afford the pirates any opportunity to strike. Thunderous Realm. The Thunder Palace unleashed a multitude of lightning bolts, causing the pirates standing before Norr and his companions to collapse instantly. "Damn it, do not let them escape. Seize them." The shouts of anger erupted, only to be abruptly silenced. Before the brilliance of the Thunder Palace could dissipate, several figures surged forth, launching a ferocious assault on Norr and his allies without uttering a single word. Clearly, these individuals possessed formidable strength, serving as officers of the destructive pirate crew. While their power was insignificant compared to that of Norr and his companions, their coordination with the ordinary members of the destructive pirate crew momentarily hindered Norr's advance. As Noel engaged in battle, he silently calculated the threats surrounding him: 2 directly in front, 3 behind, and 2 on the sides. Recognizing the greater danger posed by these individuals, he suddenly launched his attack. Instantly transforming into a bear-like form, he unleashed a breath of thunder aimed at the cadre on his flank. With a thunderous roar, an immense explosion erupted, engulfing the 3 cadres who had been converging on Noel and his companions before they could react. Caught off guard, they attempted to defend themselves with their armed hockey. The eyes of the other cadres widened in realization these mysterious individuals were not to be trifled with. In the next moment, a colossal storm materialized, sweeping across half the street. The thunderstorm. Countless pirates were lifted off the ground, caught in the ferocious whirlwind. Those pirates who had just approached in an attempt to block Noel's path were suddenly swept away by the tempest, losing consciousness on the spot. Noel's thunderstorm unleashed a devastating force that swiftly decimated a significant portion of the pirates, leaving only a handful who were utterly incapable of halting the advance of Noel and his companions. In the earlier segments of the Grand Line or the Four Seas, such pirates would pose little challenge for Noel, who could easily navigate through them without resorting to his most formidable techniques, as their perceived strength was of minimal concern to him. However, this is the new world. In this perilous realm, every pirate possesses formidable resilience, and the mastery of armament hockey is merely a fundamental skill. The thunderstorm, despite its initial ferocity, quickly dissipated under the combined efforts of the remaining pirates. Except for a few who sustained severe injuries, the majority merely collapsed momentarily before rising once more. Upon witnessing this, Noel felt an ominous premonition. Lacking any inclination for prolonged conflict, he seized the resolute Yamato, urging him to retreat with a firm command. In the midst of battle, Noel discovered a sheet of metal, and without a moment's hesitation, he took to the skies, manipulating the iron plate. Upon witnessing this, both Phantom and Yamato swiftly leaped aboard. As they soared through the air, the pirates' attempts to intercept them dwindled, leaving the ground-bound pirates to futilely fire their guns and cannons at Noel. "They can fly. Pursue them," barked a determined officer, gritting his teeth and commanding the chase to continue. For the moment, Noel felt a sense of relief as he evaded danger, yet the threat was far from over. Within the realm of his observation hockey, he sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching his direction. This ominous aura was undoubtedly one of the four pillars of the destruction pirates. On the ground, throngs of pirates were desperately trailing behind Noel, causing chaos throughout the town. Countless residents fled in a panic, while merchants abandoned their stalls, scattering wares across the streets, which were trampled into ruin by the rushing pirates. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed relentlessly, as Yamato diligently employed his cold breath to shield them. Suddenly, two pirates ascended to the rooftop of a tall building and unleashed two rocket-propelled grenades. Focused intently on maneuvering the metal plate, Noel's pupils dilated as he swiftly descended to evade the projectiles, prompting the pirates below to seize the opportunity and unleash a barrage of gunfire. "Damn it, there are still many civilians below. I can't strike back." Yamato, seeing the panicked civilians fleeing, refrained from retaliating, opting instead for defensive measures. At that moment, Noel spotted a small boy standing in the middle of the street, crying uncontrollably and obstructing the pirates' advance. "Get out of the way," a pirate shouted, kicking towards the boy, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Just as Noel managed to shout a warning, "Be careful," he appeared before the child. With fists enveloped in blue-black lightning, he struck the pirate with tremendous force, sending several of them flying. Boom! Noel embraced the boy and escorted him to safety. The boy was successfully rescued. Yet Noel and his companions found themselves once again encircled by the pirates. "Kill them. Lord Casa is on his way," shouted an officer, charging forward with fury. The scene erupted into chaos, with sword energy soaring through the air, lightning and cold air intertwining, and the clash of armed hockey creating immense shockwaves that obliterated the surrounding structures. Thunder Tiger Rampage. Two colossal thunderous tigers roared, descending into the crowd and relentlessly tearing at the pirates. No servant, Ice Fong. One sword style, Thousand Mountains. Boom. Another officer was swiftly dispatched by the combined efforts of the Phantom and Yamato, their fierce assault sending him tumbling into a building. "Curse it. Who are these three? They're so powerful." A pirate, observing his comrade's perilous state, was drenched in cold sweat. "Damn it, had I known these three were so formidable, I would have alerted Lord Casa from the very beginning." Amidst the relentless assault of the fearless pirates, Noel and his companions found it challenging to break free from the encirclement. The situation reached a stalemate, but time was not in Noel's favor. That overwhelming presence was drawing near. Storm Step, Thunderbird. Countless lightning strikes in the shape of birds surged forth, and just as the pirates prepared to evade, a figure crashed to the ground, shrouded in a cloud of dust that obscured its identity. Norr squinted his eyes, realizing that the worst-case scenario had come to pass. One of the four pillars of the destruction pirates, the Eastern Pillar, Casa, had arrived. There was no escape now. Chapter 39, The Phantom Beast Pirates? As the dust settled, a colossal figure emerged slowly. It was Casa. Towering above Norr, Casa was clad in the attire of a martial artist, adorned with a pair of black gloves, exuding an imposing presence. This attire clearly indicated that he was a master of physical combat. Noel silently clicked his tongue. At this level of strength, none were easy to deal with. Yet, there were distinctions. Some possessed fruit abilities that were particularly inscrutable, while others, like Casa, were different. Compared to those relying on bizarre powers, Casa was far more formidable at this moment, for defeating him required nothing less than a direct confrontation. Casa's gaze swept over Noel and his companions, ultimately fixating on Noel as he recognized his identity. thunder roar Brady Noel? Aware that his identity had been exposed, Noel ceased to hide, directly admitting, "Indeed, I am currently a member of the Beast Pirates, here to investigate a certain individual." Kasa expressed mild astonishment upon hearing that Noel had aligned himself with Kaido, surprised that Brady Noel, who had vanished for a year, had joined the Beast Pirates. However, he soon coldly remarked, "In that case, you should surrender. Let Kaido come to negotiate." It seemed that a peaceful resolution was not possible, Noel thought to himself. Observing Noel and his companion's indifference to his words only heightened Kasa's vigilance, darkening his expression as he realized that he needed to show them his true strength. Spirit Strike, Meteor. A shock wave surged forth like a meteor, vibrating the surrounding air and causing the already dilapidated structures to shatter further. Boom. Amidst the cloud of dust, 3 figures scattered, with Noel transforming into his bare form and charging directly at Kasa. A muffled thud echoed as their arms collided, the armament hockey they wielded igniting flashes of energy, sending nearby pirates flying from the overwhelming force. Spirit Strike, Impact Fist. A fist imbued with tremendous force aimed directly at Noel's face. Initially skeptical, Noel now clearly sensed, in this close-range clash, that this individual was indeed a user of a devil fruit. With no time to ponder further, he shifted his body to the left, narrowly evading the punch that landed in the empty space behind him, creating a shockwave that carved a trench into the ground. Boom. A devil fruit user? Noel's expression grew grave. Ha ha ha. I am Kasa, the Impact Man, devourer of the Impact Fruit. Prepare to perish under my might. Kasa laughed heartily, clearly relishing Noel's somber demeanor. As a practitioner of spirit strike techniques, he had been recruited by Tresai and had fought valiantly across various territories, honing his martial prowess to a formidable level at a young age. Yet, he yearned for further advancement, prompting him to seek the power of a devil fruit. Being a martial artist, he was unimpressed by flashy abilities, while he found ordinary Zoan-type abilities lacking in potential. It was only 3 years prior, during the eradication of a pirate crew, when he discovered the devil fruit he had long sought after, the Impact Fruit. Upon learning of the fruit's capabilities, Kasa was ecstatic, recognizing the perfect synergy it had with his martial arts. Without hesitation, he consumed the fruit, and indeed, his previously stagnant strength surged dramatically. As he developed his abilities, Kasa grew confident in his potential to rival a powerhouse like Tresai, even aspiring to become one of the 4 emperors. In a fleeting thought, Kasa unleashed another punch, his fist containing explosive force. Noel, unwilling to be outdone, retaliated with a flurry of strikes entwined with lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a fierce battle of body techniques, their forms flickering as they exchanged blows, causing the earth to fracture and the clouds above to scatter as if struck. Meanwhile, Phantom and Yamato were not idle, seizing the opportunity while Noel held off Kasa. They launched their assaults on the ordinary officers. Now encircled, Yamato ceased to hold back, transforming into the formidable form of the great god, radiating an aura of chilling energy. Phantom unleashed a barrage of aerial slashes, and any pirates lacking sufficient strength were wounded upon mere contact, with some meeting their demise. Initially, they had refrained from inflicting serious harm, cautious of deepening misunderstandings. However, given the current state of affairs, with animosities fully formed, there was no longer any reason to show restraint. Another Zoan-type ability user? Kasa was taken aback upon witnessing Yamato's transformation, astonished at how the rarity of Zoan-type abilities seemed diminished. Typically, one might go years without encountering a single Zoan ability user, yet today, 2 had appeared in quick succession. Noel gazed at the astonished Kasa and grinned, pondering to himself, "What is this? Just wait until I seek out Riderfield in advance, and seize his 2 as well. With Kaido on our side, 5 users of the mythical Zoan abilities will stand before you. Do you dare to challenge us? The upper echelons of the Beast Pirates are merely ancient beings?" Incorrect. That is merely the baseline, such a state that you can hardly lift your head. If you're not a mythical Zoan, you would hesitate to even greet me. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a smile began to falter at the corners of Noel's lips. Who wouldn't be dazzled by such a display? What? You mentioned the legendary Nika fruit? That treasure is not something one can simply acquire at will. Observing the peculiar smile gracing Noel's face, Kasa felt mocked. What significance do 2 mythical Zoan users hold? Is being a mythical Zoan truly so remarkable? Raging Impact Fist. Mukta mukta mukta. Come on. Aren't you so impressive? Kasa exclaimed, furious at being belittled. In that moment of distraction, Noel was suddenly struck by a tempestuous flurry of attacks, his body bombarded by countless fists, each followed by the shockwaves they unleashed. Poof. I was mistaken. Noel spat a mouthful of fresh blood onto the ground. Damn it, he thought, truly worthy of being one of the pillars of the destruction pirates. His strength is certainly not inferior to that of the three great commanders of the beasts. As time progressed, Noel gradually found himself at a disadvantage. He lacked effective strategies against a formidable opponent like Kasa. The most viable approach was to confront him head-on, shattering him with absolute power. However, Noel was currently no match for Kasa. The time he had spent reaching this level was still too brief, and his combat experience and mastery of his devil fruit abilities fell short compared to Kasa's. In close combat, he was outmatched, and he could not establish any form of dominance at range. The countless bolts of lightning he unleashed were entirely obliterated by the shockwaves. Occasionally, a few arcs of lightning would strike Kasa, but they were mostly neutralized by the shockwaves surrounding him, ultimately dissipating upon hitting his Busashoka haki, leaving no significant impact. The disadvantage on Noel's side is not to be overlooked, and the battlefield on Yamato's end is equally challenging. The pirate crew, backed by the formidable legacy of the four emperors, possesses astonishing strength, even with the cooperation of numerous ordinary officers. Yamato and his companion can only strive to maintain a stalemate. Upon witnessing the dire situation that Noel faces, Yamato swiftly rushes over to provide support, leaving the ghost to resist alone. With Yamato's entry into the fray, the tide of battle shifts dramatically for Noel. As the harmonious synergy between the two turns Kasa's efforts into a solitary struggle against their relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, the ghost adopts a defensive stance, striving to hold off the officers as long as possible. Chapter 40. Reinforcements. Fist of Unity. Frenzied Impact. Thunderous Seal of Demons. Thunderous 8 Trigrams. Boom. Seizing the moment amidst Noel and his companions' exchanges, Yamato wields a spiked club and swiftly appears beside Kasa, delivering a powerful blow that sends him flying. Coughing, Kasa wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth and rises to his feet. At this moment, his martial arts attire is tattered from the relentless assault by Noel and his ally. Despite Kasa's formidable prowess, he has suffered some setbacks under the coordinated assault of Noel and his companion. Observing that the swordsman on the other side is not making headway, Kasa resolves not to prolong the confrontation any further, as he is keen to avoid further punishment. He retrieves a flare gun and pulls the trigger toward the sky. Noel gazed at the crimson flare illuminating the sky, his complexion darkening further. Damn it, we are already unable to contend, and yet you still call for reinforcements? What has become of your pride as a martial artist? Where has your dignity as a formidable opponent gone? Shouldn't you, confident in your own strength, be prepared to vanquish us two insignificant individuals single-handedly? Are you unable to handle the challenge? If Kasa could hear Noel's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff in derision. Insignificant individuals? Do you presume that your beastly abilities render me a fool? Moreover, have you encountered any truly insignificant individuals possessing such formidable strength as yours? Two so-called insignificant beings are overpowering me? Noel realized that there was no time to delay any longer. Although he was uncertain of the signal flare's significance, it was likely that only a few individuals could summon assistance for Kasa. It was improbable that Teresi would arrive due to her injuries, leaving only one of the four pillars remaining on the island, Nazar of the West Pillar. While Noel was unaware of Nazar's capabilities, he surmised that if Kasa, as one of the four pillars, was already formidable, Nazar would surely not fall short. Thunderstorm Seal. This swift strike surged forth with an overwhelming force, targeting Kasa. Yamato, recognizing the precarious situation, promptly joined Noel's offensive, aiming for a swift resolution. Phantom Blade. The paralysis from the lightning and the freezing chill combined, causing Kasa's eyelid to twitch. It was simply too distressing. Kasa's movements began to slow, the initial mild sensation of paralysis brought on by the lightning, which he had disregarded, intensified as the battle progressed. However, Yamato's intervention swiftly altered the dynamics of the encounter. The icy chill encasing his exterior induced stiffness, while the lightning coursed within, stimulating his muscles. The synergistic effect of these two forces was not merely additive, it was exponentially more potent. Rapid impact. Boom. Kasa vanished from his original position, utilizing the tremendous force not only to inflict damage upon his foe, but also to propel himself with explosive power. In this close-quarters combat, the combination of his observation haki allowed him to achieve remarkable speed and explosive strength. In an instant, he appeared beside Yamato, unleashing a devastating punch. Yamato's heart raced in alarm, and he hastily raised his spiked club in defense. Yet, to his astonishment, Kasa emitted a muffled thud and reappeared behind him. Boom. Yamato was hurled into the ground, creating a deep crater. Yamato. Noel's pupils constricted to mere pinpoints as he fought to avert his gaze from the fallen Yamato. His eyes fixed intently upon Kasa. Truly, a seasoned warrior, he could not afford a single misstep. Yamato had merely faltered for an instant. And that was all Kasa needed to seize the opportunity. Exhaling slowly, Noel crackled with lightning, his body enveloped in a coating of haki. Intricate patterns of electricity forming into a suit of armor. ZZZ. So, you wish to test speed? To measure explosiveness? Then brace yourself for the taste of thunder. With a thunderous stomp, Noel vanished from his position, leaving only the shattered ground in his wake. Kasa's heart raced in shock. Before he could react, Noel's fist propelled him skyward. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike resonated like thunder, as Kasa was sent tumbling through the air like a marionette. A tempest of thunderous blows rained upon him, relentless and fierce, akin to crashing waves, while Kasa could only desperately shield his vital points. The sheer ferocity of Noel's assault left Kasa with no room to retaliate, yet the toll was not without consequence. Even Noel, with his remarkable stamina, felt the strain. Six King's Spear, Bear Cannon. With hands clasped together, a thunderous spear materialized, unleashing a roar. Boom. Despite layers of defense, Kasa coughed up blood in the wake of this brutal onslaught. Struggling to regain his footing, both warriors locked eyes, panting heavily. This explosive display of power was indeed formidable. But how long could Noel sustain it? Kasa smirked. Noel's ferocity was impressive, and even he felt the pressure while defending. However, such force alone would not be sufficient to defeat him. Though he spat blood, the actual damage he sustained was not as severe as it appeared. Rising swiftly after his fall attested to this fact. Though he seemed utterly overwhelmed, his heightened perception allowed him to utilize his devil fruit abilities in haki for defense, enabling him to conserve energy. In simpler terms, Noel expended 1,000 points of stamina for an attack that inflicted merely 200 points of damage. To the onlooker, it appeared as though Noel dominated the battle, yet in reality, Kasa held the upper hand. If Noel continued this relentless assault, what could have been a prolonged conflict lasting days would conclude in mere hours. Of course, if he pressed on heedlessly, Kasa would also face dire consequences. A severe injury would be inevitable. Yet time was not a luxury they possessed. At that moment, Yamato rose, shaking his head and calling to Noel, "Let us join forces." Ice slash. Thunderous tempest. Infinite impact. Bang, bang, bang. A remarkably muscular figure surged forward, his heavy footsteps echoing ominously. The man was covered in russet fur, his fists disproportionately large compared to his physique. This was the Zoan-type ancient fruit user, Naval, the great ape. Initially, he had assumed only a handful of petty thieves had stealthily infiltrated the island, easily manageable by a few ordinary officers. However, the situation had escalated alarmingly. Kasa's involvement was already surprising, and now he had sent out a distress signal. Damn it, have the red-haired pirates arrived? With the current strength at hand, they could not withstand their assault. The island's defenses were alarmingly weak. Should the red-haired pirates truly infiltrate, it would spell disaster. Naval, observing the rising clouds of dust and the overwhelming aura, quickened his pace. Upon reaching the battlefield, he was taken aback by the devastation. The town had vanished, replaced by ruins. Were it not for his familiarity with the area, he might not have recognized it at all. An ordinary officer was entangled with a swordsman, who appeared to be on the brink of collapse, while on the other side, Noel and Yamato unleashed their might, forcing Kasa to endure a barrage of blows. With no time to waste, Naval charged toward Kasa to provide support. Furious Ape Warhammer. Chapter 41. Cataclysm of the Primordial. Furious Ape Warhammer. Boom. In response to his heightened perception, Noel and Yamato swiftly vacated their positions as a colossal figure crashed to the ground. Roar. A thunderous bellow erupted, dispersing the smoke that filled the air, revealing a gigantic ape before Noel. How infuriating. Kasa proved remarkably resilient, enduring Noel and Yamato's full-on assault for so long. One must remember, even Kaido required conquerors' haki to withstand their combined efforts. Nasal's voice boomed with rugged resonance. Kasa, I never imagined you would be so thoroughly bested by these two unknowns. Kasa wiped the blood from his lips, bending over and gasping for breath. Pa, their strength is not inferior to yours or mine. They simply lack battle experience. Naval was well aware of Noel and his companion's considerable strength. His words were merely a jest aimed at mocking Kasa. Kasa, ever arrogant, fancied himself destined for greatness among the four emperors, which was irksome. To be bested by two relative newcomers was indeed a shameful blow to his pride. Kasa refrained from further comment. for even he possessed the pride of a warrior and would not belittle Noel. After all, to disparage one's enemies is to show disrespect to oneself. Observing the banter between the two, Noel felt the pressure mounting. Even a single Casa had pushed them to their limits, and now another formidable opponent had arrived. The situation for the Ghost was equally dire, as he faced multiple officers, while ordinary pirates took opportunistic strikes, leaving him gravely injured. At this juncture, the three could barely maintain their positions. Should one fall, the remaining members would likely follow suit. Though he taunted Casa verbally, Nasal's gaze remained fixed on Noel and Yamato. Mythical Zoan type, and two of them no less. As a fellow Zoan user, Nasal understood the rarity and potency of such abilities. His ancient fruit power was already formidable. The mythical variety was even more so. Ape shatters mountains. Thunderous seal of demons. Boom. In order to avoid a disadvantage in size, Noel transformed into the colossal form of a thunder bear and clashed violently with Nasar. The two monstrous behemoths, bear and ape alike, exuded devastating power with every movement. For warriors like Casa, such massive forms appeared cumbersome and unwieldy, which was why Noel typically fought in his hybrid bear-man state. However, this towering ape was different. Its sheer bulk and overwhelming strength made Noel's exhausted attempts to withstand its onslaught nothing short of delusional. Thunderous roar. A massive breath attack erupted from Noel, striking the ape's muscular arm and detonating in a fiery explosion. As the smoke cleared, only a faint scorch mark remained, hardly even a scratch for Nasar. TCH, another damn take. Noel grimaced, one after another. These hulking brutes treated what others would consider lethal strikes as mere inconveniences. Meanwhile, Yamato had intercepted Casa, engaging in a fierce battle of his own. Compared to Noel, Yamato was less strained, and with Casa already injured, holding him off was manageable. Across the battlefield, freezing gusts and violent explosions alternated relentlessly. The once clear sky darkened. Thick storm clouds rolling in as thunder rumbled ominously. Raindrops began to fall, first a sparse drizzle, then a torrential downpour. The gentle breeze sharpened into a howling gale, interwoven with the ceaseless roar of thunder, heralding the arrival of a tempest. Huff, Noel panted heavily. Nasar hadn't bothered with probing attacks. He had unleashed his full might from the start, hurling devastating techniques without restraint. Left with no choice, Noel had been forced to retaliate in kind, trading blow for blow until exhaustion weighed upon him. A glance downward confirmed the worst. Ghost lay sprawled on the ground, momentarily dazed after being caught in a coordinated assault. The situation had deteriorated beyond salvage, with the lesser officers now supporting Casa and Nasar. It wouldn't take half a day before both Noel and Yamato were overwhelmed. Another brutal exchange sent Yamato leaping back, landing beside Noel, drenched and disheveled. He shot a sidelong glance at his comrade, his voice tense. What now? Noel cast a glance at the sky, pausing momentarily before speaking. In a moment. Assist me in detaining those two. Prepare for one final stand. There was no other choice. This was the last gamble. Continuing down this path would yield nothing but futility. As the tempest descended, a fierce gale rendered it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Noel felt the currents of the wind and the rumble of thunder, gradually becoming enveloped by swirling air and crackling lightning that resonated with the tumultuous weather. It would be more accurate to describe Noel not as a wielder of the Thunder Bear's fruit, but rather as a master of the Storm Bear. Since his initial release of the thunderstorm, Noel had cultivated certain insights. He realized he could command not only the power of lightning but also that of the wind. Previously, he had invoked storms through electromagnetic forces, yet this extreme weather presented him with an even greater opportunity for understanding and manifestation. From the very beginning, Noel's form was enveloped by a faint current and crackling lightning, which grew increasingly potent, compelling even Yamato to step back slightly. Casa and Nasar, sensing the anomaly, rushed forward in an attempt to disrupt the inexplicable rhythm emanating from Noel. Observing this, Yamato gritted his teeth and charged forth, single-handedly intercepting the two, determined to shield Noel from their interference. With a resounding thud, Yamato was struck to the ground, sliding uncontrollably until he finally came to rest at Noel's feet. As Yamato rose, prepared to engage once more, Noel's eyes opened. Step back. Allow me. A pair of azure eyes radiated with flashes of lightning. As countless winds and thunders coiled around Noel's being, Noel raised his hands, his aura soaring ever higher, and the electric light became increasingly blinding. At last, with a sweeping motion, a colossal tornado was conjured instantaneously. A cataclysmic disaster. This tempest, capable of annihilating all, swept across the island like a natural calamity, uprooting countless trees and sending massive waves crashing upon the shore. A cacophony of howling winds, thunder, and torrential rain mingled in an instant, clearing the battlefield. The pirates caught in the fray were hurled into the sky, only to be struck down by numerous wind blades and bolts of lightning. Nissar transformed into a giant ape, enveloped in an armament of haki, kneeling as he shielded his head from the relentless barrage of attacks. Meanwhile, Kasa found himself in a dire predicament, already injured. He was swept into the air, desperately using his powers to withstand the storm. In a single moment, the tempest turned the tide, allowing those once surrounded to escape. Exhausted, Noel collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness, leaving only Yamato capable of action. Battling against the storm, Yamato hoisted both Noel and the Phantom, seizing the final opportunity created by Noel, and vanished from the battlefield. Chapter 42. The doldrums in stark contrast to the successful escape of Noel and his companions. The storm on the battlefield intensified. After ravaging the entire arena, the tornado began to drift slowly towards the heart of the town. This formidable tempest, born from the synergy of human effort and nature, was beyond the capabilities of Nissar and Kasa to quell. The two incessantly unleashed attacks to diminish the tornado's ferocity, yet, in this critical moment, their prowess as martial artists fell short. Kasa, having consumed the impact fruit, was able to emit shockwaves to weaken the tornado, whereas Nissar's efforts proved utterly futile. Despite his formidable defense and armament haki shielding him from significant harm, he could only focus on his own survival. Just as despair loomed over them, an overwhelming presence ascended, a powerful conqueror's haki piercing the heavens. Destruction. With a resonating voice, a figure materialized before the tornado. A violet beam flashed, instantly reducing the tornado's strength by a third. Seemingly dissatisfied with this outcome, the newcomer made a disgruntled sound. With another strike, a hand enveloped in violet light made contact with the tornado. This unparalleled tempest was obliterated in an instant beneath the might of this individual's palm. Gradually releasing a sigh of relief, a man clad in a red cloak, adorned with a captain's hat and wrapped in bandages, approached. It was none other than the captain of the Destruction Pirates, King Destruction, Tresai. Gazing upon the desolation, Tresai was consumed by rage. Kasa, Nissar, where are the enemies? Tresai's face darkened as he scanned the surroundings. The once cocky Kasa now trembled, acutely aware of his undeniable responsibility for the current chaos. Captain. The enemies took advantage of the storm to escape, Kasa murmured, his head bowed. Pursue them. Tresai's expression darkened further. A mere handful of petty thieves had turned his stronghold into this wreckage. Had he not intervened, the entire town could have been obliterated by the tempest. The two bowed their heads in compliance, refraining from further comment. Tresai, having recently sustained grave injuries from a fierce battle with Iron Arm Sandy, was already in a foul mood. Now, to be outsmarted by a few insignificant rogues who dared to invade his domain was intolerable. Had he truly been so discreet that this new generation of pirates dared to look down upon him? Determined to make an example of these audacious monkeys, he resolved that the first demonstration would be at the expense of Noel and his companions. Brady Noel, you cannot escape. I shall ensnare you in an inescapable web and rend you to pieces. Tresai's face was a storm of fury. Meanwhile, Yamato had successfully escaped to the sea, carrying both Noel and the Phantom. As turmoil erupted on the island, the pirates stationed aboard their ship had already prepared for a swift departure. When the trio returned, albeit in a disheveled state, the ensuing chaos was minimal, and they promptly set sail towards Weno country. Yamato, having narrowly evaded death, leaned against the ship's railing, gasping for breath. This battle marked the closest brush with death he had ever experienced. Had it not been for Noel's extreme exertion in summoning the storm, the three would likely have been captured by now. Yet, their predicament remained precarious. Buchanan lay at the heart of the sea dominated by the Destruction Pirates. They were still within hostile territory, where foes could emerge at any moment. Once Phantom was bandaged and lifted into the cabin to recuperate, it was fortunate that his formidable strength allowed him to endure the assault from so many adversaries and emerge with only severe injuries. Yamato, the storm on the island has subsided, a pirate atop the lookout tower reported, peering through a telescope to monitor the island's activity. Yamato rose and commanded, full speed ahead. Cough, cough. Yamato steered towards the doldrums. At that moment, Noel stirred from his unconsciousness, struggling to rise. Hearing Noel's voice, Yamato's spirits lifted, and he rushed to support him. Noel, are you all right? I'm fine, just a little fatigued, Noel replied, his pallor evident as he leaned against Yamato. Quickly, change our course. Yamato, though puzzled, complied without hesitation. Moments later, the ship's bow turned, continuing towards the doldrums. After issuing the command, Yamato returned to inquire, "Noel, what is the purpose of this direction?" Noel fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. "We shall not return to the land of harmony. Instead, we shall venture to the Western Sea." "What? The Western Sea?" Date exclaimed in astonishment. Though she was not well versed in worldly affairs, her recent maritime explorations had imparted some fundamental knowledge. This was the New World, and reaching the Western Sea could only be accomplished by traversing the doldrums. Noel nodded and said, "Indeed, we shall head to the West Sea and fly there." He continued, "My identity has been compromised. I can no longer venture towards Weno." Indeed, as the storm on the island dissipated, Tracis had already set a trap towards Weno, and upon receiving the news, the southern and northern pillars patrolling the waters also proceeded to intercept. At this juncture, advancing towards Weno would lead only to certain death. Thus, Noel resolved to take an alternative path. In this era of the doldrums, a no-go zone, no one would anticipate that Noel was preparing to traverse the doldrums. "We shall set sail again from the West Sea, and upon our return, we shall settle the score with that rascal Tracis." Noel clenched his fists, acutely aware of his own shortcomings after this battle. Since his fierce confrontation with Kaido, he had become somewhat complacent, only to realize that he was merely a frog in a well. The world is replete with formidable individuals, twinkling like stars in the night sky, and in the eyes of many, their current strength merely signifies the beginning of their journey. Beyond mere prowess, there exists a significant disadvantage in terms of influence. Had Noel been accompanied by two more formidable allies in this conflict, perhaps the tides of battle would have shifted. Even if they still faced defeat, they would not have had to retreat in such a disheveled manner. Norr wished to set sail anew from the West Sea, gathering his own crew and establishing his own faction. The beast pirates currently belonged to Kaido, and though Norr and Yamato were hailed as the future of the beasts, that future remained distant. By the time Kaido stepped down, Norr would need a force of his own to command the entire beast pirates. They first headed toward the island nearest the calm belt to resupply. After issuing his orders, Norr was assisted by Yamato back to the cabin. He needed ample time to recover his strength. Crossing the treacherous waters ahead would be another grueling test of endurance. Gazing at the turbulent sea, Yamato's eyes flickered with an inscrutable emotion as she murmured, "The West Sea." In that moment, she seemed to mature considerably. The world was not merely filled with wonders, but also countless dangers. To explore it freely, one needed formidable strength. Chapter 43, The Sun Tattoo, 2 days later. After resting, Norr, as a Zoan-type devil fruit user, had mostly recovered physically, though the strain of their tense voyage left him mentally weary. Seeing that they were nearly beyond the territory controlled by the ruined pirates, Norr finally exhaled in relief. For 2 days, they had been on edge, jumping at shadows, terrified of encountering the ruined pirates' elite officers again. Not cowardice, just a tactical retreat. If you couldn't win, you ran. The good news was they had mostly escaped danger. The bad news? Ghost's injuries were severe, and their medical supplies had run out. The ship lacked a doctor, and their stock of medicine had never been ample. After 2 days of treatment, they had exhausted their resources. Without immediate resupply, Ghost's wounds might leave lasting damage. According to their course, unless they sought treatment on the next island, Ghost's condition would worsen. But that island still lay within the ruined pirates' domain, landing their risked exposure. Teresi, who had laid a dragnet across Weno, had spent 2 fruitless days searching for Norr and was likely growing suspicious. Lingering too long on the island might invite pursuit once more. Noel remained silent for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to set foot on the island. After all, what was the possibility of being discovered anew? In the pursuit of aiding the Phantom, Noel and his companion had dared to infiltrate the stronghold of Tresi. How could they shy away from a mere ordinary isle? Fear not. Charge forth with audacity. If they were to be discovered, they could simply flee, chuckling all the while. Teller Island, a rather unremarkable speck of land, had fallen under the dominion of marauding pirates a few years ago. Since then, the only change had been the shift in those to whom taxes were owed, now directed to Tresi. This island, long accustomed to the presence of pirates, had adapted to such a lifestyle. After all, does it truly matter who reigns as the overlord? As long as life continued unperturbed, there would be no uprising. Noel's vessel anchored at an inconspicuous spot on the island, seeking to avoid the prying eyes of the crowd. Accompanied by Yamato, they discreetly set foot on the land in search of a physician for the wounded specter. Upon their arrival, after a series of hushed inquiries, they soon discovered that there was no doctor on the island capable of tending to such grievous wounds. The island had enjoyed a tranquil existence. and the highly skilled physician had been summoned to Buchanan by Terasai, leaving only those with rudimentary medical skills to attend to the inhabitants' needs. This revelation left Noel and his companion in a predicament, as the Spectre's condition could not tolerate further delay. Just then, a young man with shifty eyes approached them, quietly inquiring if it was true that they were seeking a doctor. Noel and his companion instantly became vigilant, realizing that despite their cautious movements on the island, they had still been discovered. If this man were a member of the pirate crew, then Noel and his companions, unaware of their exposure, could very well find themselves in peril once again. Silently signaling, Noel's observation haki enveloped the entire island, his gaze fixed intently on the man, demanding to know how he had come to this knowledge. Meanwhile, Yamato quietly departed, making his way back to the ship to prepare for a potential retreat. The man, startled by Noel's actions, steadied himself and softly remarked, "There are a few unfamiliar faces here. I noticed you seemed to be inquiring about something, so I took the liberty to ask." Through his observation haki, Noel sensed that the others on the island were making no unusual movements, and only this man remained in their vicinity. Feeling somewhat reassured, Noel quietly inquired, "Do you know where I might find a doctor?" At this, the man could not help but grin, his fingers rubbing together in a gesture that spoke volumes. Noel presented 200,000 berries to the man, stating that money was not an issue, as long as he could lead him to a highly skilled physician. Upon arrival at the destination, he would provide an additional 100,000. The man's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and he hastily replied with flattery, assuring him that it was not a problem. He claimed to know of a remarkable doctor on the island, though he cautioned that the individual's temperament was rather eccentric, and whether or not treatment would be administered was beyond his control. Noel followed the man closely, shadowed by a ghostly presence as he began to recount the peculiar temperament of the doctor. Approximately 5 months prior, this enigmatic physician had quietly made her way to the island. Aside from venturing out to procure essential supplies, she primarily resided within the depths of the island's forests. When she did emerge, she donned a black cloak that obscured her features, leaving only her gender discernible. She was indeed a woman. The man leading the way was one of the idlers lingering on the island's streets. One day, a few of his companions, noticing her solitary existence in the forest, conspired to follow her with ill intentions. However, they were unprepared for the astonishing strength concealed within her petite frame. The self-proclaimed hidden observers were, in fact, already within her awareness. Once she ascertained that only they were present, their fate was bound to be dire. After a brief inquiry, the doctor chose not to end their lives. Instead, she administered poison to them, compelling them to remain vigilant of unfamiliar faces on the island. Furthermore, if anyone required her medical expertise, they could discreetly bring them to her. Realizing that their lives hinged upon her whims, they dared not engage in any further mischief. Moreover, those in dire need of medical attention, upon learning that a doctor was available for a modest fee, were typically not stingy with their offerings. Consequently, the idle group found themselves less resistant to the situation. Since resistance proved futile, they opted to embrace it, as their days were already spent in trivial pursuits, imposing no burden upon them. Yet, the doctor was selective in her treatments. At times, even when patients offered exorbitant fees, she would refuse without hesitation. Conversely, there were instances when patients arrived with nothing, and she would still provide care free of charge. This inconsistency led the street idler to remark on the doctor's eccentric temperament. Upon reaching the heart of the forest, they encountered a modest wooden cabin standing nearby. Above the dwelling, a chimney puffed forth a haze of various indistinct aromas. Noel gazed at the quaint cottage before him, inexplicably sensing that it housed a witch, a figure who clutched a purple potion in her left hand, perpetually emitting a high-pitched cackle. Arriving at the door of the cottage, the street urchin rapped gently upon the entrance, and a melodious voice from within interrupted Noel's reverie. "Come in," said the street urchin, nodding at Noel, indicating that he had successfully delivered him to the destination. Noel then produced 200,000 berry and handed it over, prompting the street urchin to depart with uncontainable joy. Noel entered the room, carrying the specter, and beheld a figure cloaked in black, their face obscured, standing before a table cluttered with various instruments. The doctor turned, activating her observation haki. Within her perception, she discerned no malevolent aura emanating from the two before her, and with a nod, instructed, "Place him on the bed over there." After placing the ghost on the bed, Noel began to covertly observe the doctor before him. As the doctor extended his arm, revealing a tattoo of a red sun, Noel's pupils instantly constricted. The ever-vigilant doctor immediately sensed the change in Noel and became defensive. Who are you? Chapter 44. The past. Who are you? The doctor inquired warily. Noel was taken aback by the doctor's reaction, momentarily stunned, before a realization dawned upon him. The two exchanged a prolonged, silent gaze. Finally, feeling somewhat awkward, Noel scratched his head and murmured an apology, expressing his surprise at encountering the tattoo of the Sun Pirates here. The doctor fixed his gaze on Noel for a brief moment before turning away to tend to the ghost's injuries. Observing the doctor's indifference, Noel scratched his head once more, sensing the unspoken cue to remain silent. Ah, the Sun Pirates, their captain, Fisher Tiger, was indeed a formidable figure upon the seas, yet tragically met a fate of demise in the end. Although Noel's true identity is that of a naval officer, he harbors no significant animosity towards Fisher Tiger. On the contrary, he feels a profound admiration for Tiger's audacious act of single-handedly liberating thousands of slaves from Mariewa. Regarding the doctor's recent vehement reaction, Noel is neither curious nor inclined to delve into it, despite having surmised some aspects of her past. Meanwhile, the doctor herself is in a state of inner turmoil, regretting her excessively intense response. Her name is Renee. Born into a peaceful and prosperous nation, she is the cherished daughter of renowned local merchants. From a young age, she was doted upon, embodying both filial piety and grace, leading an ostensibly blissful life. However, her idyllic existence was shattered the day her father joyfully announced their family's trip to the enchanting Sabody Archipelago, marking the onset of her nightmare. Upon their arrival at the fairy tale-like islands, Renee's innocent beauty caught the attention of a slaver crew. Once they confirmed the family's ordinary merchant status, the slavers ambushed them during their return journey. The horrific scene of violence, bloodshed, and surrounding flames seared itself into Renee's memory, rendering her momentarily numb. When she regained her senses, she discovered that her parents had taken their own lives in a desperate bid to escape humiliation, leaving her with nothing but their lingering, affectionate gazes. Renee was captured, deemed one of the most valuable commodities among the enslaved, and thus she was shielded from further harm. Enduring a hellish existence, she was ultimately sold at an auction to a celestial dragon. Expecting liberation, she found herself instead plunged into an even more terrifying abyss. It was only with Fisher Tiger's intervention that she was rescued from this torment. With nothing left, she joined the Sun Pirates as an apprenticeship doctor, learning the art of healing from Mr. Aladdin. Amidst relentless pursuits by the world government and the Navy, Renee gradually evolved into a skilled physician, also mastering the unique fishman karate. After the demise of Captain Tiger and the subsequent ascendancy of Jean Bay as the new captain and a warlord of the sea, Renee, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the world government, departed from the Sun Pirates to embark on a solitary journey. Utilizing her exceptional medical skills and considerable strength, she led a relatively comfortable life. Yet, her fortunes took a turn for the worse when, during one of her travels, her identity was inadvertently revealed, prompting a relentless manhunt by the world government. Determined to evade another descent into hell, Renee was forced into a life of anonymity and constant flight. Several months ago, she arrived quietly on this small island, meticulously concealing herself. Upon witnessing Noel's peculiar reaction, her already sensitive heart fluttered with unease. Sighing softly, she concluded that this place was no longer safe, resolving to move on the following day. As she unfastened the ghost shirt, a myriad of wounds came into view, prompting her to frown as she remarked on the crude manner of treatment. Had it not been for his robust physique, any ordinary person would have perished long ago. Noel, feeling somewhat guilty, could only offer a wry smile as he remarked on the meager conditions. I apologize for the inconvenience, doctor. Meanwhile, as Renee tended to the ghost, she cautiously probed Noel about the recent ruckus caused by the pirates in Buchanan. Noel was suddenly taken aback. Had his identity been exposed? Upon glancing at Noel's reaction, Renee realized her suspicions were correct and softly reassured him. Rest assured, I shall not divulge this secret. After all, my own identity is equally unsavory. Recognizing the futility of further concealment, Noel ceased to hide the truth. Once it was established that Noel and his companions were not affiliated with the world government, Renee felt a slight sense of relief and dedicated herself to treating the ghost's injuries with utmost seriousness. As the sun gradually descended, Renee completed the final bandage and exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from her brow. There, he is no longer in grave danger. After a night's rest, we shall be able to take him away by morning, she stated, ensuring her treatment had been effective. Noel was overjoyed and immensely grateful. The issue of Phantom's injuries had long been a thorn in Noel's heart, but now, with the situation finally improving, he could breathe a sigh of relief. After such a long period of companionship, Phantom had truly become an integral part of the small circle shared by Noel and Yama, holding significant importance in their bond. If this severe injury were to leave lasting repercussions, it would become an enduring regret in the hearts of both Noel and Yama. After expressing his gratitude, Noel refrained from further disturbance, leaving the spirit within the room while he himself found solace against a tree in the woods outside, closing his eyes to rest. The following morning, Noel departed with a substantial sum of berries, leaving the specter behind. Currently, they found themselves in a perilous situation, pursued by a marauding pirate crew, and it was imperative to vacate the area swiftly to evade danger. Upon their return to the ship, the crew, having completed their resupply, eagerly awaited Noel's return, ready to set sail at a moment's notice. However, Noel's attention was drawn to a vessel belonging to the world government moored in the distance at the harbor. Meanwhile, Renée, after bidding farewell to Noel and his companion, began to pack her belongings in preparation for her departure. With Noel having uncovered her past as a member of the Sun Pirates, the safety of her current location was no longer guaranteed. Accustomed to a life of constant movement, Renée's survival thus far had been attributed to her cautious nature. However, before she could finish packing, a knock resounded at her door. "Boss, I brought in another injured person needing treatment." Outside, several men clad in black brandished firearms, their weapons aimed at the street performer, whose forehead glistened with cold sweat as he struggled to maintain his composure. "Understood, just a moment." As the door creaked open, it revealed an empty threshold. One of the men in black was taken aback and shouted, "Fall back." With a sudden explosion, a wave of energy erupted from the small room, sending nearby government personnel hurtling backward. Seizing the moment of chaos, Renée transformed into a shadow, swiftly escaping from the crumbling building. Yet, as she emerged, she found herself surrounded. The area was encircled by numerous government agents, guns trained on her, ready to fire at the slightest movement. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Renée's temple. This time, escape seemed unlikely. Then, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. In an instant, a bolt of lightning surged forth, triggering a violent explosion that injured numerous government personnel. Chapter 45. Joining Who Goes There? The government agents bellowed. Turning towards the source of the blast, a figure emerged, slowly advancing. Noel, cloaked in a mantle, revealed a languid expression. "Ah, dear doctor. I seem to have forgotten some of my supplies." Although Renée was perplexed by Noel's sudden appearance, his actions signaled her salvation. A smile crept onto her lips as she replied, "How embarrassing. It appears everything in that room has been destroyed." "Is that so? Then it seems I must trouble you to accompany me," Noel said, disregarding the surrounding government officials as he extended his invitation. "Who are you?" "We are agents of the world government CP6. Do you wish to oppose the world government?" The CP6 commander, red-faced with fury at being ignored, was met with a whisper from one of his subordinates. The commander's expression soured considerably, clearly having realized Noel's true capabilities. While others might have hesitated out of fear of the world government's might, this traitor from the Navy was not among them. "Brady Noel, I never expected to find you here. I presume you are still being hunted by Teresi after your recent ruckus in Buchanan," the CP commander said darkly, his tone hinting at a threat to expose Noel's location should he meddle further. "Well, let us see whether you can hold your ground long enough or if they arrive sooner," Noel scoffed, dismissing the commander's threat with a disdainful snort. The CP commander's countenance fluctuated between anger and despair. Capturing Renée was now untenable, and any attempt to force the issue would likely result in total annihilation for his men. After much deliberation, the commander could only issue a venomous warning. "Brady Noel, you dare obstruct our mission? You will regret provoking the world government." With that, he commanded a retreat. The surrounding CP members slowly withdrew, their eyes fixated on Noel, wary of any sudden movement from him. Seeing them retreat, Noel had no desire to provoke an unnecessary conflict. Once Renée was out of immediate danger, she exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Without Noel's timely intervention, she would have faced dire consequences. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been in grave peril." Renée expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Noel. Noel turned to Renée and said, "Miss Doctor, I presume you have nowhere to go. Why not join our pirate crew?" Faced with Noel's invitation, Renée fell into silence. After a moment, she shook her head and replied, "I am being pursued by the world government, and I wouldn't want to trouble you." She had just witnessed that she was not afraid of the agents of the world government. "Noel, unfazed, remarked, "Moreover, I am a member of the Beast's Pirates." Renee gasped. The Beast's Pirates? So, you are a subordinate of the Emperor Kaido. It became clear to her why Noel showed no fear of the world government. Subsequently, Noel briefly recounted some of his circumstances to Renee. Should she accept his invitation, on the surface, she would be a subordinate of Kaido, but in reality, she would be under Noel's command. With the protection of the Beast's Pirates, it was unlikely that the world government would dare to capture her, risking conflict with Kaido. She had grown weary of this life of evasion and constant anxiety. After a preliminary assessment, Renee found Noel to be a decent person, at the very least. He sought medical assistance for his companions, even while being hunted. Furthermore, Noel's brave intervention had also fostered a certain fondness for him and Renee. With these thoughts in mind, she no longer hesitated and nodded in acceptance of Noel's invitation. Noel smiled brightly upon seeing Renee, extending his hand and welcoming her to the Beast Pirates. Specifically to the Noel division. "Thank you," she replied, as their hands clasped together, marking her formal induction as the crew's doctor. With Renee aboard, they had a formidable safeguard for any future injuries or the ongoing treatment of Phantom. Moreover, Noel had just witnessed Renee's impressive capabilities. As a physician, her prowess was undeniably commendable. After a brief tidying of her belongings, Noel led Renee back to the ship. The addition of a new companion delighted Yamato, who exuberantly guided Renee around the vessel. Upon learning of Renee's extensive travels, Yamato became even more enamored, following her wherever she went. Renee did not mind Yamato's childlike enthusiasm, and their bond quickly blossomed into a close sisterly or brotherly friendship. Once everything was prepared, Noel and the others set sail once more, heading towards the doldrums. Meanwhile, the captain of the Destruction Pirates, Triss, finally learned of Noel's whereabouts. "Boss, a mysterious caller just informed me that Brady Noel is heading towards the doldrums," Casa reported swiftly to Triss. Seated on a sofa with a cigar between his lips, Triss sprang to his feet upon receiving this intelligence. "Set sail. Pursue them. Alert the nearby pirate crews to intercept," he commanded fiercely. "How could this be? I didn't expect that brat to head towards the doldrums." Triss had meticulously laid traps en route to Weno, only to see them rendered ineffective. As time passed, news of Noel and Yamato's ruckus in Buchanan spread throughout the New World, reaching even some islands along the Grand Line. Recently, his arch-nemesis had called to mock him mercilessly. If Noel managed to escape this time, it would severely tarnish the reputation of the Destruction Pirates. The issue had escalated beyond mere damage to their stronghold. It now touched upon Triss' aspirations of becoming one of the Four Emperors. After a few newcomers infiltrated his base, wreaking havoc and successfully escaping, his authority would plummet. More pirates would perceive him as vulnerable, challenging him with increasing audacity. Some would even question his capability to become one of the Four Emperors, suggesting he should return home and tend to the fields instead. This was the root of Triss' intense animosity towards Noel and his companions. He was determined to eliminate them at any cost. Meanwhile, Noel received a call from Dressrosa. "BRRR, BRRR, BRRR. Moshi Moshi, this is Noel. Yee. I hear you've caused quite a commotion in Buchanan." Noel, came the dark, sinister laughter of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Noel furrowed his brows and inquired, "Is this the reason you called?" "Ha, of course not. Triss has already discerned your whereabouts and is now pursuing you. Noel, you owe me a small favor. Do keep that in mind." With that, Doflamingo ended the call. Noel gazed calmly at the expanse of the sea ahead, now realizing that it was too late. Chapter 46. Yamato. Please be quiet. Captain Noel, a fleet has been spotted behind us. From the lookout tower, a pirate, holding a telescope, issued a warning upon discovering the enemy. Upon receiving the news, Noel made his way to the stern of the ship to gaze into the distance. Upon confirming that it was indeed the fleet of the notorious pirate crew, Noel calmly remarked that they had finally arrived. It had been 3 days since Renee's joining, during which a multitude of events had transpired. Firstly, the injury sustained by the Phantom had stabilized, and he had awakened from his coma yesterday. Secondly, following the exposure of Noel's position, a relentless wave of pirates had obstructed their voyage. The most severe encounter saw several pirate crews uniting to block Noel's path. Faced with no other choice, Noel and his companions had to engage in battle, resulting in a standoff that lasted a grueling 10 hours. Despite having set sail a few days ahead of schedule, they were ultimately caught up by these determined pirates. However, there was a silver lining. They were now perilously close to the doldrums. a proximity that allowed Noel to potentially lead his companions to safety. Yet, driven by a simmering frustration from being relentlessly pursued by Teresi, Noel deliberately chose to bide his time, awaiting Teresi's appearance. He intended to leave Teresi with a formidable parting gift before making his escape. While others may wait a decade for vengeance, Noel's thirst for retribution was immediate. It was imperative to deliver a significant blow before their inevitable separation. After this departure, the timeline for their return to the New World remained uncertain. As Teresi drew nearer, Noel awaited the moment when he could discern the features of his adversary. Noel grinned and remarked, "Isn't this our pirate crew's captain, the severely injured Teresi? Why aren't you hiding in your lair?" Teresi's ability to endure was akin to that of an ancient tortoise. He had refrained from intervening during the previous skirmish on the island until he was certain the danger had passed. Upon hearing Noel's words, a vein throbbed on Teresi's forehead, and his eyes darkened with fury as he slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, coldly stating, "Kid, don't be too arrogant. When I roamed the seas, you were still a mere thought in the wind. It seems you've truly aged, reduced to reminiscing about your past exploits," Noel retorted with a smirk, his expression dripping with bravado. Teresi, being a formidable figure of the seas, merely narrowed his eyes at Noel's juvenile taunts, clearly embodying the essence of a stoic and ruthless individual. Noticing Teresi's silence, Noel shrugged in boredom, thinking to himself that this old fellow truly possessed an extraordinary capacity for patience. Noel no longer wasted any time. He retrieved the iron spear that had long been prepared and rested it upon his shoulder. This formidable weapon, exceeding 1 meter in length and as thick as a grown man's arm, was forged by Noel through the power of lightning over the past few days. Indeed, Noel intended to let Teresi and his crew experience the true essence of a super electromagnetic cannon. The standard electromagnetic cannon, which utilized coins as projectiles, had too limited a range to be effective in naval combat. Thus, this time, Noel had prepared these colossal weapons, whose immense mass and velocity would be sufficient to deliver a profound lesson to Teresi. With a powerful arm, Noel lifted the iron spear with one hand, as arcs of lightning crackled around him, guiding the weapon. After a brief period of direction, he hurled it with all his might. The true super electromagnetic cannon was unleashed. The tremendous force of the shot caused the vessel beneath Noel to lurch downward. Boom! The massive spear sliced through the ocean's surface, and before the pirates aboard the ship could comprehend what transpired, their vessel was already pierced. A violent explosion erupted from the ship. As the electromagnetic cannon plunged into the sea, it stirred up a colossal wave. Disaster struck. The ship's hull was breached. "Quickly, save the crew." Chaos erupted aboard the struck pirate ship. A flicker of shock crossed Teresi's darkened visage. Even he could not anticipate the speed of that initial attack. At that moment, another electromagnetic cannon soared forth, piercing another pirate ship to Teresi's left. With no time to ponder further, Teresi swiftly commanded his senior officers to disperse and protect the remaining vessels, bellowing for full speed ahead. Cannon after cannon rained down, and while the majority of the assaults were thwarted by the formidable warriors of the pirate crew, a few strikes still found their mark, resulting in tremendous explosions. You may successfully defend against 100 attacks, but on the 101st, if I seize the opportunity, your ship will be left adrift, unless you risk disintegration to flee. Teresi roared in frustration. The enemy's assaults were exceedingly difficult to counter, while his fleet's return fire was effortlessly deflected. After sailing merely a few hundred meters, 2 more pirate ships were struck and forced to halt. Moments later, Noel's supply of iron spears had been nearly exhausted, and at that juncture, Teresi's fleet was left with only the flagship and 2 vessels manned by senior officers. Out of a fleet of 15 pirate ships, Noel had sunk 4 and severely damaged 8. At this point, Noel had no intention of expending further energy to attack Teresi. He crouched down, placing a hand upon the reinforced hull. Following several days of modifications, the ship's exterior had been clad in iron plating. Electricity surged through the vessel, and under the influence of electromagnetism, the entire ship began to rise slowly from the water. "Salute to our old tortoise captain," Noel exclaimed with a wicked grin, gazing down at the scene below. Watching Noel and his companions ascend into the sky, Teresi was consumed with rage, shouting, "I will surely kill you, Brady Noel." Noel turned away, leaving this place, no longer wishing to provoke Teresi. My son was engrossed in manipulating the spacecraft. Meanwhile, Yamato was exuberantly darting about the deck. It was his first time aboard a spaceship, and Yamato could hardly contain his excitement. As he saw Noel return to the deck, He rushed over and exclaimed, "Noel, this is amazing. We're soaring through the skies." Noel responded with a smile, saying that in the future, there would be even greater achievements. "We shall construct an even better and larger vessel ourselves." After a cheer from Yamato, he dashed to the deck to play with Rini. Following a brief chase, Noel and the others arrived at the edge of the calm zone. Just a moment ago, the ocean had been tumultuous, yet now its surface lay tranquil like a mirror. Yamato ran to the ship's railing and shouted towards the sea. In an instant, the scene fell into silence. Noel sensed that something was amiss, yet he could not quite articulate what it was. After a brief moment, a profound transformation overtook Noel's countenance. A colossal sea creature erupted from the depths of the ocean. Even before the creature breached the surface, Noel had already maneuvered the spacecraft upward. The creature's gargantuan maw loomed ominously towards Noel and his companions, but fortunately, Noel's keen observation allowed them to evade a dire fate. With a thunderous roar, the creature expressed its frustration at having lost its intended prey, and soon, countless other sea creatures began to surface. As Noel beheld the scene below, beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow. The sheer size of the creature rendered the impact of a railgun upon it akin to a mere mosquito bite to a human. Noel turned to Yamato and exclaimed, "Yamato, please calm down." "Ha ha, how remarkable." Chapter 47. A new beginning. West Sea. The sound of waves echoed as a fish caught the hook and was swiftly reeled in by Noel. He leisurely placed the fish into his catch bag, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. What a magnificent catch. I must say, the weather in the Four Seas is incredibly pleasant. There are no sudden storms, and one moment it can be sweltering, only for the next to allow snowmen to be built on the deck. After experiencing the bizarre weather of the New World, Noel felt as though he had arrived in paradise upon reaching the West Sea. Indeed, one must choose a location in the Four Seas for a peaceful retirement. The Grand Line, or the New World, is far too troublesome. The inhabitants possess formidable strength, their words often harsh, and one is liable to encounter individuals with nearly godlike abilities. In contrast, the atmosphere in the Four Seas remains comfortably mundane, especially in the East Sea. Of course, such a tranquil and harmonious environment is a delight for Noel, yet it may be a torment for others. "Hey, Noel, how long until we reach the next island?" Yamato inquired, her head drooping as if devoid of bones, swaying unsteadily. Noel's tranquil disposition was shattered by Yamato's words, prompting him to turn and sharply admonish Yamato. "If it weren't for your reckless shouting in the calm zone, would we have strayed so far off course?" At that moment, Yamato's boisterous cries in the tranquil zone had successfully summoned countless colossal sea creatures, initially believing that they were safe at such great heights. Noel was soon met with the harsh reality. A serpentine sea creature burst forth from the depths, its length approaching 10,000 meters, seemingly fixated on Noel and his companions, launching a relentless assault with unyielding determination. Noel was left astounded. It is often said that the doldrums are perilous at sea, yet no one ever warned that the skies above the doldrums could be equally treacherous. A sea serpent relentlessly pursued Noel the entire way. Had he not ultimately reached the Western Sea, it is likely that the serpent would have continued its relentless chase. Upon arriving in the Western Sea, and after ascertaining their bearings, Noel and his companions discovered just how far they had strayed from their intended course. The individual responsible for this predicament was none other than our comrade Yamato. Let us not dwell on past events," Yamato exclaimed, raising his head and waving his hand dismissively, as if he had accomplished something truly remarkable. Upon witnessing this, Noel's veins bulged with rage, wishing he could string up the day gang on a fishing rod as bait. Standing nearby, Renee burst into hearty laughter. Day, carefree and always stirring up trouble, contrasted sharply with Noel's lazy demeanor, which only served to amuse Renee further. Wiping away tears of laughter, she mused silently about the delightful adventures that must accompany such companions on their journey. At that moment, a newsbird descended from the sky, adorned with a pouch of the latest newspapers, fluttering its wings as it gracefully landed at the bow of the ship. After Renee paid Bailey, the newsbird nodded in acknowledgement before soaring back into the sky. "Wow, Noel, the latest bounty has been released. It features bounties on you three," Renee exclaimed upon spotting the notices. With a swish, a gust of wind swept by, and the once listless Day now appeared beside Renee, snatching the bounty notice to scrutinize it closely. Thunder Roar Brady Noel Bounty, 470 million berries, life or death. Day Bounty, 140 million berries, first offense. Mythical Zoan no Meet Great God Form Ghost Bounty, 98 million berries, first offense. Ha ha ha. I've finally been given a bounty, Day exclaimed, lifting the notice and laughing joyfully towards the heavens. As a pirate, he had long been troubled by his lack of a bounty, but after the chaos at Buchanan, the Navy's wanted notice had finally been issued. Renee, observing the elated day, expressed her astonishment. His first bounty was an impressive 140 million berries. Although the figures of bounties had become more inflated over the years, the significance of a first bounty remained substantial. In recent times, aside from Noel's 200 million, Day's initial bounty was the highest. Ghost's bounty was also notably high, reflecting the Navy's recognition of his prowess with the dual hockey. As Renee perused reports of various recent events at sea, she noted that the news of Noel and Day's successful escape after causing a ruckus at Buchanan occupied a significant section. After wreaking havoc at the headquarters of the Destruction Pirates and evading the pursuit of the Yonko candidate, Terry, this achievement was indeed noteworthy within the vast ocean. It was said that upon Noel's escape, Terry, infuriated, spat blood, his already grave injuries worsening. All high-ranking members of the Destruction Pirates were mobilized to eliminate any unstable elements within their territory. Any unknown pirates would be ruthlessly slain without a word. Simultaneously, the vice-captain of the Destruction Pirates, the great swordsman, Ghost Sword Cronin, declared that he would lead a punitive expedition to hunt Noel down, vowing that the Destruction Pirates would not rest until they had dealt with him, no matter where he fled. Yet, the ever-composed Noel, fishing serenely, felt no surprise, for he had already gleaned this information during a phone call with Admiral Sengoku. After successfully evading the pursuit, Noel promptly contacted Sengoku to relay the detailed information. Upon learning of Noel's successful escape, Sengoku exhaled slowly, feeling a sense of relief. Initially, when he learned of Noel's dire situation, the atmosphere on Sengoku's end was tense, and the high-ranking Navy officials convened a small meeting to discuss whether to mount a rescue operation for Noel. Noel is undoubtedly the future pillar of the Navy. What? You claim that Kaido incessantly proclaims Noel to be the future of the Beast Pirates? Nonsense. Noel is unequivocally ours, merely lent to you for a few days. However, at that time, Noel found himself entrenched within the ranks of the pirate forces, alarmingly distant from the Navy's sphere of influence. Should the pirates discover the presence of the Navy in their midst, it could potentially incite a coalition among them, which would be in stark opposition to the Navy's strategic objectives concerning the pirates of the New World. Thus, in the end, figures like Sengoku had no choice but to place their faith in Noel's capabilities. Fortunately, Noel did not disappoint. He successfully traversed the doldrums, evading pursuit, and further instigated friction between the destructive pirate crew and the surrounding factions. Noel also conveyed to Sengoku that this battle was entirely a conspiracy he had meticulously devised. It now appeared that his plan had borne fruit, as the pirates, who had initially sought respite, commenced a new wave of conquests. However, as he was now an undercover agent, he would forego any accolades and simply requested a discreet bonus. In response, Sengoku paid no heed to Noel's further remarks and abruptly terminated the call. Sengoku expressed his disdain, scoffing, "You? Conspiring? Nonsense." Chapter 48. Do you consider me your underling? Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Moses, whom are you seeking? Huh, Noel, it seems I was not mistaken about you. The voice of Don Quixote da Flamingo, laced with malice, resonated as a pair of sunglasses was donned over the phone bug. Noel, with a vacant gaze, abruptly terminated the call. Damn it. I knew that the last time Don Quixote da Flamingo carelessly divulged information regarding Buchanan, it was with ulterior motives. This brooding individual, upon discovering my pursuit of Blanca, was well aware that once he revealed the intelligence about Buchanan, I would inevitably investigate the matter further. In the case of Teresi being gravely injured, the situation could be interpreted in two ways. The best scenario would be that Teresi, incapacitated, would not easily make an appearance to take action. The worst, however, is that his injury places him in a precarious condition. Doflamingo's scheme is a blatant ploy. Either I risk losing a potential lead or face a confrontation with the pirate crew. Noel's ruckus at Buchanan aligns perfectly with Doflamingo's intentions, and it was evident that this call would not bear good tidings. At that moment, the voice of the snail phone resounded once more, prompting Noel to hang up again. After a brief interval, Doflamingo called again, exclaiming, "Hey, surely you aren't that petty. Remember, you still owe me a small favor." The veins on the forehead of the snail phone were visibly bulging, indicating that Doflamingo, despite Noel's dismissive act, was not in the least bit perturbed. Upon hearing Doflamingo mention the favor, Noel discerned that Doflamingo was indeed seeking assistance. Raising an eyebrow, Noel replied with an enigmatic tone, I haven't even settled the score from the last time you tricked me. You claim I owe you a favor? Doflamingo found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed. He had ill intentions regarding Teresi, yet he would never confess to such. This was information you proactively sought from me. It has nothing to do with my own interests. The thought of Noel's misfortune brought a smirk back to Doflamingo's face. While Noel resigned himself to swallowing this bitter pill. What do you want from me? Noel resumed his languid demeanor, preparing to ascertain what mischief Doflamingo was concocting, which would simultaneously serve as a means of gathering intelligence. I have a shipment of weapons in the West Sea that is being monitored, and I would like you to assist me in delivering it. Doflamingo's malevolent grin was vividly portrayed by the snail phone, making Noel contemplate giving it a swift blow. Noel paused momentarily, incredulous. Do you take me for your subordinate? It's one thing for Kaido to request that I escort weapons. After all, he is one of the 4 emperors, and I am his subordinate. What do you think you are? Noticing the change in Noel's expression, Doflamingo realized he had provoked his ire and quickly added, when you were being hunted by Teresi, I provided you with intelligence. How about this? Help me with the weapon delivery this time, and we shall consider ourselves even. Noel fell into silence, contemplating the pros and cons of the situation. Initially, he had intended to terminate the call abruptly. However, during his previous conversation with the Marshal of the Warring States, he learned that the Navy had been monitoring Doflamingo's underground channels. Assisting Doflamingo in transporting weapons could serve as an entry point, allowing him to scrutinize Doflamingo's true nature. After all, there were no formidable figures in the West Sea. The naval forces of the Flower Kingdom primarily operated within its vicinity. Given their capabilities, as long as they did not encounter those ancient monsters, they were unlikely to face any danger. After a moment of contemplation, Noel spoke in a low tone. Only this once, reveal your location to me. Ha ha ha, let us toast to a fruitful collaboration, came the reply, and with a click, the once sinister phone bug fell into slumber. Noel, where are we headed? Inquired Yamato, who was now invigorated. For her, any place she had not yet visited or found intriguing piqued her interest immensely. We are going to Shorehaven, Noel responded, his gaze distant, lost in thoughts. Has the support sent by Doflamingo not yet arrived? The commander of Shorehaven anxiously questioned his subordinate. Doflamingo has assured us that reinforcements are on their way, the communications officer replied promptly after hanging up the phone. Damnable rebels! How dare they attempt to seize our weapons? Once we return to the homeland, I shall personally lead the charge to eradicate these scoundrels. The king of Shorehaven had recently procured a batch of weapons from Doflamingo, but unexpectedly, the domestic rebels had somehow learned of this transaction. The rebels lay in ambush at the designated handover point, and upon the arrival of both parties, they suddenly revealed themselves. Fortunately, the rebels were not particularly formidable. The commander of Shorehaven managed to break through with the batch of weapons, now hidden within the forest of the island. Meanwhile, the domestic rebels coordinated with the chaos here, and their only hope was for Doflamingo's reinforcements to eliminate these insurgents. Well, Yamato exclaimed, leaping excitedly off the ship as they finally reached the shore. Having felt cooped up for far too long, Noel followed behind Yamato, enveloping the entire island in his observation haki. He discerned an array of auras scattered across various locations. Yet the whereabouts of the king's army remained elusive. Taking out a transponder snail, Noel dialed for their position. After ending the call, he led his companions directly towards the forest. Captain, reinforcements from the king's army have arrived, murmured a rebel lookout, peering through binoculars at the departing Noel. Understood. The commander of the king's army, Don Quixote Doflamingo's envoy, was elated upon learning of Noel's arrival. Finally, they had come. If they delayed any longer, their presence would surely be discovered. However, as Noel located the king's forces, the rebels, having tracked Noel's movements, also converged on the same site. Upon encountering Noel, the rebel captain fell into silence, recognizing the notorious figures before him. Thunder Roar, Brady Noel. After a moment of contemplation, the rebel captain discreetly signaled for a retreat and gradually withdrew from the area. Once they had exited the forest, a cadre of rebels quietly questioned their leader. Why retreat when we had them surrounded? The captain shot him a glare, choosing silence. The cadre, feeling disgruntled, fell silent. This fool never pays heed to the news from the sea. Should a confrontation arise, none of them would return. On the side of the king's army, they had been concealed for some time and were evidently unaware of Noel's identity. However, upon catching sight of the apparition, the commander's pupils constricted sharply. He quickly masked his surprise, expressing gratitude towards Noel. As all boarded the vessel, the commander deliberately lingered behind, stealthily retrieving a transponder snail to make a call. Your Majesty. I have located him. His gaze was as fierce as that of a ravenous wolf. Chapter 49. Intangible Speculation HM? Noel's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed a sudden surge of hostility, only for it to dissipate just as quickly. Observing his surroundings discreetly, he found no abnormalities. The rebels had already retreated, spurred by his presence, and for the moment, Noel dismissed any lingering doubts, silently remaining vigilant. Once everyone was aboard, the vessel officially set sail towards Shoalhaven. Within the palace of Shoalhaven, Ralph sat upon the imposing throne, his countenance dark enough to drip with discontent. He clutched a transponder snail tightly, trembling slightly. Elvis, after 10 years of absence, you have truly resurfaced. Ralph's eyes were filled with a storm of dark emotions. Fixated ahead, the emergence of the specter stirred tumultuous waves within him. Time might dull all memories, yet the name Elvis had gradually faded from Ralph's heart, becoming mere dust of recollection. Little did he anticipate that today, that buried memory would resurface, making it difficult for him to accept this reality. He was a traitor. Ralph vividly recalled the moment he plunged a blade into Elvis's heart, his disbelief, his fury. When the war concluded, the supposedly lifeless Elvis vanished, his body never to be seen again. Ralph frantically dispatched individuals to seek Elvis's whereabouts, gradually coming to terms with his demise 3 years after ascending to the throne. He believed Elvis had perished in that endless conflict, with his remains likely taken by others. Ironically, the very person tasked with tracking Elvis down was the commander responsible for dealings and Ralph's most trusted subordinate. I must eliminate Elvis. His existence is my blemish. Ralph recognized there was no room for reconciliation between them. After all, he was a traitor, a thief of triumphs. Elvis's return surely signified a desire for vengeance. With both now sworn enemies, the one to strike first would seize the advantage. A sinister smile crept across Ralph's lips. Elvis would never suspect his presence had been uncovered. I have committed such heinous acts, stealing the fruits of victory from all. He must harbor immense hatred towards me. 10 years of resentment, like fine wine, only grows richer until it inevitably erupts. He was likely concocting schemes, waiting for the opportune moment to emerge, by which time Ralph might be too weak to resist. Perhaps the recent turmoil among the rebels bore his fingerprints. However, the tables had turned. Now he lurked in the shadows while Elvis was in the light. Thus, it was Ralph who held the reins of this unfolding drama. Ralph continued to weave elaborate scenarios in his mind, envisioning how the specter had been twisted by hatred, plotting future events based on his musings. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a newspaper on the table. A cold smirk formed on his lips as he noted the names Brady, Noel, and Yamato. Are these your allies? He scoffed. He then dialed a number. Hello, informed the Destroyer King, Tracy, that Brady Noel is currently recuperating with me. After hanging up, a dark chuckle escaped him, causing nearby attendants to break into a cold sweat and discreetly withdraw. What he failed to realize was that the specter had lost his memory, retaining only a few names while forgetting everything else. Intangible speculation, most lethal. 3 days later, everyone. Thank you for your escort. I have prepared accommodations for you all. Please make yourselves at home. After the ship docked, the commander sighed in relief and warmly invited Noel and his companions to explore the country for a few days. Absolutely. In response to the enthusiastic invitation, Yamato readily accepted. She had longed to explore since arriving in the West Sea, aside from resupplying. She had yet to appreciate the local culture. The commander regarded Yamato with an even friendlier expression. In our country, there are no gangs, so you can enjoy your visit without worry. Wonderful. I was pondering how to delay Noel and the others' departure, but with Yamato here, there is no need for further discussion. As for Noel, he did not intend to accompany Yamato on her excursions this time. After the battle at Buchanan, his urgency to strengthen his abilities had intensified. The recent voyage had afforded him clearer insight into his path. Thus, he resolved to remain in Shoalhaven for a while, allowing himself the opportunity to consolidate his strength. As for Yamato, he would let her indulge for a couple of days before resuming their training. Noel and his companions were assigned to a large hotel within the country. Initially, the commander intended for them to reside near the palace, yet they declined, citing inconvenience in travel. As for Noel's subordinates from the Beast Pirates, accommodations were also arranged in close proximity to the hotel. After Noel and his companions checked in, a member of the rebel army stealthily concealed himself in a nearby alley, observing them. The leader, Brady Noel, and his companions had settled into the Bird Hotel, indicating that they might be staying for several days. The rebel soldier quietly reported the current situation. Dylan, the leader of the rebels, furrowed his brow within the confines of their secret base. The presence of Noel and his associates was far from auspicious. Intelligence indicated that scoundrel Relf was closely allied with the warlord Doflamingo, and the previous batch of weaponry had been procured through Doflamingo's introduction. Moreover, Doflamingo maintained a cooperative relationship with the beast pirates. With Noel and his companions now residing here, the implications for the rebels' operations were considerable. Dylan was uncertain whether Noel might act against them due to his ties with Doflamingo. In the West Sea, Brady Noel wielded a level of power that could dominate. Should he choose to strike, the rebels could face catastrophic consequences. Contemplating this, Dylan instructed his subordinates to inform the others that all recent operations were to be temporarily halted. After making arrangements, Dylan leaned back on the sofa, lost in thought, hoping that Noel's presence would not incite any unforeseen incidents. The nation of Sherwin could scarcely endure further turmoil. This war-torn land was on the brink of collapse. If matters were not resolved soon, Sherwin's fate would undoubtedly be dire. Subsequently, Dylan sat up and inquired of another communication officer affiliated with the Revolutionary Army about the situation on their end. What news from the Revolutionary Army? Have reinforcements been dispatched? The officer nodded, reporting that those responsible for the previous unrest had retreated and that the commander had arranged for reinforcements from neighboring nations. Dylan exhaled slowly, relieved. That is good to hear. The following day, Yamato and Renee set out early for a day of shopping, while the Phantom remained at the hotel to recuperate from his injuries. Meanwhile, Noel journeyed by boat to a nearby uninhabited island. All right, place these supplies here and return. Behave yourselves, and do not let me hear of any misdeeds, Noel instructed darkly upon disembarking, turning to deliver his warning. This band of pirates, since their arrival in the West Sea, had become increasingly reckless, as if viewing the local populace as mere refuse, their conduct growing ever more audacious. After Noel dealt with several pirates who oppressed the common folk, these individuals became rather subdued. As a former member of the Navy, Noel's actions were quite justifiable. Although Yamato, Renee, and the others were also pirates, they possessed an inherent sense of integrity. They would not engage in the senseless oppression of civilians. Instead, they would readily extend a helping hand to those in need. Consequently, they expressed their approval of Noel's conduct. Under Noel's guidance, these pirates exhibited a marked improvement compared to their previous behavior. Captain Noel. The group of pirates, upon witnessing Noel's stern demeanor, felt a jolt of fear. They had initially hoped to relax in her absence, but it seemed prudent to remain cautious. After all, Noel was not the type to indulge mischief makers. Noel chose to disregard the individuals around him and ventured alone to the foot of a grand mountain. Taking a deep breath, he decided to test whether Garp's method truly held any merit. With a determined smile, Noel expressed his enthusiasm. The original narrative provided scant details regarding training techniques, primarily depicting scenes focused on physical conditioning. Among these, Garp's renowned method of flattening mountains stands out. In his quest to defeat the formidable green pepper, Garp single-handedly leveled 8 mountains, and upon mastering his training, he emerged to deliver a punch that skewed Green Pepper's head. Naturally, Noel, who also emphasized physical prowess, was inclined to experiment with Garp's method. As Garp was not a user of devil fruits, Noel too resolved not to employ any fruit abilities during his training. Standing before the towering peak, Noel felt a tinge of pressure. What seemed a straightforward task could prove exceedingly arduous. Armed hockey, activate. Noel's fists, as dark as ebony, collided with one another, producing a resounding roar as he commenced his training in earnest. Bang! With a single punch, Noel created a substantial dent in the massive boulder before him. Yet, in comparison to the Grand Mountain Peak, it was hardly significant. Come on this desolate island. Thunderous sounds echoed relentlessly, startling the birds into a frantic flight. A week later in Shelherwen. During this time, Renee and Yamato had begun to explore the area, enchanted by the myriad of local delicacies that captivated their senses, while an array of exquisite clothing ignited their shopping fervor. Countless bags filled with various goods cluttered Noel's room, which had been unofficially repurposed as a storage space since his departure. When they finally regained their senses, they exchanged an awkward smile, glancing at each other before closing the door. As long as the room remained unopened, it could be considered empty. Indeed, they had purchased nothing. They merely strolled about for the past few days. A silent understanding passed between them, a mere glance sufficing to convey their thoughts. Unfazed, they tidied up a bit, checked on the injuries of the ghost, and then ventured out once more. Meanwhile, the previously silent rebels began to grow anxious. Damn it, these people are refusing to leave. Ever since Brady Noel stepped out, he had vanished without a trace. The two women were incessantly shopping, and several operatives tasked with tailing them had lost considerable weight, returning to collapse on the ground, declaring they would no longer pursue them. In desperation, the captain resorted to a shift system for surveillance, which finally motivated some individuals to undertake the task. Shopping women were indeed terrifying. It seemed they required no energy for their excursions. Members assigned to track them in 3 shifts found it exhausting, yet the women could shop from dawn till dusk without pause. As the days passed, the presence of Noel and his companions rendered the rebels entirely inactive, merely waiting for their departure. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that Noel and his companions had no intention of leaving Shellherwen anytime soon, causing Dylan to become increasingly restless. The rebels had numerous plans in the pipeline, and after waiting for so long, they had reached their limit. Further delay would jeopardize their strategies. With this in mind, Dylan quietly instructed his subordinates to take initial action. He then scrutinized the recent movements of Renee and Yamato, suggesting they arrange for 2 individuals to probe the purpose of their visit. Dylan's subordinates hesitated, uncertain how to approach such a probing task without alarming them. Let us conduct a simple inquiry into their intentions here. Assign a few people to elicit some information. Dylan sighed, realizing there was no choice. The strength of Noel and his companions was undeniably formidable. Unexpectedly, before they could execute their plan, the long-missing Noel reappeared. After a week of solitary training on the island and having exhausted his supplies, he decided to grant himself a day of respite and return to Shellherwen for a brief recuperation. However, upon opening his hotel room door, he fell silent. Had it not been for the conspicuous room number, he might have believed he had entered the wrong place. The room was overflowing with an array of goods, a veritable treasure trove. With these items, one could easily establish a shop. Noel's face gradually flushed with anger. He had anticipated that Yamato and the others would take some time to relax, yet he returned to such an overwhelming surprise. In Noel's eyes glimmered a crimson gaze, and the observation haki instantly enveloped the entire island, allowing him to swiftly detect the unique presence of Yamato and the other. With a swish, he vanished from his original spot, his fury compelling him to employ the shave technique. He was determined to capture these 2 extravagant women and impart a lesson upon them. Meanwhile, the 2, joyfully immersed in their shopping spree, remained oblivious to the impending peril that loomed over them. "Boss, wrap all of this up for me. I want it all," Yamato declared, hands on her hips, exuding confidence. The store owner, nearly bowing before them, replied obsequiously, "Please wait a moment. I will have it packaged for you immediately." At that moment, Renee emerged from the fitting room, her arms laden with an array of garments. "Boss, I want this one and that one." Before she could finish, the owner interjected, "Shall I wrap those for you?" "Certainly, no problem." "No, not those 2. Just wrap the rest." Renee glanced quizzically at the owner, as if to imply that his taste was truly peculiar. With a thud, the owner genuinely sank to his knees. Witnessing this scene, Noel's veins bulged, a tempest of fury threatening to erupt. Suppressing his rage, he darkly remarked, "You 2 seem to be having quite the fun." An important decision. Brothers, Peacock has just made a significant decision. Since Peacock's performance has been lacking, it must be compensated with hard work. Thus, after much contemplation, Peacock has resolved to engage in a simple interaction with readers. A bonus update activity. Of course, the term bonus update refers to updates following the official release. During the initial phase, Peacock can only guarantee a daily update of 4,000 words, but once released, that restriction will vanish. Peacock will strive to stockpile content during this time, though currently, not a single chapter exists, aiming for a small explosion of updates post-release. The total number of recommended votes for this book stands at 355. For every additional 150 votes received, a bonus chapter will be added after release. Currently, 17 individuals have invested in this new book. Once it reaches 100, 2 bonus chapters will be unlocked. As for monthly votes, that shall be left to fate, with a preliminary plan to add a chapter for every 100 monthly votes. Contributions are also welcomed, though Peacock humbly acknowledges her status as a novice writer while maintaining an ambitious spirit. Here, Peacock earnestly requests everyone to continue reading, as this will enhance her performance. She extends her heartfelt gratitude to all. Additionally, a reader group has been established. Any suggestions may be shared within the group. Please be gentle. QQ group number 764557163 Chapter 51. The mask of suffering the two women, still reveling in their shopping, suddenly transformed into stone statues. Two crows flew overhead, dropping a few small droplets. Yamato slowly turned around to face the darkly brooding Noel, panic setting in. Ahahaha, Noel, when did you return? Why didn't you give us a heads up? Yamato nervously laughed, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Noel's sudden appearance caught Yamato and the others completely off guard. Darn it. Noel's room was still cluttered with belongings. He couldn't have already returned and seen it, could he? Yamato's eyes darted around nervously as he said, Noel, we've finished our shopping. Let's go grab a bite to eat. Observing their demeanor only fueled Noel's irritation, a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He had been diligently training every day and had intended for them to relax a bit, only to find that their idea of relaxation had resulted in his room being in disarray. What is going on? Have you bought so much stuff that you're planning to disband? He quipped ominously, ready to transform into a specter that would devour them both. Yamato, in a panic, thought, go back now? That's simply one T do. Although he knew they would have to confront this reality eventually. He hoped that the painful moment would be postponed for a while longer. Ha ha ha, let us eat first. What is so fun about going back to the hotel? We're both starving, right? Yamato nudged Renee with his elbow. Ah, yes, we're famished. We were just about to eat, Renee exclaimed, startled into agreement. As she quickly regained her composure, Noel gazed at the two with a smile that was both mocking and knowing. What? Are you afraid I might uncover the secrets hidden in my room? At that moment, the realization struck both Renee and Dave simultaneously. Noel had indeed discovered their secret. Ha. So you already know, Noel, Dave said, scratching his head awkwardly. There was no escaping this now. Upon returning to their hotel room, Noel launched into a scolding tirade about their reckless behavior. Dave and Renee sat on the chairs, heads bowed in acknowledgement of their wrongdoing. Finally, Noel declared with a fierce tone, starting tomorrow, both of you will accompany me to the island for training. Furthermore, for the next 3 months, I shall confiscate your allowances. What? No way. Dave and Renee donned expressions of dismay. Training was one thing, but 3 months without any pocket money was utterly cruel. Just as Dave was about to protest, she caught sight of Noel's furious glare and wisely held her tongue. After delivering her decree, Noel seized their belongings and ushered them out, commanding, you two will sleep in that room. The two exchanged glances, their expressions of despair deepening. There was scarcely enough space to stand in that room, let alone sleep. The following day, Noel, accompanied by all the crew aboard, arrived at the uninhabited island. With Yamato and the others present, he felt uneasy leaving the specter behind with them, and he feared that this unruly band of pirates might cause trouble if left unsupervised. Thus, he decided to bring everyone along. After establishing camp on the island, Noel addressed Yamato, stating, I shall commence my training. You two must devote yourselves diligently to your own practice. Should I find you slacking, you will face dire consequences. Ah, rest assured, Yamato replied, waving her hand and offering a hollow laugh. Disregarding the two, Noel ventured alone towards a mountain that had collapsed significantly. In the original narrative, this world did not reveal an abundance of training methods. Instead, it showcased imaginative concepts and the development of fruit abilities. Consequently, Noel approached Carp's method of hammering down mountains with a sense of skepticism, yet he was eager to experiment. However, to his astonishment, when he truly began his training, he realized the sheer intensity and difficulty of Carp's approach. Initially, Noel found this training regimen quite effortless, even believing he could flatten 8 mountains within half a month. Yet, as time progressed, he sensed the increasing weight in his arms and the dwindling potency of his haki. This relentless training not only tested his physical strength and endurance, but also challenged his willpower. Maintaining prolonged focus, exerting maximum effort with every punch, and skillfully employing haki. All these factors combined resulted in a staggering rise in difficulty. Noel was capable of battling formidable opponents for several days. However, after merely 2 days of this arduous training, he found himself utterly exhausted, lying on the ground. Yet, after enduring a brief span of 7 days, he sensed a subtle transformation within himself. His body seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of strength, and his physical prowess had significantly improved. Originally able to harden his entire being with armament haki, Noel began to contemplate the advanced technique of flowing cherry blossom. Once he mastered this skill, he would be able to progress to the final stage of haki integration. The enhancement of his willpower even allowed Noel to tentatively awaken the Conqueror's haki. Although still somewhat unrefined, the proficiency of this powerful ability would only increase with the passage of time. Now, as Noel returned to this place. He was resolutely prepared to remain until his training was complete. What? You speak of flattening 8 mountains? That is merely the baseline. To truly determine how many mountains must be leveled, one must consider the number of peaks on this desolate island. Fortunately, everyone had brought ample supplies, ensuring a more comprehensive provision of necessities. Bang, bang, bang. Noel once again embarked on this painful yet joyous journey of cultivation. The rebel underground base had seen the departure of its leader, Brady Noel, and others from Shoalhaven. Upon confirming their exit, the intelligence personnel promptly alerted headquarters. Dylan, upon receiving the news, was filled with elation. This bothersome group had finally vacated. He was even prepared for conflict with Noel and his companions, should they linger any longer. According to plan, it was time to act. Dylan issued commands directly, determined to unseat Ralph from his throne once and for all. He had awaited this day for far too long, yearning to seize this nation, which was gradually descending into darkness. In the palace, His Majesty the King was informed that Noel, along with his followers, had taken refuge on a nearby deserted island, where Elvis was also present. Prior to his meditation, Noel had inquired about the islands in the vicinity from the Legion commander. After Noel's departure, the commander immediately dispatched scouts to ascertain Noel's whereabouts. Upon confirming their settlement on the desolate isle, he breathed a sigh of relief. Keep a close watch on them. Do not let them escape. Ralph commanded with an indifferent demeanor. He had already notified the destruction pirates of Noel's location. Now, having cleared their territorial waters, the pirates had dispatched an expeditionary force to this location. However, due to the treacherous doldrums, the journey from the New World to the West Sea remained lengthy. For the time being, Noel's temporary residence on the deserted island seemed to be a stroke of fortune. Should Noel attempt to depart, Ralph found himself at a loss for reasons to obstruct them. Any conflict arising could easily lead to alarming the serpent in the grass. Chapter 52. The Fruits of Cultivation. 1 month later. Boom. With the final punch delivered by Noel, the towering mountain before him was utterly reduced to rubble. After letting out a sigh, Noel closed his eyes, beginning to deeply contemplate the fruits of his recent endeavors. Following a month of rigorous training, Noel's progress had been nothing short of remarkable, marking a significant leap in his abilities. Ever since he acquired the devil fruit, his strength had been on an accelerated ascent, akin to a sponge absorbing every form of nourishment. Particularly after joining the Beast's pirates and receiving Kaido's guidance, his advancement surged to new heights. However, this rapid enhancement brought with it a precarious foundation. He found himself in a state of having a smattering of skills, but lacking expertise in any particular area. Given Noel's age, this was not an urgent concern. Over time, through prolonged combat, these deficiencies would gradually be rectified. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, upon embarking on his journey with the Beast's pirates, he found himself immediately clashing with the Destruction Pirates. This was akin to a novice emerging from a starting village only to confront a formidable late-game boss, plunging him into a life-and-death predicament. The appearance of top-tier adversaries one after another thrust Noel into his first true crisis. Fortunately, Noel's abilities were indeed commendable, leveraging his fruit's power to summon storms. He ultimately managed to escape the battlefield. Although outsiders deemed Noel's actions reckless, there were undeniable benefits to be gleaned. Rather than requiring extensive battles to gradually uncover and address his shortcomings, his encounter with the high-ranking members of the Destruction Pirates allowed him to gain a clearer understanding of his numerous inadequacies. For instance, while he possessed Conqueror's Haki, he struggled to wield it with precision, let alone apply it in a wrapped form. His armament Haki, though capable of hardening his entire body and appearing formidable, was reminiscent of the Don Quixote family's pika in the original story, ultimately shattered by Zoro's blade. In terms of martial arts and fruit abilities, they could be distinctly categorized yet also mutually reinforce one another, a direction he had predominantly focused on developing over the past year. However, due to the brevity of time, he lacked the mastery to excel in this domain. Since Noel discovered his ability to harness lightning in his physical training, he had never ceased its application. It had become second nature, akin to breathing. Thus, his physique ranked among the strongest of his peers, yet when compared to the older generation, he held no advantage. In encounters with equally skilled martial artists, he would find himself at a disadvantage. In summary, while Noel was competent in many respects, he lacked a standout attribute, which ultimately led to his comprehensive suppression in the battle against East Pillar Casa. It was not that Noel was weak. Rather, his strength was not overtly apparent. As the years pass and he develops his abilities to a considerable extent, he will undoubtedly evolve into an exceptionally formidable opponent, a master of the three types of haki: martial arts, swordsmanship, fruit abilities, and physical prowess. We might refer to him as a clod or monster. In the realm of life and death, there exist profound terrors alongside tremendous opportunities. Through this brush with peril, Noel's insights deepened significantly. This phase of training served as a fortification of his abilities, addressing the gaps he had identified within himself. Noel has temporarily postponed the development of his fruit abilities, redirecting his focus towards further enhancement of his physical prowess and martial techniques. Upon acquiring this fruit, whether it be powers related to lightning and storms or the unique transformations inherent to the Zoan type, all of these abilities are activated in conjunction with physical techniques and strength. Initially, Noel regarded the fruit's abilities as his primary objective for development after acquiring them, which cannot be deemed erroneous, as his inherent strength was already formidable at that time. Thus, it was reasonable for him to focus on honing the fruit's capabilities in the beginning. However, as time progressed and his prowess with the fruit began to rival his physical martial achievements, it became imperative for him to revert to nurturing his foundational skills. Yet, Noel chose not to pursue this path. Instead, he continued to delve deeper into the evolution of his fruit abilities. Kaido discerned that Noel was straying from the right course, yet he refrained from intervening. Although Kaido served as Noel's mentor, it did not necessitate a hand-holding approach to teaching. Allowing Noel to traverse the path of missteps would ultimately yield greater benefits for his future, while it might entail a temporary setback. The realization that he would eventually gain from it would lead to a more brilliant emergence. Yet, Kaido never anticipated that Noel would directly confront Terasai. Initially, Kaido hesitated for quite some time, contemplating whether to assist Noel in overcoming this hurdle. Ultimately, he concluded that a fledgling must one day learn to soar independently, thus permitting Noel to engage in his tumultuous endeavors unimpeded. If he succeeded, it would affirm Kaido's faith in Noel. If he failed, well, failure accompanied by the loss of a daughter? Despite Kaido's outward composure and his remarks suggesting that death merely reflected one's inadequacy, he was, in truth, more anxious than anyone else, discreetly monitoring the unfolding battle day by day. It was only upon confirming Noel's successful escape that he felt relieved, responding with a haughty, "Humph." It was nothing extraordinary. Now awakened to the realization of his misdirection, Noel began to rectify his course. After a month of rigorous training, he was confident that if he were to face his self from a month prior, he could easily overwhelm that version of himself within 2 days. Not only had Noel experienced significant growth, but both Rin-E and Yamato had made considerable strides as well. Ghost, having fully recovered 20 days prior, consistently trained alongside Yamato as a sparring partner. Although Rin-E was a doctor, she possessed commendable strength herself, mastering fishman karate and having awakened her observation haki, placing her among the elite within the Grand Line. However, as their battleground lay in the New World, Rin-E's prowess seemed slightly inadequate. Therefore, Noel advised her to first awaken her armament haki. With a solid foundation, she had taken preliminary steps toward awakening her armament haki a few days ago. Now, she merely needed to refine her physique and familiarize herself with haki. Yamato, on the other hand, was not a concern for Noel. Having grown under Kaido's formidable tutelage, she had her own plans for the future. The trials of their previous battle had fostered her growth, matching Noel's development. Upon arriving at the deserted island, Yamato began to focus on intense training. Observing her confident smile, Noel felt assured that despite her somewhat impulsive nature, she remained a trustworthy companion. Since Ghost's recovery from his severe injuries, the lingering daze in his eyes had diminished significantly, becoming more animated. Following his sparring sessions with Yamato, he often retreated to the seaside, engaging in solitary meditation. Noel felt a genuine joy for the growth of his companions. At long last, the first step had been taken. Chapter 53. The music plays on. The dance continues after concluding their training. Noel and the others returned to Sure Haven for a period of rest. The very first order of business following their arduous month-long endeavor on Nolden Island was to indulge in a grand feast. At that time, Noel single-handedly consumed half of the establishment's beverages, leaving the chef utterly exhausted and collapsed on the floor. After their meal, Rin-E and Yamato expressed a desire to go shopping. However, this request was ruthlessly denied by Noel, as the initial punishment had been a 3-month restriction on pocket money. And only a month had passed. Even though their recent behavior had been commendable, it was still unacceptable. Of course, if they merely wished to stroll without making any purchases, Noel would turn a blind eye, as long as they refrained from spending money. These two spendthrifts managed to deplete a significant portion of Noel's modest savings in just 7 days, leaving him in a state of distress. Yamato, feeling rejected, angrily pointed out that Noel's own expenditures had not been negligible either. Noel asserted emphatically, after toiling for over a month, what harm is there in indulging a little? The music resumed, and the dance continued. Reluctantly, the two from Yamato had no choice but to drag the ghost along for a shopping spree. Albeit one of mere window shopping. Noel paid little mind to the others, instructing his subordinates to arrange supplies before returning to the ship in preparation for departure. Meanwhile, the commander of the palace hurriedly made his way toward the palace, and upon learning that the king awaited him inside, he entered directly, approaching Ralph. The commander bowed his head slightly, anxiety evident in his voice. Your Majesty, Brady Noel and his companions have returned for supplies. It appears they are preparing to set sail. Ralph's eyes narrowed at the news. The timing of Noel's departure seemed rather peculiar, raising suspicions about whether they had obtained intelligence regarding the destruction of the pirate crew. Yesterday, it was confirmed that the vice-captain of the destroyer pirates, Ghost Sword Cronin, had secretly arrived in the West Sea with an expeditionary force comprising East Pillar Casa and several other officers. With only a day's journey remaining to Sir Heaven, Ralph could not help but question whether Noel had received some critical information, prompting his hasty exit. They could not be allowed to leave. Brady Noel's capabilities posed a significant threat, and capturing them again would prove troublesome once they set sail. After a moment of contemplation, Ralph coldly declared his intentions. He then ordered the dispatch of assassins to eliminate Elvis, ensuring that regardless of the outcome, the blame would fall upon the rebels. Ralph was well aware of Elvis's strength. Yet after a decade, he pondered whether the once-injured man still possessed such formidable power. If Elvis remained as powerful as before, why had he not made an appearance in 10 years? Sending assassins to target Elvis served two purposes: to impede Noel's party and to gauge Elvis's current capabilities. The initially anxious commander found some solace in the king's composed demeanor, believing that his wise ruler surely had a plan. Simultaneously, news of Noel's impending departure reached Cronin. Vice-Captain, we have received word from Sir Heaven that Brady Noel is preparing to leave. They are devising ways to delay them, Casa informed Cronin, who was leisurely smoking a cigar. A hefty blade at his side, the emblem of the destroyer pirates emblazoned on his arm. Are the little mice trying to escape? Cronin chuckled with amusement, unconcerned about whether Noel and his cohort had learned of their plans. Having already declared a vendetta, he would pursue them to the ends of the earth. It was merely a matter of expending more effort, a game of cat and mouse that Cronin relished. Do not worry, as long as I am here. They will not escape, he reassured Casa, who, despite his eagerness to redeem his honor, found himself constrained by the vice-captain's authority. Meanwhile, in the underground base of the rebels, Dylan accelerated his plans following Noel's departure. He incited small-scale unrest nationwide, luring the king's army into conflict. With the assistance of the revolutionary forces, he aimed to eliminate or capture these royal soldiers. Among those captured, all staunch loyalists to Ralph were dealt with, while the remaining disloyal officers were covertly swayed to join their cause. After a month of efforts, 4 officials from the king's army were successfully turned, while 3 others were disposed of. Despite still lacking control over the king's army, Dylan had gained influence over several key positions. Now, Dylan's plan was ready to advance to the next stage. He sought to incite the populace to create greater chaos, further depleting the king's forces amid the turmoil. Once the king's army was sufficiently weakened, the rebels would officially emerge. However, at this crucial juncture, Brady Noel had returned. Damn it, because of you. We delayed action for an entire week. Just as we were ready to proceed, you waltzed back in. Are you toying with us? You return, feast, and lounge about. What are we to do? If you linger for another week, will we even survive? With the king's army bearing down on us, our supplies are running dangerously low. Any further delays could leave the rebels facing starvation, and if news leaks, the entire plan could be jeopardized. After much hesitation, Dylan finally muttered, continue the operation. We've come too far. Even if Noel is here, we must press on. At that moment, Yamato and her companions strolled leisurely down the street, eyeing the plethora of goods on display. Yamato swallowed hard, patting her wallet. Forget it, I'm broke, she lamented, feeling disheartened. Despite her exemplary behavior over the past month, Noel had shown no mercy. She had expected at least a small allowance. Renee remained relatively calm, having previously indulged in a shopping spree. After being chastised by Noel, she regained her composure, recognizing that his reluctance to part with money stemmed not from stinginess, but from their lack of resources to squander time frivolously. Well, perhaps it is indeed Noel being frugal. Ghost, trailing behind the two women with a calm demeanor, surveyed the surroundings with indifference, only softening his gaze when he glanced at Yamato and her companion. Having been away for a decade, he was unable to recognize the scenery due to his amnesia. Suddenly, a flurry of figures emerged, several assassins brandishing daggers as they charged toward Ghost. Yamato and her friends reacted instantly, questioning, "Who are you?" Chapter 54, Assassination. "Who are you?" Yamato demanded, yet the assassins paid her no heed, intensifying their assault on Ghost. In an instant, they pinpointed several vulnerable spots on him and lunged with their daggers. With their coordinated attack, Ghost found his evasion options severely limited. He had no choice but to brace himself for the onslaught. These assassins were elite operatives meticulously trained by Ralph, typically dispatched to eliminate dissenters. Many officials who resisted his rule were ultimately dealt with by their hands. Thus, it was widely known among the officials that their king commanded a formidable squad of assassins. Today, this deadly cadre had set their sights on the cloaked figure before them. Before their departure, their master, Ralph, had proclaimed that this would be the final mission of their lives. Should they succeed, Ralph would grant them freedom, allowing them to lead lives akin to those of ordinary people. Although they remained oblivious to the true essence of such a life, their yearning for it was undeniable. Countless training sessions and acts of violence had bred a profound weariness within them, even leading some to contemplate the end of their own existence. Now, an opportunity had arisen. If they could eliminate the man before them, their freedom would be theirs. Yet, unbeknownst to these assassins, Ralph had no intention of allowing them to return alive. Should Elvis retain his formidable strength, the assassins would find themselves on a path to certain death. Conversely, if Elvis had indeed weakened to the point of being vulnerable to these assassins, he would still eliminate them to avert the wrath of Brady Noel, shifting the blame onto the rebels. Regardless of the outcome, the fate of these assassins was already sealed. The Phantom, calm and composed, drew his blade. In a flash, the technique known as Oroorooro was executed. A brilliant streak of light surged forth, instantly claiming the lives of three assassins directly in front of him, their bodies collapsing to the ground, drenched in blood. In the face of their comrades' demise, the remaining assassins displayed no sign of trepidation, resolutely thrusting their daggers at the Phantom. Clang! Such feeble assaults were utterly incapable of piercing his defenses. The hockey enveloped the targeted areas, resulting in a cacophony reminiscent of clashing steel. Realizing their attacks were futile, the assassins discarded their daggers and brandished firearms, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The once lively street descended into chaos, with panicked residents fleeing in all directions. Amidst this turmoil, the assassins seized the opportunity to launch further attacks. Two of them continued to suppress with their firearms, while the remaining three drew short blades from their sleeves. Charging forward once more, the Phantom's eyes gleamed a fierce crimson as he activated his observation hockey, rendering the assassins' movements clearer than ever. Their strikes now left visible trails. The Phantom's form twisted and turned. Bullets grazed his clothing, yet none struck him. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his blade, sending one assassin flying with a kick, followed by a slashing attack on another. In a seamless turn, he charged forward, finally eliciting a flicker of emotion from the assassins. This man was a monster. Their once formidable onslaught crumbled like that of children before him. In mere moments, he tore through them with ease. At this juncture, Renee and Yamato arrived, swiftly incapacitating the remaining three assassins with a single strike each. Yamato, standing atop one assassin's chest, inquired with a hint of irritation, "Who are you?" The assassins remained silent, their eyes betraying a semblance of relief. Perhaps this was their destined end. Soon after, the light faded from their eyes. Renee crouched down to inspect them, shaking her head before rising to declare, "They have poisoned themselves." How infuriating. Yamato gritted his teeth, feeling somewhat disheartened. At that moment, the royal army, which had been lying in wait nearby, made their official entrance, led by a familiar figure, the esteemed commander. The commander quickly cordoned off the area and approached Yamato and the others, his voice tinged with concern. "Are you all unharmed?" Upon receiving their negative responses, the commander exhaled in relief. "You are esteemed guests of our nation. If you had been harmed by these individuals, I would be in grave trouble with His Majesty." With a more relaxed demeanor, he added, "Fortunately, you are all safe, which eases my worries." Renee, perplexed, asked, Who are these people? The commander shook his head slightly, his expression turning serious as he replied, "It is still unclear. We need to investigate further. However, with the recent unrest instigated by the rebels, it is highly probable that these individuals are assassins sent by them." The commander's gaze fell upon the lifeless bodies on the ground, his surprise evident. He was aware of the existence of these assassins, trained killers whose individual prowess might be lacking. Yet their years of coordinated efforts had posed a challenge even to many strong foes. Yet, to see them so effortlessly vanquished by Elvis was astonishing. After briefly informing Yamato and the others about the origins of the rebels, the commander expressed his apologies, stating, "I must take the bodies of these assassins for now. I will inform you of any leads as soon as possible." With a wave of his hand, soldiers from the Royal Army began to remove the corpses. After bowing slightly to Yamato, the commander led his troops away. With such an incident unfolding, Yamato and the others lost their desire to continue their outing and returned directly to their ship. Upon learning of the events, Noel's brow furrowed in concern. At this stage, their only adversary was the destruction pirates, yet this assassination attempt was clearly not orchestrated by them. Given the strength of his companions, Trissy was well aware that these assassins could not have succeeded. Thus, something felt amiss. Was someone attempting to sow discord between them and the royal army of King Sherwin? Pondering this perplexity, Noel resolved that they could not let this affront go unchallenged, even though they had not sustained injuries. Failing to respond would render them vulnerable to further provocations. Being passive was decidedly not Noel's nature. "We are heading to the palace." Noel's expression darkened at the thought of the provocation. If someone sought to challenge them, they would have to be prepared to face the consequences. Upon arriving at the palace, they found the commander waiting at the entrance, already informed of the situation. Noticing Noel's aggressive approach, a barely perceptible smile crept onto the commander's lips. The fish had taken the bait. The commander stepped forward, feigning regret as he said, "Lord Noel, we sincerely apologize for the ordeal your companions faced. We have already identified the movements of these assassins." Noel raised an eyebrow, surprised by the quick turn of events. Noticing Noel's silence, the commander continued, explaining that these individuals were sent by the rebel forces within the country, aiming to sow discord in our direct friendship. They are fully aware of your excellency's formidable strength. Should conflict arise between us, it would greatly benefit them. The commander's expression was one of indignation, as if he himself had been the target of an assassination. "I shall confront the rebels and inquire further. I sincerely hope you are not deceiving me," Noel remarked, his tone laden with significance. Chapter 55, Elvis. In the midst of a desolate wilderness, a swirling tempest of yellow sand enveloped the surroundings, rendering the entire world a hue of earthy tones. Amidst this barren landscape, a few silhouettes gradually emerged, with one hand clutching their cloaks and the other firmly grasping their hoods to prevent them from being swept away. "Noel, could there truly be anyone here?" Day inquired, glancing skeptically at the desolate scene before him, only to have the abrasive sand blown into his mouth moments later. Observing Day's predicament, Noel couldn't help but smile softly, then slightly parted his lips, affirming, "Indeed, just like this." Noel was convinced that the rebels were undoubtedly concealed in this very place, for according to the conventions of anime and novels, such organizations typically seek refuge in similar environments. Furthermore, with intelligence provided by the Royal Army, the likelihood of rebels being present here was exceedingly high. A few individuals had already brazenly made their appearance in this location. If rebels truly existed here, it was certain that they had already discerned the presence of Noel and his companions. Noel, possessing a measure of cunning, refrained from launching an immediate assault upon arrival, choosing instead to meticulously survey the surroundings. Ever since the assassination attempt on the ghost yesterday, he sensed an underlying disquiet in the atmosphere, as both the Royal Army and the rebels maintained a notable distance from one another. While the relationship with the Royal Army appeared somewhat amicable, it was far from robust enough to assist in quelling the insurrection. At this juncture, the rebels' decision to orchestrate an assassination seemed utterly juvenile. Such a straightforward stratagem might succeed against the dim-witted, yet Noel was far from being one of them. The unfolding events, though seemingly coherent in their logic, evoked in him a vivid recollection of the werewolf game from his previous life, where the werewolves brazenly impersonated the seer. However, this easily unravelable deceit seemed unnecessary for the Royal Army to perpetuate. After all, their rapport remained relatively solid. Provoking a formidable adversary without cause would be decidedly unwise, unless, perhaps, the Royal Army had allies even stronger than themselves. Noel sensed that matters had become somewhat intricate. However, since they had already arrived, it would be prudent to visit the rebels. Is someone attempting to draw me here? A faint, sardonic smile curled at the corners of Noel's lips. Since the challenge had been issued, he would readily accept it. As the group traversed the desolate wilderness, a figure gradually emerged from the earth, wielding a staff. Standing before Noel and his companions, the two parties came to a halt, and before Noel could utter a word, the figure spoke first. Brady Noel, what brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Dylan, the leader of the rebels. Noel squinted slightly, and through the perception of color and sound, he realized he had indeed emerged from the depths of the earth, rather than being a mere illusion. He pondered inwardly, could this be a person with abilities? I have come here to inquire about certain matters from the rebels. With a calm demeanor and devoid of any hostility, Noel stood before them. Dylan, feeling a sense of relief, was aware of the assassination of the ghost. Now that Noel had arrived with his subordinate, Dylan immediately suspected it might be a scheme by the royal army. If Noel had chosen to strike upon his arrival, the situation could have escalated disastrously. Presently, Noel's aura was tranquil, indicating he did not come for a confrontation, which eased Dylan's tension. Moreover, Noel's presence presented an opportunity for the rebels. Previously, Dylan had refrained from engaging with Noel and his companions due to their agility. Now that Noel had approached them directly, it was a chance to gauge his intentions and potentially recruit formidable allies for their cause. Ahem, I am the leader of the rebels, Dylan. This is not the place for conversation. Please follow me. Dylan coughed discreetly, then warmly invited Noel and his companions to visit their base. Yamato and the others stood by, bewildered, having expected the rebels to be less hospitable, even if not outright hostile. The reality, however, was somewhat different from their expectations. Please place your hands on my shoulders. I am a user of the pass fruit, and I shall lead you to our base, Dylan explained, turning his back to the group. The mention of the pass fruit struck a chord with Noel, though he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Perhaps it belonged to a character in the original narrative he had yet to explore. With Noel at the forefront, Yamato and the others placed their hands on Dylan's shoulders. Dylan activated his ability, tapping his staff on the ground. The solid earth beneath them transformed into something resembling water, rippling as they began to sink slowly into the depths. Oh, we are going down, Yamato exclaimed in surprise. With such an ability, it would indeed be quite challenging to track the movements of the rebels. Surely, the villains portrayed on television favored hiding in such places. Noel congratulated himself on his astute observation. After a brief spell of darkness, Noel suddenly found himself in a brightly lit underground secret base. Wow, it's so spacious here, Yamato exclaimed, gazing at the expansive underground facility. Dylan, with a hint of pride, remarked, we exerted considerable effort to construct this place. The base was bustling with numerous rebels engaged in various tasks. Each intersection was manned by 2 guards, and upon seeing Noel and his companions, the nearby sentinels fell silent, their eyes transfixed upon them. The entire rebel faction was now aware of Noel's presence and recognized the formidable strength he and his companions possessed. The sudden appearance of such powerful individuals in their stronghold stirred a sense of apprehension. Should a confrontation arise, their base could be utterly annihilated. Despite the palpable hostility emanating from the rebels, Noel and his companions remained unfazed, as they were, in essence, interlopers in this domain. And it would be strange for them to receive a warm welcome. Dylan led them into a small conference room, only to hear Yamato exclaim from behind, Hey, ghost. Don't pull me. I just wanted to touch that magnificent door. It's so fascinating. Dylan turned to look back, and with a loud crash, his expression shifted to one of shock. His pupils dilated, and the staff that he had never let go of clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. His mouth opened wide, struggling to articulate his thoughts, but overwhelmed with excitement, he could only emit incoherent sounds. What is wrong with you? Yamato tilted his head, looking at Dylan with curiosity. Why are you acting so strangely? Are you unwell? Dylan's gaze was fixed intently on the ghost's face, which had been concealed by a hood until now. It was only when the ghost had grasped Yamato that the latter's struggle had dislodged the hood, revealing the ghost's visage. This revelation coincided perfectly with Dylan's glance back, catalyzing the bewildering scene that unfolded. Noel glanced at Dylan, then at the phantom. Dylan's behavior was rather unusual. Coming to his senses, Dylan swiftly approached the phantom, gripping their shoulders tightly, his arms trembling slightly as he incredulously uttered, Elvis? Chapter 56, The Hidden Move Elvis? Who is that? Yamato inquired, his expression one of confusion, bewildered by Dylan's sudden excitement. It seemed that a realization struck Yamato as his pupils contracted, casting a surprised glance at the phantom. Meanwhile, Noel had already surmised certain matters, connecting the previously perplexing dots in an instant. Could you share with us what you know? Noel maintained his composure, recognizing that there are indeed individuals in this world who bear striking resemblances to one another. To hastily conclude the phantom's identity could lead to mere false hope. Dylan, evidently regaining his awareness, released the phantom's shoulders and took a moment to steady his racing heart. My apologies, I was just a bit too overwhelmed. Noel immediately inquired, "Are you familiar with Blanca?" Upon hearing the name Blanca, Dylan's demeanor visibly shifted, revealing a surge of emotion. After Noel and Dylan reconfirmed several names and timelines, it became evident that the ghost was originally named Elvis. Beside them, Yama was already in a state of jubilant excitement. The recently joined Renee might not fully understand that the conflict between Noel, Yama, and the destruction pirates stemmed from their quest to help the ghost find his homeland. However, both the Beast Pirates and Doflamingo's crew had failed to procure any concrete intelligence. Frankly speaking, following the fierce battle at Buchanan, Noel's confidence in assisting the ghost in rediscovering his homeland and memories had diminished significantly. He even contemplated seeking information regarding a place called Blanca through the Navy. Yet, to Noel's astonishment, during a mission to transport arms for Doflamingo, they stumbled upon the ghost homeland. Truly, it was a case of searching far and wide only to find that the answer was effortlessly at hand. After the relationship was established, the ghost sat there, seemingly bewildered by the sudden revelation. "Elvis?" he murmured, repeating his own name. Following a brief conversation, Dylan learned of Elvis's experiences over the years. "Elvis, do you remember me? It's Dylan, the Dylan who once trailed behind you," Dylan exclaimed, gripping Elvis's shoulders, his urgency palpable. "Dylan? I don't recall," the ghost replied, shaking his head in confusion. Dylan then recounted numerous tales from their shared past, with the name Sunliga frequently surfacing throughout the narrative. The ghost's expression fluctuated between bewilderment and anguish as these recollections unfolded. Ultimately, when the name of the king of that nation, Ralph, was mentioned, the ghost clutched his head in torment and subsequently fainted. Noel stepped forward and gently patted Dylan's shoulder, signaling him to refrain from being overly anxious. Now that they had discovered the hometown of the ghost, there was no need to rush. Renee promptly approached to assess the ghost's condition and, after a thorough examination, remarked that the ghost, "Oh no, Elvis," was not in the best of spirits and should not be provoked for the time being. With this connection to Elvis, the rapport between Noel and his companions and Dylan had evidently deepened, dispelling the palpable barriers that had once existed. Just yesterday, Elvis had been the target of an assassination attempt, and the Royal Army had informed me that it was your doing. Noel contemplated the purpose of their gathering in this place. Although he had a general idea of who was orchestrating events from behind the scenes, he sought confirmation. "Of course, it is not us," Dylan replied with a bitter smile. "Initially, I believed that Ralph intended to frame us, but it appears the truth is far more complex. It was evident that Ralph had uncovered Elvis's true identity, thus making him the mastermind behind it all." Being a perceptive individual, Dylan connected numerous dots after encountering Elvis. Why did Ralph seek to eliminate Elvis? Noel inquired, casting a glance at Elvis, who lay nearby, before turning to Dylan for answers. At that moment, Dylan fell silent. He rubbed his face vigorously, his expression growing somber. "Elvis was the leader of our rebellion, while Ralph was our ally. In the final battle, Elvis vanished, leaving only Ralph to emerge, claiming to have slain the king. Ralph said nothing about our leader, Elvis. I was engaged in another mission at the time, so I lack the complete details, but one thing is certain, Ralph betrayed us. After Ralph ascended to power, he initially wore a mask of hypocrisy, swiftly attempting to court Elvis's faction, even though Elvis had been missing for some time. Many were filled with trepidation. Some chose to align themselves with Ralph, while others awaited Elvis's return. Once Ralph realized he could not sway the remaining loyalists, he abandoned pretense, declaring them rebels and the source of turmoil in the name of the king. It was at this juncture that Dylan and the others comprehended Ralph's treachery. Recognizing that Elvis was likely lost to them, Ralph's betrayal was a bitter pill for them to swallow. After so much sacrifice to overthrow the tyrannical king and emerge as a formidable force, they found themselves outmaneuvered by him. Their revered leader, Elvis, had evidently also fallen victim to Ralph's schemes. Faced with betrayal and oppression from their erstwhile ally, compounded by the loss of their leader, their organization could not escape annihilation, leaving only a handful to escape and struggle for survival. From the day their organization fell, Dylan and his companions were left with but one conviction: the thirst for revenge. They longed to topple Ralph. They genuinely wished to save this nation, rather than being branded as mere warmongers. After years of tireless effort, a glimmer of hope finally emerged. Dylan's relentless endeavors had begun to bear fruit. All of Noel's doubts have been clarified. It is now evident that the individual who led them here is undoubtedly Ralph. However, the only thing that eludes Noel's understanding is Ralph's ulterior motive. Why would he prefer to drive them towards the rebels rather than exercise a bit more patience? At that moment, the phone bug began to ring incessantly. As Noel gazed at the incessantly ringing device, an unsettling premonition crept into his mind. Once the call connected, the familiar figure in sunglasses made another appearance. Noel furrowed his brow. The appearance of Doflamingo at this moment was clearly not a harbinger of good tidings. Doflamingo, what brings you here? Noel, your troubles have arrived. Doflamingo's expression, imbued with a mischievous delight, was vividly portrayed by the telephone bug. Indeed, 80 of Doflamingo's calls were seldom good news. Was this man a harbinger of misfortune? Why was it that every time he called, it was nothing but trouble? Trouble? Spare me the suspense and speak plainly, Noel replied, his eyes clouded with annoyance. Doflamingo, unfazed by Noel's rudeness, was in remarkably high spirits. The vice captain of the destruction pirates, Cronin, along with Casa, has already arrived in Sherwin. He chuckled heartily at the end of his statement. Understood. Noel, weary of Doflamingo's foolish grin, promptly hung up the phone. The final sliver of doubt in his mind was dispelled. Ralph's contingency plan had indeed come to fruition. Chapter 57. The battle begins. The ghost sword, Cronin, has arrived. This is no trivial foe, Noel mused, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. This grand swordsman possessed extraordinary strength, rumored to rival that of Tressie. The two had grown up together, aspiring to become titans of the sea. Were it not for their connection, Cronin could have easily founded a formidable pirate crew and captained his own ship. Indeed, it was Cronin's presence that emboldened the Destruction King, Tressie, to engage in life-and-death battles against iron-armed Sandaika, unperturbed by his own injuries, thanks to Cronin's formidable prowess. Casa, on the other hand, was an old acquaintance. Their previous clash in Buchanan had made his strength abundantly clear. Now, the two had arrived in Sherwin with a cadre of capable subordinates, evidently intent on pursuing their quarry relentlessly. They had traversed from the New World to the West Sea, a feat that required considerable time and skill, as they did not possess the means to navigate the calm belt. It seemed Ralph had long since uncovered Elvis's identity, notifying the destruction pirates over a month ago. Coincidentally, Noel and his companions had sought training, granting Cronin and his crew ample time to make their way here. However, Noel was not overly concerned about Cronin's pursuit. If Tressie dispatched the majority of his forces to hunt him down, he would undoubtedly have to flee. But with only Cronin and Casa in attendance, Noel, having significantly enhanced his own strength, felt a sense of confidence. In fact, he was somewhat eager for the impending clash. After arduous training, this would serve as the perfect opportunity to measure his progress. Little did Tressie anticipate that, merely a month later, Noel's prowess had undergone such remarkable enhancement. Based on their previous encounter in Buchanan, the combined might of the second pillar with ordinary subordinates had sufficed to vanquish them. Now, with the deployment of the even stronger Cronin and Casa, the strategy appeared foolproof. After all, Tressie was in the New World, burdened with the management of a vast territory. Should he divert a significant portion of his forces, would he not risk an immediate attack from his rivals? The alliance of Cronin's punitive squad with the Royal Army was the optimal choice. While Noel had the backing of the rebels, their alliance was merely one of strength. The opposition's unity was inherently weaker, destined for defeat. At this juncture, Ralph welcomed the arrival of Cronin and his allies. Gazing at these formidable allies, Ralph could hardly contain his laughter as he confronted Elvis, exclaiming, "How could I possibly lose with my Dragon Rider visage? Tell me, how could you defeat me? With this lineup, could you possibly eliminate me? If you can, I shall consume this crown on the spot." Dylan, however, had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. According to his original plan, he was on the verge of completing the first phase. Yet, the emergence of Noel had catapulted them to the final stage. The implications were now abundantly clear. Should Noel triumph over Cronin, Ralph would inevitably fall as well. Conversely, if Noel were to falter, Dylan would surely face obliteration. At this point, cunning schemes held little weight. It was a matter of raw strength. After a moment of silence, Dylan proposed, "Let us handle the Royal Army. However, we are powerless against Cronin. Initially preoccupied with the Royal Army's challenges, Noel was taken aback by Dylan's assertion that they would take on the Royal forces. After years of evolution, the rebels had indeed grown formidable. Dylan, with a wry smile, cautioned against overthinking. We can only contend with the Royal Army with the revolutionaries' aid. Otherwise, we would be at a loss. Revolutionaries? Noel was astonished to learn of Dylan's connection with them. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Since Dylan had claimed responsibility for the Royal Army, the path forward became clearer. Should Noel vanquish Cronin's punitive squad, victory in this war would be assured. At this moment, Elvis regained consciousness. After grasping the situation, he fell silent for a moment, contemplating words left unspoken. Observing Elvis's discomfort, Yamato playfully slapped him, startling him. "Hey, Ghost. Just do what you must. We are here to support you." Yamato grinned broadly. After a brief moment of silence, Elvis raised his head and smiled. "Thank you all. I wish to eliminate Ralph first. My instincts tell me that doing so will restore my memories." Elvis articulated each word with great difficulty. Noel also chuckled, realizing that their arduous efforts were ultimately aimed at restoring his memories. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. "Rest assured, this time we shall not falter," Noel declared with unwavering resolve. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have prepared a banquet. Please follow me," the commander said with a sycophantic smile directed at Cronin and the others. "There is no need for a banquet. Simply disclose the whereabouts of Brady Noel. Let us not squander anyone's time." Without waiting for Cronin to respond, Casa stepped forward to refuse. Had they journeyed for over a month merely to dine? If it weren't for the utility of the individual before them, Casa would have relished the thought of striking him down. Naturally, Cronin would not undermine Casa's authority and nodded in agreement, emphasizing the importance of prioritizing their mission. The commander wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quickly handed over the intelligence to Casa. In the wilderness, yellow sands continued to swirl in the sky, forming a dust storm that swept across the ground. Noel and Yamato stood here, anticipating the arrival of their foes. Elvis was engaged in combat with Ralph, while Renée had also been assigned to assist him. Renée's prowess was sufficient to contend with a cadre member of the Destruction Pirates. However, she would undoubtedly falter against multiple adversaries. Rather than risking such a scenario, it would be wiser to deploy Renée to another front of the battlefield, thus allowing both Noel and Yamato to remain focused. Noel sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed as he sought to center himself, while Yamato, carefree and oblivious, gazed around aimlessly, seemingly unaware of what was captivating about the sandstorm. Suddenly, Noel's eyes flew open, gleaming with a fierce crimson light. "It's here," he growled. With a thunderous crash, a figure plummeted to the earth, stirring up a colossal cloud of dust. In an instant, another figure erupted from the haze, roaring, "Brady Noel. Prepare to meet your end." Fist of relentless fury. Countless shockwaves surged forth, piercing through the sandstorm, still brimming with devastating power, and hurtled toward Noel and Yamato. Without servants. Ice Fong. Yamato positioned himself protectively in front of Noel, transforming into the formidable form of the Great Mouth deity, unleashing a breath of icy energy. Boom. The clash of the shockwaves and the breath unleashed a cataclysmic explosion. Noel remained seated, awaiting Cronin's arrival. The matter concerning Casa was entrusted solely to Yamato. After enduring rigorous training during this period, Yamato had significantly enhanced his strength. While it could not be said that he would easily overpower Casa, at the very least, the outcome would be uncertain for the time being. As two figures collided, a fierce battle ensued. In that moment, Noel rose to his feet. And amidst the swirling yellow sands, Cronin's silhouette gradually emerged. "Brady Noel, prepare to meet your demise." Chapter 58. Casa misled me. "Brady Noel, prepare to meet your demise," Cronin proclaimed, advancing with a cigar clenched between his teeth. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he spoke in a low tone. Such taunts elicited no response from Noel. There was little left to say, and the time for a desperate fight had come. Assuming their stances, the two vanished from sight instantaneously. In a flash, two afterimages appeared. Noel materialized where Cronin had just stood, while Cronin found himself behind Noel. Drawing his formidable blade, the moonlight, Cronin aimed a downward strike at Noel's back, the blade glistening with a silvery luminescence reminiscent of moonlight. Noel, sensing something amiss as he swung his fist, had no time for contemplation. He swiftly enveloped his arm with armament hockey and turned to shield his chest. A resounding clang echoed as Cronin brought his blade down with force. Noel, crossing his arms, braced against the sharp edge, resulting in a momentary stalemate. "Quite resilient, are we? I wonder how many of my strikes you can withstand," Cronin remarked with a hint of amusement. Noel let out a chilling smile and said, "You may certainly give it a try." In an instant, his head transformed into that of a bear, and with a mighty roar, he unleashed a breath of thunderous fury. At such close proximity, Cronin had no opportunity to evade and was struck by the force of the breath, sent hurtling through the air amidst a violent explosion. As smoke enveloped the scene, countless slashing strikes soared toward Noel, a manifestation of infinite moonlight. Noel swiftly departed from his original position, evading Cronin's relentless assaults with remarkable agility, occasionally launching a retaliatory breath attack. Boom, boom, boom. Countless sword energies sliced through the air, etching deep gashes into the ground, while Cronin stood firm, incessantly brandishing his moonlit blade. Is evasion all you can manage? Cronin taunted with a mocking smile, relishing the sight of his adversary's desperate attempts to flee. Witnessing Cronin's arrogance, Noel resolved to no longer indulge him, dashing forward with a sudden burst of speed. Thunder escape. Noel's body shimmered with arcs of lightning before he instantaneously vanished from his original position, akin to teleportation, reappearing beside Cronin. Thunderous seal of demons. This swift strike surged towards Cronin with the force to shake mountains and drain oceans. As he swung his fist, Noel's entire being crackled with electromagnetic energy, entwining itself around Cronin. Bang! With his blade poised beside him, Cronin found himself unable to evade and had no choice but to withstand the assault. Zzzt. Although Noel's fist was met with Cronin's defense, countless currents coursed along the edge of the blade, transmitting shocks into Cronin's body. Initially, he had felt a slight numbness on his skin, but with the infusion of lightning, that sensation intensified. Demonic dance of chaos. While the blade remained locked in place, a flurry of slashes manifested around Cronin, their rapid motion causing the very air to quiver, as if seeking to shatter the fabric of space itself. As Norr's pupils constricted, he instinctively withdrew his fist and retreated. Seizing the opportunity, Cronin surged forward. Moonlight Dragon. A specter of a white dragon materialized beside Cronin, its blade-like form twisting continuously. In that moment of peril, Norr transformed into his bare human form, unleashing a tremendous roar as bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, coursing into his very being. Furious spear-piercing. Noel wielded his blade with the force of a mountain, charging towards Cronin. Their figures intertwined in a fleeting moment. As they crossed paths, Cronin, with the ethereal image of a white dragon accompanying him, struck at Noel. Unyielding, Noel summoned the apparition of a raging bear, which clashed violently against the white dragon. They stood their ground, and moments later, a gash appeared on Noel's chest, inflicted by Cronin, who also suffered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What is amiss? According to Cass's account, Brady Noel's prowess was not this formidable. How could he possibly be weaker? This was undeniably a display of superior strength. Could it be that Cassa, in a bid to save face, deliberately concealed the true capabilities of Brady Noel? That recent attack of his, in terms of physical resilience and the application of might, was evidently on a remarkably elevated level, far from what Cassa had described. Cronin's heart surged with tumultuous emotions within these brief minutes of engagement. He discerned that Noel was indeed a formidable adversary, a warrior capable of contending with him. This battle would prove to be a challenging one. With blood staining his cigar, Cronin readied himself with renewed seriousness. A gust of wind swept through, and once again their figures vanished from sight. Thunder, shadowy fists, sword energies, and blade strikes collided incessantly upon the earth, generating tremendous upheaval as the force of their assaults dispersed the clouds and shattered the storm. After the fierce battle at Buchanan, Noel's techniques became widely recognized, particularly his remarkable ability to harness natural phenomena such as thunder and storms. Consequently, Cronin persistently directed his energy to dispel these aids during their clash. Humph! Even without assistance, victory in this battle is mine. Noel, perceiving Cronin's movements, let out a soft grunt. Thunder roars. Infinite impact. Unyielding ice fong. Boom. A violent collision erupted between the breath and shockwave, stirring up immense clouds of dust. Whoosh. Before the dust could settle, the two figures collided once more. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Confronting his longtime rival, Yamato unleashed his full power. Employing the advanced application of armament haki, flowing cherry blossom, swiftly slashing through Kassa with his iron rod. Kassa's upper body, cloaked in armament haki, assumed a fist pose. Striking forth. Spirit Impact Fist. The formidable Wolf Fong Club shattered the impact fist in an instant, its residual force crashing down upon Kassa. Startled, Kassa crossed his arms to withstand the blow. Bang. Although Kassa was renowned for his remarkable defense, he was taken aback by the attack's ferocity. The Wolf Fong Club revealed its fearsome nature. The weapon struck Kassa's arm, instantaneously showcasing the destructive power of the armament within. Kasa was propelled skyward by the strike, coughing up a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. Cough. Cough. Impossible. Struggling to rise, Kasa wiped the corner of his mouth, disbelief etched on his face. Damn it, it has only been a month or two since our last encounter, not a year. How has this woman become so incredibly powerful? Previously, she needed the assistance of Brady Noel to subdue him, and now she can wound him single-handedly. Suddenly, Kasa gazed at Yamato, as if struck by a revelation, and turned to the battlefield belonging to Cronin. No way. Could Brady Noel's strength have also surged? Kasa stared in shock at the distant battlefield before glancing back at Yamato. First mate, I apologize. Hee, it's still too early to be shocked. Yamato chuckled proudly, lightly brushing his nose with his left hand before charging forward with the Wolf Fang club. Gritting his teeth, Kasa charged at him, shouting in anger. Don't get too cocky. You've merely improved a little. Victory still belongs to me. Chapter 59. I've caught you. In stark contrast to the distant battle, Elvis and Renee were biding their time within the underground base of the rebel army. Due to the preemptive nature of the decisive battle, Dylan's forces were caught entirely off guard, causing many unripe plans to be set into motion. After contacting the revolutionaries, unrest erupted in multiple locations across Shoalhaven. Countless members of the rebel army took to the streets, recounting the tyranny of Ralph over the years and propagating the new ideals of the rebel organization, continually attracting civilians to their cause. A multitude of civilians were drawn to Dylan's ideals, yet, due to Ralph's prolonged oppression, many hesitated, choosing to observe from the sidelines. Only a handful of those struggling to survive opted to directly join the ranks of the rebels. Years of warfare had burdened the nation's finances and populace, yet due to this distorted method of development, should Shoalhaven cease hostilities, countless internal conflicts would ignite instantaneously. In earlier years, consistent victories had been advantageous, but now, with external warfare stalled and the populace unable to bear the strain, many civilians were not only going hungry but were devoid of food entirely. Any outcome seemed fatal, thus, they felt it more prudent to take a gamble, perhaps securing their survival. Upon receiving this news, Ralph swiftly dispatched the royal army to suppress the unrest, leading to intense skirmishes in several towns. The rebel army, having been covertly organized for a decade, was far from a soft target. Although lacking the strength of the royal army, they managed to defend themselves, leveraging their advantageous terrain. Dylan's contingency plans came into action, and the Revolutionary Army, evidently more elite than both the rebels and the Royal Army, began their operations. Under the leadership of West Army Commander Mori, they swiftly captured several towns, only to be halted by the cadre of the destructive pirates. As allies, the King of Shoalhaven coordinated with the actions of Terrace, ensuring the destructive pirates received the necessary support. Initially, Cronin believed that he and Kasa could easily subdue Noel and the others, thus instructing his subordinates to temporarily follow Ralph's command to assist in quelling the domestic turmoil. Ralph had assumed that their forces could easily crush the rebels, unaware that the latter had sought the Revolutionary Army as their bulwark. Consequently, a precarious equilibrium was established between both factions, with Elvis serving as a pivotal bargaining chip to disrupt this peace. Elvis and Renee did not appear on the battlefield, currently. The intelligence network of the rebel army was tirelessly scouting Ralph's whereabouts. Troops were continually bolstered at the front lines, compelling Ralph to expend his resources. When both sides had exhausted their strengths, it would be the optimal moment to eliminate Ralph. However, Ralph was acutely aware of his precarious position, remaining hidden in the shadows. Yet, he was not overly concerned. Years of reigning as king had not dulled his prowess. If anything, he appeared more formidable and imposing. Ralph had always known that in this vast ocean, personal strength was the ultimate safeguard. Clenching his fist and feeling the surge of power within, Ralph let out a cold chuckle. So you want to kill me? It won't be that easy. A decade ago, he could single-handedly charge into battle and vanquish foes. Now, he still could. Seated cross-legged in the base, Elvis closed his eyes as fragmented memories swirled in his mind. After being stirred by Dylan, he had fainted, awakening to find additional memory fragments swirling in his consciousness. Elvis, I want to be like you. A young boy reverently followed in Elvis's wake, exclaiming, Elvis, we lack food. Elvis, you must live well. Reflecting on this, Elvis felt a sharp pain in his head, the last voice, filled with tenderness and longing, stirring a sense of agitation within him. He recognized that the voice belonged to the one he had tirelessly sought, Xuanli Gu. These fragments were disjointed, many too insubstantial to even be considered fragments. Yet after a decade of searching for his memories, Elvis treasured them dearly. He could not explain why. but he had an instinct that when he personally slayed Ralph, the memories he sought would finally emerge. The owner of that gentle voice would also materialize. In a lavish chamber, countless precious decorations lay scattered across the floor, as Ralph concealed himself in a state of impotent rage. The rebellion's momentum grew ever stronger, while the royal army struggled to suppress it, leaving Ralph feeling increasingly cornered. The cadre of the pirate faction found themselves constrained by the revolutionary forces, and the strength that the rebels had concealed for years began to surface. Many commanders of the royal army had been secretly swayed to their side, and now, amidst the chaos of war, these commanders, accompanied by their subordinates, had joined the rebellion en masse. Ralph could scarcely believe it. What he had thought were mere mice had transformed into man-eating tigers. Dispatch my royal guard and the First Legion at once. Within a day. I demand to see the corpses of these traitors. Ralph gasped, his expression fierce as he shouted from the sofa. The attendant outside dared not say more, responding with a bow and hurriedly exiting, drenched in sweat. He refrained from reminding the king to ensure his own safety, knowing that a single warning could ignite the king's wrath further, jeopardizing his own life. Once Ralph calmed, he realized the precariousness of his situation and promptly ordered a relocation, lest the rebels discover his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Dylan, who had consumed the Oroorooro fruit, traversed through the earth, utilizing his observation hockey to seek Ralph's location. On the battlefield, the arrival of the First Legion and the Royal Guard caused the previously tenable position of the rebellion to falter. Now, they could only engage in a war of attrition, utilizing the terrain to delay the inevitable. Both sides raced against time. If Dylan did not locate Ralph first, the victor of this war would be clear. Just as Dylan found Ralph's recent hiding place, he observed the disorder within and realized Ralph had departed only moments ago. Coincidentally, as Dylan wandered about the vicinity, Ralph passed directly above him. Sensing a small team overhead, Dylan halted abruptly, slowly rising from the ground. Found you. Dylan's pupils constricted as he emerged, spotting an unassuming carriage speeding away, flanked by several elite guards. There could be no doubt, in this chaotic nation, with unknown elites discreetly accompanying him, there was no one else but Ralph. Dylan quietly descended back into the earth, discreetly following, simultaneously activating the communication device on his wrist. After searching for so long, I finally caught you. A cold smirk graced Dylan's lips. The long-awaited revenge and his dream to save the nation were on the verge of realization today. Chapter 60. The unfinished battle. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed as a communications officer of the rebels burst through the door, exclaiming, Ralph has been located. Elvis's eyes flew open instantly, his aura erupting forth. As a swordsman, a sharp energy emanated from him, forcing the nearby Renee to take 2 steps back. Rising, Elvis fixed his gaze upon the communications officer, demanding, where? The officer swallowed nervously, his voice trembling as he replied, please follow me. The leader will be coming directly with 2 others. Upon exiting, Dylan was already waiting at the door. Due to the urgency, there was no time for pleasantries. Dylan tapped his cane on the ground and activated his fruit's power. As he traversed the underground, Dylan elaborated on the plan to decapitate Ralph. According to his observations, only a few elite guards were protecting Ralph, while the rest had advanced to the front line. However, intelligence indicated that the commander of the Royal Guard was leading a counteroffensive. With the front line successfully breached, the Royal Guard, committed to safeguarding the king, would not remain on the front lines for long. The window of opportunity to strike Ralph would be during the return of the Royal Guard to his side. The guards around Ralph will be handled by Renee and me. You will take care of Ralph, Dylan instructed as they arrived at Ralph's hiding spot. Elvis and Renee nodded silently, and Dylan subsequently activated his fruit's power. Just as the 3 emerged, everyone inside the room became aware of their presence. Enemy attack. Protect the king. The elite guards inside quickly organized themselves, with some remaining to guard Ralph, while others charged forward with weapons drawn. Fishman karate, tangling grass fist. Renee unleashed a powerful punch, creating a 360-degree shockwave that slammed into the guards. The room erupted with the sound of shattering glass and splintering wood as the advancing guards were sent reeling backward. Stick to the plan. Time is of the essence, Dylan commanded, not intending to engage Ralph in verbal sparring, and rushed to combat the guards alongside Renee. Once inside, Elvis's eyes remained fixated on Ralph's face. After a brief moment of panic, Ralph regained his composure, surprised at the rebel strength in locating him. Elvis, Ralph chuckled. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Wouldn't it be better to die obediently, or to hide away in a corner, clinging to life? Drawing the blade, Aurora flash. Elvis assumed his stance, transforming into a radiant flash as he charged toward Ralph. Ralph's sight was enveloped by the brilliance, and he closed his eyes, extending his hand to grasp Elvis's sword arm through his observation haki. With a dull thud, the two became locked in a struggle, Ralph forcefully pressing down on Elvis's arm. His expression twisted in malice as he declared, "Let us continue that unfinished battle." With that, Ralph delivered a punch that sent Elvis staggering back, swiftly drawing a blade he had carried for years. Shadow slice. Ralph dove forward at high speed, gripping the hilt with one hand, aiming directly for Elvis's abdomen. The strike was decisive, imbued with an unstoppable momentum that caused Elvis's eyes to widen slightly. Double dragon assault. Elvis recoiled, then suddenly slashed upward, creating a scar of light as two azure dragons spiraled through the air before descending upon Ralph. Ralph crouched low, deftly evading the first strike before retaliating with multiple slashes directed skyward. Having collaborated with Elvis for years, Ralph knew his moves all too well. After all these years, are you still using the same techniques? Gazing at the familiar maneuvers before him, time seemed to rewind, reminding them of their past collaboration for a common goal. Evolving from mere acquaintances to comrades who practiced together and shared dreams. Elvis, I truly envy you. You were destined to be recognized as a leader, while I am merely seen as your aide. Though we are allies, all the credit goes to you. Why is that? Elvis's body swept downward, skimming the ground and transforming into a fleeting shadow as he rapidly charged toward Ralph. The speed was astonishing, appearing directly beneath Ralph, the blade imbued with a formidable aura, rising like a bolt of lightning in a powerful slash. There was no escape. This maneuver caused Ralph's pupils to constrict, as he abruptly realized that Elvis was not merely employing the same technique. The knife in his hand pressed down with great urgency. Upon impact, the blade met this thunderous strike, gripping tightly. Elvis continued to swing his sword, and Ralph, undeterred, engaged in a fierce clash where sparks flew from the contact of their blades. With a swift lateral motion, Elvis disengaged his weapon from Ralph's, executing a horizontal slash towards Ralph's chest. Ralph retreated, positioning his sword defensively across his chest to block the incoming strike, then countered with an upward thrust, directing his blade towards Elvis. Elvis tilted his head aside, narrowly avoiding a lethal strike that severed the furniture behind him. Not bad. Over the years, your skills have not waned, Ralph praised. He then resumed his combat stance, inhaling deeply, his eyes gleaming with determination. In an instant, his form split into three, appearing before Elvis from multiple angles, his sword radiating energy as he struck simultaneously. Surprise flickered in Elvis's eyes as he swiftly retreated, leaving a shadow that was soon shredded by the three strikes. Falling leaves slash. Elvis launched into the air, his swordplay resembling leaves cascading in a forest, followed by a brilliant flash of light. Countless slowly descending leaves concealed a multitude of lethal intent, causing Ralph's hair to stand on end in alarm. The seemingly slow blade moved with astonishing speed. This was a technique of deceptive tempo. Ralph's perception of space was cleaved asunder by the falling leaves. He quickly bent low, propelling himself forward in a desperate escape, narrowly evading the swift strike disguised as a languid motion. Elvis materialized behind him, delivering several slashes with lethal precision, seizing the moment to strike. Once Ralph found himself in front of Elvis, he turned, feeling the warm blood trickle from a wound on his neck. His gaze turned fierce. With a roar, he charged forward, unleashing a shockwave beneath his feet, the blade slicing through the air with unyielding momentum. Reinforcements had arrived. Elvis, brace yourself. Dylan's voice resonated amidst the chaos. In the distance, the clamor of the royal guard's return echoed. Elvis sheathed his sword, gripping the hilt firmly. With a swift motion, the blade was drawn, a flash of light illuminating the air as Elvis vanished, tracing a straight line toward the charging Ralph. Bang! The clash of blades resounded. In an instant, Ralph's sword was knocked from his grasp. The residual power from Elvis's strike carved through Ralph's form. Blood gushed forth as a deep wound was inflicted upon his chest. Elvis, with his back to Ralph, remained composed, his mind flooded with memories. One does not possess the right to choose. One is bound by the fate of being chosen. This truth resonated deeply with him since childhood. Born into a destitute and war-torn land, where suffering was a constant, his parents, overwhelmed by famine, were compelled to entrust him to a swordsmanship dojo run by a man named Akiji. Elvis's parents gently placed him before Akiji, his mother's eyes brimming with sorrow. Elvis, from this day forward, he will be your father. Remember to obey him. After a brief farewell, she turned and hurried away. Young Elvis watched his mother's trembling figure, sensing her tears but refraining from voicing his anguish, unwilling to add to their burdens. What mother could bear to part with her child? Yet, what choice did they have? Without such a sacrifice, their family would surely perish. As the adopted son of the dojo master, Elvis began his journey in the art of the sword. Elvis. I refuse to accept this. Ralph gasped, bent over, struggling for breath. Why, despite my years of relentless training, can I not surpass this man? You will always be the brightest star. Why can't I be that person? Ralph bellowed, staggering to pick up his sword, bloodied and frenzied, heedless of his wounds. Exhaling softly, Elvis lowered himself, darting towards Ralph, delivering a swift upward slash followed by a downward strike. Double dragon assault. Ralph crashed heavily to the ground. I do not relish being a swordsman. Despite the sword's unwavering presence in my life, it is not my desire. In this chaotic era, the dojo lacked students to learn the art of the sword, leaving a swordsman's only means of survival to be killing, murdering for the dojo, for the king's army, incessantly taking lives. At the age of 8, he vividly recalled his father bringing a half-dead rebel before him, tossing a blade at his feet, coldly commanding him to kill. At such a tender age, faced with this horror, he recoiled, his innate goodness protesting against taking a life. Yet, he had no choice. His refusal led to being hung from a tree and left to starve for 3 days. On the 3rd day, still facing the same half-dead rebel and the same blade, he silently took the knife and plunged it into the man's heart. To this day, he remembers the terror and despair in that man's eyes before death. From that day forth, the act of killing shadowed his childhood. He felt transformed into a machine of death, his gaze slowly losing its luster. His exemplary performance brought immense satisfaction to his father, and the king's army awarded him the honor of the National Shield. How ironic it was. The previous recipient of the National Shield was a kind-hearted hero revered by all, while he, a terrifying butcher with countless lives taken, was deemed worthy of the same title. Ralph struggled to rise once more, but Elvis refrained from delivering another blow, choosing instead to await his opponent's slow resurgence. Witnessing Elvis's demeanor, Ralph felt humiliated. Once again. Despite his clear victory, Elvis adopted an arrogant posture, as if Ralph would forever remain a mere jester before him. Kill me, Elvis. Ralph screamed in despair. Ralph's face flushed crimson as he emitted a roar of fury. Severely injured, he could no longer run, yet he continued to advance towards Elvis. Elvis gazed at Ralph with serene eyes, slowly sheathing his blade while gathering his strength. Suddenly, he unleashed a flurry of sword energy, reminiscent of meteors streaking across the sky. In the wake of this celestial display, an ethereal dragon materialized behind him, roaring in fury. The countless sword energy struck Ralph, forcing him to stagger back. And after a final roar, he collapsed once more onto the ground. I once believed my life would conclude in this unremarkable manner. But fate played a cruel jest upon me. During a routine mission to eliminate rebels, I picked up my blade with practiced ease and arrived at the designated location to commence my task. I had undertaken such missions countless times before. Elvis? The name escaped the lips of an elderly woman, her eyes brimming with tears. As I prepared to strike with my bloody blade, I froze. This voice was one I would never forget, that of the woman who brought me into this world, my mother. I confronted her, demanding to know why she had abandoned me, why she had entrusted me to a demon, thus commencing my dark existence. My mother introduced me to countless experiences and people, revealing another facet of the world, a group labeled as rebels by the state. Before departing, she embraced me in tears, saying that my life was not destined to be shrouded in darkness. I had merely never witnessed the light. Elvis, I am sorry, she lamented. I refrained from killing them. And upon returning to the dojo, I faced punishment, lying in the frigid waters of the pool during winter. The icy chill could not extinguish the flicker of humanity ignited within me. Hence, I made a pivotal decision. I no longer wished to take lives. I was weary of this endless existence, haunted by a myriad of faces that seemed to materialize like nightmares before my eyes. I shattered the blade that had accompanied me for years and left the dojo with a broken sword, embarking on a journey to uncover the other side of the world. Yet, the king's army would not easily let me go. My father, aged and unable to fulfill his duties, required my hand in continuing the cycle of violence. Thus began 2 years of evading the king's soldiers, during which I witnessed the myriad joys and sorrows of humanity, coming to understand the essence of humanity itself. In the shadows of my bleak life, a radiant figure emerged beside me, Sun Li Gu, my beloved whom I vowed to protect. Elvis approached Ralph, sword in hand. Each step deliberate. A torrent of memories flooded his mind, revealing the recollections he had lost for years, yet he found no joy in this revelation. What he had lost was not merely memory, but sorrow and despair. Ralph lay on the ground, his eyes lifeless as he gazed at the sky, regaining a flicker of spirit only when Elvis drew near. You have won this time. Go on, kill me. Ralph managed a strained smile. Chapter 62, Memories, Part 2. Elvis raised his sword, his gaze devoid of hesitation. One fateful day, my father sought me out, urging me to return and fulfill my duties. I refused. After 2 years of wandering, I was no longer the person I once was. I possessed my own thoughts. I was not a puppet. After a moment of silence, my father raised his blade, declaring that if I wished to sever my chains, I must cut everything, including him, my father. I succeeded, witnessing him fall to the ground, blood staining the earth. Before I departed, he spoke of a courage he had lacked in his lifetime. Having devoted himself to the king's army, Elvis, go out and see the world for me, he implored. A heavy stone seemed to press upon my heart, suffocating me. The individuals who had significantly impacted his brief life appeared to have erred, yet perhaps they had not. Thus, I resolved to join the rebels, becoming their sharpest sword, their most radiant presence. I did not take another life, not even those of my enemies. Yet, I had underestimated the nature of swords. They were weapons, and the art of swordsmanship was honed for the purpose of killing. No matter how beautifully one might disguise this truth, it remained undeniable. During my time with the rebels, I lived alongside Sun Ligu, executing missions together, and all believed us to be a match made in heaven. However, on the day of our wedding, a nightmare descended once more. The king's army, having learned of Elvis's nuptials through an informant, sent a deceptive unit to mislead the rebels, while the true forces lay in ambush at the wedding venue. That day, she perished. All those dear to me fell before the king's army. Ironically, I survived only because I had been preoccupied with an urgent matter. Driven to madness, I reforged my broken sword. I cast aside everything, leading the most elite soldiers of the rebels in a surprise attack on the king's palace. When I burst into the palace, grievously wounded, I confronted the source of all my woes, the king of this nation. He shouted incoherently, but I was deaf to his words, consumed by a tumult of rage, hatred, sorrow, and perhaps something else entirely. I swung my blade, ending his wretched life. With his severed head in hand, I exited the palace, declaring the end of this chapter. Yet, at that moment, a sharp blade pierced my heart. I recognized its form. It belonged to Ralph, a prominent figure among the rebels, a man of integrity who often spoke of changing this nation. I murmured a silent question of why, but the words never escaped my lips. Ralph softly proclaimed, "Without you, all of this belongs to me. I am the most radiant presence. Thank you. I will carry your will and continue living. I will rebuild the king's army and the rebels, establishing a new nation." In a daze, I beheld Sun Ligu's apparition. Her eyes filled with tears as she embraced me, murmuring something I could not hear. Ah, was my fate preordained? Perhaps this was the essence of my existence. Elvis, I envy everything you possess, Ralph uttered defiantly in his final moments. With a swift motion, Elvis's blade fell, and Ralph was slain on the spot. All around, the onlookers seemed to freeze in astonishment, gazing in disbelief at the scene before them. Then, a murmur of shock rippled through the crowd. Their king, enemy, had fallen. Ralph died without comprehending why Elvis had resurrected, why he had reappeared before him. What none knew was that Sun Ligu was also a wielder of power. She had consumed the fruit of true love, granting the ability for the most cherished individual of the possessor to be reborn. Once this ability is activated, the reborn individual suddenly materializes in a corner of the world, bereft of all memories, shedding everything to commence a new life. To forget everything is the greatest act of forgiveness, yet it also serves as the heaviest punishment. A beloved wishes for you to forget the past and embrace a fresh start, while the one suffering from amnesia yearns to reclaim lost memories. Tormented to the brink of despair, suddenly, a gentle and sacred light radiates from Elvis. A shadow embraces him from behind, and the brilliance intensifies, causing all present to close their eyes. Elvis finds himself in a peculiar white space, and just as he prepares to activate his observation ability, a voice resonates from behind. Elvis. Stiffening, Elvis slowly turns around to behold a stunning figure before him, bringing him to tears. Sun Ligu. Elvis's breath quickens, his eyes widen, and his body trembles slightly. He feels as though he is dreaming, paralyzed by the fear that any movement might shatter this illusion. Sun Ligu gazes tenderly at her beloved and approaches slowly, eventually enveloping him in an embrace. Feeling the warmth of her presence, Elvis finally confirms that this person before him is indeed his lover, Sun Ligu. Overcome with emotion, Elvis weeps uncontrollably, pouring out years of longing and regret. Sun Ligu gently comforts him, a tear escaping her eye, falling to the ground and forming a crystal. "I have always been by your side, enduring hardships for you, Elvis." After they part, Sunliga gazes at Elvis with sorrowful eyes. Elvis shakes his head with a smile. Finding you makes it all worthwhile. Although Sunliga hesitates to reveal the truth, time is of the essence, and she chooses to confess. It turns out that Sunliga did not return to life. She transformed into a spirit after her death, remaining beside Elvis all along. Her appearance now is a consequence of Elvis breaking through the barriers of memory, allowing them to reunite. However, this also signifies that after this encounter, Sunliga will truly vanish. The elation that once filled Elvis abruptly dissipates. Having just found his beloved, he must face another farewell, a blow to his very being. Elvis gazes at Sunliga, gripping her shoulders tightly, as if fearing that releasing her might cause her to disappear. Sunliga embraces him once more. Elvis, you must live on and take care of yourself. Pausing, she adds, please do not forget me, my love. I cherish you. As her words linger in the air, Sunliga begins to emanate a radiant light, her form gradually becoming transparent. No, I beg you, don't go. Elvis cries out in anguish, attempting to grasp Sunliga, yet he finds only emptiness. Ultimately collapsing to the ground, Sunliga vanishes, leaving behind a solitary crystal. Chapter 63. Are you Professor Tony? Sun. Elvis kneels on the ground, heartbroken and weeping. The white space has now vanished. Were it not for the crystal remaining, he might have believed it to be merely a dream. Dylan and Renee approach Elvis. For him, a considerable amount of time has passed, though merely a minute has elapsed in the outside world. The King's Guards, having failed to protect their sovereign, encircle Elvis and his companions. With the king deceased, they are now mere remnants of a defeated force, instinctively surrounding Elvis. Renee perceives Elvis's sorrow profoundly, yet feigns ignorance. Elvis, pull yourself together. Norr and the others are still waiting for us. This war is not over. The rebels have merely claimed a temporary victory. The struggle for Norr and the others continues. Regaining his composure, Elvis picks up the crystal, treasuring it as the sole testament of Sunliga's existence. Facing the surrounding guards, he bellows, get lost. His aura erupts, akin to a ferocious beast poised to strike. Clang. A soldier among the guards, stricken with fear, discards his weapon and flees. With one leading the way, more soldiers discard their arms and join the retreat. No amount of shouting from their commander can sway them. Ultimately, he succumbs to despair, glancing at the dwindling number of soldiers who remain, heaving a sigh before waving his hand in resignation. If these soldiers had not fled, he might have considered continuing the fight, but seeing so few left, he refrains from sending his loyal warriors to their doom. It has become meaningless. The king is dead. Rather than lead them to their deaths, he prefers to ensure their survival. Elvis turns away from the despondent commander, leading Renee towards Norr and the others. Dylan returns to the rebel base to orchestrate the next phase of action. This battle, barring unforeseen circumstances, has culminated in a victory for the rebels. In stark contrast to Elvis's smooth progress, Norr remains locked in a stalemate. Moonlight, flying dragon. Cronin leaps into the air, a white dragon hovering above, roaring fiercely before diving downward. Thunder Shadow, Soul Sever. On solid ground, Norr, undeterred, summons a massive bear shadow behind him, echoing a fearsome roar. Boom. The two collide, generating a powerful shockwave, transforming the battlefield into a desolate wasteland. Thunderous Seal. After the clash, Norr steps back momentarily, charging energy as electricity envelopes Cronin, delivering a powerful punch that Cronin deflects with his blade. Rakshas's Chaotic Dance. Countless slashes materialize around Norr, sharp sword energy targeting his vulnerable spots. Cronin's maneuver proves troublesome. During close combat, if a brief stalemate arises, he unleashes the skill. Unlike the paralysis caused by electricity, Cronin's sword energy strikes more directly, yet fortunately, since it does not originate from his own blade, its potency is considerably reduced. After several probing exchanges, Norr devises a countermeasure. Crackle. Countless bolts of lightning spiral around Norr, ultimately forming a suit of electric armor, the currents emitting a piercing sound as the sword energy assaults him relentlessly. The thunder armor continuously mitigated the onslaught of sword energy, and though a few strikes managed to breach the armor, it was of little consequence. Noel's formidable physique, characteristic of his beastly nature, played a significant role in this encounter. The sword energy that penetrated the armor retained only a fraction of its original might, merely leaving white marks upon Noel's body. Despite the pain causing him to grimace, it was insufficient to breach his defenses, rendering it little more than a superficial injury. Are you giving me a haircut, Teacher Tony? Noel grinned, unable to suppress his mockery. Cronin's expression grew increasingly grim. Here was Cronin, a figure of renown, not claiming to be invincible, but certainly one of the few formidable warriors in the world, celebrated for his overwhelming offensive prowess as a master swordsman. And yet, he was being likened to a mere barber by a brat? Cronin was perplexed by what teacher Tony meant, yet he understood that whatever came from Noel's lips was surely far from flattering. Since you dare to suggest that I am merely trimming your hair, I shall take your head along with it. With a swift motion, he distanced himself, brandishing his sword with a flourish. With a forceful thrust of his foot, the ground beneath him yielded, forming a shallow crater. As the moonlit blade became imbued with an aura of dominance, a strike, edged in darkness, cleaved through the air in a straight line. It was as if the very heavens had been sundered by this blow, the space around Cronin fracturing. To his left lay life, and to his right, death. Noel gazed at the impending attack, acutely aware that trouble was upon him. The recent taunt had been rather harsh. It was akin to being in a northern bathhouse and questioning the bath attendant's nourishment. Such a remark would be perceived as a challenge to his professional integrity, compelling him to unleash an astounding 500% of his strength to ensure you truly understand the essence of force. Noel would naturally not remain idle. He assumed a stance of a powerful punch. You unleash your ultimate move? Then I shall do the same. Let us see who can surpass whom. A unique aura enveloped Noel, for after his training on the deserted island, he finally comprehended the essence of force, the might of his fists, the river of the underworld, the power of thunder. Noel seemed to be enveloped in a realm of shadows, where countless thunders formed a river of the underworld, heralding the cessation of life. All who dared to cross would meet their demise. The claims of a sword that could rend the heavens or shatter the void were mere fabrications. Dare you test my spectral slash? Before their collision, the two forces clashed, unleashing a myriad of lightning. The intertwining blue-black and black-white bolts stirred the shattered earth, causing it to tremble ominously. Boom! The clash of blade and fist finally ignited the entangled energies, dispersing into the air and giving rise to countless minuscule forces that continued to intertwine, creating endless illusions. Two phantoms materialized above them, a strike capable of cleaving the heavens aimed toward the river of the underworld. The initial ferocity of the strike was akin to a raging torrent, cleaving the river into two streams, yet it was ultimately consumed by the inexorable depths of the underworld, dissipating into the ether. Should an ordinary person venture here, they would not need the combatants to engage. Death would swiftly claim them amidst the lethal aura pervading the ground. Massive boulders were propelled into the sky by the explosion, only to be crushed in midair and scattered like pebbles upon the earth. After a moment's respite, Cronin drew his blade and charged forth once more. Again. Chapter 64. Tony's teacher's blade is dull. The moonlit sword shadow flickered. A full moon hung high, casting an icy glow reminiscent of a colossal grinding while turning toward Noel. The heart of the wild bear pierced. Noel wielded his weapon with his right hand, thrusting it forward with a glint of cold light preceding his strike, which shattered the very ground. The blade pierced the center of the full moon and instantly fractured, while Cronin simultaneously swung his own blade. Infinite moonlight. Countless arcs of crescent light erupted in an instant, filling the entire space with a flurry of strikes, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Noel's pupils constricted. This strike could not merely be resisted through the defenses of his thunder armor and physical prowess. His eyes glowed ominously red, enveloped in the aura of armament haki, with thunderous patterns cascading across his form as the thunder armor reasserted its dominance. Beneath his bear-like visage, he radiated a blue-black luminescence, with countless bolts of lightning crackling through the intricate designs, igniting a myriad of sparks. Simultaneously, his hands morphed into blades, flailing vigorously. Storm step, Thunderbird. Boom, boom, boom. The two began to exchange blows relentlessly, with countless crescent slashes and Thunderbirds colliding, creating bursts of light in the air. The battlefield was a tapestry of sword energy, a manifestation of lethal intent, a contest of endurance. Bring it on. In terms of stamina, aside from those ancient behemoths, Noel feared no one. The formidable regenerative abilities bestowed by his Zoan fruit further bolstered his confidence. At this moment, both combatants had transitioned from a phase of cautious probing to a full-blown struggle, where their energy would begin to deplete rapidly. Despite the earlier ferocity that shattered the earth, resembling the monumental act of moving mountains and filling seas, it was merely a warm-up. The true battle had only just commenced, with Noel enveloped in armament haki, while Cronin concentrated his haki entirely on the moonlit figure before him. Countless bolts of lightning sparked from their haki, elevating their powers to unimaginable heights. Cronin's combat experience was far richer, his mastery of haki surpassing that of Noel. However, Noel's stamina and regenerative prowess eclipsed Cronin significantly, rendering their overall capabilities nearly equal. The contest now hinged on will, spirit, and momentum. In this regard, Noel, equipped with Conqueror's haki, brimmed with confidence. Clouds of dust were stirred by the sword energy, scattering across the sky, as the world transformed into a realm of sword-induced chaos. In such an environment, the enemies became nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Although Noel, primarily a martial artist, would ordinarily struggle against Cronin, the augmentation from his fruit ability, coupled with his heightened observation haki, created an uncanny balance. Cronin, recognizing this, unleashed another wave of sword energy before executing a grand technique. One sword style, Moonlight Life and Deathgate. Whoosh! A blade capable of cleaving the heavens manifested once more, through the perception of his observation haki. Every action of Cronin was discerned by Noel, prompting him to react swiftly. With no time to evade the incoming sword energy, Noel braced himself, sustaining several lacerations that blossomed with blood, assuming a combat stance, and delivering a powerful punch. Narrow lightning. Following their collision, the two continued to engage fiercely. Their earlier grand techniques now transformed into commonplace skills, unleashed with reckless abandon. Cronin relentlessly disrupted the magnetic field that Noel had established, preventing him from launching a significant counterattack. Meanwhile, Noel's observation haki reached its zenith, continuously intercepting the onslaught of blades. The Grand Swordsman wielded his colossal sword with utmost fervor. One lapse in attention could result in grievous injury. At this moment, Elvis and Rin approached the vicinity of the battlefield, with Rin gazing at the distant clash, her expression one of profound astonishment. She had never witnessed such an intense confrontation. To her, both Noel and Cronin appeared as deities of war. Merely approaching the battlefield sent chills down her spine, despite her being an elite who had just begun to grasp the nuances of armament haki. At the very least, in the new world, exercising caution would ensure her survival. Yet now, she found herself unqualified to even approach the fray. This experience served to clarify her understanding of the powerful. She realized that countless such battles awaited in her future. As a ship's doctor, she might not need to be strong, but she must never be so weak as to lack the ability to approach the battlefield, let alone join it. Elvis wore a solemn expression. As another grand swordsman, he could distinctly sense Cronin's might. Both were pure swordsmen, and the strength displayed by such a formidable opponent stirred a yearning within Elvis, yet he restrained himself. This battle belonged to Noel. His current task was to ensure that Noel remained undisturbed by others. Elvis exhaled slowly, producing a signal gun and handing it to Ren, turning to her with urgency. Ren, you stay by Yamato's side. If anything seems amiss, call for help immediately. Ren nodded silently and turned away. The clash between Noel and his adversary raged from dawn until dusk, and then from dusk until the sun rose once more. This fierce confrontation endured for 4 days. On the 5th day, the turmoil throughout the kingdom began to subside, as the death of Relf had shaken the very resolve of the royal army. Countless wavering centrists recognized the declining fortunes of the royal forces and swiftly aligned themselves with the rebels, fervently rallying in support of the insurgents. Only a handful of the king's staunch loyalists persisted in their valiant resistance, holding fast to the belief that it would not be long before the rebels could purge the entire nation. The Revolutionary Army, in concert with the insurgents, had encircled the officials brought by Cronin on a high ground. Due to the formidable strength of this band of pirates, the revolutionary forces, reluctant to squander their remaining manpower, adopted a defensive stance. At this juncture, it was universally acknowledged that the outcome of this battle hinged upon the confrontation between Noel and his opponent. The pirates held unwavering confidence in their first mate's capabilities, thus they awaited his arrival without concern. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Noel and his foe locked eyes, standing still as they gasped for breath. After 4 days of relentless combat, both warriors had expended a significant amount of their stamina. Noel's once all-encompassing haki has vanished, leaving only the thunder armor adorning his form. Cronin's blade bears several minute nicks, indicating a noticeable depletion of his haki, which has caused his beloved sword to sustain damage. Following this fierce battle, it is imperative for the crescent moon to receive diligent care. Cronin, catching a glimpse of his beloved sword's plight, feels a twinge of sorrow in his heart. Noel also noticed Cronin's gaze and broke into a smile. Has Teacher Tony's blade dulled? Is he incapable of even trimming hair? Humph, that is sufficient to slay you. Cronin retorted fiercely, and then once again unleashed a flurry of sword energy. This victory shall be mine. Noel's entire being shimmered with lightning as he charged forward against the countless sword energies. These sword energies had lost their initial intensity, allowing Noel to nimbly maneuver until he stood before Cronin, leaping high into the air. A tempest of thunder. Shadows of countless fists rained down relentlessly, causing Cronin's expression to shift dramatically. Damn. Chapter 65. The outcome is decided. As the myriad of fists descended, Cronin hastily ceased his blade's swing and attempted to retreat. However, the moment he moved, an overwhelming aura descended upon him with an almost celestial pressure. Conqueror's Haki. Cronin's pupils constricted, his expression turning ferocious as he exclaimed. Under the shroud of Conqueror's Haki, it seemed as though countless dark threads pressed down upon the air, accompanied by the crackling sound of blue lightning. With the eruption of the Conqueror's Haki, Cronin's body momentarily froze, and he was soon enveloped by the shadows of fists. Left with no choice, Cronin desperately parried the relentless barrage of punches with his blade, but as is often the case with prolonged defense, his guard eventually faltered. In the end, Noel breached his defenses, landing a blow upon him, followed swiftly by an onslaught of fists. Boom, boom, boom. Cronin crumpled to the ground, bloodied and battered. He could have evaded such an assault, but he had not anticipated that Noel still possessed hidden cards to play at this critical juncture. During the battle with Buchanan, Noel had never unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, which led Cronin to underestimate him. Little did Cronin realize that Noel's Conqueror's Haki had only recently begun to awaken and had yet to be refined. After training on the deserted island, Noel had reached a stage where he could initially activate his Conqueror's Haki. Although he could not yet distinguish friend from foe, it mattered little in the current scenario where only the two of them remained. Consequently, the abrupt emergence of his Conqueror's Haki dealt Cronin a significant blow. The scales of victory, once evenly balanced, now began to tilt in Noel's favor. Coughing, Cronin slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze fixed menacingly upon Noel. I never expected you to possess Conqueror's Haki. Cronin's voice was low and filled with menace. The corners of Noel's mouth curled slightly, concealing much that you do not know. Cronin's eyes were filled with darkness. He had initially perceived this as a battle devoid of suspense. Yet events had unfolded contrary to his expectations. Brady Noel's strength far surpassed his imagination. Had it not been for his youthful age and relative inexperience in combat, he might have already faced defeat. A prodigy since childhood, Cronin now encountered a more extraordinary adversary. He no longer wished to continue the fight. Escaping would already be a significant achievement. It was not that Cronin feared death, but rather that he had more pressing matters to attend to, namely, to relay the threat posed by Noel to Trissy. With the potential for Conqueror's Haki and the abilities of a mythical beast, Noel's threat escalated dramatically in Cronin's eyes. Should he perish here, vital intelligence concerning Noel would die with him, and upon Noel's return to the New World, the destruction of the pirate crew would likely follow, possibly leading to their annihilation. Thus, he resolved to depart from this place. Enduring mockery from the outside world was preferable to an ignoble death. However, would Noel permit Cronin to escape so easily? Clearly, it was an impossibility, even if Noel could not halt Cronin. One must not forget that Elvis was stationed outside the battlefield. Despite being a formidable swordsman, Cronin had limited means of retreat. He could only rely on his raw strength to forge a path. Cronin was acutely aware of this fact. Upon Elvis's arrival at the battlefield's periphery, he sensed his presence. Now trapped in peril, Cronin could only pray that his subordinates would muster the courage to reach him in time. As for Casa, on the fourth day of this grand conflict, his absence indicated that his situation was hardly better than Cronin's. Meanwhile, Cronin's anticipated subordinates remained stationed on the heights, awaiting the vice-captain's arrival. It is said that mutual efforts lead to the finest encounters. Yet here they were. I wait for you. But what do you await? Death. Although this group of fools had sensed something amiss, they gazed upon the revolutionary and rebel forces outside, thinking, I shall continue to play the fool. Ababa, ababa, ababa. I know nothing. Do not look at me. I am merely an ordinary pirate. Thunderous ceiling. Noel did not grant Cronin a moment's respite, charging forward once again, with countless bolts of lightning entwining around the two of them. As the battle progressed to this stage, the effects of the thunderous seal of demons became increasingly evident. The sensations of bodily paralysis and overwhelming confinement left Cronin in deep discomfort. You little imp. It is far too early for you to think you can defeat me. Cronin roared, an array of sword energy swirling around him, his aura soaring to the heavens. He was prepared to fight to the death. if this stalemate continued. Even if he managed to overcome Noel, there would be no escape from this country, not to mention that he was already subtly at a disadvantage. One sword style, dirge of the soul. Sword energy surged forth, the blade poised to sever the very essence of being. This technique represented Cronin's most formidable strike. He remained stationary, gathering power, as an oppressive silence enveloped the realm, plunging it into a profound darkness. In Noel's perception, Cronin had vanished from sight, subsequently being consumed by the shadows, his very soul seemingly withering. It was only at the instant Cronin unleashed his blade that a brilliant ray of light cleaved through the suffocating darkness. This soul-slicing strike, imbued with a fierce essence, surged towards Noel's position. There was no evasion. Noel's entire soul was ensnared, and regardless of his attempts to flee, he could not escape this imminent blow. With no time for further contemplation, he resolved that since evasion was futile, he would not shy away. You wish to determine the outcome with a single blow? Then I shall oblige. Thunderstorm arise. A small tempest of lightning enveloped Noel, rendering him akin to the celestial progeny of storm and thunder. Under his command, a multitude of iron-rich oars began to levitate above the wilderness, hurtling toward Cronin with ferocious intent. Then, Noel assumed a formidable stance, his conqueror's haki surging skyward, transforming the battlefield into a colossal arena of carnage. Nirvana lightning. The river of the underworld materialized once more as fist shadows, imbued with the rushing currents of the nether, met Cronin's deadly strike. A resounding boom echoed. A mushroom cloud erupted skyward. The entire island trembled, and the citizens of the nation were startled by a deafening roar, feeling the atmospheric pressure drop significantly. From a distance, Elvis was instantly swept up by the shockwave. Despite his formidable strength, he emitted an intense aura, brandishing his sword defensively to ensure his safety. Elvis felt a surge of urgency. Under the force of the tremendous explosion, his perception dulled, while Noel, at the epicenter of the blast, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding chaos. Countless clouds of dust swirled, and amidst the colossal explosion, numerous small storms raged across the battlefield. At the heart of it all, two figures lay motionless on the ground, their fates unknown. Noel and Cronin unleashed their most formidable techniques in a climactic clash. Not merely the force of their attacks, but the resulting explosion dealt a tremendous blow to both combatants. It felt as though time was shrouded in the storm, suspended between an instant and an hour. Suddenly, a figure stirred, struggling to rise. Chapter 66. The Death of Cronin. The sound of crunching echoed as Noel's shoes trod upon the debris-laden ground. He tore away the tattered remnants of his clothing, revealing a torso marred by blood. Gasping heavily for breath, despite being prepared, the collision had inflicted grave injuries upon him. His ability to stand was solely attributed to the remarkable regenerative powers bestowed by his Zoan-type devil fruit. In stark contrast, Cronin fared far worse. His dominant right hand, wielding the blade, had vanished, evidently obliterated in the confrontation. With multiple fractures and his mouth agape, he lay unconscious upon the ground. The disparity between high offense and low defense was vividly illustrated in the swordsman's plight, and ultimately, it was Noel who emerged victorious in this protracted battle. Norr staggered forward to stand before Cronin, gazing upon his formidable foe. With his right hand transforming into a blade, he pierced through Cronin's heart in an instant. The faint vestiges of life that had lingered in Cronin were extinguished immediately, before Norr cast his body into the chasms of the earth, granting him the dignity of an intact corpse. Even as adversaries, Norr saw no purpose in further desecration. To honor one's enemy is to honor oneself. Thus fell Cronin the Phantom Blade, who had once roamed the seas with infamy, vanquished upon the battlefields of the West Blue. The vast oceans mourned the loss of a renowned swordsmaster, yet welcomed the rise of a formidable martial artist, one who wielded the power of a mythical Zoan. Little did Terence foresee that his most trusted comrade, his right hand, would meet his end in the West Blue, slain by the hands of Brady Noir. Noel cast Cronin's lifeless body into the abyss and turned away. The scarred earth, riddled with countless fissures, and the swirling yellow sands bore witness to the monumental battle that had once transpired here. Noel's figure gradually vanished amidst the yellow sands. The outcome of the battle now evident. Elvis, observing the distant silhouette with mounting anxiety, remained uncertain of the final result. Despite his unwavering confidence in Noel, he could not suppress his tension. As the figure drew near, Noel's form became clearer, prompting a heavy sigh of relief from Elvis, soon followed by a beaming smile. He understood that they had triumphed in this conflict. What of Yamato? Noel's voice was somewhat hoarse as he immediately inquired about Yamato's condition upon seeing Elvis. Suddenly, Noel sensed a shift in Elvis. He appeared less wooden, his expressions now vibrant. Though his demeanor still bore a hint of aloofness, the earlier puppet-like quality had dissipated. Elvis, have you regained your memory? Noel tentatively asked. A bittersweet smile played on Elvis's lips as he nodded. Yes, I have regained it. Thank you all. Before he could finish, Noel erupted into joyous laughter. Ah, how wonderful. Your memory has finally returned. You must understand, amidst all that has transpired, our primary objective was to help you reclaim your memories. With your success, Noel felt their efforts had not been in vain. It was all worthwhile. Let us dispense with the gratitude. We are partners. Noel comforted Elvis with a pat on the shoulder, then declared, Now, let us proceed to Yamato's side. I wonder how the battle fares there. Upon arriving at the battlefield of Yamato, it was evident that the duel between Yamato and Kasa had reached a critical juncture. Countless rocks, frozen by an icy chill, lay scattered, indicative of a battle as fierce as that of Noel's. Yamato, covered in dust and with blood trickling from her lips, clearly bore serious internal injuries, with multiple fractures along her ribs. Kasa, a wielder of the shock fruit, unleashed waves of force with every movement. Even if enemies managed to block his attacks, they would still suffer from the resultant shockwaves. In the world of One Piece, the resilience of the human body is formidable, and Kasa's shockwaves initially did not inflict severe damage. However, over time, these injuries would accumulate, leading to significant internal harm. As a mythical Zoan-type user, Yamato possessed remarkable healing abilities, which mitigated Kasa's shockwaves to some extent. Yet, after 4 days of relentless combat, even her robust recovery was insufficient to stave off the grave injuries she now endured. Bent at the waist, she gasped for breath, feeling as though her insides were ablaze, each movement accompanied by excruciating pain. Her survival thus far was solely due to the strength of her will. Meanwhile, Kasa was not faring much better. His left eye was swollen shut, his body bore numerous marks from the spiked club, and his right foot was evidently fractured, likely broken by Yamato, seizing an opportunity to strike. Noel gazed into Kasa's eyes, somewhat taken aback. My goodness, having been struck in the eye by a spiked club, surely that must be excruciating. To endure such a devastating blow and continue fighting, Kasa truly possessed remarkable resilience. Having frequently sparred with Yamato, Noel understood that despite Yamato being a woman, her strength was surprisingly formidable, having inherited her father's exceptional lineage as Kaido's daughter. Kasa's prowess should not be underestimated either. During their last encounter in Buchanan, if it weren't for the combined efforts with Yamato, Noel would have undoubtedly been outmatched by Kasa at that time. Now, even with Yamato's training on the deserted island, Noel could not ascertain the ultimate victor of their battle. Ice slash. Yamato leaped high into the air, descending with ferocity as the spiked club in her grasp emanated a chilling frost, striking down upon Kasa with all her might. Kaido, shockwave fist. Kasa swiftly unleashed a flurry of punches, generating a crescendo of shockwaves that coalesced into a colossal force aimed at the airborne Yamato. The sudden surge of energy sent Yamato hurtling through the air, but she deftly rolled mid-flight, landing gracefully before unleashing a breath attack toward Kasa. Vodai's Fong. An intense wave of frigid air surged forth as Kasa raised his left hand, emitting a shockwave that allowed him to vanish in an instant. Subsequently, he charged forward, his fist imbued with explosive force, akin to a cannonball aimed directly at Yamato. She raised her spiked club defensively, blocking the incoming strike, yet was still forced back by the sheer impact, her feet scraping against the ground, leaving deep impressions. Thunderous Fong. The spiked club crackled with lightning as Yamato, after a brief accumulation of energy, unleashed a torrent of sword-like energy. Countless arcs of energy sliced through the air, carving trenches into the ground. Kaido, frenzied impact fist. Unable to evade due to his limited mobility, Kasa retaliated with a barrage of punches. Boom, boom, boom. Seizing on Kasa's vulnerability, Yamato relentlessly unleashed ranged attacks, her sword energies occasionally accompanied by breath attacks. Cornered, Kasa could only strive to fend them off. Just as he sought a solution, Yamato unexpectedly appeared beside him. Boom. Kasa's pupils constricted as a formidable aura erupted from Yamato. Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 67. The Shadow of the Strong. Before Kasa could react, he was instantly overwhelmed by Yamato's Conqueror's Haki. She swung her spiked club, now cloaked in armament Haki and laced with flickering lightning. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kasa was not entirely unprepared for Yamato's Conqueror's Haki, having suffered a broken leg from its sudden onslaught before, exposing him to grievous injury. Since then, he had remained vigilant against her potent Haki. Now, as he was ambushed, Kasa's heart raced, but he quickly regained his composure. enveloping himself in a myriad of shockwave barriers for defense. Without time to pivot, he extended an arm, wrapped in armament hockey, to shield his side. Bang! The shockwave barriers surrounding Kasa shattered instantaneously, and with a resounding crash, he was driven into a rock. Coughing up blood, Kasa collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yamato charged forward, intent on pressing the attack, but as she neared Kasa's seemingly motionless body, he unleashed a surge of overwhelming force. Boom! Kasa propped himself up, his palms emitting subtle shockwaves that propelled him upward, glaring fiercely at Yamato. Yamato, having sustained severe internal injuries, regarded Kasa with uncertainty. After such an extended battle, witnessing Kasa unleash such formidable force for the first time raised alarm within her. If Kasa could continue to unleash such power, she would undoubtedly be in peril. Presently, Yamato's internal injuries were bleeding profusely, and though her robust physique barely sustained her through the intense combat, it did not mean she could continue to withstand the internal damage caused by the shockwaves. The two locked eyes, both gasping for breath like bellows. Kasa, being aware of his own limitations, understood that the recent surge was not something he could wield lightly. If not for the dire circumstances, he would have refrained from using such an ability. As each devil fruit user develops their abilities to a certain extent, they begin to approach the next stage of awakening. Kasa's shock fruit was an immensely powerful ability, yet for it to awaken, he must first endure the tremendous shock it entails. The shock fruit shares a striking similarity with the tremor fruit. Both grant immense power while simultaneously inflicting backlash upon the user. Each time Kasa unleashed a shock, his internal organs suffered as well, though as a fruit user, the impact on him was minimal. Perhaps as he aged, the repercussions would become more pronounced. However, awakening was different. The awakening of a paramecia-type fruit alters the surrounding environment, meaning that for Kasa's ability to awaken, he must exist in an environment rife with shockwaves. This is an arduous endeavor for anyone, considering the fragility of human organs that cannot be conditioned through conventional training methods. So could Kasa awaken now? The answer was affirmative. But the consequences of such awakening were beyond his foresight. In that moment of crisis, Kasa instinctively sought to activate his fruit's awakening, but as the shock erupted, he reined it in. In that fleeting burst, he felt his internal organs sustain damage. Given his current condition, should he fully awaken, the outcome would undoubtedly spell his demise. Unbeknownst to Yamato, Kasa's true state led her to believe that the formidable shock she just endured was his trump card, thus heightening her caution. Both harbored their own concerns as they regarded one another. Ultimately, Yamato resumed her previous strategy, initiating a long-range assault. Countless blades of energy and breath attacks enveloped Kasa once more, and he gradually donned a mask of pain. Damn it, with his leg broken, his mobility had significantly diminished. Although he could rely on shockwaves to maneuver, it rendered him awkward and cumbersome. Yamato, being no slouch either, was unimpeded in her movements and thus remained out of Kasa's reach. The battlefield devolved into a peculiar war of attrition. Yamato relentlessly launched her attacks, while Kasa employed his fruit powers to defend. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Yet they were compelled to persist until one party's stamina was utterly depleted or a flaw was revealed, allowing for a decisive victory. Onlookers outside the battlefield relaxed slightly. Although the two had reached a stalemate, it was evident that Yamato held the absolute advantage, as long as she did not act recklessly and pressed forward with determination. The victor of this battle would undoubtedly be hers. Noel, exhausted from his battle with Cronin, collapsed onto the ground, his body riddled with countless wounds that caused him to grimace in pain. Witnessing this, Renee hurried over to tend to his injuries. After a brief silence, she softly inquired, "Is this what it means to be a strong fighter?" "One could say so, but when compared to the foremost elite, we still have a long way to go," Noel replied, despite his reluctance to speak the harsh truth. He could discern that this encounter had shaken Renee's faith, causing her to question her potential to become such a formidable warrior. Yet, Noel chose not to shield her from reality. He understood that if he indulged her with comforting lies, her future would likely remain confined to a limited potential. When she eventually witnessed the true nature of supreme combat, her fragile convictions would be shattered once more, leaving her devoid of resolve and unable to harness even half of her capabilities. Moria was a prime example. After suffering a crushing defeat against Kaido in the New World, losing his comrades and shattering his will, he transformed from a robust hero of the West Sea into a morbid recluse, hiding within the treacherous Devil's Triangle. Though it may seem harsh, Noel believed that once Renee fully emerged from her shadows, her future would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Renee fell silent again, diligently attending to Noel's wounds. But her somewhat chaotic method revealed that her heart was far from tranquil. Noel chose to remain silent, turning his gaze toward the battlefield of Yamato. Ultimately, it was a journey that Renee must undertake herself. As time gradually flowed by, the dawn of the following day arrived, and Yamato and his companion maintained their previous combat style, unleashing an array of ranged skills upon one another. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that Yamato had withdrawn from the great mouth true god form, signaling that he no longer utilized his breath for attacks, instead wielding his spiked club to unleash bursts of sword energy. Meanwhile, the intensity of Kasa's shockwaves had diminished, and his breaths had grown increasingly labored. Noel understood that the final battle was imminent. Chapter 68. The war concludes after a fruitless exchange of blows. Yamato ceased her attacks, allowing Kasa a moment to recuperate. The two had been locked in combat for 4 days and nights, both nearing their limits. If it weren't for Noel and the others fearing that intervening would shatter Yamato's resolve, they would have ended the conflict long ago. However, for Yamato, this stalemate bore significance. A victory would signify her progression towards becoming a formidable entity. The once easily wielded spiked club now felt burdensome in her grasp. Yamato strained to lift it, moving slowly yet resolutely towards Kasa, who was also preparing himself, adjusting his breathing for the impending clash. Both warriors understood the gravity of this final confrontation, and they began to gather their strength anew. Yamato transformed once more into her formidable form and, after covering a certain distance, charged forward with a powerful rush, creating a wave of energy that vanished in an instant. Divine foot technique, white serpent's embrace. Countless shadows of her club descended upon Kasa, enveloping the space as if the very air were suffused with the frigid aura of her weapon. In response, Kasa retaliated against the multitude of club shadows. Spirit wave, frenzied impact fist. The sounds of impacts echoed as the cold shadows and Kasa's striking fists collided in a flurry of forceful booms. Seizing an opportunity amidst the chaos, Kasa unleashed a surge of energy, propelling himself towards Yamato with astonishing speed. Swift impact. Kasa reached Yamato's side in an instant, delivering a fierce punch to her abdomen, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Yamato was sent hurtling away towards a massive boulder, while Kasa surged forward again, his speed amplified by another burst of energy. Spirit wave, roaring tiger. A radiant light emanated from Kasa's fist as a colossal white tiger's visage appeared, roaring ferociously. He unleashed another wave of force, closing in on Yamato at an accelerated pace. Roar. With another punch aimed downward, Kasa struck Yamato's belly once more. The white tiger's maw opened wide, seemingly intent on devouring her, striking the ground with such force that a vast crater formed beneath them. But suddenly, Kasa's expression shifted dramatically. The sensation from his punch felt amiss. As the dust settled, fragments of ice lay scattered, while Yamato had seemingly vanished. A surge of alarm coursed through Kasa. As he prepared to flee the scene, a familiar pressure enveloped him once more. Boom. The conqueror's haki descended upon Kasa, causing the air around him to ripple with countless dark lines pressing downwards, paralyzing him in place. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Yamato erupted from the ground below. With all her might, she swung the electrified spiked club towards Kasa. This attack came as a complete surprise, leaving Kasa no time to utilize his powers for defense. He could only raise his arm as a shield. A resounding crack echoed as Yamato's strike shattered Kasa's right arm. She followed up with another swing aimed at his head. Kasa gritted his teeth, stifling a cry of agony, and instead unleashed a shockwave with his left hand. Not to assault Yamato, but to facilitate his escape. With a swift motion, Kasa utilized the recoil to distance himself from danger, collapsing to his knees, drenched in cold sweat. He realized he had lost, bested by a mere child. His vision blurred as memories flooded his mind. From a young age, he aspired to be a powerful warrior, training tirelessly and gaining recognition early on. Just when he believed himself formidable, Teresi appeared. His arrival shattered Kasa's understanding of strength. He learned just how vast the world truly was, with powerful beings akin to the stars scattered across the sky. Instead of being disheartened by this revelation, Kasa felt invigorated. He had found a new objective. He accepted Teresi's invitation and embarked on his journey as a pirate. The path of cultivation was fraught with challenges, and after enduring countless trials, he had attained his current prowess, only to be defeated by a child. Yet, he refused to succumb to despair. He yearned to grow stronger. He wished to become a man like Whitebeard, to to be hailed as the strongest in the world. As Yamato charged forward once more, Kasa snapped back to reality. His expression twisted with ferocity, madness glinting in his eyes. "I will not be defeated by you, child." Kasa unleashed a tremendous surge of energy. He prepared to awaken his devil fruit powers, ready to fight with all he had. The battlefield trembled under the intensity of his force, radiating outward from Kasa as if the very fabric of space was fracturing. Countless shockwaves erupted, crafting a realm teeming with raw energy. And for the first time since acquiring his devil fruit, Kasa experienced the thrill of awakening. Despite his grievous injuries, this newfound power instilled him with confidence to conquer Yamato. He refused to accept defeat. He would triumph over all adversaries. Boom. Nearby, Yamato coughed up blood, and before it could hit the ground, the shockwaves scattered it into a mist that quickly dissipated. In the distance, Noel and the others rushed forward, determined to save Yamato. Even if it cast a shadow of doubt in her heart, as long as one lives, there is hope. In death, all is lost. Yamato glanced back at the approaching figures, initially smiling, then resolutely turning away. She had no intention of fleeing. If Kasa sought victory, so did she. The conqueror's haki surged skyward. Yamato slowly closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and then suddenly opened them wide, charging at Kasa. The environment had been altered by Kasa's powers. Every corner pulsed with overwhelming force, and blood flowed from Yamato's lips as she braved the onslaught. Her spiked club was already imbued with haki, swirling with black lightning as she reached Kasa, colliding once more. Boom. Yamato clenched her teeth, refusing to yield, unleashing the thunderous 8 trigrams continuously. Kasa, undeterred, summoned wave after wave of force. Both warriors, driven by a resolve to survive, wagered everything for victory. Boom. 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 Yamato could no longer contain herself, coughing up blood once more. Seizing the moment, Kasa landed a punch on her cheek, and she strained to turn her head back, inch by inch. With all her might, she channeled her haki into her forehead, crashing into Kasa with a resounding impact. A dull thud resounded as Kasa's eyes began to roll back. Yamato relentlessly headbutted him, and gradually the surrounding shockwaves began to fade. Kasa's eyes turned completely white, lost to madness, yet Yamato continued her assault. It was only when Noel swiftly reached her side, grasping her gently and whispering, "You have won," that Yamato's tense muscles finally relaxed, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. This protracted battle concluded with Noel and the others emerging victorious. The news of their triumph reverberated across the world, sending ripples throughout the vast seas. The leaders of various factions reacted differently upon receiving the news. Chapter 69. The World Shakes. With the conclusion of the war, Noel and his companions were arranged by Dylan to a secluded place to recuperate. This war, marked by Yamato's victory, was definitively concluded, as the pirate officers still clinging to the high ground were eradicated in conjunction with the powerful members of the Revolutionary Army led by Elvis. The only role these officers played was to contact their captain, Tracy, moments before their demise. Upon learning of the failure of the expeditionary force and the disappearance of Cronin and Kasa, Tracy crushed his phone in a fit of rage. Furious, he yearned to abandon his territory and lead the remnants of his pirate crew to annihilate Noel and his companions. Yet a sliver of rationality prevented him from making such a reckless decision. He was bewildered. He knew the strength of the expeditionary force, led by Cronin and Kasa, and found it implausible that they could fail against the likes of Brady Noel. Could it be that another faction intervened? Tracy pondered silently, then began to await Cronin's call. Unbeknownst to him, Cronin and Kasa had perished in Sherwin, and he assumed that, despite their defeat, they would manage to escape given their capabilities. The loss of the ordinary officers was regrettable, yet still bearable. However, his waiting would yield no results. Aside from Tracy, the first to learn of the battle in Sherwin was the Navy. Sengoku, upon discovering that Noel and Yamato had successfully slain the Demon Sword, Cronin, and the Eastern Pillar, Kasa was so shocked that he dropped the document he was holding. The sheep beside Sengoku mistook it for discarded papers and bent down to eat. "Hey, that is not food." Sengoku scrambled to reclaim the nearly devoured intelligence, exhaling in relief. He then ordered the station Navy officers to summon Admiral Tsuru and Admiral Akiji. And oh yes, also that rascal Carp. "Yes, sir." The Navy saluted and promptly departed. Soon after, several high-ranking naval officers gathered in Sengoku's office. After reading the intelligence, Akiji couldn't help but tug at the eye patch on his forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, Noel has grown remarkably." A faint smile appeared on Sengoku's lips. He too was astonished by Noel's rapid development, realizing that within just over a month, Noel had managed to slay Demon Sword Cronin. The destructive pirate crew had become a significant headache for the Navy, and now, with Noel's emergence, Tracy's situation in the New World would undoubtedly worsen. With two of their strongest members gone, the other pirates in the New World would likely converge upon Tracy, eager to tear him apart. Carp, meanwhile, erupted into hearty laughter. Well done, Noel. Only Tsuru noticed that the intelligence indicated the presence of the Revolutionary Army in Sherwin, prompting her to remark, "Has that little rascal Noel allied with the Revolutionary Army?" Sengoku slowly shook his head. "I doubt it. It's probably just a coincidence. We'll find out in due time." At the mention of the Revolutionary Army, Carp's ears perked up, and he ceased his laughter, opting instead to take a nap. A bubble forming at his nose. He understood that if he spoke up now, Sengoku would take notice, so he chose slumber instead. However, his sudden silence caught Sengoku's attention, leading him to glare at the sleeping Carp, feeling his blood pressure rise once more. "Carp, you scoundrel. This is all you're doing." Sengoku quickly approached Carp, tugging on his ear while shouting. Carp feigned innocence, sleepily asking, "What? Sengoku, do you want a donut? I can share half." Sengoku snatched the donut from Carp's grasp, devouring it whole, infuriating Carp further. In Weno, oh ho ho ho, Noel and Yamato did splendidly, managing to eliminate that demon sword. Kaido's jester, though outwardly aloof, had been quietly monitoring the news of Noel and Yamato. Upon learning of the great battle in Sherwin, he secretly celebrated with drinks, occasionally pulling out newspapers to gloat, laughing like a hefty fool. Meanwhile, Kaido's pirates rejoiced, clamoring for a feast to celebrate their crew's newfound strength. In Buchanan, a resounding crash echoed as Tracy's quarters vanished in an explosion, leaving him, with bloodshot eyes, to roar, "Brady Noel, I will kill you." Gather the fleet and head for the West Sea. The news of the Sherwin battle had spread over several days, finally reaching Tracy, who now understood the true meaning behind the earlier phone call that had left him puzzled for so long. Initially, he wondered why Cronin hadn't called him for days. Now he realized, the man was dead. What was there to call about? Tracy was now consumed by madness. The impact of Cronin's death was overwhelming. They had sailed together as brothers, and Cronin had been his right-hand man, his greatest asset in vying for the title of the Four Emperors. Now, with Cronin gone, he felt he had lost not only a brother but also his claim to power among the emperors, though his remaining crew still retained some strength. His threat level had plummeted among other contenders. Naval approached, advising, "Boss, perhaps it's wise to consider how to defend our territorial waters first." Tracy suddenly turned. His eyes locked onto Naval's, who met his gaze unflinchingly. The atmosphere grew tense until, after a moment, Tracy regained some composure, exhaling slowly, "Let us retract our influence. We can abandon the outer islands." He then added fiercely, "Brady Noel, once I've dealt with these matters, I will come for you personally." On a distant island in the New World, a ship with a dragon head docked at the shore, flying a pirate flag adorned with two crossed swords and a red scar over the left eye. This was the flagship of the future emperor, red-haired Shanks, the Red Force. At that moment, the island's pirates were reveling in a feast, with Shanks seated by the bonfire, laughing and drinking with his comrades. Suddenly, a panicked pirate rushed to Shanks and exclaimed, "Captain, big news. That guy Cronin is dead." "Oh, let me see." Shanks, intrigued, took the newspaper and, after a moment, burst into laughter. "Tracy is in serious trouble. Ha ha ha." Ben Beckman, curious, took the paper and noted that the one who killed Cronin was Brady Noel. "Brady Noel, a member of the Beast Pirates?" Beckman murmured, gazing at Noel's youthful visage on the page, marveling, "The newcomers are growing stronger by the day." Chapter 70, A New Journey. "Damn you, Kaido. How dare you personally snatch away my prized subordinate?" As Big Mom opened her cavernous maw and voraciously devoured cake, she let out a furious roar. The moment Norr betrayed the Navy, she recognized the potential that lay within him and thus dispatched Snag and Pascaldi to entice him. However, at a critical juncture, Kaido unexpectedly emerged, seizing Norr and severely injuring Snag and his companion. Had it not been for Kaido's decision to spare their lives, she would have already called him to demand an explanation, for he owed her a monumental debt of gratitude. As time passed, Big Mom gradually forgot this incident, only for it to resurface when Norr recently caused a commotion in Buchanan. Initially, Norr's displayed prowess, while impressive, did not incite her ire, yet to her astonishment, within just over a month, Norr managed to slay a formidable opponent like Cronin. This ignited a spark of jealousy within Big Mom. Had it not been for Kaido, Norr would undoubtedly have been recruited by her, thereby augmenting the strength of her vast empire. If only time could reverse, she would personally ensure Norr's acquisition, leaving Kaido with no opportunity whatsoever. Under the cover of Dylan, Noel and his companions secretly recuperated in Shurhuen for a full fortnight. During this period, the nation of Shurhuen underwent a significant reshuffling. Supported by the revolutionary forces, numerous oppressive nobles were brought to justice, leaving behind a group of relatively upright officials. The vacant positions were filled by various leaders from the former rebel factions, and naturally, the choice for king fell upon Dylan. Although he had no desire to assume the throne, there were no better candidates available at this juncture. Upon ascending to the throne, Dylan promptly abolished many of the previous harsh laws, enacted tax reductions, and pledged to refrain from external conflicts. With the issuance of these decrees, the previously turbulent nation swiftly returned to a state of tranquility. Although the populace harbored some skepticism towards their newly appointed king, it was believed that over time, they would gradually come to support Dylan. As for injuries, Noel's wounds, though severe, had healed after several days of rest, thanks to his remarkable recuperative abilities. The real concern lay with Yamato. She had sustained serious internal injuries and had nearly perished alongside Kasa. Under the shadow of Kasa's fruit abilities, Yamato found herself in a perilous state, and had it not been for Renee's relentless efforts to save her, she likely would have met her end. Fortunately, being a Zoan-type ability user, Yamato successfully navigated the danger after receiving urgent care, and now only required a period of quiet recuperation. In response to Yamato's recklessness, Noel firmly grasped her ear and chastised her, but she merely chuckled in a carefree manner. Observing that Yamato's condition had improved, Noel and the others deemed it meaningless to linger in Shurhuen any longer, preparing instead to set sail once more. Noel took the opportunity to quietly converse with Sengoku, who, after offering him a commendation, inquired about his subsequent plans. Regarding the current state of the beast pirates, my access to information remains limited. Therefore, I wish to embark on a journey to gather a cadre of my own. After pondering for a moment, Noel laid bare his intentions. Presently, he was not devoid of Kaido's trust. Rather, it was due to Kaido's vigor and supremacy at this pinnacle stage of his life that many matters lay beyond Noel's reach. Instead of remaining in Weno, it would be more prudent to utilize this time to recruit some allies, all the while leveraging Kaido's banner to eliminate certain pirates and pests. Sengoku concurred with Noel's approach, but cautioned him to notify the Navy before taking action against any pests. Subsequently, the two discussed various matters concerning the Revolutionary Army before concluding their call. Noel rubbed his head, relieved that this incident bore little connection to the Revolutionary Army. A brief explanation sufficed to put the matter to rest. Had the world government perceived a profound association between him and the Revolutionary Army, it would have posed considerable trouble. Once he had composed himself, Noel returned to his quarters and announced his intention to depart from Shurhuen. The long-idle Yamato, nearly gathering dust from boredom, erupted in jubilant cheers. Noel fixed his gaze upon Elvis, in the very land that bore his origins. After enduring so many trials, Elvis's memories had finally returned to him. Presently, Noel found himself uncertain as to whether Elvis would choose to follow them, yet he wished to spare him any discomfort, thus he patiently awaited his decision. Whether Elvis opted to remain in his homeland or accompany Noel on his journey, Noel would embrace either choice with open arms. Elvis, too, comprehended Noel's sentiments. He fell into a contemplative silence. As time passed, Renee and Yamato began to sense the peculiar atmosphere. Neither was dull-witted. With a moment's thought, they discerned the situation. Their eyes fixed intently on Elvis, while Yamato nervously swallowed hard. As a companion, she naturally wished for Elvis to stay. Reflecting on the presence of Dylan back home, Elvis acknowledged that over the years, Dylan had evolved into an exceptional leader, rendering his own presence unnecessary. Furthermore, with the departure of Sunligu, he felt little attachment to this nation. After a moment of silence, Elvis broke into a smile and inquired, "Since we have decided to set sail, what shall be our next destination?" At his words, the room erupted in cheers. Yamato leapt up, throwing his arms around Elvis's shoulders, laughing heartily. Noel and Run-E felt genuinely joyful. Despite their brief acquaintance, it did not impede the bond they shared. After a bout of laughter and merriment, Noel began to ponder their next destination. Their arrival in the West Sea had been serendipitous, and a series of events had unfolded since, leaving Noel without any prior contemplation of their subsequent journey. However, since they had ventured into the West Sea, it would be delightful to explore its offerings. particularly the unique underworld that Noel had yet to experience. After scrutinizing a map, Noel ultimately selected a location that made Yamato's eyes sparkle with excitement, urging an immediate departure. Ignoring Yamato's unreasonable insistence, Noel chuckled to himself. Considering the time, it was likely that by the time the ship was resupplied, night would have fallen. There was no urgency to leave. Sailing in the dark seemed rather imprudent. Meanwhile, Dylan felt a pang of reluctance upon learning that Elvis intended to accompany Noel and the others. Whether it was Elvis's formidable prowess or the camaraderie they shared, Dylan was loath to see him depart. Nonetheless, Elvis had made his decision, and Dylan had no choice but to respect his choice and offer his blessings. Following a farewell banquet, the next morning, Noel and his companions prepared for their journey. With Yamato's call to set sail, the vessel gradually departed from the harbor, receding into the distance, bound for the city of culinary delights. Chapter 71. Bistu the ship, accompanied by the waves, splashed droplets of water into the air, creating fleeting rainbows that shimmered momentarily before vanishing. Noel and his companions are making their way towards the renowned culinary haven, Bistu. During their journey, they meander through various islands, pausing for several days to immerse themselves in the local customs and traditions. This has utterly enchanted Yamato, who finds herself captivated by the myriad of novel experiences, exuding vitality and eagerly anticipating the delights each new island may offer. Among all the islands, Yamato looks forward to the culinary city the most, affectionately dubbing it the realm of the finest desserts. A month has now elapsed since the epic confrontation at Shoalhaven, a battle that, although confined to the West Sea, has significantly reshaped the dynamics of the New World. While the impact on the seasoned emperors, those formidable veterans, is negligible, it presents an extraordinary opportunity for the pirates vying for the coveted title of the Fourth Emperor. The Destruction Pirates, the most formidable contenders for this title, undeniably possess immense strength. However, they have recently suffered the loss of two key commanders, one of whom is the renowned Cronin, rival to Teresi. This has drawn a swarm of pirates, akin to sharks scenting blood in the water, all eager to seize a piece of the Destruction Pirates' diminishing glory. After a month of fierce battles, Teresi and his allies managed to fend off the relentless assaults of these marauders, preventing their complete annihilation. Though not without consequence, their territory has been halved. Thankfully, they have managed to hold their ground, preserving their aspirations for supremacy. The architect of this turmoil is none other than Lord Noel, whom Teresi despises vehemently, wishing he could shatter his teeth in frustration. However, the ongoing strife has become less pertinent to Noel and his companions, as they are now merely half a day away from the culinary island. In these past few days, Yamato, brimming with excitement, has scarcely slept, darting about the deck in joyous anticipation. The weather across the seas remains temperate, as long as their course remains steady. Little else requires attention. Occasional storms pose little concern for these seasoned pirates who have weathered far mightier tempests. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, the exuberant Yamato halts mid-stride and inquires of Noel, "Pray tell, why is Bistu referred to as the culinary island?" Noel lazily scratched his cheek with his index finger and remarked that he had heard some stories about this island. The island of gastronomy, Bistu, is a place renowned worldwide. Nestled in the West Sea, many years ago, it was merely an ordinary locale until the arrival of a single individual transformed it completely. Sir Bernard Kennedy, an ardent gastronomic enthusiast, dedicated his life to discovering and savoring diverse culinary delights. However, as the vast and treacherous oceans posed a formidable challenge, age began to take its toll on Sir Kennedy. Thus, he conceived a brilliant idea. He would allocate a significant portion of his fortune as a prize to host a culinary competition. Through various channels, he disseminated news of the contest across the globe, declaring that the victor would be acknowledged as the premier chef in the culinary realm. Chefs from all corners of the world, each with their own motivations, converged upon this island to contend for the esteemed title. Sir Kennedy's initiative proved successful. Not only did he indulge in an array of exquisite dishes, but he also reaped considerable rewards. The triumph of the inaugural culinary competition unveiled a wealth of opportunities, attracting countless individuals seeking to hone their skills or learn from masters. In 5 days, Bistu would celebrate its grandest annual festival, a day eagerly anticipated by chefs, the culinary competition. On this day, the entire island would host a magnificent 3-day feast, inviting everyone to savor delectable dishes while witnessing thrilling chef duels. Here, prowess and influence bore no weight. Only culinary skill mattered. The island maintained a neutral zone, forbidding any discord, Those who engaged in brawls would find themselves blacklisted and denied entry. The champion chef would be awarded a sign crafted from pure gold, a plaque that served as an advertisement, proclaiming to all travelers that this chef had triumphed against all odds to earn Bista's prestigious golden emblem. Each sign bore a unique anti-counterfeiting mark, ensuring that any chef attempting to forge a golden sign would face disdain from the culinary community. However, it is said that Sir Kennedy has since passed, and his legacy is now carried on by his son, Bernard Harkins. Wow, that Sir Kennedy was truly remarkable, Day exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with golden light. How clever of him to draw chefs from around the world to create culinary masterpieces. Day envisioned a reality where chefs would flock to him daily, eager to prepare delightful dishes, and he couldn't help but drool at the thought. All right, enough daydreaming. Gather your things. We will be arriving shortly, Noel said, playfully pinching Day's cheek. Upon reaching the port of Bistu, they were greeted by a multitude of vessels, each with its own peculiar design, astonishing Noel and his companions. In this neutral territory, the peculiar sight of both navy and pirates coexisting captivated them. Disembarking, they were met with a scene of jubilation. The streets were thronged with people, and merchants adorned their stalls with decorations to entice visitors. An array of delicacies from around the world dazzled Noel and his companions. Water meat from the Water City, incredibly succulent and delicious. Dear customer, this is the compassionate pepper from Donata, boasting astonishing spiciness. Here come the cotton candies, a beloved treat for pets. Dear customer, would you like some? What? You have no pets? Just turn left ahead to find a high-end pet shop. Noel gazed at the merchant before him, who seemed to be either peddling cotton candy or pets, and couldn't help but exclaim how lively the scene was. Yamato, you must keep close. Don't wander off. Receiving no response, Noel turned to glance behind him, realizing that Yamato and the others who had been trailing him had vanished. Where have they gone? Weren't they right behind me? A sense of frustration washed over Noel. With so many people around, where could he possibly find them? Oh well, they should return to the ship by evening, he mused, shaking his head in exasperation. What can I do with them? Wow, the grilled meat is absolutely delicious, Yamato exclaimed. Hey, where did Noel go? After purchasing the delectable grilled meat, Yamato and the others discovered Noel was nowhere to be found. Ironically, he had been the one to insist on not getting separated, yet he was the first to lose himself. Yamato sighed, shaking her head in resignation. Noticing Noel's absence, Yamato looked around the bustling street, and a spark of excitement danced on her lips. This is fantastic. With Noel gone, I can enjoy myself to the fullest. She chuckled softly, her fingers playfully exploring her wallet as she reveled in her inner delight. Chapter 72. The Plump Sheep? My Lord Hawkins. Brady Noel and his companions from the Beast Pirates have arrived on the island. A middle-aged man, resembling a steward, stood respectfully beside Hawkins. At that moment, Hawkins was deeply engrossed in savoring the delicacies before him, his short and stout figure appearing somewhat out of place in the grand chair he occupied. He was not surprised by the arrival of Noel and his companions. Not long ago, the events surrounding Sherhuven had astonished not just the West Sea, but the entire world. Given that this island, also part of the West Sea, was set to host a grand celebration, it was only natural that many would come to partake in the festivities. For someone like Hawkins, who had spent his entire life in the West Sea, the newcomers from the New World held a particular allure. His father had traveled extensively in his youth before settling down in Bistad and fathering him. Thus, he grew up indulging in a variety of culinary delights, inheriting his father's dreams. However, his aspirations transcended mere gastronomy. He yearned to traverse the world. Yet, the outside world was fraught with peril, and given his capabilities, he might not even survive the West Sea before meeting his demise in the ocean's depths. Consequently, he settled for a more modest ambition, inviting renowned travelers and pirates of good repute to share their adventure tales in exchange for exquisite meals. Among the many participants in this celebration, the most notable were Noel and his companions. According to Hawkins' gathered intelligence, Noel possessed a gentle disposition and had once served in the Navy, rendering him a less dangerous target, making him Hawkins' prime focus. As soon as Noel set foot on the island, Hawkins received news from the harbor. At last they have arrived. Send someone to extend an invitation to them. And remember, our demeanor must be sincere. Hawkins swallowed the morsel in his mouth, took the napkin handed to him by the butler, and spoke. Noel strolled alone down the bustling street, observing the surprisingly docile pirates around him, and he couldn't help but express his astonishment. He never anticipated that these once unruly seafarers could display such amiable countenances. The array of street food was simply overwhelming, and after exploring less than a quarter of the offerings, Noel already felt somewhat satiated. Spotting a tavern, he resolved to take a moment's respite there, perfectly inclined to savor the exquisite wines it had to offer. After Noel entered the room and took a seat, he was greeted with unsettling news. "Hey, have you heard? A big spender has emerged in the North District, and they say she has been frantically purchasing all sorts of items," exclaimed a traveler who had just arrived from the north, sharing the latest gossip with his companions. The traveler continued, stating that this lavish spender would buy anything she laid her eyes on, leaving some stores completely emptied. His companions speculated that perhaps a wealthy individual had come to indulge in shopping, which was indeed enviable. Upon hearing this, Noel's initial reaction was to wonder if Yamato was once again on a shopping spree. However, he felt a twinge of uncertainty, as he had not provided Yamato with an abundance of belly. Logically, this extravagant spender should not be Yamato. Yet, Noel's intuition insisted that the big spender they spoke of was indeed Yamato. Was he overthinking it? As he sipped his drink, these thoughts swirled in his mind. It was no surprise that Noel was so sensitive, ever since witnessing the frenzied antics of Rin-E and Yamato during their last escapade in Sherwin. He had developed a certain trepidation. What sane person would fill an entire room with purchases? Shouldn't he once simply select a favorite item? Who taught them this insatiable mentality of wanting it all? Even now, after depleting some consumables, the items the two had initially bought still filled a warehouse. Fortunately, while the crew aboard the ship had hearty appetites, they lacked the insatiable hunger of someone like Luffy. Otherwise, they might have perished at sea. With no immediate concerns weighing on his mind, Noel began to relax and enjoy his drink, convinced that this big spender could not possibly be Yamato. However, this pleasant mood did not last long as two pirates, arm in arm and tipsy, began boasting about their captain. "Ha! I heard the captain's bounty has increased," shouted one pirate, his face flushed and his steps unsteady. Of course, Captain Modi's bounty has now soared to 46 million belly. "We're quite the notorious pirates in the West Sea." The other pirate, even more inebriated, struggled to keep his thoughts straight. It was this very conversation that sparked a realization in Noel. Indeed, it was the bounties of the officers from the destruction pirates that posed the problem. As a pirate, Noel was not allowed to claim bounties from the Navy. However, the situation was not entirely absolute, as numerous underground markets offered bounty exchange services. Although the transaction fees for exchanging bounties were exorbitantly high, it was still preferable to receiving nothing at all. The news of Cronin and Kasa, two formidable pirates, having been slain by Noel and Yamato, had already spread across the seas, thus rendering their bounties uncollectible. However, the remaining pirates were a different story. Among the crew led by Cronin were many officers of the destruction pirates, all of whom were powerful figures thriving in the New World, meaning their bounties were substantial. Moreover, the outside world remained oblivious to the details of their demise, allowing their bounties to be exchanged through the underground market. After the defeat of the expeditionary force led by Cronin, Noel discreetly exchanged the substantial bounty through covert channels. At that time, due to the considerable amount involved, Noel entrusted a portion of it to Yamato for safekeeping. Subsequently, owing to other pressing matters, Noel inadvertently forgot about this arrangement. Had it not been for the recent conversation between the two pirates that served as a reminder, he would have remained oblivious to the matter. Consequently, Yamato found herself in possession of a considerable fortune, allowing her the freedom to indulge extravagantly. Noel donned a mask of anguish upon his countenance. Acutely aware that it was too late, the news had already reached this place, indicating that Yamato had begun squandering resources long before. "No, I must rescue these unfortunate Bailey." Noel promptly rose to his feet, determined to head towards the northern district. Yet, as he approached the tavern's entrance, he encountered a butler-like man accompanied by several bodyguards who stepped forward. "You must be Mr. Noel," he said, bowing slightly. "I am the butler of Sir Harkins. Welcome to the gastronomic Isle of Bistu. The Sir has invited you to join him." The butler spoke with sincere courtesy. However, to his surprise, Noel shook his head. His expression hurried as he replied, "I appreciate the Sir's kindness, but I am currently engaged in a matter of great importance to locate my companions." Upon hearing this, the butler's demeanor shifted slightly, for the reputation of the plump sheep had reached his ears. A faint smile tugged at the corners of the butler's mouth as he continued. "I have already dispatched someone to invite your companions. They are likely en route to the Sir's residence as we speak." Noel paused for a moment, gently furrowing his brow. "If that is the case, then I shall comply with due respect. What is the purpose behind the invitation from Sir Harkins?" Noel pondered with a sense of curiosity. Chapter 73, Conflict. Noel took his seat in the carriage and followed the butler to the estate belonging to Sir Hawkins. The residence was not as opulent as Noel had envisioned. Rather, it exuded a certain understated elegance. Yet it subtly revealed the substantial wealth of its owner through numerous intricate details. It appeared that Sir Hawkins possessed quite refined taste, Noel mused as he stroked his chin. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Noel noticed the absence of Da and the others, which left him somewhat perplexed. Just then, a servant approached the butler and whispered a report. The butler, who had been smiling, suddenly wore a look of discomfort as he cast a fleeting glance at Noel. Sensing that the matter pertained to him, Noel spoke up. "Excuse me, sir, has something happened to my companions?" The butler hesitated for a moment before reluctantly revealing the truth. "I have just received word from my subordinate that your companions have become embroiled in a conflict." Noel frowned slightly. Conflict? After parting ways with Noel, Yamato and the others embarked on her shopping spree. With her exceptional shopping prowess, she quickly earned the infamous title of the big spender within just a few hours, and as time passed, the moniker only grew louder. Every merchant in the northern district eagerly awaited the arrival of this extravagant patron, while those beyond the district fervently prayed for her appearance. Rumor had it that shops graced by her presence saw sales in mere moments surpass an entire day's earnings, a staggering feat, especially during the island's liveliest festivities. One could only imagine the sheer madness of Yamato's spending. Renee, too, was envious of Yamato's indulgence, but having learned from past mistakes, she restrained herself, though she still couldn't resist purchasing items that caught her eye. As for Yamato learning her lesson, well, did anyone truly believe such a thing would ever affect her? Elvis, meanwhile, had been reduced to a mere tool, not for carrying purchases, but as the de facto leader of the transport team. The poor crew members, who had barely begun enjoying the island's celebrations, were immediately put to work, hauling goods back to the ship like diligent ants. Under anyone else's command, the pirates might have grumbled, but for Yamato, not a word. "We love work. We love hauling." Just as Yamato and the others grew weary and sought a place to rest, an unusual restaurant caught their eye. Its sign was weathered, its surroundings devoid of the flashy decorations typical of neighboring establishments, making it appear even more dilapidated in comparison. Not a single customer lingered inside. Curious passers-by would step in only to shake their heads and leave shortly after. In such a bustling season, this restaurant's dismal performance was nothing short of bizarre. Naturally, Yamato was intrigued. What kind of place could repel every visitor? As she led the way toward the restaurant, nearby merchants, who had been eagerly anticipating her patronage, grew frantic. "Boss, that place is run by the shame of chefs. No one goes there." Exactly. His father cheated in a culinary competition and was scorned by all chefs. Lord Higgins is too kind. Someone like that should have been banished from Bistu. "Miss, come to my place instead. I have all kinds of delicacies guaranteed to satisfy you." A crowd swarmed around Yamato. Had she chosen any other establishment, the reaction wouldn't have been so intense, but this restaurant was different. Run by the so-called shame of chefs. It was a disgrace in the eyes of Bistu, the island of gourmet cuisine. If word spread that the big spender Yamato had dined here, it would humiliate every other merchant. Yet their protests only fueled Yamato's curiosity. She wanted to know, why did this man persist in running a restaurant branded with such infamy? Ignoring the crowd, the pirates stepped in, their menacing auras silencing the merchants. "What? Trying to stop Our Lady Yamato? Remember, we're the beast pirates." The merchants paled, realizing these were no ordinary customers, but notorious pirates. Reluctantly, they backed off, watching helplessly as Yamato entered. Inside, a young man was diligently wiping down the tables. Though the exterior was shabby, the interior was spotless, clearly well-maintained. "Welcome," the young man greeted, rising as they entered. After surveying the surroundings, Yamato asked, "Hello, are you the owner? Can we eat here?" "Yes, I am. If you don't mind, I'll prepare your meals myself," he replied calmly. Accustomed to skeptical visitors who took one look at his youth and left. But to his surprise, Yamato plopped down at a table and demanded, "What's good here? Bring it out." The others followed suit. Stunned, the young man quickly regained his composure, a bright smile spreading across his face. Just a moment. He hurried to the kitchen. Since his father's departure, this was his first batch of customers. Fortunately, his father's strict training had instilled in him the habit of stocking fresh ingredients daily. Otherwise, this sudden crowd might have left him unprepared. As he cooked, news of Yamato's visit spread like wildfire. Shock turned to outrage, not toward Yamato, but the young man. Many believed he had deceived her with sweet talk. Hot-headed chefs even stormed over, knives in hand. An ordinary visitor wouldn't have caused such a stir, but Yamato was no ordinary guest. Her choice to dine here, at the Shame of Chef's establishment, would soon become known across the island. To the culinary community, it was an insult. Chapter 74. His food is truly delicious. Time passed, and the young man served dish after dish. The aromas alone made Yamato's mouth water. With an enthusiastic "let us eat," she grabbed the nearest piece of meat. This is amazing. I never expected your food to be this good. Yamato's eyes sparkled as she swallowed, astonished by the unassuming young man's skill. The others quickly followed suit, devouring their meals with gusto, afraid their companions might snatch the last bites. Any chef would beam at such praise, let alone from his first customers. Watching them enjoy his food, his smile never faded. Thank you. Between bites, Yamato asked, what is your name? Why do people call you the Shame of Chefs? The man's smile gradually faded, revealing a hint of bitterness. I am Middleton Allen, he said. They refer to me as the Chef's Disgrace, a title inherited from my father. Day, perplexed, noted that this establishment bore only the traces of Allen's existence, questioning how a father could abandon his son in such a manner. Allen, having come to terms with his father's passing, replied, my father has departed this world, and I now take over this restaurant. Yet, even during his time, the establishment saw little patronage. Oh, my apologies, Day responded, momentarily at a loss for words, before resuming his meal. The food, though seemingly ordinary, transformed into a delightful experience under Allen's culinary expertise. Having traveled extensively, Day had sampled various local delicacies, and he deemed Allen's creations to rank among the top 3 he had ever tasted. Yet, it bewildered him that such exquisite dishes were attributed to someone labeled the Chef's Disgrace. Your dishes are undeniably delicious. Why, then, do they still call you the Chef's Disgrace? Day pondered aloud, grappling with confusion. Allen returned to the front, extracting a cigarette and taking a deep drag before exhaling slowly, beginning to recount his tale. From a young age, he was brought here by his father, a renowned chef whose culinary prowess drew many eager patrons to savor his meals. Upon hearing about the happenings in Bistu, his father resolutely abandoned their restaurant to bring young Allen here. Initially, his father's exceptional skills allowed them to establish a foothold, and his fame grew. However, with fame came envy. In their second year on the island, Bistu launched its second culinary competition. Allen's father, brimming with confidence, advanced to the finals against another celebrated chef, capturing the attention of all culinary enthusiasts. As expected, he triumphed, earning the coveted gold signboard. Allen's voice brimmed with pride and a tinge of anger as he continued. Yet shortly after this victory, rumors began to circulate, alleging that my father had resorted to deceitful tactics to secure his win. Upon learning of these slanders, Allen's father was understandably furious, vehemently asserting his innocence. Yet, as the saying goes, 3 men make a tiger, and the whispers grew louder, overwhelming him with public opinion. In desperation, he proclaimed, if you do not believe me, let my culinary skills speak for themselves. This declaration fell into the trap set by his detractors, leading to a fateful culinary showdown where he ultimately faced defeat. Succumbing to underhanded tactics, their restaurant's gold signboard was stripped away, and they were branded as the Chef's Disgrace. From that day forth, their business plummeted, and Allen's father aged prematurely under the strain. Both father and son knew their innocence, and their adversaries were aware of it too, yet this knowledge bore no fruit, for the customers remained oblivious. Once a bustling establishment, it fell silent, prompting Allen's father to begin imparting his culinary knowledge to his son. Months later, after his father's passing, Allen took the reins of the restaurant. As Allen shared his experiences, Day and the others instinctively slowed their eating, captivated by his story. For years, Allen had been solitary. With his father's departure, Day and his companions were the first willing to engage in conversation with him. Day felt a sense of indignation toward the injustices Allen faced. Just then, a cacophony erupted outside the restaurant, and a chef forcefully kicked open the door. Allen, you scoundrel, get out of Bistu, he bellowed, storming in with a menacing air. Upon noticing Day and the others dining, his tone softened slightly as he addressed them. Dear patrons, do not be deceived by this scoundrel. His father was a fraud, and he is no different. Before Day could respond, Allen sprang to his feet in fury, shouting, this is my restaurant. Who permitted you to barge in here? Do not disturb my guests. The chef, unfazed, retorted with venom, you, the son of the Chef's Disgrace, have no right to speak. Get out of Bistu. A chorus of chefs echoed his sentiment, demanding Allen's expulsion. But I find his dishes truly delightful, Day interjected. his voice clear and filled with confusion as he chewed on his food. This statement acted as a momentary pause, silencing the surrounding chefs, causing a faint smile to grace Alan's lips while the others blushed with humiliation. However, as Day was a customer, the chefs could not confront him directly. So they continued to circle around Alan, some even impulsively shoving him. The atmosphere grew chaotic, and sensing an escalation, Day's patience wore thin, his eyes flickering with anger. The patrons, including the pirates in the establishment, rose, awaiting Day's command. Cease this at once. A thunderous voice boomed from outside, revealing the arrival of patrolling soldiers. Clad in uniforms and wielding firearms, several soldiers entered, led by a captain who approached with authority. What is the meaning of this? Are you unaware that conflicts are prohibited here? The captain's tone was filled with ire as he surveyed the crowd. His gaze finally fixed upon Alan, recognizing him. Alan, undeterred by the captain's scrutiny, recounted the events that had transpired, placing the captain in a difficult position. These chefs had foolishly instigated a conflict in another's establishment, leaving the captain unsure of how to proceed. The chefs, unwilling to let Alan's account go unchallenged, erupted in accusations. This impostor has tricked the guests into dining here. One shouted, Indeed, what could a youth like him possibly cook? He must have deceived them. Another chimed in, His father was a fraud, and he is no different. With their voices rising, chaos ensued once more. The captain raised a hand, signaling for silence before turning to Alan. Do you have anything else to say? Faced with the captain's blatant favoritism, Alan's face turned crimson with indignation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. I assure you, I came here to dine of my own accord. Is there a problem with that? Yamato, unable to bear the situation any longer, rose to defend Alan. The captain, whose countenance had been stern, softened into a smile, responding in a somewhat obsequious manner. Dear guest, it is your prerogative to choose where to dine. These chefs are merely concerned for your well-being. I have not been deceived. May I continue my meal in peace? Yamato's tone was unyielding, showing no regard for the opinions of those around him as he began to usher them away. Reluctantly, the chefs retreated under the soldiers' insistence, and once again, Alan's restaurant returned to its usual tranquility, the door that had been flung open serving as the sole witness to the earlier commotion. As Yamato and the others prepared to resume their meal, the captain who had just departed returned, having received word that Sir Hawkins had extended an invitation for them to dine at his estate. Dear guests, Sir Hawkins invites you to a banquet. Lord Brady Noel is already awaiting your arrival. The captain swiftly approached Yamato, his tone respectful. Initially, the interruption had elicited expressions of annoyance from Yamato and the others. But upon hearing Noel's name, their demeanor shifted. Yamato stretched and declared, Then let us go seek out Noel. Turning, he handed some currency to Alan. Just as Alan was about to make change, Yamato inquired, Would you care to join us and see for yourself? Alan was taken aback at the prospect of visiting Sir Hawkins' residence. The captain, standing nearby, hesitated, clearly aware that Alan's status precluded him from entering the estate. Yet he withheld his reservations out of respect for Yamato. Indeed, if your father has been wronged, then it would be prudent to seek the aid of that nobleman. Yamato asserted with an air of certainty. Since you allege your innocence, let the nobleman assist you in clearing your name, if your strength is formidable. All slander will be rendered inconsequential. While I sympathize with your plight and believe your words to be true, I cannot alter others' perceptions of you. The most I can offer is a chance to restore your reputation. Whether you succeed in that endeavor rests solely upon you. After a moment of reflection, Alan rose and hurried to catch up with Yamato, expressing, Thank you very much. A faint smile graced Yamato's lips as they continued onward. Upon arriving at Sir Hawkins' abode, they found Lord Noel had been waiting for quite some time. Noticing that Yamato and the others bore no gifts, a glimmer of hope flickered within Noel's heart. He dared to wish that the coveted prize was not Yamato and that this was merely a coincidence. Noel swiftly stepped forward and grasped Yamato's arm, narrowing his eyes as he quietly inquired about the bounty. Yamato, who had initially appeared composed, suddenly pouted, his gaze drifting away as he awkwardly responded, What bounty? Wasn't it already given to you? The last shred of hope within Noel shattered. There was no escape. That gluttonous fool was indeed Yamato. There was no need for a second inquiry. Given Yamato's current behavior, anyone could discern her deceit, let alone Noel, who had spent countless moments in her company. Noel's already narrowed eyes squinted even further, exuding an astonishing aura of menace. He realized that as long as Yamato was aboard the ship, he could hardly hope to retain a considerable amount of belly, for one misstep could lead to this extravagant woman squandering it all. Noel took a deep breath. suppressing his anger as he spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Just wait until we return. You'll see how I deal with you. Yamato, having narrowly escaped a predicament, exhaled in relief. Noticing Noel's grim expression, she understood that a brutal beating was inevitable. She consoled herself, thinking that enduring a thrashing for the sake of so much was worth it. All right, Noel, please do not be angry. Elvis stepped forward to offer comfort. However, his intervention only served to intensify Noel's ire. He shot a fierce glance at Elvis and exclaimed, "Why didn't you stop her when you were right beside Yamato?" "Well, we can always earn more. It's all good now." Elvis shrugged nonchalantly. "Exactly. We can just earn more." Yamato chimed in eagerly, grateful for the support. Norton was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, feeling somewhat melancholic. These individuals were truly infuriating. It seemed that my arc would indeed rely on seizing opportunities. After regaining his composure, Norton inquired about the recent events. Following a detailed account from Yamato, both Norton and the butler gained an understanding of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, the butler, somewhat hesitant, remarked, "For Lord Norton's sake, I shall report to the Duke. How he chooses to respond is beyond my control." Elated, Alan bowed deeply and expressed, "Thank you. Regardless of the outcome, I shall accept it. There is no worse alternative. I must seize this slender chance to shed this title." After guiding Norton and the others to the parlor, the butler turned to leave, evidently to inform Hawkins of the current predicament. The butler had heard of Alan. Yet the events of yesteryears felt too distant to probe deeply. Alan was fortunate to have Yamato and others to assist him. One could only hope he would seize the moment. Before long, Hawkins, a stout man with a fine cigar pinched between his fingers, entered, accompanied by the departing butler. "Welcome to Bestow, Lord Brady Norton and Lady Yamato," Hawkins greeted with effusive warmth. "And you as well, Middleton Allen," he added, turning to Alan with a forced smile that lacked genuine warmth. Chapter 76. The Red Snapper Plays with Pearls. I am already aware of your situation. Initially, I had no desire to intervene, but for the sake of Lord Norton and the others, I can offer you a chance. Hawkins exhaled a puff of smoke. His expression seemingly cheerful, yet his eyes held a depth devoid of mirth. "The matters concerning your father are long past, and I have little interest in delving into them. However, since you are a chef, I expect you to prepare a dish that satisfies me." Hawkins turned to the butler and instructed him to prepare a kitchen. "Should your culinary creation please me, I will allow you to participate in this year's cooking competition. If you emerge victorious, I may even assist you in challenging that person from the past." He continued, "As a chef, let your culinary skills speak for themselves. Regardless of what transpired in the past, those events are now bygone. You must demonstrate your capability to prove your skills. If I am pleased, I shall grant you the opportunity to showcase your talent before all." Despite his confidence in his culinary prowess, Alan felt the weight of pressure from Hawkins' words. As a second-generation Duke, Hawkins had been surrounded by exquisite cuisine since childhood, and thus, his palate had been refined by top chefs. Creating a dish that would satisfy him was no simple task. Even the slightest misstep would render that opportunity moot. Amidst the pressure, Alan was also filled with excitement. The events of the past had left his father with lifelong regrets, subjecting him to endless disdain. Now, he finally had the chance to rectify everything. Furthermore, having studied culinary arts from a young age and successfully inheriting his father's legacy, he held an unwavering confidence in his abilities. Alan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The opportunity had been secured through the efforts of Yamato and others, and Hawkins had presented his conditions. To speak further would be to overstep. Accompanied by the butler, Alan departed to the kitchen to prepare the dish. As he left, the forced smile faded from Hawkins' face, replaced by genuine warmth as he welcomed Norton and the others. Once everyone was seated, Norton, puzzled, inquired, "What is the purpose of your invitation, Duke Hawkins?" Since the butler's arrival, Hawkins had been exceedingly courteous and warm, leading Norton to question his true intentions. If he sought their assistance in some unsavory endeavor, then an apology would be in order. Perhaps Norton would even consider apprehending him. Noting Norton's directness, Hawkins candidly revealed his intentions. "I have always harbored a love for adventure, yet my lack of strength has prevented me from protecting myself upon these waters. Thus, I rely on the tales of past travelers to share their exploits. I invite such individuals to my banquet, offering them exquisite cuisine as recompense for their stories. You are esteemed figures from the New World, and I am certain you possess many intriguing experiences. Hence, upon your arrival on the island, I immediately dispatched invitations to you all." Hawkins spoke with a genuine smile and remarkable candor. Norton had prepared to decline the invitation, but was taken aback by Hawkins' request. In a world plagued by piracy, many were confined to their locales, perhaps never having ventured beyond their islands. Yamato, too, longed to set sail but had been imprisoned by Kaido. Without Norton's intervention, she might have had to wait many more years for her chance. Norton felt no reason to refuse this request, especially with Yamato present, who would surely be eager to share her stories with Hawkins. Before Norton could respond, Yamato stepped forward with a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "Allow me to share my adventure with you." The banquet commenced, with an array of rare dishes presented by the servants, and exquisite wines laid out upon the table as if they cost nothing. With Yamato narrating her tales, Norton and the others could simply focus on indulging in the culinary delights. Yamato lifted a bottle of wine, draping an arm over Hawkins' shoulder as she recounted her recent voyages. The unpredictable weather of the New World, the peculiarities of various islands. She laughed heartily, playfully patting Hawkins on the back at the most thrilling moments. Norton and the others occasionally chimed in, affirming Yamato's words. Initially, Hawkins was somewhat taken aback by Yamato's familiarity. Previous guests would have strived to maintain a facade of composure in such settings. However, as time passed, he found himself warmed by her candidness, sensing a more authentic connection. The two shared laughter as they enjoyed each other's company, one recounting tales while the other listened intently. "Indeed, there are islands in the sky. Though I have yet to visit, I shall certainly make the journey in the future," Yamato exclaimed, having spent little time at sea. She soon concluded her story and began recounting the experiences shared with her by Norton and the others. Hawkins, upon hearing of the existence of Sky Islands, was filled with yearning, eager to witness them for himself. Unlike the lively banquet, Alan was meticulously arranging the final presentation in the kitchen. On a pristine oval porcelain plate lay a whole snapper, adorned with slices of ham, winter bamboo shoots, shiitake mushrooms, and succulent pork, all interspersed to top the fish. A rich sauce cascaded over the snapper, creating a visually enticing and juicy appearance, while 3 varieties of fish balls encircled the dish. The culinary creation, both in its aesthetic appeal and aromatic essence, reached a remarkable level of sophistication. Gazing at his masterpiece, Alan felt a surge of confidence. This dish represented the pinnacle of his culinary skills thus far. As Alan entered the banquet hall with his creation, the previously boisterous crowd quieted, their curiosity piqued by the dish he had prepared. Hawkins, taken aback by the exquisite presentation, had initially underestimated the young chef's prowess. "This is the dish I have painstakingly crafted. I hope it meets your expectations, Sir Hawkins," Alan said, gently placing the dish before Hawkins and stepping back. Hawkins scrutinized the dish, noting its harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor. The meticulous arrangement and the fragrant emanation of the food left him with no grounds for criticism. "What is the name of this dish?" Hawkins inquired, intrigued. A faint smile graced Alan's lips as he earnestly replied, "This dish is called red snapper playing with pearls." Chapter 77. The delectable snapper. Hawkins gave a slight nod and, taking the chopsticks handed to him by the butler, delicately moved aside the garnishes atop the fish, unveiling the pristine white flesh beneath the skin. As he lifted a piece of fish to his mouth, Hawkins' eyes brightened, and he closed them in delight as he savored the flavors. "Wow, this looks absolutely delectable," exclaimed Yamato, who was seated nearby, drooling at the sight and eagerly snatching up a piece of fish for himself. Yamato exclaimed, nodding vigorously with his thumb raised in approval as he chewed. The tender flesh of the snapper delivered an invigorating essence of the sea, light yet subtly sweet. Hawkins was astonished that the snapper retained its inherent freshness, with the flavors of the seasonings and accompaniments permeating the fish. The snapper's natural taste, combined with the nuances of cooking wine, Sichuan pepper, and the umami of shiitake mushrooms, created an explosion of flavor that tantalized Hawkins' palate. The melding of the soft, vibrant fish, the richness of the seasonings, the depth of the chicken broth, and the refreshing crunch of the bamboo shoots was simply divine. After savoring one bite of the snapper, Hawkins immediately reached for another. In contrast, Yamato's cheeks flushed crimson, his eyes glazing over in bliss. "Ahem, my lord, Miss Yamato, dipping it in the sauce enhances the flavor," Alan suggested. "Sauce." Hawkins' gaze shifted to the vibrant orange broth, its rich aroma wafting through the thick liquid. Without hesitation, both Hawkins and Yamato lifted another piece of fish, dipped it into the sauce, and placed it in their mouths. A wave of intense flavor spread across their palates, with the chicken broth, cooking wine, Sichuan pepper, and fennel creating a culinary tempest that left them breathless. Yet, curiously, the rich broth bore no trace of seafood. This broth isn't tea made from simmering the snapper, is it? Hawkins pondered, noting the distinct separation of flavors between the robust chicken broth and the delicate snapper. But wait. There's a hint of chicken broth lingering in the aftertaste of the fish. Alan, how did you achieve this separation? Hawkins opened his eyes, astonished. Having experienced a myriad of flavors throughout his life, Hawkins displayed an impressive understanding of the dish's intricate balance. Meanwhile, Yamato could only utter one phrase. Delicious. It's actually not that complex. Alan scratched his head. I utilized chicken broth twice. Twice? Hawkins looked perplexed. Could you elaborate on your method? Certainly. While steaming the fish, I drizzled chicken broth over the snapper. Once cooked, I removed it from the steamer, drained the liquid, and then boiled the chicken broth, cooking wine, Sichuan pepper, and other seasonings before drizzling it over the fish balls and snapper. In truth, you need to have deliberately dipped it in the sauce. The garnishes atop the fish simply obscured the sauce's integration with the fish, Alan explained. Hawkins was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had inadvertently separated the garnishes. My lord, do you find my dish satisfactory? All eyes turned to Hawkins. The dish's flavor spoke for itself. But the rarity of such culinary skill at Alan's young age heightened expectations for his future. After a moment of contemplation, Hawkins finally spoke. You were competent. I acknowledge your culinary talents. Prepare yourself for the competition. Wow, Alan, you did it. Yamato exclaimed, jumping up and wrapping her arms around Alan's neck. I never imagined your dish would be 100 times more delicious than before. Seizing the opportunity, Alan beamed with joy, seeing how passionately Yamato praised the dish. Noel and the others couldn't resist trying a bite themselves. Absolutely delectable, Noel remarked while smacking his lips appreciatively, as Alan's culinary triumph unfolded. The banquet's atmosphere soared to its zenith. His cooking skills even earned him newfound respect from Hawkins, who gradually shed his initial aloofness. With his left arm draped over Alan's shoulder and his right around Hawkins' neck, Yamato continued regaling them with tales of the outside world. Let me tell you about the sea trains of Water 7. They're absolutely fascinating. What? Have I ridden one? Well, no, but that's beside the point. His boisterous laughter echoed through the grand hall, eliciting waves of mirth from the others. By the time the feast concluded, midnight had long since passed. Yet the island remained aglow with countless lights. The streets still teemed with lively crowds, showing no signs of thinning. Noel firmly grasped the reluctant Yamato, who had intended to indulge in a shopping spree, and resolutely made her way towards Alan's shop. Do not presume that the events of the day have been forgotten. I have yet to settle the score with you, Yamato, Noel declared with a stern visage. Earlier, in the presence of Hawkins and others, she had shown restraint and spared Yamato any humiliation, suppressing her ire. Now, amongst familiar company, Noel would no longer indulge Yamato's antics. Initially resistant, Yamato soon acquiesced, his expression one of resigned despair as he was dragged along by Noel, having thought that time had mended the situation and that Noel had chosen to let it go. He was taken aback by her lingering grudges. What a miserly soul you are, Yamato, he muttered under his breath. Noel's forehead suddenly bulged with prominent veins, and his eyes were filled with dark lines. What did you say? Be careful, or I might just end you, you scoundrel. The flickering flames of his anger reignited. GDX. What else can you do besides infuriate me? I said nothing. Yamato covered his mouth, pretending as if nothing had transpired, yet his eyes were darting about. The group returned to Alan's restaurant, where Alan turned around to express his gratitude once more, saying, Thank you all. If it weren't for you, I fear I would have never shed the disgrace of being called a shameful chef in my lifetime. Noel waved her hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for formality. Everything achieved was the result of Alan's own diligent efforts, unrelated to them. Alan, once you participate in the cooking competition, let us travel together. At that moment, Yoda sprang forth from behind Noel, clearly captivated by Alan's culinary skills, yearning to savor his dishes daily. This unexpected request left Alan momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such esteemed individuals would extend an invitation to an ordinary person like him. However, it was precisely because he was an ordinary individual, possessing only commendable culinary prowess and little else to boast of, that he felt hesitant. After a brief contemplation, Alan gently shook his head, suggesting they defer the matter until after the competition. Sensing his reluctance, Yawata attempted to say more, but Noel intervened, realizing that pressuring Alan to make a decision at this juncture would be unfair. Once the dust settled, she believed Alan would arrive at a choice. For now, it was best for him to focus on preparing for the upcoming competition, Noel softly advised. Thank you very much. But I have one more request I hope you all can assist me with, Alan said, bowing slightly, feeling a touch bashful. I would appreciate it if you could help me taste my dishes over the next few days. Of course, that is no problem at all, Yamato exclaimed enthusiastically. Raising her hand, tasting dishes was her favorite pastime. Chapter 78. The competition begins. Ahem, Noel, you all should return to the ship. My presence here is sufficient, Yamato remarked, her eyes glinting mischievously. I happen to be a bit hungry since I didn't eat enough earlier. I think I shall stay here for the night. Noel, well acquainted with Yamato's little schemes, needed no further insight into her intentions. Oh, if that's the case, I shall stay as well, Noel replied, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue as she regarded Yamato. In an instant, Yamato's demeanor stiffened, and she hastily protested, oh no, that won't do. There isn't enough space for so many people, and being a woman, it's rather inconvenient. Well, now you suddenly identify as a woman? Noel retorted, suppressing laughter. It was amusing to see how far Yamato had been pushed to utter such words. Nevertheless, Noel was determined not to let Yamato off the hook easily, her tone turning serious as she declared, you cannot escape this predicament, Yamato. Feeling deflated, Yamato realized that Noel was genuinely upset this time. Even her antics were of no use now. At that moment, Rin-e stepped forward with a smile, saying, Yamato, you should just return with us. Noel won't do anything to you. Noel cast a sidelong glance at Renee, remaining silent. She wouldn't do anything to you, at most. She would deliver a sound thrashing. Grasping the nape of Yamato's neck, Noel and the others ceased to bother Alan and returned to the ship for some rest. In the ensuing days, Noel and her companions spent their daylight hours either assisting Alan with his culinary trials or wandering the bustling streets of Bistu. That evening, Yamato received a thorough reprimand from Noel and has since become more subdued, dutifully trailing behind Noel instead of running amok. If it weren't for the way her eyes continued to dart about, one might truly believe she had come to recognize her mistakes. Yet, Yamato is still Yamato. She acknowledges her errors but remains unrepentant, insisting on her playful nature. Noel remained indifferent. He had no expectation that Day would recognize his errors. As long as he did not cause any trouble during these days, he would be immensely grateful. Meanwhile, after several days of preparation, Alan approached the registration venue for the cooking competition with unwavering confidence, ready to make his mark. I wish to register for the cooking competition, he stated calmly, unperturbed by the gazes of the surrounding chefs. Upon hearing Alan's declaration, the chefs erupted in laughter, as if they had heard the most ludicrous joke. Hey you, the disgrace of chefs, wish to enter the competition? What audacity! Spare us the embarrassment. One chef mocked. You carry the title of shame. What right do you have to participate in this event? The staff member, taken aback, shook his head and dismissed Alan's application, stating, you are not qualified to register. Alan frowned, feeling a surge of defiance, and replied, I am also a chef. Why can't I participate? Despite the staff's growing impatience, he explained earnestly, your father bears the title of disgrace, and he, along with his family, is forbidden from participating in any activities in Bistu. Indeed, this is not a place for you. You should return to your little abode. A chef sneered from behind Alan. I have received permission from Sir Hawkins to compete in this cooking contest. Alan retorted, no longer willing to engage in fruitless arguments. The reaction was immediate. Disbelief rippled through the crowd. Impossible. Sir Hawkins would never allow you to compete, shouted a nearby chef incredulously. The staff, equally skeptical, hesitated but, recognizing Alan's earnestness, decided to verify his claim. I will confirm with my superiors, he said before hurriedly departing. The chefs began to murmur among themselves, clearly taken aback by Alan's bold assertion. Soon, the staff returned, an expression of astonishment on his face, and with a tone markedly more respectful, announced, after confirmation, you are indeed allowed to participate in this competition. Gasps of surprise erupted from the onlookers. They could hardly believe that Alan was truly eligible to compete. No way. Sir Hawkins actually permitted him to enter. This is utterly unbelievable. After filling out his information, Alan departed, maintaining a serene demeanor. Engaging in disputes with these individuals seemed futile. His sole aspiration was to seize the championship in this contest. Following his exit, news of his participation spread like wildfire throughout Bistu, leaving all resident chefs astounded. Some expressed their discontent, feeling that Alan's entry disrespected the culinary profession, while others found amusement in the prospect of the son of the disgraceful chef bringing unexpected surprises or shocks. The news eventually reached the ears of the chef who had once faced off against Alan's father in the finals. Humph, I never expected that old fool to perish. Only for his son to emerge. After all these years, he still hasn't accepted his fate, a robust man clad in a tailored suit proclaimed from his sofa, his voice dripping with malice. He was Alva, the chef who had orchestrated the downfall of Alan's father. After that fateful competition, Alva had employed various underhanded tactics to reclaim his prestigious title, skyrocketing his reputation and amassing a throng of patrons eager to dine at his restaurant. Reservations extended months into the future, and as his fame and status soared, he ascended to the position of a key judge in culinary competitions, now holding a status in Bista second only to Sir Hawkins. In recent years, he had even begun to position himself as a potential successor to Hawkins. To Alva, Alan's emergence was not merely a matter of personal vendetta, it signified a direct challenge from Hawkins. In recent years, Alva had undertaken numerous schemes to undermine Hawkins's authority, and as the master of Bistu, Hawkins would not remain idle. Clearly, Hawkins was now retaliating. Hawkins, you have no right to be the master of Bistu. It should be led by a chef, and that chef is me, Alva vowed vehemently. On the day of the competition, Bistu was abuzz with festivities. Vibrant balloons floated in the sky, and fireworks illuminated the night. Countless travelers flocked to the island's center, where a grand performance awaited. Following the show, the much-anticipated cooking competition commenced, with all participants poised and ready for action. Alan was among them, holding a case of his specialized tools, seated quietly to gather his thoughts. As the performance concluded, the host took the stage to welcome the guests to Bistu's annual celebration, wishing everyone enjoyment and delightful meals. Now, for what you have all been eagerly awaiting, the cooking competition begins. Alan's eyes snapped open, determination igniting within him. The rules of the competition were straightforward. The judges would randomly select a theme, and competitors had 2 hours to prepare a dish to present to the 5 judges for scoring. Only the top 32 chefs would advance to the next round. Let us begin the first round. We invite our judges to draw the theme. I wonder what it will be this year, the host exclaimed, energizing the audience. A judge approached the large wooden box filled with slips of paper, each inscribed with various themes. After stirring the contents, he retrieved a slip and handed it to the host. The theme has been drawn. Let us see what it is, the host declared, igniting curiosity among the audience. Day craned his neck, repetitively murmuring, "What is it? What is it?" The chefs at their stations felt a palpable tension. Each had their specialties, and if the theme was one they were unfamiliar with, they risked elimination in the first round, a fate no chef had prepared for after months of dedication. In this charged atmosphere, the host finally revealed, this year's theme is chicken. Cheers and groans erupted among the chefs. The announcement elicited a mixture of excitement and despair. Fantastic. This is my specialty. I will surely advance to the next round, one chef exclaimed joyfully. On the contrary, another chef's face fell, despair washing over him as he crumpled to the ground, overwhelmed by the prospect of elimination after a year of preparation. These contrasting reactions reflected the sentiments of all the chefs backstage. Chicken, Alan murmured to himself, unlike other chefs who, upon learning the theme, hurriedly rushed to select various ingredients. He chose to ponder the culinary possibilities of chicken. By the time the majority of chefs had gathered their ingredients, Alan had formulated his dish concept. He strolled to the selection area, picked up several chicken breasts, a chicken carcass, and some accompaniments, then returned to his workstation to commence the preparation of his broth. As he simmered the broth, the other chefs sprang into action, presenting an array of chicken dishes before the audience. Some of the quicker chefs were already plating their creations, while Alan remained unhurriedly stirring his large pot. Oh dear, Alan's movements are so slow. He may be at a disadvantage, Dave thought anxiously as he observed Alan's pace. In the culinary competition, the overall prowess of the chefs is paramount. The initial round not only tests their skills but also their speed in cooking. Those chefs who can present their dishes swiftly gain a distinct advantage. The judges have a finite appetite, and after a prolonged tasting session, even a single bite of each dish may lead to satiation or fatigue. Many chefs were already in the final stages of their preparations. Yet Alan continued to focus on his broth, indicating that his dish would likely be the last to be served. By the time Alan presented his creation, the judges might well be unable to partake further, which left Dave feeling a sense of urgency from his vantage point in the audience. Noel gently patted Yamato's shoulder and reassured him, "It's all right. You must have faith in Alan's culinary skills." By the time Alan had finished simmering the broth, numerous chefs had already presented their dishes for the judges to taste. The This flavor is delightful, a perfect score of 5, one judge remarked. Huh, as a chef, how could you produce something so unpalatable? Unacceptable, 0 points. Another judge scoffed. Ugh, did you poison this? How on earth did you pass the selection? Came a harsh critique, resulting in another 0. Countless chefs experienced a spectrum of emotions. Those who received high scores returned to their stations, cleaning up while casting glances at their peers. When some chefs noticed Alan just finishing his broth, they couldn't suppress their laughter, mocking, "You've only just finished the broth. By the time you serve your dish, the judges will already be full." The son of a chef's disgrace, what culinary marvel could he possibly create? Merely a jester, they concluded. Amidst the derision, Alan appeared oblivious, continuing his culinary endeavor. After completing the chicken broth, he added miso paste, stirring it until thickened, followed by cream, resulting in a luscious white sauce. As time dwindled, only 20 minutes remained of the 2-hour limit, with most chefs having completed their dishes, leaving a small number still struggling. This latter group predominantly consisted of those lacking proficiency in chicken dishes. Some were hastily preparing subpar meals, while others were laboriously toiling away. At last, Alan's dish was complete. Succulent chicken breast lay scattered within the creamy white sauce, accompanied by vibrant red peppers and pale mushroom slices, enticingly dipped in the rich sauce, while fresh green parsley added a refreshing touch to the meat and cream ensemble. Wisps of white steam rose from the dish, and despite the distance, Yamato found himself salivating uncontrollably. It looked utterly delectable. Once back, he vowed to have Alan prepare this dish again. Wiping his mouth with difficulty, he expressed his anticipation. The 5 judges were now thoroughly satiated, each wearing expressions of impatience. They had sampled the creations of renowned chefs, and what remained were mostly lackluster dishes. Alan approached the judges, presenting his culinary masterpiece. The judge seated in the center recognized Alan's identity, piqued by the dish crafted by this chef of notable lineage. What sort of dish could the son of a chef's disgrace produce? What is the name of this creation? The central judge inquired with intrigue. Good day. This dish is called creamy royal chicken, Alan replied. The alluring aroma of the dish wafted into the judge's nostrils, and coupled with Alan's identity, several previously impatient judges eagerly picked up their forks and knives. Alan's creation was not particularly extraordinary. The ingredients were commonplace: chicken breast, peppers, mushrooms. The most complex aspect was merely the preparation of the sauce. Look at the judges, some observant audience members exclaimed, redirecting everyone's gaze. Each judge continued to consume the dish, even though they were already full, their faces radiating bliss. Eventually, the judges turned their plates, wiping away grease with napkins. I never expected you could create such a delectable dish, son of Yang, the judge in the center remarked with a hint of a smile, directly acknowledging Alan's lineage. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Alan responded with modesty in the face of the judge's praise. Another judge nodded in agreement, stating, though the ingredients are quite ordinary, the flavors are remarkable. The chicken, when placed in the pan, was stir-fried to a crisp perfection. Yet, upon biting into it, the tender chicken breast exploded with flavor, flooding the palate with delight. I cannot fathom how chicken breast could be transformed into such exquisite cuisine, the judge mused aloud, his expression revealing his profound appreciation. Let us commence the scoring. 10 points. The judge on the far left adjusted his glasses and declared, 10, 9, 9, 10. The remaining 4 judges echoed their scores. The total reached an impressive 48 points. Beneath the delicious dish, all biases against Alan dissipated, and heartfelt compliments for the dish emerged. This high-scoring dish left the other chefs present in a state of astonishment. That kid must be Alan, the son of the chef's disgrace. Who would have thought his culinary skills were so refined? One chef gasped in disbelief. No wonder he dared to enter this year's competition. He truly possesses remarkable talent. When Alan decided to participate in the competition, many chefs expressed discontent, considering his participation a tarnish on the sanctity of the culinary contest. Some believed he was utterly incapable of cooking, merely a publicity stunt. However, as the judges awarded high scores, these chefs were compelled to concede that Alan was indeed a highly skilled chef. Those seated in judgment were all individuals of respect and recognition. And it was this respect and recognition that led them to award Alan's dish high marks. After bowing to the judges, Alan returned to his station to tidy up. Meanwhile, Noel and the others in the audience stood and exited, waiting for Alan at the venue's exit. Hey Alan, you were incredible, Yamato exclaimed, jumping up and waving at his friend upon his arrival. Congratulations on advancing to the next round, Alan, Renee added, stepping forward to express her congratulations. While Elvis and Noel stood behind, smiling at the scene. Alan, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and said with a smile, "I owe it all to your support. That is why I advanced so smoothly." "Oh, spare me the pleasantries. I want to taste that dish you just made," Yamato interrupted, unable to contain her eagerness. Having witnessed the judge's delighted expressions while eating, she could hardly wait to savor the dish herself. Alan chuckled in response, "No problem. I'll whip it up for everyone when we get back to the restaurant." "Yay, let us go?" Yamato shouted, leading the charge forward. If it weren't for the throngs of people on the street, she would have sprinted ahead. "Yamato, slow down." As the majestic Yamato receded into the distance, Ren-e called out, prompting laughter among the onlookers as they made their way to the restaurant, filled with mirth and joviality. Following the initial round of competition, the ensuing days would be dedicated to the elimination rounds, where 32 exceptionally skilled chefs would face off, judged by the same 5 evaluators. Those who garnered the highest scores would emerge victorious, advancing to the next stage of the contest. Alan, with his culinary prowess, successfully navigated through each challenge, ultimately securing a place in the finals. On the eve of the decisive match, Alan found himself at his father's grave, seated cross-legged on the ground as he spoke softly. "Father, I have reached the finals of the cooking competition. Once I claim the championship, I shall challenge Alva and reclaim the title of chef shame that has marred your name. I will cleanse the disgrace that has lingered for years." As he continued, Alan recounted the interesting experiences he had encountered during his father's absence, pausing momentarily before breaking into a smile when mentioning Noel and the others. "Recently, I encountered a group of intriguing individuals. They are pirates, yet they seem to possess admirable qualities. They have invited me to join them on their travels, and I am still contemplating their offer. But enough of that. The finals are tomorrow. Just you wait and see, father." After his heartfelt words, Alan rose, casting a lingering gaze at the gravestone before departing. The following morning, a multitude of fireworks illuminated the sky as eager travelers flocked to the venue. This day marked the culmination of the cooking competition, coinciding with the final day of the Bista Festival. Following the culinary contest, a grand banquet was scheduled, featuring the top 32 chefs and renowned culinary figures from Bistu, all showcasing their culinary artistry to delight the attendees. Alan's opponent today was a chef from the North Sea. However, his true rival was Alva. Despite all of his reduced involvement in the kitchen over the years, his culinary skills remained formidable, honed by years of experience that Alan would find challenging to surpass. The chef from the North Sea wore a somber expression, having observed Alan's superior skills throughout the competition. Each of Alan's matches had appeared effortless, with one of his defeated adversaries being a chef whom even he had deemed superior. Thus, in this final confrontation, the North Sea chef was resigned to playing a subordinate role. As anticipated, when the dishes were presented, he recognized his defeat. After savoring Alan's creation, he conceded with respect. And Alan emerged victorious, claiming the title of champion in this culinary contest. Cheers erupted from the crowd, who were eager to experience the exquisite flavors of Alan's dishes during the forthcoming banquet. The chefs of Bista fell silent, taken aback by the triumph of someone they had previously dismissed as an underdog. Their faces flushed with embarrassment, particularly those who had once mocked Alan's capabilities. Alan stepped onto the podium to deliver his acceptance speech. "On this island of Bistu, there exists a figure known as Chef Shame, my father." His words brought a hush over the previously raucous audience. "Years ago, my father participated in a cooking competition, ultimately winning the championship, only to be maliciously slandered out of jealousy by certain individuals. They employed vile tactics to usurp the honor that rightfully belonged to him, branding him with the shameful title that led to his untimely demise. As his son, I vow to reclaim all that belongs to him and to unmask the face of that deceitful individual. Therefore, I formally issue a challenge to cleanse my father's name." Alan's piercing gaze fixed upon Alva, who sat in the front row. Alva, his expression darkened, stood to respond, "If it is death you seek, then let us see if you can survive." Chapter 81. Buckwheat noodles. Upon witnessing Alva's readiness for battle, a subtle smile graced Alan's lips. He had awaited this day for far too long. The opportunity for vengeance had finally arrived, filling him with a surge of vitality and eagerness for the impending duel. The host, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, struggled to find his voice, momentarily frozen before comprehending what had transpired. Well, who would have thought such a dramatic twist would occur during the championship awards ceremony? Alan has officially challenged our chef Alva. The host seized the microphone, his enthusiastic exclamations resonating throughout the venue. The once tranquil atmosphere erupted with fervor as if a stone had been cast into still waters. Chefs and travelers alike engaged in hushed discussions, Some firmly believed Alva would not resort to such underhanded tactics, while others began to question whether he had employed unscrupulous means to secure his past victory. After all, Alan was the reigning champion of this year's competition, dominating every match with his extraordinary culinary skills. If Alan possessed such immense talent, it was reasonable to speculate that his father had also been quite skilled. Moreover, Alva had not directly claimed the championship. He had only achieved it after alleging cheating on Alan's father's part and subsequently defeating him in a rematch, a detail that held significant intrigue. All his thoughts were in turmoil. He had initially perceived Alan as merely a pawn in Haken's game. However, it now appeared that Alan sought not merely to challenge him, but to destroy him. At this juncture, the identity of those backing Alan, including Haken's, became irrelevant. Should Alva falter in this confrontation, he would not only suffer disgrace but also see his carefully laid plans crumble. Rapidly, Alva's mind raced, contemplating the potential outcomes. As per the customs of the culinary world, since you have issued a challenge, I shall determine the terms. Agreed? He recognized Alan's formidable talent and understood that he could not afford to underestimate him, thus seizing every opportunity to enhance his own odds. Agreed. As long as it is fair, Alan replied, prompting a flicker of irritation across Alva's face. The duel against your father was conducted in front of all the chefs. I am not one to be humiliated by a mere child. Alva's voice trembled with anger. Alan dismissed his outburst, turning to the judges with a respectful bow. I kindly ask you, esteemed judges, to oversee this duel and render your verdict. The judge seated at the center smiled and nodded. We certainly would not miss such an exhilarating competition. Wow, this year's festival has truly become exhilarating. I never anticipated a post-competition event, exclaimed a spectator, reveling in the unfolding drama. For him, the squabbles among chefs were of little relevance. He simply relished the spectacle. Please, do not speak. I can hardly hear Alva's proposed terms for the duel. The traveler's companion pushed him in annoyance. The man, somewhat disgruntled, ceased his chatter and turned his gaze as well. At this moment, Alva proposed the challenge's theme. He chose his signature dish, soba noodles. Indeed, soba noodles. Alva's culinary prowess was remarkable, and he excelled in various dishes. But when it came to his specialty, it was unequivocally soba noodles. This choice left the majority of the audience astounded, as they had anticipated Alva would select a rare ingredient for such a significant competition. Instead, he opted for a seemingly mundane dish. Only a select few, predominantly renowned chefs, appeared somewhat solemn. Observing the audience's surprise, Alva inwardly chuckled. Soba noodles are not a trivial dish, and mastering them is quite challenging. Alan and his opponent stood at their respective stations, awaiting the host's announcement to commence the duel. The spectators were eager to witness what could be deemed a pinnacle confrontation in the culinary world. Each participant was allotted 20 minutes to submit their required ingredients, marking the official start of the competition. The host, noticing the anticipation, ceased his rambling, and the clock positioned before the judges began its countdown. Alan, I am aware of your talents. Should several years pass, I would undoubtedly pale in comparison to you, but at this present moment, you remain too inexperienced. Allow me to impart the significance of respecting one's seniors in this contest. Alva sneered. Alan lowered his head, seemingly oblivious to Alva's taunt, and swiftly jotted down the necessary ingredients. Before long, Alan raised his hand, summoning a nearby staff member to deliver the items listed on his note. Oh, certainly. Please hold on, the staff member replied, taken aback by Alan's rapid selection of ingredients. After receiving the menu, he inquired, do you require any additional ingredients? None. This is sufficient, Alan declared emphatically. The decisiveness with which he determined his dish within such a short span left not only the staff member in a daze, but also Alva somewhat perplexed. Could he truly prepare soba noodles? Alva pondered, uncertain. If he could, his ingredient choices appeared rather haphazard, yet if he could not, his swiftness seemed implausible. After handing the note to the staff member, Alan glanced back at Alva, only to find him staring in a daze. With a knowing smirk, Alan turned away, no longer regarding him. The slight chuckle snapped Alva back to reality. He shifted his focus from Alan's actions and diligently began to list his required ingredients, subsequently calling for staff assistance. I recall that the golden ratio of flour to buckwheat flour is 2:8. I shall adhere to this proportion. Alan mused as he measured the flour and buckwheat flour into a bowl, adding a suitable amount of water to commence kneading the dough. After much folding, the flour finally transformed into a cohesive dough, which was then covered with plastic wrap and placed in the refrigerator to rest. Meanwhile, Alva commenced his culinary creation, prompting discussions among the judges seated at the panel. These two are preparing entirely different dishes, remarked a judge on the left, stroking his chin with a beaming smile. Indeed, one is cold noodles while the other is hot. However, both seem promising, another judge noted, his expression brimming with anticipation, intrigued by the contrasting methods. Soy sauce, mirin, and sugar, simmered together and then cooled in the refrigerator, followed by the preparation of oysters. I wonder how all this soba will taste, mused a judge on the right. Observing Alva's technique closely, outside the competition, Noel suddenly felt a subtle vibration from his concealed communication device. Chapter 82. An urgent call? Noel felt the tremor, surprised. It is worth noting that only Akiji and Sengoku possessed the ability to contact him through this device, and given Noel's unique status, it implied that neither would reach out unless there was something of utmost importance. Noel observed the two individuals engaged in combat on stage, then discreetly remarked to those beside him, "It seems it will take a while longer. I shall make a brief visit to the restroom." Yamato and the others paid him little mind, nodding in acknowledgment. Upon reaching a secluded corner, Noel activated his observation hockey to its utmost capacity, simultaneously deploying an electromagnetic field to sense any adversaries that might elude his perception. The phone bug buzzed with a rhythmic sound, and a seagull-shaped emblem appeared atop it. The caller was none other than Sengoku. After answering the phone, Noel, somewhat irked, said, "Hello, old man Sengoku. Do you realize that calling out of the blue like this is quite perilous? This matter cannot be settled without at least 1,000,000 berries." Upon hearing Noel's nonchalant remark, Sengoku understood that Noel was in a relatively secure position and secretly let out a sigh of relief. He truly did not wish to make this call unless absolutely necessary. "Noel, where are you right now? You must immediately head to Kagura Island in the West Sea to assist me in rescuing someone," Sengoku urged, his tone tinged with urgency. Noel narrowed his eyes. The fact that Sengoku personally called him for assistance indicated that this individual was quite significant. It is important to note that he was an undercover agent, and any premature action could potentially expose his identity. Unless absolutely necessary, Noel was reluctant to act hastily. "I'm not too far from Kagura," he said, his brow furrowed in confusion. "But who on earth requires my intervention?" Sengoku, understanding Noel's curiosity, succinctly provided some context. This situation bore a certain connection to Noel himself. Guhongi, hailing from the Flower Kingdom of the West Sea, was a comrade of Sengoku and Carp from their youthful days in the Navy. After sustaining severe injuries in a battle against pirates, he retreated from active duty to nurture talent within the Navy until his unfortunate demise from a long-standing ailment in recent years. His son, Guchun, influenced by his father's legacy, joined the Navy as well, quickly rising to the rank of Rear Admiral, mastering various sword techniques and becoming a celebrated figure in the Navy. However, during a routine assignment, a scandal erupted, drastically altering the course of his life, compelling him to withdraw from the Navy and remain on an isolated island. The world government and the Navy collaborated to suppress the details of this incident, leading many uninformed Navy personnel to perceive Guchun's actions as treachery. Over the years, due to his formidable skills, he repelled attempts by pirates seeking to recruit him and thwarted Navy efforts to capture him, ultimately resulting in a quiet resolution facilitated by Sengoku and others. Recently, due to Noel's rising fame on the seas, Guchun once again caught the attention of the Navy. The hawkish factions within the Navy viewed Guchun's existence as a tarnish on their reputation, leading to proposals for a fleet to eradicate him at Kagura. Given the scandal's secrecy, Sengoku, even in his capacity as marshal, had no grounds to obstruct the Navy's pursuit of Guchun, leaving him no choice but to seek Noel's assistance in persuading Guchun to depart. After hearing Sengoku's account, Noel scratched his head in puzzlement. He found striking parallels between his own experiences and those of Guchun. The sole distinction was that Guchun had genuinely exited the Navy, while Noel had merely feigned his departure to serve as an undercover agent. Sengoku refrained from elaborating on the scandal, simply advising that Noel would understand once he arrived. Upon concluding the call, Noel stretched lazily, acknowledging that he had little choice but to heed Sengoku's request. After disabling the electromagnetic field and confirming the area was secure, he departed and returned to the venue. Meanwhile, Alan had prepared the noodles and was commencing the next phase of the process. Alan skillfully rolled the dough into thin sheets, folding it to a width of 6 or 7 centimeters. He then retrieved a slicing knife from his toolkit. The knife glided swiftly across the dough, and the noodles were promptly severed from the sheet. Quick and precise, as Alan's chef's knife moved from left to right, the dough transformed into buckwheat noodles. leaving onlookers unable to track the blade's movements. Wow, that was incredibly fast. I barely caught a glimpse before the noodles were ready. The judges rose from their seats, eager to observe more closely. The noodles were neatly arranged, all of uniform width. What do you think of Alan's buckwheat noodles? Inquired the judge seated in the middle. Without waiting for others to respond, he continued, Indeed, they are remarkably excellent. With a resonating gong, the competition officially concluded. Time was up, and each contestant plated their respective dishes for the judges to evaluate. The host raised his arm, igniting a vibrant atmosphere in the room. Alva was the first to present his dish, placing it before the judges. As expected from Chef Alva, the buckwheat noodles are exceptionally well prepared, praised one judge. Please enjoy. Hearing the commendation, a smile crept onto Alva's face. The judges eagerly devoured the noodles, their expressions reflecting pure delight, as the simple dish evoked flavors akin to gourmet delicacies. Before long, Alva's bowl of buckwheat noodles was consumed, and after a brief cleanup, Alan stepped forward. Judges, these are my buckwheat noodles. Please give them a taste. Alan presented 5 portions of buckwheat noodles before the judges. Each plate held a strainer containing a delicate, translucent mound of noodles, accompanied by a small teacup filled with a dark broth. A small portion of wasabi rested beside the teacup, alongside a small bowl of bamboo shoots and seaweed sprouts. The judges licked their lips. As chefs, their desire for exquisite flavors was often more intense than that of an average diner. Eagerly, they picked up their chopsticks, inspecting the noodles, marveling at their uniform length and thickness. With such knife skills at this level, it's truly impressive, they exclaimed. They took a dollop of wasabi, combined it with the noodles, dipped it into the broth, and savored the delightful combination as it danced across their palates. The broth infused with aromatic and sweet flavors spread throughout their bodies. Delicious. The judges nearly shouted in unison, lost in the exquisite taste of the buckwheat noodles until they finished, releasing satisfied sighs. After a brief consultation, the judge in the center stood to announce that Alan was the victor of this competition. This is impossible. He cheated. Alva shouted in fury, his face flushed with disbelief. The faces of the judges darkened. The accusation of cheating not only slandered Alan, but also insulted their integrity. At that moment, several staff members clad in suits restrained Alva, dragging him away. The host approached and stated, We have just received news that Sir Harkins, following days of investigation, has discovered that Alva employed unscrupulous methods to secure victory in the past duel against Alan's father. Henceforth, his golden badge is revoked, and he is expelled from Bist Island. Harkins had taken decisive action, growing impatient with Alva's recent antics, and Alan's emergence provided the perfect opportunity to deal with him. Father, I did it. Alan looked up towards the sky, where the clouds seemed to converge into a smiling face gazing down upon the earth. At that moment, Noel and the others approached, congratulating Alan. Congratulations, Alan, you did it. They cheered excitedly from the side, clamoring for more buckwheat noodles. Before Alan could respond, Noel continued, I've encountered an urgent situation and may need to leave immediately. What have you decided? Urgent situation? The others around Noel exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the unfolding circumstances. Noel gently nodded, indicating that he would explain it again later. For now, they had to set sail immediately. Alan glanced around and caught a glimpse of Dado. He felt that this place was not suitable for him to settle down, as he was still young and eager to explore the world. What are we waiting for? Let us depart. Alan responded with a smile. Wow, I want to eat buckwheat noodles. Dado exclaimed joyfully. Haha, let's go. Chapter 83, Ominous Clouds. Let us set aside the chaos on Bista Island for the moment. As Noel and his companions prepared to leave, Hawkins' butler approached them. Lord Noel. Lord Dado, Sir Hawkins cordially invites you to the banquet this evening, the butler said with a beaming smile. For the past few days, Hawkins had frequently invited them to attend various festivities, displaying great warmth. Now, just as they were preparing to depart, being approached by the butler made them feel a tad embarrassed. I apologize. We just encountered an urgent matter and must leave Bistu immediately, Noel said, scratching his head awkwardly. The butler appeared somewhat surprised at their departure, knowing that today marked the final day of the celebration, the most vibrant of all. And choosing to leave at such a time clearly indicated something pressing had arisen. With understanding, the butler inquired, Has your supplies been arranged, my lord? If not, I can assist in replenishing them. This left Noel feeling even more uncomfortable. The butler regarded them as close friends, frequently inviting them to banquets. And yet they had not informed him of their sudden departure. Now, he even wished to prepare their supplies for the voyage. No, we are fully prepared. Please convey my regards to Sir Hawkins, and should any challenges arise, do not hesitate to inform us via the telephone book. We will certainly do our utmost to assist." Noel waved his hand and replied hastily. Seeing this, the butler did not press further. He bowed slightly and turned to leave. Upon returning to Hawkins' residence, the butler approached Hawkins and quietly reported the recent events. Hawkins, who had been looking forward to the evening's banquet, suddenly felt deflated like a punctured balloon. Through the days spent together, he had come to regard Noel and his companions as friends. Their abrupt departure left him feeling a sense of loss. Nevertheless, the butler conveyed Noel's final words, which somewhat eased Hawkins' discontent, for at least it seemed that Noel and his companions also considered him a friend. Upon returning to the ship, Noel and the others found that the pirate crew had already made preparations for departure. As soon as they boarded, the ship set sail without delay. "Hey, Noel. Why the rush? I was looking forward to attending the banquet on the island," Yamato remarked, her spirits somewhat dampened. She had long anticipated the festivities marking the final day of the Bestu celebration. Now, just as the banquet was about to commence, they had departed, leaving her disheartened. Yamato slumped against the railing, exuding an aura of despondency akin to a forlorn fish. Noel could not divulge the truth of the matter. Instead, he vaguely stated that he had just received news of the Navy assembling a fleet heading this way. "As friends of Harkins, we must not cause him any trouble." "I see. Then we should make haste. The arrival of the Navy will bring complications." Yamato, upon grasping the situation, could only nod and inquire, "Where shall we go now?" Noel took out the nautical chart and pretended to examine it, then pointed at Kaggle and remarked that there was an intriguing individual on that island. "Shall we go see?" "Intriguing? What are we waiting for? Let's set sail." Upon hearing Noel's mention of something interesting, Yamato immediately cast aside her previous worries and became eager once more. Then, as if struck by a thought, she approached Alan and exclaimed, "I want to eat soba noodles." Beside them, Rin-e sighed in exasperation, saying, "Yamato, Alan has just boarded the ship. He doesn't even have a place to stay yet. Leave this to me. Soba noodles, soba noodles." With great enthusiasm, Yamato eagerly dragged Alan around the ship, incessantly introducing him to its various features. Elvis, observing Yamato leading Alan in a similar fashion to how she had once guided him when he first boarded, couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Noel, have you encountered any troublesome matters?" Elvis quietly inquired as he approached Noel's side. Noel's recent words could only serve to placate the naive Day, as he naturally discerned that Noel's initial destination was indeed Kaggle. It was nothing significant, merely a fleeting thought of some troubling matters. Noel gently shook his head. Observing Noel's reluctance to elaborate, Elvis refrained from further inquiries and, together with Noel, gazed out at the vast sea, affirming, regardless of what transpires, "We shall be your staunchest support. Rest assured." Since the onset of the great battle at Buchanan, Noel had been at sea for approximately 4 months. During this time, they had traversed numerous islands, some tranquil and serene, others flourishing and bountiful, yet the majority were marred by poverty and despair. On this vessel, their childhoods had been far from idyllic, each bearing their own trials. But what of the world at large? Hailing from Blue Star and having grown up beneath the Red Banner, even after over 20 years of existence in this realm, Noel still found it challenging to reconcile with such bleak realities. Noel's disposition is somewhat languid. He tends to disregard matters that do not directly concern him. Consequently, his life in the Navy has remained rather uneventful over the years, consisting primarily of training and idling away time. However, upon his departure from the Navy, the myriad tragedies of the human condition presented themselves to him in various forms. This left him in a state of confusion, particularly now, as the sordid actions of the world government have compelled a man of justice to resign from the Navy, only to live on bearing the stigma of a traitor. Reflecting on this, he recalls the words of Akiji, who had urged him to perceive the world from a different perspective. Did Monkey D. Dragon, the son of Garp, encounter similar tribulations when he forsook the Navy to establish the Revolutionary Army? Noel had long believed that the existence of a world government was more beneficial than detrimental, for without it, the entire globe might descend into an endless cycle of warfare, resulting in tragedies far greater than those currently endured. However, he now finds himself in a state of doubt. The world is not as tranquil as he once imagined. Every corner of the earth is rife with countless conspiracies and ambitions. The presence of the world government has not eradicated these plots and tragedies. It has merely cloaked them from view. Noel suddenly felt disinclined to wallow in idleness, yet was at a loss as to what to pursue. Ultimately, it all comes down to strength. With a gentle sigh, Noel dismissed such thoughts, recognizing that to effect change in this world, he must first grow stronger. Only then could he amplify his voice. Does one not see that the future red-haired Shanks, as a pirate, ascended to Mariawa to engage in dialogue with the five elders? What does this signify? It signifies that as long as one possesses sufficient strength and influence, even a pirate can negotiate terms with the world government. Noel, the buckwheat noodles are ready. Come eat. At that moment, Yamato's voice called from the kitchen, urging Noel to hurry. Coming. Noel replied, gathering his emotions and responding loudly. Meanwhile, Kagger was engulfed in ominous clouds. At the naval port, a vast fleet was swiftly sailing towards the West Sea. The departure of this fleet captured the attention of countless factions across the ocean. Chapter 84. What are you staring at? Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, Vice Admiral Doberman. We have crossed the doldrums and are 5 days away from Kagger Island. A sailor approached the two, reporting. Ghost Spider, with a cold expression, issued a command. Full speed ahead. Aye. The sailor saluted and swiftly relayed the order. As a prominent figure among the hawkish faction of the Navy, Ghost Spider embodied their relentless style, displaying a cold-hearted demeanor and a harsh disposition towards his subordinates. Every naval officer aboard meticulously executed their respective duties. Brigadier Admiral Akino has left the doldrums. Doberman and I are advancing towards Kagger, Ghost Spider communicated via transponder snail. In an office, a figure clad in a red suit and a justice cloak, wearing a baseball cap, sat on the couch, speaking in a deep voice. We absolutely cannot allow Guchin to escape. Understood. After hanging up, Akino lowered his head slightly, the cap obscuring his eyes, revealing only his chin as he muttered, to draw you out, I've dispatched 2 vice admirals to the West Sea. I hope you won't let me down. Kagger, the island of the forgotten tombs, is dotted with gravestones protruding from the earth at every corner. The reason for the multitude of gravestones is shrouded in mystery, as if they had inexplicably appeared overnight across the island. A man who claims to be the gravekeeper patrols the island daily. Anyone attempting to defile the gravestones faces expulsion or even pursuit from him. Some say that a grand town once flourished on this island, and the gravestones mark the resting places of its inhabitants. Others assert that countless gravestones emerged overnight, causing panic among the residents who subsequently abandoned the island, leaving only the gravekeeper to guard it. However, due to the island's convenient transportation routes, countless ships passed through, and opportunistic merchants, suppressing their fears, chose to settle here. Gradually, a new small town emerged, a port town where countless passing merchants and individuals would come to resupply. The gravestones had never brought any misfortune to the people. The island merely bore a somewhat somber appearance. Some, undeterred by superstition, attempted to vandalize the gravestones to see what would ensue. Yet, what they summoned was not a specter, but the gravekeeper himself. Among these individuals were both obscure pirates and infamous sea rogues, but without exception, those who dared to damage the gravestones would find their lifeless bodies the following day not far from the town. With such formidable strength to maintain order, a peculiar peace reigned here. This gravekeeper is remarkable, guarding the graves alone for so many years, Yamato and the others exclaimed in admiration after listening to Noel's account. This prowess transcends mere strength and is rooted in will. Any magnanimous strongman would commend such a spirit. Was this individual once a member of the Navy? Elvis mused, eyeing a tattered wanted poster, intrigued by the sword hanging from Gu Chen's waist. This was the allure among masters of the sword. When encountering another swordsman, one could not help but issue a challenge. Even the world's greatest swordsman might cultivate a rival, hoping to be bested by them. Yet, he had not yet done so, instead persistently challenging the red-haired swordsman. Indeed, he was already quite renowned in the headquarters during my training, though I lost track of him afterward. Who would have thought he would end up here? Noel reflected, a touch of nostalgia in his tone. He had once believed that Gu Chen had perished at sea, only to discover that he too had left the Navy. One could only wonder what sparks might fly when 2 former Navy members crossed paths, perhaps a mutual appreciation? Quite peculiar. By the way, Noel, why did you leave the Navy? Yamato asked curiously, recalling that Noel had once been a naval officer. Norton found himself at a loss for words. The two had been together for nearly 2 years. He initially believed that Deha was uninterested in his departure from the Navy, which was why she refrained from inquiring. Yet, the truth was that it simply slipped her mind. Duong. Noel struck Yamato on the head with a powerful punch, causing veins to bulge on his forehead as he exclaimed, "Where does all this nonsense come from? I merely disapprove of certain individuals' conduct." With a sizable bump forming on his head, Yamato quieted down and replied softly, "Oh." Sitting nearby, Renee, engrossed in a medical book, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Glancing at Yamato's downtrodden demeanor, Noel, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "We are approaching the shore. Hasten your preparations." Noel's vessel gradually glided into the harbor. As the passengers disembarked, they beheld the island, which indeed matched the intelligence reports. Tombstones stood erect in every direction. The dense jungle outside the quaint town intermingled with the scattered gravestones, evoking the eerie ambience of a zombie or horror film. The atmosphere felt oppressively somber, raising goosebumps on my skin. Renee hugged her arms tightly, shivering slightly. In contrast, Yamato surveyed the surroundings with carefree curiosity, occasionally exclaiming in wonder. She had never encountered such a scene before and found it remarkably intriguing, perfectly suited for an adventure. "Alan, prepare a lunchbox for me. I am eager to explore." Yamato's eyes sparkled with excitement, her impatience palpable. "All right, understood," Alan signaled with an okay gesture, indicating his agreement, before turning back toward the kitchen. Noel still had matters to attend to, and seeing Yamato in such a state caused him a headache. He could only remind Yamato not to disturb the tombstones on the island. Subsequently, Noel turned to Elvis and said, "You all keep an eye on Yamato. I will head into town to assess the situation." Elvis, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Should we accompany you?" Noel shook his head and smiled, saying, "It's all right. I can manage on my own. Just keep an eye on Yamato and ensure no trouble arises." With that, Noel turned away and strolled slowly towards the center of the town. That old man Sengoku truly. Why not speak plainly? Instead, he insists that I seek out the tavern keeper on the island, claiming that he will reveal everything to me with such inexplicable words. Noel curled his lip in disdain. Listening to him, one might think this was the path to Laughtale, shrouded in such mystery. Noel surmised with certainty that the reason for Gu Chin's departure from the Navy was undoubtedly linked to the world government, questioning the purpose of such mystery. Noel was well aware of the world government's nature, having endured a similar experience himself, albeit one that was not as grave. Noel meandered aimlessly through the quaint little town, which was modest in size, boasting merely 2 main streets. It was not difficult to locate the tavern spoken of in the Warring States. The tavern. He finally found it, though its name struck him as rather absurd. Spotting a sign that read Seagull Tavern, he couldn't help but scoff. Seagull Tavern. Why not call it the Tavern of Justice? The implication is so evident. Noel walked directly into the tavern, and upon entering, he noticed a number of merchants passing through Kagol taking a rest here. "Welcome. What can I get for you?" The tavern owner, appearing somewhat aged yet remarkably robust, greeted him with a broad smile from behind the bar. Approaching the counter, Noel casually selected a stool and ordered a drink, all the while fixating his gaze on the proprietor. Before long, the owner began to feel uneasy under Noel's scrutiny. His smile turned awkward, and he could no longer contain himself as he approached Noel and asked, "What are you staring at?" Upon hearing this, Noel promptly spat out the drink in his mouth, then tentatively replied, "The king covers the land and the tiger?" Chapter 85. Am I crazy? Huh? What are you talking about? The tavern owner was momentarily taken aback by Noel's nonsensical remark. Was this person mentally unwell? Noticing the owner's reaction, Noel realized he might have overthought things. After all, if they were indeed from the same hometown, it would be improbable for one to be in such a dismal situation. "Sir, what exactly is the matter?" The tavern owner, convinced he had encountered someone disturbed, felt compelled to inquire again, despite his apprehensions. "Oh, it's nothing at all. This is my first time here for supplies, and I heard there's a gravekeeper on the island, which piqued my curiosity," Noel quickly responded, regaining his composure. At that moment, with many patrons still present in the tavern, Noel refrained from revealing that he was dispatched by the Warring States and opted instead to gather information indirectly. However, to his surprise, the previously awkwardly smiling owner suddenly seemed distant. Though his smile remained unchanged, Noel perceptively sensed that something was amiss. "Ahaha, I'm just an ordinary tavern owner." "Really? I don't know much about those matters," the owner replied, shaking his head before turning away. Alas, this situation proved to be quite challenging. Noel scratched his head, downed his drink in one gulp, and then made a move to leave. As Noel passed by the boss, he whispered the word justice so softly that it was almost inaudible. The boss, who had been wiping a glass, momentarily hesitated before resuming his task, seemingly oblivious to the remark. Noel, ever attuned to the boss's demeanor, recognized he had received the signal and promptly departed the premises. Upon returning to the ship, Noel found that only a few pirates remained, as Yamato and the others had already set off on their adventurous journey with their packed lunches. Relishing the rare peace without Yamato by his side, Noel reclined on his bed, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Adventure. Yamato exclaimed enthusiastically, leading the charge. With Elvis and the others closely trailing behind, Alan, an ordinary person, found himself slightly out of breath, but could only grit his teeth and keep pace, especially as he observed the seemingly unperturbed Renee. "Hey, Yamato, slow down. We can barely keep up," Elvis called out, noticing Alan's exhaustion. Yamato, hearing the voice, turned her head to respond, but before she could finish, her foot slipped, and she fell into a massive pit, vanishing from sight. Yamato, Elvis, and the others rushed forward, discovering a deep hole concealed by surrounding trees, into which Yamato had unexpectedly tumbled. What do we do now? They were left stunned. Would they really return to Noel with the tale of Yamato disappearing into a hole? Perhaps they would. After all, it was not unusual for something strange to happen to her. "Hey, Yamato." Renee crouched by the hole and shouted, her voice echoing without a reply from Yamato. Alan, feeling increasingly anxious, thought that any normal person would surely not survive such a fall, and from his perspective, Yamato was likely in grave danger. Elvis patted Alan's shoulder reassuringly, saying, "It's all right. Yamato is strong. She'll be fine." Seeing the calm expressions of Elvis and Renee eased Alan's panic somewhat. "Let's search the area for other openings," Elvis suggested, letting out a sigh. While Yamato often brought joy, she could also be quite a handful. As the group dispersed to explore for other entrances, Yamato had already reached the underground. Just before crashing to the ground, Yamato transformed into her hybrid form, exhaling forcefully to cushion her landing. The underground featured numerous tunnels tall enough for a person to walk through, and Yamato retrieved a small torch that Renee had prepared, igniting it. The flame immediately dispelled the darkness of the tunnel. "Wow, there are underground passages. How fascinating," Yamato exclaimed, her carefree spirit shining through. Rather than worrying about being separated from Elvis and the others, she felt only excitement, wondering if they would turn back to the ship upon discovering her absence. Choosing one of the tunnels at random, she ventured deeper and discovered a space large enough to accommodate several people, with a passage leading upward and remnants suggesting human habitation. The thrill of adventure surged within her. With sparkling eyes, Yamato crouched down, examining her surroundings. Although she could not comprehend much, she feigned deep contemplation, occasionally nodding. After a while, with no new discoveries, she retraced her steps and continued to explore other tunnels. In her explorations, she found that each tunnel led to similar small chambers. Feeling somewhat bored and desiring to return to the surface for further adventure, she selected a promising passage and climbed upward. When Yamato emerged back into the light, she found herself in a sea of flowers, surrounded by a myriad of colorful blooms, with numerous tombstones dotting the edges. "Wow, it's so beautiful," Yamato exclaimed joyfully, running through the floral expanse. In the center stood a wooden cabin, where a handsome man with sharp brows and piercing eyes leaned against a bed, holding a blade. As Yamato climbed up from the underground, the man's eyes snapped open, revealing a flicker of confusion. The flower-filled location was tucked away in a remote part of the island, seldom visited by anyone, let alone someone emerging from an underground passage. The young man stepped out of the cabin and, seeing Yamato frolicking amidst the flowers, felt a surge of annoyance. "Hey, who are you? Why did you come out of the secret passage?" he shouted at Yamato. Startled, Yamato halted, tilting her head as she pondered her response. I don't really know why I came out of the passage," she replied innocently. The man's irritation escalated, his forehead tightening with frustration. "What do you mean you don't know how you got here? Are you out of your mind?" Clearly bewildered by her lack of awareness. "This is my home. If you have no business here, you need to leave," he said curtly, devoid of any semblance of kindness. Yamato, smiling sheepishly, scratched her head. "But I have things to do. I'm here to explore." The man was taken aback. Explore? What could there possibly be to explore here? Did she not grasp that she was unwelcome? "This is my home, not a place for your adventures," he roared, unable to contain his anger any longer. Feeling disheartened by his outburst, Yamato turned to leave. However, the man, still concerned about her presence, followed her at a distance. Just as she exited the flower field, a branch snagged her foot, causing her to stumble and collide against a tree. With a loud thud, Yamato's eyes widened as she nearly toppled into a tombstone. "Oh no!" she cried out, snapping back to her senses just in time to dodge. Crack! Despite her efforts to evade the tombstone, she was a moment too late, and the corner of the stone broke upon impact. As she fell to the ground, she sensed a sharp energy piercing her skin, and instinctively, her armed haki enveloped her arms, crossing them defensively in front of her. Clang! The man, swiftly drawing his blade, appeared beside her, striking with the back of his sword against her arm. "Haki?" he exclaimed in surprise, originally intending only to teach her a lesson, but now intrigued by her unexpected defense. This was the West Sea, where few ventured to engage in combat using haki. The two stepped back, and the man scrutinized Yamato's features, feeling a sense of familiarity. Though he could not quite place her. "I've caused a mess," Yamato admitted sheepishly, realizing the trouble she had brought upon herself. The man, aware of her haki abilities, still refrained from using his blade, opting instead to approach her with the back of his weapon. I didn't mean to." As the man charged forward once more, Yamato, feeling guilty, shouted and swiftly turned to flee. "Don't run." The man, noticing Yamato's escape, hastily pursued him. The two engaged in a relentless chase through the forest. Realizing he could not match Yamato's speed, the man began to wield his blade, unleashing a series of slashing strikes. Boom! Clouds of smoke erupted throughout the forest as Yamato, seemingly with eyes on his back, deftly dodged the incoming attacks. Is he using observation haki? The man thought, astonished. Who was this formidable opponent? And why had he come here? His initial intention to merely teach Yamato a lesson began to shift into a more serious concern. How amusing. After evading another strike, Yamato gradually forgot he was being chased and began to revel in the moment. A joyful smile graced his face as he occasionally let out silly laughter, turning to the man and cheerfully exclaiming, "Keep it up." Crack. Veins bulged on the man's forehead. This person must be insane. Am I playing tag here? He thought, exasperated. Whether Yamato appeared calm or flustered did not surprise him. But the persistent smile on Yamato's face left him uncertain, beginning to wonder if he was overthinking the situation. Forget it. I'll catch him first, the man resolved. Propelling himself forward once again, the chase resumed, with Yamato happily bounding ahead while the man, his expression dark and silent, pursued from behind, occasionally sending forth waves of sword energy that stirred up clouds of dust. Elvis, still searching for Yamato in the forest, suddenly gazed into the distance. He had sensed a sharp presence, typically associated with swordsmen. Narrowing his eyes, he shrouded the area with his haki, feeling a premonition that Yamato was in that direction. As his haki enveloped the entire forest, he detected that the source of the sharpness was indeed pursuing Yamato. Without a moment to spare, Elvis vanished from his spot and sped towards Yamato. After a prolonged chase, the man began to lose patience. His original intent had merely been to teach Yamato a lesson, and had it not been for Yamato's continuous provocations, he would have given up long ago. He halted, ceasing his pursuit. Yamato, noticing the change, turned around and asked, puzzled, "Aren't we playing anymore?" "Damn it." The man, seeing Yamato's foolish expression, felt a surge of irritation. "Who the hell is playing with you? Then why were you chasing me?" Yamato furrowed his brow, bewildered. Stay calm, stay calm." The man took a deep breath, mentally reassuring himself to maintain composure. Yet, he could no longer hold back. "I am the gravekeeper, you idiot. You just broke the gravestone. Have you forgotten?" He bellowed, unable to suppress his anger. "What kind of person are you? Where did you find such a lunatic? Are you trying to drive me insane?" "Oh right, I did cause a ruckus," Yamato suddenly recalled, feeling a bit embarrassed as he laughed and said, "I'm really sorry about that." The man, observing Yamato's foolish demeanor, felt a toothache coming on and prepared to leave in silence. Forget it. I'm done. If I stay any longer, I'll have to choose which gravestone to select." Just as he was about to depart, his expression shifted as he sensed someone approaching rapidly. Swish. A figure appeared in midair, landing between Yamato and the man. Yamato's face lit up with excitement as he waved his hands, exclaiming, "Haha, Elvis, you're here." Elvis first glanced at Yamato, relieved to see he bore no injuries. "Are you all right, Yamato?" "Haha, I'm having so much fun." Yamato scratched his head, grinning. "Elvis?" The man eyed Elvis warily. Upon noticing the sword at Elvis's waist, his pupils contracted in realization. He remembered who these two were. How had they come to be here? He had seen them in the news. They were among the protagonists of the recent battle in Shellhaven. "What is your purpose here, pirates?" The man assumed an offensive stance, unwilling to let his guard down now that he recognized their identities. Elvis smiled slightly. "You must be the gravekeeper, Guchun. Our captain, Brady Noel, wishes to meet you." Guchun paused. "Brady Noel? That traitor from the Navy? He wants to meet me? No way." Guchun held no fondness for Noel, a man who had betrayed the Navy and justice. "Hey, Noel is not like that. Besides, didn't you also leave the Navy?" Yamato interjected, defending Noel against Guchun's disdain. Stung by the remark, Guchun's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he declared, "Unless you defeat me, I will not meet him." "You Just as Yamato was about to speak, Elvis interrupted him calmly. You are a swordsman, so let us settle this with our swords. Oh? Then let us see what you've got. Guchin, intrigued, unsheathed his blade, eager for a duel. Chapter 87. The Duel of Swords. Elvis and Guchin faced each other in a clearing within the forest, their eyes locked as they searched for weaknesses in one another. Yamato retreated to a distance to watch, excitedly exclaiming, a duel between swordsmen. How cool. After a brief standoff, beads of sweat formed on Guchin's forehead as he felt the pressure from Elvis. The aura surrounding Elvis was akin to a blade capable of slicing through the heavens. I cannot allow my momentum to falter. Guchin clenched his teeth, drawing his blade with determination. He stomped the ground, creating a resounding thud, and propelled himself like an arrow towards Elvis, aiming a powerful slash. Clang! Elvis deftly shifted his body to face Guchin, raising his blade to meet the attack. The clash produced a sharp sound as their blades rebounded. In a swift motion, Elvis vanished, appearing on Guchin's left side, his blade slicing through the air toward Guchin's neck. Rest gate, ripple flow. Guchin instantly disappeared from the spot, evading Elvis's blade and reappearing midair, ready to strike downwards. Open gate, Phoenix's cry. A phoenix soared downwards, a circular slash forming a fiery silhouette, emitting a piercing cry. Faced with the descending phoenix, Elvis sheathed his blade and crouched slightly, gathering his strength before launching upward with a powerful upward strike. Double dragon assault. Two thunderous dragons surged towards the phoenix with an overwhelming force, their blades clashing once more. One red, one blue, their energies intertwined in a stalemate. In the air, the dragons and the phoenix engaged in a fierce struggle, ultimately annihilating each other with a violent explosion that propelled the two combatants apart once again. Boom. Guchin's expression grew solemn. Among the 8 gates of swordsmanship, the power of the opening gate was unparalleled, yet it was effortlessly countered by Elvis. The look on his face revealed that he still retained a significant portion of his strength. With a sigh, Guchin vanished from his position once more, this time moving with even greater swiftness. If strength was inadequate, then speed would be his advantage, driven by determination. He left a series of afterimages in his wake as he darted across the ground. Rest gate, shadow of the sword. Multiple slashes assailed from all directions, surrounding Elvis, who was momentarily unable to discern Guchin's true form. Since distinguishing between them proved futile, Elvis sheathed his blade, his aura soaring skyward once again. He drew his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword chi that streaked towards the afterimages like meteors. Guchin's pupils constricted, and he swiftly retreated. Clang, clang, clang. The echoes of sharp sounds resonated as the afterimages encircling Elvis were obliterated, revealing Guchin's figure in the distance. A phantom dragon surged forth alongside Elvis, roaring fiercely as a meteor streaked across the sky, and Elvis lunged towards Guchin in an instant. Opening gate, thunderbreak. Faced with such a formidable strike, Guchin remained composed, meeting Elvis with a simple slash. Their figures intertwined, and the dragon behind Elvis was severed in a single blow. Is the strength of merely 2 techniques from the 8 gates truly so formidable? How impressive! Elvis chuckled lightly. The 8 gates of swordsmanship, as the name suggests, comprises 8 distinct techniques, yet Guchin had only utilized 2, engaging in a balanced exchange with Elvis. Guchin rubbed his thumb against his cheek, realizing he bore a wound from the sword chi. He turned to Elvis and said, "Do not misunderstand. I currently only know 2 of the 8 gates. Is that so? Then let us continue." As soon as Elvis's words fell, he charged forward, engaging Guchin in a fierce melee. Under normal circumstances, Elvis could have easily overwhelmed Guchin. But in this pure swordsmanship duel, the dynamic shifted. The decisive factor was no longer their overall strength, but rather the mastery of their respective sword techniques. Meanwhile, on the other side, Noel had returned to the tavern. A sign hung on the door, declaring it closed, yet a faint light flickered within. Noel understood that this was intentionally left for him by his employer. After sensing that there were no prying eyes nearby, he stepped into the tavern. Thud, thud, thud. Noel's footsteps echoed on the wooden floor, producing a rhythmic thud. Hearing someone enter, the tavern owner emerged from the back. "Finally, you've arrived. Please, follow me." Upon recognizing Noel, the tavern owner let out a sigh of relief and beckoned him to follow. He led Noel inside, then turned to lock the door behind them. After extinguishing the lights, he returned to take a seat. "Brady Noel, I never expected the General of the Warring States to send you," the owner remarked with astonishment. He was genuinely surprised that Noel, who had already retired from the Navy, still maintained connections with it. This implied significant implications that he fully understood. The Navy had displayed remarkable audacity by releasing a beast master and integrating them into the beast pirate crew. Such boldness was indeed astonishing. After a day of investigation, he had gleaned some knowledge about Noel's identity and exploits, which left him astounded. Noticing Noel's silence, the owner smiled slightly and assured him, "Rest assured. I would never disclose your identity, for I have little time left to live." Noel furrowed his brow, a hint of perplexity clouding his expression as he inquired, "Who are you?" "That old fellow from the Warring States sent me to find you. What exactly does he want you to clarify?" The proprietor rose, retrieving 2 bottles of wine. He handed one to Noel, then uncorked the bottle in his grasp with his teeth, taking a hearty swig before declaring, "I am Ferdinand, a former Vice Admiral of the Navy." "Vice Admiral?" Noel exclaimed in astonishment, utterly taken aback to discover that a seemingly ordinary tavern owner nestled in the West Sea was, in fact, a Vice Admiral of the Navy. Noel harbored a degree of skepticism. When had the Navy become so generous? Not only had they released him, but had also assigned a Rear Admiral as an intelligence officer? Ferdinand, Noel murmured to himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled that shortly after joining the Navy, he had heard the name Ferdinand, only for it to vanish from public consciousness after a particular mission. As a distinguished Rear Admiral, what brings you here? Noel inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Have you remembered? Ferdinand replied, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, his eyes filled with nostalgia and a hint of melancholy. What was once a Rear Admiral is now merely a penitent sinner. The Marshal of the Warring States summoned you. I presume he has already divulged everything. Allowing me to rest easy, Ferdinand remarked, a look of relief illuminating his countenance. After years of atonement, he felt an overwhelming weariness. At last, he could bring an end to his sinful existence. Norton, momentarily clutching his head in discomfort, remarked, Wait a moment. That old man from the Warring States told me nothing but to seek you out. Upon my arrival, I was left entirely in the dark. Are you two merely engaging in a game of riddles? The only clarity I possess is that I must retrieve someone named Guchen. Beyond that, I am utterly uninformed. Ferdinand, taken aback by his words, replied in a somber tone, I never anticipated that the Marshal of the Warring States would send me to speak with you. This matter dates back quite some time. Chapter 88. The tragedy. The gravestones on Kogel Island appeared overnight, dotting the landscape. Some claimed they marked the burial sites of the island's inhabitants, while others asserted that the residents had fled in panic, leaving behind a multitude of bizarre rumors that sparked endless debate. Ultimately, the first two explanations garnered more acceptance among the populace, yet as time wore on, the presence of the gravestones became a familiar sight, and curiosity about the fate of the island's residents waned. Before arriving on this island, you must have heard some tales about it, haven't you? Ferdinand inquired. Noel nodded, indeed having gathered various rumors about the island. However, the passage of time and the sheer diversity of the tales rendered them insignificant in his mind. Ferdinand fell into silence for a moment, then raised a smile that appeared more sorrowful than joyful. His voice trembling as he confessed that those rumors were true. The graves concealed beneath the tombstones belonged to all the previous inhabitants of this island. Yet, the tombstones did not appear overnight. It was Guchen himself who had buried everyone. Ferdinand continued to elaborate, piecing together Ferdinand's earlier accounts with his own knowledge. Noel began to grasp the underlying truth, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Why? Ferdinand steadied his emotions, his expression regaining composure as he began to narrate the origins of the events. Years ago, Kogel was not known as the Island of the Forsaken Graves, but rather a quaint little isle. The island's favorable geography failed to bestow prosperity upon its residents. Instead, the oppressive taxes imposed by the local nobility rendered their lives unbearable. While the nobles reveled in a paradisiacal existence, surrounded by countless maidens and guarded by a formidable army, the common folk suffered greatly. Soon, the nobles grew weary of their indulgent lives, until one fateful day, when one such noble visited the archipelago of Sabody and encountered the true essence of aristocracy, the celestial dragons. The inherent privileges of the celestial dragons captivated the noble, awakening a realization that such beings existed in this world. Upon returning to his own island, he dreamt of emulating the grandeur of the celestial dragons. He resolved to capture the island's commoners as slaves, deriving pleasure from their torment, a novel experience that quickly ensnared his fascination. One day, the legendary celestial dragons ventured to the West Sea, igniting a frenzy among the nations. Some kings sought to curry favor with the celestial dragons, hoping to secure their allegiance, while others trembled in fear, praying that the celestial dragons would not traverse their lands. The noble of Kagol saw his opportunity. He aimed to ingratiate himself with the celestial dragons, willing to be their dog. For even a dog under the celestial dragons would be exalted above the multitude of others. With great ingenuity, the noble devised a brilliant scheme, whispering his plan into the ears of the celestial dragons, to transform his island into a hunting ground, with the island's inhabitants as the prey. The celestial dragons were indeed intrigued. Accustomed to merely capturing a handful of slaves for leisure, they had never witnessed such a spectacle. Civilians hunted for sport. The noble was a true visionary. Not long after, the celestial dragons arrived at Kagol, descending like demons to commence their hunt, transforming the island into a nightmarish realm. Ferdinand and Guqin were among those tasked with safeguarding the celestial dragons, bearing witness to the ensuing tragedy. As Ferdinand spoke, he cradled his head in his hands, tears streaming down his cheeks as his voice quaked with emotion. I wish to halt this tragedy, yet if I intervened, my subordinates, including Guqin, would perish alongside me. I could not bring myself to do it. At that moment, Noel's gaze hardened, and he retorted bluntly, you could not, or you would not dare. Indeed, Ferdinand had faltered. Yes, the demon upon that island was a celestial dragon, but that was no justification for his retreat. As a sailor, turning a blind eye to the slaughter of innocents could stem from only two possibilities. Either the sailor's sense of justice was insufficiently resolute, or there was simply no justice to be found. Noel chose not to continue speaking. He could disdain Ferdinand's actions, yet he lacked the authority to judge the decisions of others. Indeed, I am a coward, Ferdinand said, his face pale, but Guqin is not. He had made several attempts to rush to the island to rescue the people, and it was I who intervened to stop him. After the tragic events at Kagol had concluded and the celestial dragons departed, Guqin was the first to ascend the island, killing that nobleman without a moment's hesitation. That unfortunate noble had believed that by pleasing the celestial dragons, he would be taken away to start anew. Little did he know that once the populace of Kagol Island had perished, he held no value whatsoever. How could such a worthless being be taken away by the celestial dragons? After slaying the noble, Guqin collapsed to the ground, emitting a beastly wail, utterly overwhelmed by anguish yet unable to shed a single tear. For 3 consecutive days, Guqin knelt on the ground, his eyes vacant, refusing sustenance. Had it not been for the subtle rise and fall of his chest, Ferdinand might have believed him to be dead. It was only after 3 days that Guqin regained consciousness. Wordlessly, he removed his navy uniform and handed it to a comrade, embarking alone on the grim task of burying the scattered corpses across the island. As time passed, more and more naval officers followed suit, shedding their uniforms to join Guqin. The harrowing scenes witnessed by each islander in their final moments coalesced into a vision of hell, indelibly etched in the hearts of every Navy member. Countless sailors were driven to the brink of despair, with some attempting to take their own lives, only to be stopped by their comrades. The burial efforts spanned 2 days, through the relentless toil of the weary. Every last body on the island was finally laid to rest. The Navy could not linger indefinitely. Ultimately, they would need to return to their headquarters. Upon the departure of the celestial dragons, their failure to continue providing escort led to accountability from the world government. Had it not been for Sengoku's timely reassignment, these sailors might have been treated as traitors. Ferdinand eventually located Guqin, who finally uttered his first words, I can no longer serve as a navy. You may leave. Guqin's sense of justice lay shattered. After such a long struggle within the Navy, he began to question whether his every action had indeed been just. Clad in his military garb, whom was he truly protecting? He no longer wished to be a Navy officer, nor did he desire to ponder the nature of justice. All he sought now was atonement. His cowardice and impotence had resulted in countless tormented souls wailing in the skies above the island, and thus, he became the keeper of graves. Noel coldly inquired, Then why have you returned? Chapter 89, Return Again. Ferdinand grimaced as he replied, I too have come to atone, though it serves little purpose. Upon returning to headquarters, Ferdinand and the majority of his naval crew were plagued by psychological turmoil. Each night, as darkness descended, they would close their eyes only to be haunted by the faces of the deceased civilians, as if they were questioning the Navy's failure to rescue them. In the span of just over half a month, the entire crew had visibly withered, dark circles under their eyes resembling shadowy makeup. In response, Sengoku erupted in fury within his office. A once elite unit had been rendered ineffective by the celestial dragons, leaving their continued service in the Navy in jeopardy. Sengoku confronted the 5 elders in a heated argument, which ultimately concluded with the celestial dragons returning prematurely to the holy land of Mariawa. leaving matters unresolved. Eventually, Ferdinand could no longer bear the weight of his conscience and chose to resign from the navy, returning to Kagul to become the proprietor of an inn. This decision was both an act of atonement and a means to care for Guchen. The scandal surrounding Kagul was meticulously suppressed by the world government and the higher echelons of the navy. Most of the naval personnel involved returned to their hometowns, leaving only a determined few who remained in service, choosing to remain silent about the events of that fateful day. Guchen, having slain a noble, was sought after by the navy. However, due to deliberate arrangements, he faced no trouble over the years. Yet therein lay the crux of the issue. Aside from the upper echelons of the navy, other officers remained oblivious to the intricate details. Following Noel's notorious departure from the navy, Guchen's presence caught the attention of hawkish naval commanders. In their eyes, individuals like Guchen, who brought disgrace upon the navy, deserved to be eradicated entirely. Years have passed, and I once believed this would all fade away. Yet, Ferdinand hesitated, recognizing that while this ordeal was sparked by Noel, the blame could not solely rest upon him. Noel was aware of the unspoken half of Ferdinand's words. Yet he paid it no mind and spoke. So, you wish for me to take Guchen away before the navy arrives. Indeed, after this matter, I too shall find my release. No sooner had Ferdinand's words left his lips than the two sensed an overwhelming aura of sword intent erupting from the forest. One of these presences was all too familiar to Noel. It was Elvis. This is bad. They have begun to fight. The two hastily rose and dashed towards the forest. At that moment, Guchen was starting to feel the strain, panting heavily, yet he saw Elvis standing unfazed, poised for his assault. If the battle were to be judged by overall strength rather than swordsmanship, Guchen would have long since lost. He is truly formidable. Guchen took a deep breath and charged forward once more. Rest gate, flowing circles. He reached Elvis's side, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes, continuously rotating around him, delivering a series of slashes that left trails of light in their wake. Clang, clang, clang. As Elvis faced these wolf-like strikes, he raised his sword to block, the blades colliding and sparking. Open gate, thunder slash. After another surge, Guchen found himself on Elvis's left side, delivering a seemingly ordinary yet fierce horizontal strike aimed at his neck. Elvis bent low to evade, only to be met with a vertical slash that he blocked with his raised blade. Guchen then kicked Elvis in the gut, sending him staggering back. Elvis bent over, one hand clutching his abdomen while the other pressed his sword against the ground, his feet skidding back and stirring up a cloud of dust. Once he steadied himself, he stood and grinned. That was quite good. Guchen remained stationary, opting not to pursue the advantage, instead gasping for breath, though he appeared to have the upper hand. His situation was quite dire. Regardless of his efforts, he could not leave a mark on Elvis, while Elvis, even after being kicked, bore no injury, merely playing along with him. The disparity in their strengths was stark. Both were geniuses, yet while Guchen had suffered a shattered mindset and stagnated in growth over the years, Elvis remained a formidable opponent. The once great naval prodigy had fallen to such a state, a testament to the unpredictable nature of fate. Since he will not strike, then it falls to me, Elvis said slowly, assuming a stance of Kaido, his right hand resting on the sword hilt. Kaido, Aurora flash. Though it seemed an eternity had passed, it was merely a fleeting moment. Elvis vanished from sight, a brilliant aurora appearing before Guchen. So swift was the movement that Guchen barely managed to lift his blade in defense before Elvis's figure sliced past him, the blade sheathing itself with deliberate smoothness. Crack. In that instant, a deep wound appeared across Guchen's chest, blood spraying into the air. Guchen tilted his head back, eyes rolling white, and only regained his senses just before collapsing, managing to stand once more. Ha! Ha! Guchen gasped like a bellows, feeling a searing heat in his lungs. The pain from his wound overwhelming him, yet he summoned his willpower to persevere. Once more, he proclaimed, raising his blade towards Elvis. Seeing Guchen's tenacity, Elvis felt a flicker of admiration. He was a worthy adversary. Sheathing his sword, Guchen forcibly suppressed his discomfort with sheer will, his breathing stabilizing, his expression becoming neutral as he entered a state of tranquil focus, his gaze fixed intently upon Elvis, seeking out any weaknesses. 8th gate sword technique. Wound gate. Autumn winds lament. Observing Guchen's stance, Elvis understood instantly, his body moving almost instinctively. A flaw. Guchen's pupils contracted, and he propelled himself off the ground with a thunderous stomp, creating a shallow crater beneath his feet as he transformed into a flurry of withered leaves, darting towards Elvis with an arc of swordlight. Boom. Elvis smirked slightly, charging towards Guchun as well, drawing and then resheathing his sword. Their blades clashed in a dazzling display, all the leaves severed by the Oroorooro slash. Guchun's sword light obliterated, and once again, his chest was marked with a wound. 2 cuts forming an X, one long, one short. While Guchun's injuries appeared severe, they were merely superficial, the contest a mere exercise in swordsmanship. Elvis had been careful, and Guchun's predicament merely looked dire. As Elvis moved to conclude their sparring, Guchun once again raised his blade, eager for another round. After a moment of silence, Elvis resumed his stance, and Guchun smiled faintly. As a swordsman, he resolved to stand tall, even in defeat. Wound gate, autumn winds lament. Kaido, Oroorooro flash. Once more, the two charged at each other, and just then, a figure crashed between them, gripping both blades and shouting, "Stop." Chapter 90, Empathy and Action Stop. With arms enveloped in the armor of Haki, Noel firmly grasped the blades of both combatants. Upon seeing Noel's arrival, Elvis smoothly sheathed his sword, and Guchun, recognizing the situation, followed suit, collapsing onto the ground. "Weren't you the one who claimed to know only 2 sword techniques?" Elvis chuckled lightly. "Humph. Is it not permissible to learn something on the fly?" Guchun's weak voice replied, laced with a hint of mirth. Renee hastened from a distance, having sensed the intensity of the clash between them. Along with Alan, they rushed over, relieved to discover that it was merely a sparring match. Just then, Ferdinand arrived, and upon noticing Guchun's wounds, his expression shifted to one of alarm. He was about to erupt in anger when Noel intervened. Noel gently shook his head, indicating that the issue was not significant. He glanced at Guchun, who was seated on the ground receiving treatment, then turned to Elvis and inquired about the cause of their altercation. Elvis cast a sidelong glance at Day and, with no alternative, recounted the recent events to Noel. "Day, it's truly your doing," Noel exclaimed, slapping his forehead and shouting at Day. "Could you not allow me a moment of peace?" He had anticipated that this incident would undoubtedly involve Day. Before arriving on the island, he had meticulously warned Day to avoid trouble, yet the outcome was regrettably unsatisfactory, as Day's carelessness had sparked the conflict. He had initially intended to usher Guchun directly onto the boat, but now, having inflicted injury upon him, Noel felt embarrassed to extend an invitation. "I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I merely sought adventure," Day mumbled, recognizing his fault as he spoke softly. "I shall deal with you upon my return," Noel declared with a fierce tone. Given that Guchun was severely exhausted and injured, it was not an appropriate moment for conversation. Thus, Noel refrained from further discussion and, after Renee completed her treatment, escorted Guchun back to his quarters. Noel and the others returned to the ship, while Ferdinand remained nearby to keep watch over Guchun. Initially, he had intended to invite Guchun aboard, but the chaos caused by Yamato thwarted his plans. Noel felt a twinge of frustration. After hearing Ferdinand's tale, his spirits had already dampened. He had wished to leave this place with Guchun, but it seemed they would have to linger for a few more days. With the world government and the celestial dragons involved, Noel realized that any association with them invariably led to misfortune. They brought nothing but suffering and anguish, akin to harbingers of disaster. "What? Noel, do you mean to invite that Guchun aboard?" The others expressed their astonishment. Noel recounted Ferdinand's story once more. Bang! Yamato slammed her fist on the table, her face flushed with fury as she exclaimed, "Where is that celestial dragon? I shall kill him." The expressions of the others darkened considerably. Ren-E was reminded of her own tragic past, while Alan could scarcely comprehend the perilous nature of the outside world. Noel sighed, suggesting that once Guchun's injuries had healed, he would have a discussion with him. Thus, Noel and his companions temporarily settled in Kagol. Meanwhile, a pirate ship, ominously flying a skull flag, advanced towards them with a menacing air. "We are nearly at Kagol. Let us plunder when we arrive," cackled a pirate wearing a captain's hat, laughter dripping with brutality. He had long set his sights on the island of Kagol, which boasted an advantageous geographical position. After years of development, the merchants on the island must be thriving. Moreover, the frequent passage of merchant ships meant that a successful raid would secure their financial needs for the next 6 months. "Boys, steer towards Kagol and proceed at full speed," the pirate captain exclaimed with excitement, raising his sword high. "Slay them all. Ha ha ha. This time we shall seize abundant riches." The crew erupted in cheers, their enthusiasm igniting a cacophony of noise. 3 days later, Guchun's wounds had nearly healed, and Noel once again visited his dwelling. Knock, knock. Noel gently knocked twice on the door, causing Guchun, who had been resting with his eyes closed, to open them. He approached the door and found Noel standing alone before him. Guchin was not surprised by Noel's arrival. Elvis had mentioned that Noel wished to see him, though the purpose of this visit remained unclear. "How has your injury healed?" Noel inquired, opting for casual conversation rather than getting straight to the point. However, Guchin had no interest in such pleasantries and, without responding to Noel's question, directly stated, "What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Noel paused for a moment before chuckling and ruffling his hair, saying, "Guchin, come aboard my ship. It would be a pity for you to remain here." "Huh? Do you believe that my resignation from the Navy equates me to your kind, pirate?" Guchin replied coldly. While he was indeed engulfed in confusion, it did not imply that he would turn to piracy. Regardless of the past or present, he harbored an unwavering disdain for pirates. Had he not left the Navy and was not seeking redemption, even in the face of defeat, he would have chosen to fight to the death rather than accept aid from a pirate. Now, Noel's invitation struck him as somewhat ludicrous. He was merely a traitor to justice. "Oh dear, this is quite troublesome," Noel remarked with a hint of exasperation. His identity could not be easily revealed, and he sensed that even if he disclosed to Guchin that he remained a Navy officer, Guchin would still refuse to board the ship. Nevertheless, there was no alternative. Action was necessary. Noel patiently stated, "The Navy is still heading to Kagol because of my situation, preparing to eliminate you." Guchin paused, then replied nonchalantly, "Let them come. I should have ceased to exist long ago." The shattered beliefs of Guchin had rendered him weary of the endless torment. Death, in his view, seemed a preferable option. Observing Guchin's indifference, Noel sighed. It appeared he would have to employ the method of empathy to attempt to sway him. Noel entered the room, casually selecting a chair to sit upon, and then began to assure Guchin that there was no need for formality, inviting him to sit and engage in a leisurely conversation. Observing Noel's lack of regard for social boundaries, Guchin's lips twitched slightly. Had he the upper hand, he would have struck him down long ago. "Very well then, let us see what other tricks you have up your sleeve," Guchin thought as he closed the door and took a seat on his bed. "You are aware, I too have departed from the Navy. Yet you may not know the reasons behind my decision to leave," Noel said, his expression darkening as he sought to cultivate a somber atmosphere. Empathy is key. The ambience must convey that they are kindred spirits in this moment. Noel, while meticulously controlling his expression, recounted his experiences in Furgasak. His demeanor transitioned from one of grave seriousness to intense anger, ultimately culminating in profound disappointment as he narrated the tumultuous events. Guchin, initially indifferent, gradually shifted to indignation, and finally his eyes brimmed with nostalgia. Noel recognized that his empathic approach had begun to resonate, yet he knew that a more potent remedy was required. With a resounding clap, he slammed his palm onto the table, coinciding with a distant cannon blast from outside. "What the hell? Who is it?" Noel's expression shifted dramatically. He was on the brink of success, only to be interrupted. Who was disturbing his plans? Chapter 91. Who is it? The cannon fire obliterated the atmosphere Noel had painstakingly crafted, causing his previously triumphant spirit to falter. Why did the intruder choose this crucial moment to arrive? He resolved to uncover the identity of the one who had sabotaged his efforts. Closing his eyes, Noel summoned his observation haki, enveloping the entire island in his awareness. He discerned that a ship had docked at the harbor, and its crew exuded a strength far beyond that of ordinary folk, clearly not merely a passing merchant vessel. Pirates? Noel was taken aback. He had not anticipated that even this neutral zone would attract marauding pirates. Did they not fear retribution from their peers? At this moment, Guchin seized a blade, flung open the door, and rushed toward the harbor, prompting Noel to follow suit. With his empathic approach only half successful, they now had no choice but to proceed cautiously. As they exited the expanse of flowers and entered the forest, they encountered Yamato and others waiting for Noel. Upon catching sight of him, they promptly joined his side. Elvis leaned closer to Noel and whispered, "What's the situation?" "Damn it, don't mention it. We were on the verge of success when those pirates at the harbor disrupted everything." The mere thought of it irked Noel. All he desired was to send those meddlesome pirates to the depths of the sea. "Listen up, lads. Seize every valuable item." The pirate captain stood at the bow of the ship, brandishing a steel blade and directing it toward the town. Countless pirates surged forth, the sound of gunfire erupting incessantly, inciting chaos throughout the town. Aside from a few valiant souls resisting fiercely, the majority of the populace fled in disarray, resembling headless flies. Flames began to engulf the entire town, and under the overwhelming strength of the pirates, even those who dared to resist were mercilessly slaughtered. "Guchin, Gazing at the distant flames was transported back to a hellish scene from years past. The memories flooded back, igniting a fierce determination within him. With a sudden explosion of energy, Gu-chun bent his knees slightly and launched himself forward, a cloud of dust billowing in his wake as he sped toward the town. Upon his arrival, the sight that greeted him ignited a furious response. The pirates cackled maniacally as they hunted down the townsfolk, executing every male they encountered while binding the women together. The treasures of the town were unearthed and piled in the streets, with the pirate captain standing beside the loot, roaring with laughter like a beast. The town had fallen. If no one intervened, it wouldn't be long before not a single survivor remained. With his head bowed, Gu-chun walked slowly down the street, resembling a soulless husk. These fruits are indeed ripe for the taking. A pirate emerged from a building laden with gold, sharing his joy with a companion. Look, ISNT, there's someone standing over there. Another pirate nudged his comrade, pointing in Gu-chun's direction. Perhaps he's too frightened to move. Let us go see. The pirates approached Gu-chun with mockery, but before they could utter another word, a flash of steel illuminated the air, and in an instant, both were rendered lifeless, cleaved at the waist by Gu-chun. The commotion drew the attention of other pirates nearby, who shouted in alarm. Enemies! Those fools Wyndon and his companion have been slain. Capture him. This one is strong. Let us all attack together. The pirate lackeys, seasoned by their experiences at sea, understood the implications of Gu-chun's lethal prowess. They knew that if he could dispatch two of their own with a single stroke, he could certainly do the same to them. Though audacious, they were not suicidal and thus rallied their comrades to improve their chances of survival. Dropping their plunder, countless pirates brandished their weapons and charged at Gu-chun from every direction, hoping to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. However, they underestimated his strength. Gu-chun gripped the hilt of his sword, and with a swift unsheathing, a flurry of lethal strikes ensued, decimating the surrounding pirates in an instant. Damned gate, battle slaughter. Meanwhile, Noel and his companions arrived on the scene, witnessing Gu-chun's merciless assault on the pirates. Observing the devastation of the town, Noel's expression hardened, and he spoke in a grave tone. First, let us cleanse the town of these marauders. Elvis and the others offered no objections, silently charging into the fray. Heavenly thunder. Noel unleashed the power of his fruit, conjuring a colossal palace of thunder above the town, stirring the ominous clouds overhead, and utilizing his formidable observation hockey for guidance. Countless bolts of lightning cascaded down with a deafening roar, striking numerous pirates within the town, who were subsequently finished off by Yamato and others arriving to deliver the final blows. Who dares? Exclaimed the pirate captain, his gaze ablaze, as the previously favorable situation was instantly shattered by the lightning descending from the heavens. Gu-chun observed Noel, enveloped in crackling thunder, falling into a contemplative silence. In such circumstances, the wide-ranging assaults afforded by the fruit's abilities proved exceedingly advantageous. Had it been Gu-chun himself, he would have had to painstakingly seek out each pirate, methodically eliminating them one by one, a process that, despite his swiftness, would have consumed an inordinate amount of time. Noel deliberately left the captain to Gu-chun. Knowing that Gu-chun's heart was ablaze with fury, yearning for an outlet, Gu-chun discerned Noel's intention and approached the captain in silence. At that moment, the captain trembled in fear, aware that he had provoked an unimaginable adversary. He longed to plead for mercy, yet as he beheld the grim scene before him, he realized such entreaties would be futile. Bang! The captain raised his firearm and pulled the trigger towards Gu-chun, a flash of fire erupting as a bullet hurtled forth. With the realization that begging for mercy would yield no results, he sought to take someone down with him. Gu-chun's body swayed slightly, effortlessly evading the incoming bullet, and then vanished from sight. The door swung open, and with a swift strike, the captain was cleaved in two. Drip drop. At that moment, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky, gradually intensifying over time, extinguishing the flames that had engulfed the small town. Soaked by the rain, Gu-chun stood motionless, while the surviving residents of the town were rescued by Dehi and others, gathered together for safety. Thank you. Gu-chun's voice, though somewhat hoarse, resonated clearly in Noel's ears. Noel let out a soft laugh without uttering a word, instead gazing up at the sky. Chapter 92, Shackles. The torrential rain extinguished the raging fire that had engulfed the small town, simultaneously dousing the lingering desires of its inhabitants to remain. Those who had originally come to conduct business began to pack their belongings, preparing to depart, leaving behind wisps of smoke ascending into the heavens. The pirate crew that had arrived the previous day was an exception, yet no one could guarantee that another pirate raid would not follow. Sacrificing one's life for a mere handful of belly seemed hardly worth it. Noel once again ascended the island, where the inhabitants expressed their gratitude with deep bows. Had it not been for their assistance, the fate of Noel and his companions would surely have been dire. Approaching the Sea of Blossoms, Yamato and the others lingered at the edge, patiently awaiting what was to come. Noel stepped forward alone, and before he could knock, Guchin opened the door. "Oh, it seems you've had a good rest. The island's inhabitants are preparing to leave. What do you think? Would you consider departing with us?" Noel raised a hand in greeting. After the events of yesterday, Guchin's demeanor toward Noel had softened, a hint of a smile gracing his handsome features. "Whether or not they leave is inconsequential. I intend to remain here." Upon hearing this, Noel felt a sense of resignation. He had anticipated that, following the turmoil caused by the pirates, Guchin's departure was unlikely. Observing Noel's expression, Guchin fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Although you have withdrawn from the Navy, you still harbor a sense of justice within you. I recognize that you wish to assist me, but what can we achieve after leaving together? Besides atoning for my sins here, I cannot conceive of any actions that might alleviate my guilt. In this world, justice does not hold as much significance as one might think." Guchin's visage reflected a tormenting struggle. He had always believed that justice entailed combating pirates and crime. However, after that incident, he realized that justice and evil are not absolute, and many elements supersede them, such as wealth and power. The celestial dragon's actions are undeniably malevolent. Yet their inherent privileges allow them to commit such atrocities with little consequence, receiving instead the reward of returning to their holy land. As a member of the Navy, whom does he truly protect, the commoners or the celestial dragons? Now, Guchin's convictions of justice lay shattered, and he found himself engulfed in confusion. What could he possibly achieve by venturing out to sea again? Perhaps it would be more meaningful to perish here, providing a semblance of closure to the souls of those who once fell in this place. Noel, in a fit of rage, growled that the deceased cannot be resurrected, and the past incident is not to be blamed on him. True, they cannot return to life, yet the living can still do something for those who have departed. Guchin cast his gaze towards the gravestones beyond the sea of flowers. "I am a gravekeeper, a penitent soul," he declared. "What is there to be done? Guarding the graves? They are already gone. Your actions serve only to alleviate your own guilt. They hold no meaning whatsoever. The deceased do not require your atonement." Seeing Guchin's unwavering demeanor, Noel felt the urge to slap him awake. Does the living's guardianship of the dead bring them solace? It does not, for the departed are irrevocably lost. Guchin, now incensed, exclaimed, "Then tell me, what must I do to find meaning? Shall I continue to serve those dragonborn as their dog? You scoundrel!" Once the fervor subsided, Guchin regained his composure and, with a stoic expression, stated, "You all may leave. I shall not accompany you. I choose to remain here to atone, unlike you, who still harbor justice in dreams. I am but a wretched creature who should have perished long ago." Suddenly, a thunderclap resonated, striking the gravestone at the edge of the flower field. "Scoundrel! What are you doing?" Guchin shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Noel was no longer inclined to engage in futile conversation with Guchin in his current predicament. Words would serve no purpose. A decisive action was imperative to jolt him back to reality. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bolts of lightning descended, shattering the tombstone into fragments. How infuriating! Guchin was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. He had not anticipated that Noel would unleash his fury upon the tombstones on the island. "Open the door. Phoenix spreads its wings." Guchin stood his ground, the blade unsheathed in an instant, unleashing a dazzling circular strike reminiscent of a phoenix in flight. Swiftly directed towards Noel. Clang! Noel enveloped his arm in armed hockey, and with a single hand, he grasped the phoenix, exerting a slight pressure that caused the ethereal image to dissipate, leaving behind a circular slash, culminating in a solitary chime. The disparity in strength between the two was insurmountable. Guchin's furious strike left not a single mark upon Noel. Just as Guchin intended to strike again, Yamato and the others rushed over, with Yamato anxiously calling out, "Noel, what are you doing? These tombstones are of utmost importance to Guchin. Why would you destroy them?" Yamato hurried to intervene. "Noel, Elvis, you all must destroy every tombstone on this island and prevent Ferdinand from approaching." Noel shouted at Yamato and the others without offering any explanation for his actions. "But, hurry!" Noel interrupted Yamato, his voice rising in fury. The group halted, observing Noel's expression, and ultimately, Yamato clenched his teeth and replied, "Understood." After spending so much time together, Everyone recognized the kind of person Noel was. If he insisted on demolishing the tombstones, there must be a rationale behind his decision. Elvis, seemingly sensing something, cast a deep glance at both Noel and Gu-chun before silently turning away. Upon seeing the tombstones, a sword-like aura surged forth. "You lot, come back," Gu-chun roared, feeling thwarted by Noel's obstruction. He could not even prevent the long-range lightning strikes Noel unleashed while remaining stationary, let alone hinder the actions of others. On the island, clouds of smoke erupted continuously, and Gu-chun's eyes turned crimson with rage as he relentlessly swung his blade at Noel. Countless sword techniques rained down upon Noel. Yet his body, fortified by the ultimate armed haki, bore no marks from Gu-chun's assault. "Ha, ha, what exactly do you intend to achieve?" Gu-chun gasped, bewildered and still unable to comprehend why Noel sought to destroy the tombstones on the island. Observing Gu-chun's distress, Noel spoke in a somber tone, "Since words are ineffective, I shall obliterate all the tombstones. Let us see how you guard the graves then." "Why? Why must you destroy the tombstones?" Gu-chun was on the brink of madness, never having encountered such a person. Despite having expressed his desire to remain, Noel was resolutely intent on annihilating all the tombstones. Noel let out a roar, proclaiming, "If these gravestones are your shackles, then I shall shatter them for you. Awaken, Gu-chun, do not linger in the past any longer. If there remains a flicker of justice within your heart, then save others in this world. Do not remain here in mourning for the departed." Gu-chun stood frozen as if struck by lightning, tears streaming down his face, before he knelt on the ground, cradling his head and weeping uncontrollably. After a long spell of sorrowful lamentation, Gu-chun's cries subsided, and he slowly collapsed onto the earth. Chapter 93, The Fish That Got Away Have I Aired? Gu-chun murmured, seemingly seeking affirmation from Noel, yet also questioning himself. Until now, he had always believed he was atoning for his past frailties and cowardice. However, Noel's words today had struck a profound chord within his soul, prompting him to ponder whether all his efforts had indeed been justified. Noel gazed down upon Gu-chun, and upon hearing his words, he remarked that acknowledging one's own fragility and vulnerability is not inherently wrong. However, one should not remain ensnared in memories, stagnant and unmoving. Every moment in this world witnesses tragedies akin to that of Kagure, and if you wish to avert witnessing such occurrences, then grasp the blade in your hand to protect them. Is that so? I understand. With that, Gu-chun closed his eyes and succumbed to a deep unconsciousness. A faint smile curled at the corners of Noel's lips, for he recognized that his audacious gamble had borne fruit. Initially, he had resolved to abandon his quest. Yet a sudden spark of inspiration prompted him to undertake this perilous decision. The risk was palpable, had he failed. The bond between him and Gu-chun could have devolved into enmity, complicating matters significantly. However, success had been achieved, and such worries were now moot. The notions of confusion and shattered beliefs were mere distractions. If these tombstones were your shackles, then I shall shatter them for you. This world harbors countless souls in need of salvation. Languishing here would be a sheer waste of your talents and capabilities. The group, having destroyed the tombstones, returned, with even Alan laboriously approaching, hammer in hand, panting heavily. Upon seeing Alan's state, Elvis jested, "Alan, this won't do. You shall join Gu-chun in my training henceforth." "What? Must I partake as well?" Alan replied, somewhat taken aback. Did he step forward, draping an arm around Alan's neck? "Of course. Our future adversaries will be formidable." "Very well. I shall strive to improve," Alan mused, recalling the brutal scenes of pirate raids on towns from days past, realizing he needed strength for self-protection. He had witnessed the clash between Elvis and Gu-chun. Though he arrived late, he understood that both were exceptionally powerful beings. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that for Noel and his companions, that battle was merely a warm-up. For Alan to catch up at his current age, he would need to exert considerable effort. Noel contemplated Alan's potential. Since his strength was lacking, perhaps a potent fruit could remedy that. Securing a formidable fruit for Alan to consume, coupled with their assistance, would enable him, even as an ordinary individual, to evolve into a formidable force after a few years of training. "Renee, would you kindly look after Gu-chun?" Noel turned to her and inquired. At that moment, Ferdinand stepped forward, bowing deeply to Noel. "I am profoundly grateful to you, Lord Noel. Gu-chun is in your capable hands." Following this ordeal, Gu-chun's shattered convictions began to mend, liberating him from the island's constraints, and he finally felt a sense of relief. This situation had not originated from him. Yet he bore considerable responsibility, despite his initial intent to rescue all his subordinates. It was not a matter of right or wrong, merely a divergence of choices. "Do not thank me. Your choices were not erroneous." Noel sidestepped Ferdinand's bow and inquired, what do you intend to do next? Ferdinand chuckled lightly. Now that Guchin's matter is resolved, I may seek a quiet place to quietly endure this failed life. Noel nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. He turned to Elvis and instructed him to prepare their crew for departure as soon as Guchin awakened. Understood. Elvis turned and left to make the necessary arrangements for their voyage. Admiral Ghost Spider. A situation has arisen on Kagger Island. Only a single pirate ship remains in the port, belonging to the Beast Pirates. A naval officer exclaimed in astonishment upon spotting the flag of the Beast Pirates from the lookout tower. The Beast Pirates? This is the West Sea. How could they possibly be here? No, it is indeed possible. Ghost Spider, initially taken aback, suddenly recalled Noel's presence, who had indeed been wandering the West Sea of late. Brady Noel? Humph. A gathering of those who betray the Navy. It is the perfect opportunity for their complete annihilation, Ghost Spider stated coldly. Perhaps we should report to Admiral Akiji first. Doberman approached, acknowledging that although he too wished to eliminate Noel, their combined strength was insufficient. Ghost Spider fell silent for a moment before indignantly declaring, as members of the Navy, how can they, upon acquiring the mythical Zoan abilities, abandon justice and betray their own? It is a disgrace. Subsequently, Ghost Spider picked up the transponder snail and dialed to Kaido. Admiral Akiji, Brady Noel is also on Kagger Island, he reported. Akinu's brow furrowed. As a Marine Admiral, he was well aware of Noel's identity and the events surrounding Guchin. Noel's appearance on Kagger suggested that Admiral Sengoku had intervened. You two stay on their trail. I am departing for there immediately, Akiji said coldly before hanging up. Even though he understood Noel's identity, he had to maintain appearances, or else questions would arise within the Navy regarding his actions. To uphold his persona, Akiji felt compelled to pursue Noel, while simultaneously curious about Noel's current strength. As a future pillar of the Navy, he must endure certain trials. With this thought, a faint smile appeared on Akinu's lips. Then he recalled the fish he had baited. Muttering in a low voice, since you refused to bite, consider yourself fortunate. On this voyage, he had brought along 2 vice admirals, namely Ghost Spider and Doberman, whom he subsequently dispatched to Kagger, remaining behind alone. He wished to see if that individual would show up. It seemed unlikely after such a lengthy wait. However, it mattered little. They were merely insignificant mice, incapable of stirring any substantial waves. Meanwhile, as Elvis returned to the port, directing his subordinates in preparations for departure, the pirates at the lookout also spotted 2 naval ships approaching from the distance. Lord Elvis, we have sighted 2 naval ships approaching, one reported. Elvis immediately turned his gaze towards the far-off vessels and retrieved his transponder snail, dialing the number that was concealed beneath Ren-E's garment. Renee, have Noel take the call. This is Noel. He stepped forward upon hearing Elvis's voice. We might be in trouble. The Navy is here. On the horizon, 2 small black dots were steadily advancing towards Kagger. Chapter 94, Is the Navy so bored? Noel, why aren't the naval ships closing in on us? They're maintaining such a distance, Yamato remarked, observing the ships. Ever since Elvis had detected the Navy's presence, Noel had decisively led everyone to set sail. Now, with the Navy neither attacking nor retreating, Noel surmised that they were likely waiting for reinforcements. With merely 2 ships, they would not pose a significant threat. They might be awaiting reinforcements, Noel speculated, uncertainty evident in his voice. At that moment, Guchin spoke in a low tone. I have burdened you all. He felt that had it not been for him, Noel and the others would not be in their current predicament. What do you mean you and us? Now that you are aboard, we are partners, Noel interjected, shaking his head to interrupt Guchin's attempt to continue. Subsequently, he added with a relaxed demeanor, I will take a moment to rest. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Returning to the cabin, Noel quietly activated his observation hockey, confirming that everyone was on deck before pulling out the transponder snail. Bree. This is Sengoku. The familiar voice and form of the transponder snail emerged. Sengoku, I've brought Guchin aboard, but now we have 2 naval ships trailing us. Who are they waiting for? Noel whispered, voicing his concerns. Under normal circumstances, with the strength aboard Noel's ship, they could not possibly be overwhelmed without at least 4 or 5 vice admirals. However, gathering such a number of vice admirals would not be a swift endeavor, suggesting that the Navy held considerable confidence in the strength of the reinforcements they awaited. Sengoku remained silent for a moment before responding with uncertainty. Following you should be Ghost Spider and Doberman. They are likely awaiting Akiji. Noel's gaze suddenly became vacant. He shook his head and said, Who are you referring to? I didn't quite catch that. I replied, The reinforcements should be Sakaski. Wongwo reiterated, It's over, It's over, Akainu has arrived? Noel was aware that the person coming would undoubtedly possess formidable strength, yet he never anticipated that it would be the notorious Akainu. This iron-blooded figure, even if aware of Noel's true identity, made Noel somewhat skeptical about whether Akainu might eliminate him himself. Noel's mindset was somewhat shattered. Why on earth was Akainu present in this location? Was it truly necessary to dispatch an admiral to eliminate a mere Guchin? The presence of 2 vice-admirals would have sufficed to bestow significant respect. Given Guchin's current prowess, a single vice-admiral could easily overpower him, let alone 2. Yet now, Sengoku informed Noel that behind the 2 vice-admirals, an admiral was trailing them? What a farce. Today was not April Fool's Day. Surely, the Navy had not become so idle that they required an admiral to apprehend a former rear admiral? Noel's lips twitched, nearly unable to suppress a roar of indignation. Sengoku, too, felt a measure of helplessness. He had not anticipated that Sakazuki would pursue Noel. Sakazuki's target is not you. Perhaps he has not found the intended target and has come to feign interest in you, Sengoku reassured. Since Sakazuki chose to pursue Noel, there must be a rationale behind it. However, Sengoku was aware of Noel's identity and hoped that no complications would arise, or so he believed. Yet, a sliver of uncertainty lingered within Sengoku. After all, Sakazuki's temperament was exceedingly extreme. Should circumstances escalate, he would undoubtedly choose to eliminate Noel without hesitation. Nonetheless, for the time being, it seemed that matters had not reached such a critical juncture. I understand, Noel replied before ending the call, letting out a heavy sigh. This time, he had been thoroughly ensnared by that old man Sengoku. He had already taken the risk of exposure to come and rescue someone, and now he had nearly put himself in jeopardy. Had it been Akiji or Kizuru pursuing him, Noel would not have been overly alarmed, for their temperaments dictated that they would not pursue him earnestly, even with knowledge of his identity. Akainu, however, was an entirely different matter, and Noel was uncertain why he had chosen to follow. Perhaps he sought to test Noel's loyalty to the Navy? Noel, feeling a tinge of uncertainty, shook his head and withdrew his observation hockey, reclining on the bed. At this juncture, he could only take each step as it came. As evening descended, Alan prepared a meal and called everyone to dine. Yamato, the most enthusiastic among them, eagerly knocked on Noel's door. Hey, Noel, come to dinner. Alan has whipped up a super delicious dish, and I can hardly wait to dig in. Yamato's vibrant voice resonated from outside. It was truly puzzling how Noel lacked enthusiasm even for a meal. Coming. Noel responded, rising to step out, pondering the carefree demeanor of Yamato. Bearing so much in silence, the pressures that one his age should not endure. Indeed, it is a testament to my resilience. Upon Noel's arrival in the dining area, Elvis proactively inquired, what shall we do next? After Noel settled down, he took a bite of the dish and his eyes instantly brightened. Indeed, Alan's culinary creation was exquisite. Once he swallowed the food, he observed the expressions of those around him. Guchan sat silently in his chair, refraining from uttering a word, while Day maintained his carefree demeanor. Elvis, on the other hand, regarded Noel with a profound calmness. A hint of concern flickered across Renee's brow, and only Alan appeared somewhat anxious, for after all, he was merely an ordinary individual unaccustomed to such scenes. Let us proceed directly to the Grand Line. Remaining in the West Sea serves no purpose, Noel stated with tranquility, given the speed of the Navy's warships. It was only a matter of time before Akainu caught up with them. Thus, they would adhere to their original plan. If they could evade capture successfully, Noel intended to find a place to recuperate for a while. If escape proved impossible, then there was nothing more to discuss. Directly surrender. What about the Navy? Elvis inquired, somewhat perplexed by Noel's decision. They were currently in a state of pursuit, yet Noel's expression suggested a certain indifference to the situation. Noel's lips curled into a faint smile. Since we cannot evade the Navy, let us await their reinforcements and then vanquish them. Let us engage in a grand battle. Yamato exclaimed, her spirit lifted after being pursued for so long. We are formidable. It will not be an easy task to subdue us. Noel, concerned about the morale of the group, began to rally their spirits. Elvis, though still harboring some doubts, felt it inappropriate to voice them at this moment, simply stating, leave it to us. Yamato glanced at the silent Guchan, approached him, and grasped one of his arms, raising it high. Guchan, what are you doing? Join us in our cheer, she urged. Oh no, louder. Meanwhile, Akainu had arrived before Noel and the others, awaiting their approach. Noel, Allow me to witness your growth. He intoned slowly from beneath his cap. Chapter 95. A greeting, Noel. Our supplies are somewhat insufficient, Elvis reported after taking stock of their provisions. Following the pirate raid, the island's residents had all vacated, leaving Noel and her companions to deplete their resources after initially resupplying upon landing. The Navy, now trailing closely behind, awaited reinforcements. Should they seek to replenish their supplies, they risked interception. How far are we from Collintown? Noel inquired with a calm demeanor. Elvis glanced at the sun, which was nearing the horizon, and replied, We shall reach Collintown by the morning of the day after tomorrow. Then let us linger in Collintown for a while. There is no need to worry about the Navy, Noel said, a smile gracing her lips. Noel was not particularly troubled by the lack of supplies, for he understood that if Akina truly wished to pursue them, no matter where they fled, he would ultimately catch up, rather than fret over such matters. It was more prudent to contemplate how to escape should they encounter Akina. Noel chose not to share his thoughts on Akina with the others, partly because he could not explain how he knew, and partly because he did not wish to burden them with undue pressure. However, they were unprepared for the developments that unfolded the following midday, when the Navy made new moves. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Admiral Akino has just requested us to disrupt the speed of Brady Noel. He is intercepting up ahead. A sailor hastily approached Ghost Spider. With the arrival of Admiral Akino, Ghost Spider and his companion, who had been tailing Noel, could hardly contain their eagerness and promptly gave orders. Spread the two warships and disrupt them with long-range artillery. Upon receiving the command, the two warships surged ahead, their speed notably increasing, drawing ever closer to Noel and his crew. Boom, boom, boom. After closing the distance, the warships opened fire, cannonballs raining down near Noel. With each adjustment, the accuracy of the artillery improved. Without interference, Noel's vessel would soon be under heavy bombardment. The sudden assault from the once calm warships startled everyone. After a brief moment of chaos, Yamato dashed over, shouting, Noel? The Navy is attacking. I know, Noel replied, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. The movements of those two warships indicated that Akina had indeed arrived, and he was taken aback by how swiftly he had come. He found himself perplexed. Was Akina unwell? Knowing his identity, why persistently pursue him? Yet, pondering such matters was now futile. With Akina drawing near, swift decisions were imperative. On deck, the relentless cannon fire caused Noel's ship to sway beneath him. We cannot escape. What is the nearest location? He glanced at the warships, relentlessly firing yet not advancing, and turned to Elvis. Elvis consulted the nautical chart, confirming their position before looking up. There is an uninhabited island to the northeast. Very well, let us head towards that uninhabited island. Noel nodded, declaring, Since the Navy refuses to relent, we shall fight fiercely. Oh. The crew on deck raised their hands in a fervent cheer. At that moment, Guchin stepped forward once more, stating, They are coming for me. You all should leave me behind and escape. Noel interrupted Guchin's words, saying, Do not think it so simply. This group of Navy is not coming for you, but for all of us. With Guchin's prowess, the Navy need not go to such lengths, yet he was unaware of the true composition of the naval forces dispatched, mistakenly believing they were targeting him. As they spoke, the ship's bow was redirected towards the deserted isle. The following Navy soon discerned the peculiar behavior of Noel and his companions. After a brief observation, they grasped their intentions. Reporting back to Akino, he adjusted his cap and muttered to himself, It seems that lad Noel has caught on. Perfect. It saves me from having to chase him away. Since he is so astute, I shall refrain from striking him too hard. After a pursuit, Akinu's warship finally came into view before Noel and the others. It appears this is the reinforcements the Navy has been awaiting, Elvis remarked as he lowered his binoculars. Regardless, I intend to send these Navy flying, Yamato declared fiercely, wielding her spiked club, eager to engage in battle. Silence. I shall first devise a strategy for the upcoming conflict, Noel announced from the center of the deck. What strategy? We should simply rush in and eliminate them. Yamato frowned, tilting her head. Such a tactic, it seemed, was the best plan given her limited intellect. Noel pressed his forehead, somewhat irritated, remarking that not everyone possesses such exceptional qualities as Alan. After all, he was merely an ordinary person. Subsequently, Noel began to make arrangements. He resolved to confront Akainu alone, as Elvis and Yamato could not afford to be separated from the others. Although a fleet admiral and two vice admirals could indeed hold their ground, the lower-ranking forces of the Navy would utterly overwhelm them, should they be scattered by the Navy. The pirates under Noel's command would undoubtedly succumb to the encroaching elite from headquarters. Their ultimate fate would be death in this forsaken place. If everyone perished, who would navigate the ship? Their vessel was not akin to the small crafts of Monkey D. Luffy, manageable by just a handful of individuals. The purpose of engaging in combat on this desolate island was not to obliterate the Navy, but to find a means to stall them long enough to escape. Had it not been for the lack of supplies, Noel would have already activated his abilities to maneuver the ship away. Moreover, with the support of his undercover identity, Noel felt a measure of confidence. He was also curious about Akainu's relentless pursuit and the underlying motive behind it. As they approached the deserted island, Noel instructed everyone to disembark and advance inland, leaving a few individuals to steer the ship to a concealed location. Noel stood alone at the water's edge, gazing out at the sea, where the battleship had now approached within close proximity, allowing him to discern the faces of the sailors aboard. Perhaps a greeting is in order. A faint smile graced Noel's lips. Super celestial thunder. The radiant lightning danced upon Noel, as countless bolts surged skyward, incessantly guiding the electricity to coalesce, ultimately forming a magnificent palace in the heavens. In the usual course of battle, due to the adversary's relentless onslaught, he seldom had the luxury of time to gather energy. Thus, this technique was predominantly forged from his own electric essence. However, this occasion was distinct. With ample time at his disposal, Noel diligently summoned the natural lightning. And through his mastery over this elemental force, he constructed the Grand Palace. Boom. A multitude of bolts, each as thick as a barrel, intertwined and plummeted, aiming directly at the three warships. Just as the lightning was about to strike the vessels, a colossal wave of magma erupted from the central ship, obliterating both the bolts in the air and the ethereal palace above. Time to retreat. With a mischievous grin, Noel dashed towards Yamato and the others. Chapter 96. Let me witness your growth. Lightning is about to descend from the sky. Enemy attack. Everyone, take cover in the ship's cabin. Cursed fate, there's no time. As Noel was conjuring the Thunder Palace, the naval fleet simultaneously detected his movements, causing a great uproar. Just when the crew felt cornered, Admiral Akina made his move. Massive eruption. Akainu's fish transformed instantaneously into magma, hurtling towards the lightning in the sky, aiming directly at the Thunder Palace. With a resounding explosion, the bolts dissipated, leaving only a few remnants of magma to plunge into the ocean below. Admiral Akina had taken action. Splendid. We still have Admiral Akainu on our side. Countless sailors erupted in cheers, their spirits soaring high. Humph. Too complacent. They are merely a band of pirates. Full speed ahead. The recent disturbance had left the two vice admirals aboard the adjacent ship visibly perturbed, prompting them to reprimand their subordinates. Under their stern commands, the Navy swiftly regained their composure, though the excitement from Akinu's intervention lingered in their expressions. The warships docked at the shore, and various naval commanders led their respective forces toward the island. Akina lingered at the rear, awaiting the emergence of Noel and his companions. After greeting everyone, Noel returned to Day and the others. Could that magma just now belong to that person? Elvis's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and Guchen's pupils constricted to mere pinpoints. The eruption of magma had soared into the sky, instantly catching everyone's attention. Day and Alan, with their limited experience, were unaware of the identity behind it. However, the remaining few were fully aware that only one individual in the Navy possessed the ability to manipulate magma. Yet, Elvis found it hard to believe. Why would Akainu appear in the West Sea? It defied logic. A dignified Marine admiral casually wandering into the West Sea? Who would believe such a thing? Indeed, it is that person, Noel replied gravely, nodding. Even though Elvis had already surmised Akainu's identity, he couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air. Day, observing the somber expressions on their faces, felt curious about their cryptic conversation. Who are you two talking about? Noel cast a glance at Yamato, then surveyed the crowd before slowly uttering the words, Admiral Akainu. These 6 words struck the hearts of those present like 6 heavy hammers. What? An admiral of the Navy? Both Run and Yamato exclaimed in astonishment. A glance at Elvis and Guchen's expressions confirmed to them that Noel was indeed speaking the truth. Why would an admiral of the Navy be present here? Ren's face reflected a hint of fear as she could not help but inquire. Noel's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. I am unsure. Perhaps it is merely coincidence. Beside him, Alan appeared somewhat perplexed. He recognized that the admiral was a formidable powerhouse, yet his limited perspective rendered him incapable of grasping the true weight of Akainu's prowess. I will hold Akainu off for a while. The remaining Navy forces are yours to handle. The moment we find an opportunity, we shall retreat. Noel laid out the plan as previously agreed upon. Elvis, with a hint of concern, remarked, But that is Akainu. Can you truly manage alone? Initially unaware of the identity of the Navy's reinforcements, The group had not expressed much dissent towards Noel's arrangement. However, upon learning of Akainu's identity, it became evident that relying solely on Noel would be quite challenging. Fear not. As long as you secure victory here, we shall successfully escape. Noel reassured them with a smile. To claim that defeating Akainu, or even standing against him, was feasible would be absurd. Nevertheless, Noel possessed considerable strength and believed he could hold him off for a while. I will lure Akainu away. The rest is in your hands. With a final glance at his companions, Noel turned and departed. Damn it! It's Akainu! Elvis exclaimed, striking a nearby tree trunk with his fist. Just as Guchin was about to speak, he was interrupted by Yamato. Guchin, now that we are partners, let us not dwell on burdensome thoughts. He continued. Those two vice admirals are for you to handle. I will ensure that Renee and Alan are protected. Guchin paused momentarily before responding with a smile. Despite feeling a deep sense of guilt, the reactions of Noel and the others warmed his heart, bringing him some joy. Hey, I'm not weak either, you know. Just take care of Alan, Renee protested, lightly tapping Guchin's arm. It was important to note that she was a woman who had navigated the treacherous new world and felt underestimated by such remarks. I will not hold anyone back. Alan's resolve solidified. Throughout their journey, the focus of everyone's words had been on protecting him, which made him, as a man, feel somewhat uncomfortable. He silently vowed that should danger arise, he would not hesitate to sacrifice himself to spare his companions. If they managed to escape this time, he would surely strengthen himself and no longer be a hindrance to the group. Then let us create a ruckus, Yamato declared, hoisting the spiked bat with a beaming smile. After Noir departed, he utilized his observation haki to sense the aura of the island. The formidable and iron-willed presence of Akainu was instantly detected by Noir. Approaching within close proximity of Akainu, Noir swiftly transformed into his bear form and unleashed a breath attack directed at Akainu. Thunderous roar. At the moment Noir transformed, Akainu also became aware of Noir's presence. Confronted with the sudden breath attack, he was immediately pierced through his body, subsequently melting into a pool of flowing magma. This was elementalization. Noir's pupils constricted, and he instantaneously vacated the spot. Boom. The moment Noir departed, Akainu materialized at the very spot he had just occupied, delivering a devastating magma-infused fist upon the ground. Had Noir not evaded swiftly, he would have been compelled to withstand Akainu's fierce assault. Enemies have been detected. Noir's recent exhalation had alerted the surrounding Navy forces to his presence, and they were now intent on encircling him. Leave Brady Noir to me. You shall pursue the remaining pirates. Akainu commanded his subordinates, turning to face them. Understood. The Navy personnel responded, their forms stiffening. As the leading officer guided the team away from the scene, Noir and Akainu stood facing each other, separated by several dozen meters. Brady Noir. It has been a long time. Upon noticing the absence of others nearby, a faint smile crept across Akainu's lips. However, Noir's previously calm demeanor was shattered. He slightly twitched the corner of his mouth and remarked, Boss, why have you come after me instead of pursuing pirates? Upon encountering Akainu, Noel recognized that they had successfully navigated a perilous situation, and he felt a profound sense of relief within. The old man was currently engaged in the pursuit of pirates. And after scrutinizing Noel with a discerning eye, Akainu harbored a sense of satisfaction. It appeared that during his prolonged absence, Noel had not squandered his innate talents. In fact, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to his time in the Navy. Noel found himself momentarily at a loss for words, feeling that Akainu's observations were indeed valid. Come forth, young one. Let me witness your growth. Should your prowess fall short of expectations, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you right here. Following their exchange of pleasantries, Akainu reverted to his previously stoic demeanor. Chapter 97. The disparity regarding Akainu. Noel could only muse, you certainly have an abundance of time. Traveling such a distance merely to assess my capabilities? Nevertheless, he felt reassured by the idea of this evaluation. Despite recognizing the vast chasm between his abilities and those of these formidable beings, Noel remained somewhat confident in his own strength. After all, at his age, few could rival him, excluding the likes of the former Big Mom. Noel once again transformed into his bear-like form. Over the course of time, his height had increased from 2 meters to approximately 2.7 meters, and upon becoming a bear man, he soared to an impressive 4 meters. Zzzzz. After his transformation, countless bolts of lightning converged upon him, ultimately coalescing into a suit of lightning armor that not only stimulated his internal cells, thereby enhancing his speed, but also bolstered his defense. Thunderous seal of demons. Having prepared himself, the armed color of haki enveloped his fists as Noel dashed towards Akainu in an instant. Blue-black lightning flashing past as he aimed to strike at Akainu's head. In response to Noel's assault, Akainu refrained from elemental transformation, instead emanating waves of heat as his fist morphed into molten lava, effectively blocking Noel's attack. Bam! After a muffled thud, a surge of lightning surged into Akainu's body, while the remaining bolts clung to his form in the surrounding area, creating a faint magnetic field. Feeling the impact of Noel's strike, Akainu coldly remarked, "If this is all you are capable of, then perish here." The paralysis induced by the blow was negligible to Akainu, yet he remained unaware that its effects would intensify over time. Fiery canine fang. His molten arm transformed into a colossal dog's head, extending its limbs toward Noel with the intent to bite. Noel was momentarily startled, instinctively retreating as a breath of air shattered the dog's head into fragments. Before Noel could launch another assault, the disintegrated head reformed and lunged at him once more. Six King Spear, Bear Cannon. Noel clasped his hands together, conjuring the visage of a thunderous bear, which collided forcefully with the canine head. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, enveloping the scene in a cloud of dust and debris. Seizing the opportunity created by the blast, Noel retreated, while the red dog, witnessing this, struck the ground with a powerful fist. Lava erupted. As Noel's feet touched the ground, he immediately sensed a tremor beneath him. Before he could react, an eruption of molten lava surged forth from the depths of the earth. The once smooth terrain was instantaneously shattered by the onslaught. Impact. Intense heat. In an instant, Noel was enveloped. Boom, boom, boom. The lava cascaded down, continuously flowing across the ground, filling the air with a pungent aroma. Norr was enveloped in a cloak of darkness, adorned with patterns of lightning. In a moment of crisis, he shrouded himself with armament haki, the surging electricity barely managing to deflect Akainu's fierce assault. Such ferocity was overwhelming. Norr grimaced in pain from the searing heat and swiftly retreated from the spot as lava scattered around him. Observing Norr unscathed, Akainu scoffed. "Is this all you've got?" "I'm terribly disappointed, Norr. This is merely the beginning," Norr retorted defiantly. Noel exerted force through his feet, striking the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust around him. Bolstered by the power of lightning, he instantaneously appeared before Akainu. A tempest of 1,000 thunders. Noel's formidable aura surged skyward. As a colossal thunder bear materialized behind him, its countless fists crashing down like relentless waves upon Akainu. Akainu's gaze sharpened, activating his observation haki within its perceptive embrace. Noel's myriad of fist shadows became vividly discernible, only to be evaded through elemental transformation. TSK, Noel couldn't help but click his tongue. Recognizing the inherent trickery of the Logia fruit, when wielded skillfully, it rendered one virtually untouchable. In contrast, any other adversary would have been compelled to react to Noel's onslaught. Yet Akainu, as a user of a natural type ability, remained utterly unmoved. Sky Thunder. Countless bolts of lightning cascaded down. If physical attacks were futile, then I shall vanquish magic with magic. At last, Akainu exhibited a reaction, leaving behind a molten shell as his true form vanished in an instant. Boom. The molten shockwave erupted. Akainu reappeared to Noel's left, delivering a powerful punch that radiated with searing heat, as a gargantuan fist imbued with force surged directly toward Noel. The molten fist cleaved through the ground, creating a deep chasm through which lava flowed, while the temperature around intensified with each of Akainu's strikes, warping the very air itself. Thunder Bear Smash. As the molten assault approached, Noel crossed his arms, summoning two bear heads that roared in unison, charging forth, one leading and the other following, to collide with the molten force. The clash between the Thunder Bear and the lava produced a deafening roar, stirring up clouds of dust as Noel seized the opportunity to create distance, inhaling deeply. Having exchanged only a few rudimentary blows, Noel realized he remained significantly distant from the level of true monsters. Akainu's simple strikes had already put Noel on the defensive, and should both unleash their full powers, it would not be long before Noel succumbed to defeat. The satisfaction he felt after vanquishing Cronin had been swiftly obliterated by Akainu's few blows. Meanwhile, Akainu found himself somewhat pleased with Noel's prowess, recognizing that, apart from the creatures of the sea, few remaining foes could pose a lethal threat to him. Unless cornered in a dire predicament, surrounded by several equally formidable opponents, even if he could not win, retreat would still be a viable option. Lightning flickered once more around Noel, with countless bolts of electricity radiating outward, continuously intensifying the surrounding magnetic field. Ascending once again, Noel relentlessly unleashed the thunder-sealing magic towards Akainu. In order to facilitate Noel's growth, Akainu, too, ceased holding back, revealing his true power. A torrent of flames erupted, Akainu's arm transformed into molten lava as it swung back, then swiftly extended, striking Noel with a powerful punch during the brief interval of his assault. The searing heat warned Noel that should he fail to block this blow, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. As Noel's pupils constricted, his legs slightly bent, and his arms crossed to shield himself, the hockey of armament enveloped his entire being once more. At that moment, the molten fist collided with Noel's form. Boom. The molten fist elongated incessantly, causing Noel to retreat step by step until the magma erupted, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Thunderous roars filled the air. Before Noel could catch his breath, Akainu's assault surged forth again, a series of colossal molten fists relentlessly targeting him. A flash of blue light flickered, and in an instant, Noel vanished from his position, reappearing above Akainu. His body emanated wisps of smoke, his face slightly charred, and an expression of fury directed at Akainu as he struck. Damn, if I hadn't reacted so swiftly, I would have sustained severe injuries. Thunderclap of exorcism. A rapid blow, accompanied by the shadow of his fist, struck once more against Akainu's molten arm. Just as Akainu was about to unleash a mocking retort, his expression shifted abruptly. Boom. Noel's conqueror's hockey erupted instantaneously. Countless black lines descended, pressing down upon the surroundings, causing even Akainu to pause momentarily. At that moment, the accumulated lightning within Akainu's body exploded, unleashing a powerful paralyzing sensation. And coupled with the suppression of the conqueror's hockey, Akainu's form staggered once again. Naraka Thunder. Chapter 98. Akainu, I am here to slay you. A surge of momentum emanated from Noel. His fist, infused with the essence of conqueror's hockey, enveloped him as if he were in a realm of shadows. Countless bolts of lightning converged, manifesting as a river of the underworld, rushing directly toward Akainu's form. The river of the underworld, the might of thunder. As Akainu shook off the paralysis, the river was already before his eyes. Boom. With no time to evade, Akainu was struck by Noel's furious blow. He was instantly sent flying, his body entwined with numerous bolts of lightning, emitting crackling sounds. Upon crashing to the ground, he splattered into a pool of magma. That was quite the strike. Akainu gathered his form and slowly stood up, wiping the corner of his mouth in admiration. The initial paralysis from the lightning, followed by the explosive force of the conqueror's hockey, all culminating in this decisive punch. It seems Noel had been laying the groundwork from the very beginning, solely for this moment. However, if Noel were of equal strength, he might have sustained injuries from this blow, but unfortunately, that was not the case. At the moment of impact, Akainu had enveloped himself in armament hockey and utilized elemental discharge in midair, rendering Noel's meticulously crafted punch far less effective. I never expected this kid to awaken Conqueror's hockey. If his strength were to increase further, perhaps he should simply rejoin the Navy. Such formidable combat prowess is wasted as an undercover agent. Akainu mused internally, as everyone anticipated that Noel would inevitably become a strong warrior, yet none foresaw his rapid growth. With such formidable strength at this moment, if he continues on this trajectory, he might very well evolve into a new powerhouse within 2 years. An undercover agent of an admiral's caliber? The Navy cannot afford such luxury. Meanwhile, Noel, oblivious to Akainu's thoughts, felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing that his attack had not inflicted substantial damage. It appears I shall have to seek an opportunity to try that move soon. Noel exhaled deeply, acknowledging the futility of defeating Akainu, and resolved to utilize him as a gauge for his power. This way, he would be somewhat prepared when encountering other formidable foes in the future. On another front, as the Navy pressed deeper, they finally clashed with Yamato and others. The Ghost Spider and Doberman charged forward, only to be intercepted by Elvis and Yamato, resulting in a fierce collision. The four powerful beings engaged in relentless combat, with the Ghost Spider wielding dual swords against Elvis amidst a flurry of sword energy. Yamato, on the other hand, confronted Doberman, their weapons clashing as both sides leaped back. Yamato cast a surprised glance at Doberman's left hand. Humph, pirates, your journey ends here. Doberman scoffed coldly, then charged forward once more. With the commander detained, the remaining Navy officers began to encircle Guqin and his companions. Navy soldiers clashed with the pirates under the Beast Pirates banner, with Guqin leading the charge, his sword energy cutting through the air as he struck at the Navy. Chaos erupted as the overwhelming numbers of the Navy began to tilt the battle in their favor. Despite Guqin and Renee's best efforts, they found themselves unable to avoid being besieged. Seeing the significant disadvantage, Yamato seized the moment while assaulting Doberman, unleashing his conqueror's hockey. Doberman was taken aback by the sudden intimidation of the conqueror's haki, subsequently being struck by Yamato's club, while the ghost spider also felt the impact, allowing Elvis to capitalize on the opportunity and gain an upper hand. At the same time, all Navy and pirate members lacking sufficient strength collapsed to the ground, including the ordinary Allen, who also succumbed to unconsciousness. Only officers above the rank of lieutenant remained standing, with even some of the weaker lieutenants succumbing as well. Guchen, Rennie, and the remaining pirates swiftly launched their attack against the dazed Navy personnel, with the lower-ranking Navy officers incapacitated. The pressure on Guchen and his companions significantly lessened, allowing them to barely maintain their ground despite still being at a disadvantage. Yamato's mastery of Conqueror's haki was not yet refined, making it difficult to control its range and differentiate between friend and foe. Otherwise, a single application of that power would drastically alter the tide of battle. Conqueror's haki? Indeed a sinister force. Today, none of you shall escape. The ghost spider, astonished, had not anticipated that there would be a wielder of Conqueror's haki among Noel's crew. However, his eyes soon turned ferocious. He was determined to seize this opportunity to eliminate these adversaries once and for all. If they were to escape, the Navy would gain yet another formidable foe in the future. The ghost spider utilized life return, manipulating his hair to move as if it were alive. Of the 8 strands, 6 ensnared swords, while 2 entangled pistols. Countless blades surged toward Elvis, who found himself momentarily stunned by the ghost spider's actions. Quickly shifting to defend himself, Elvis felt as though he were besieged by multiple opponents, with bullets occasionally flying his way, leaving him somewhat flustered and sustaining several wounds. However, as time passed, he gradually adapted to the onslaught. Aye, Aurora Flash. Elvis executed his technique, launching a brilliant arc toward the ghost spider, interrupting the latter's assault and forcing him to retreat. Indeed, the Navy's vice admirals are formidable, Elvis remarked with a grin. Just moments ago, he had struggled against the ghost spider's relentless pressure. Had it not been for his considerable strength, he might have sustained severe injuries from the barrage. Now that Elvis had withstood the wave of attacks, it was his turn to retaliate. Sky-soaring meteor flash. Elvis bent slightly, then suddenly drew his sword, unleashing a multitude of meteoric sword energies. After the ghost spider severed the sword energies, he was met with the phantom of a colossal dragon surging from behind Elvis. The ghost spider's eyes widened in alarm as he crossed several blades before him, forming a makeshift shield. The dragon collided with the shield, producing a cacophony of ringing sounds, ultimately forcing the ghost spider back. Just as he steadied himself, Yamato suddenly appeared beside him. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The club, imbued with armament haki and cloaked in black lightning, struck the ghost spider's side. Ugh. The strike from Ghost Spider was utterly unexpected. He had not anticipated that Doberman would fail to intercept Yamato. Consequently, he suffered considerable damage due to the coordinated assault from Elvis and Yamato. As Elvis and Yamato surged forward once more to deliver a fierce blow to Ghost Spider, Doberman finally arrived, albeit tardily, positioning himself in front. Seeing Doberman's obstruction, Yamato and his companion chose not to attempt a breakthrough. Instead, they began to besiege Doberman. Under the simultaneous assault of 2 formidable adversaries, Doberman's extensive battle experience guided him to make the wisest decision. Enveloping himself in armament haki, he employed a block of iron for defense. His objective was not to inflict harm but merely to endure this perilous phase. As Ghost Spider prepared to charge forward again, Doberman seized the opportunity to transition from defense to offense, and the 4 combatants engaged in a fierce confrontation on the battlefield. At that moment, as the Navy and the Norr Brigade clashed violently on the island, a small boat approached the shore. Akiji, did you ever think I would come to kill you? A figure with a cold smile and a bloodthirsty gaze slowly advanced toward the island. Chapter 99, Storm. Lava Impact. Thunderous Roar. The colossal fist of molten lava collided with the breath of lightning, momentarily stalemating before being dispersed by the molten fist and hurtling towards the location of Norr. Noel clasped his hands together, and the thunderous bare head charged forward. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, giving rise to a small mushroom cloud as Noel staggered backward, enveloped in wisping smoke. Each strike from Akiji demanded that Noel retaliate with 2 or even 3 blows just to withstand the assault. It had barely been a moment since the battle commenced, yet Noel found himself gasping for breath. This is exceedingly difficult, he contemplated, casting a glance at Akiji, who stood unwavering in his position. If this continues, he feared he might not endure until the arrival of Yamato and the others. Even should Yamato and her companion make their way here now, in a 3-on-1 scenario, he doubted they could hold out for long. Observing Noel's prolonged silence, Akina mockingly inquired, "What is the matter? Are you already at your limit?" Noel did not respond to Akinu's taunts. Instead, he unleashed a breath of fire. Boom. The breath was effortlessly thwarted by Akinu's molten arm, which then struck the ground with tremendous force. Scalding lava surged from beneath the earth, erupting instantaneously beneath Noel's feet. Having been wounded by this technique numerous times before, Noel had already vacated his position upon witnessing Akinu's movement. Damn it, this is utterly unfair. Norr now finds himself at a disadvantage in close combat, and against ranged attacks, he is equally outmatched. While Noir's conqueror's haki does exert some influence over such formidable beasts, the effect can only be deemed moderate at best. He cannot afford to be drained any further, lest he exhaust the last vestiges of his strength for a counterattack. As Norr evades Akinu's relentless assaults, he tirelessly seeks a strategy. Yet another molten fist descends upon him, and in a moment of distraction, Norr is struck into the ground. His body ravaged by the immense force and terrifying heat. With a thunderous roar, Noel's fur bristled wildly as he transformed from a bear man into a colossal bear. The tempest of thunder erupted. His massive paws struck with ferocity, ultimately shattering the enormous fist that bore down upon him, thanks to the formidable strength of the giant bear. Taking a deep breath, Noel's form gradually diminished, reverting to his bear man shape, his body entwined with crackling lightning, and his eyes gleaming with an ethereal blue light. Noel lifted his gaze toward the heavens, observing as the magma from Akinu erupted incessantly, generating spirals of steam that ascended into the atmosphere. The once clear sky, previously devoid of clouds, was now shrouded in ominous darkness, which Noel adeptly harnessed. Bolts of lightning surged toward the firmament, eliciting a thunderous roar from the darkened clouds. Boom. Several colossal strikes of lightning descended near Noel and Akinu, synergizing with Noel's abilities to create a formidable electric-magnetic field. Enveloped in pitch darkness, the blue patterns on his body re-emerged, signifying Noel's complete mastery of haki. Noel raised his right hand high, unleashing a tempest of lightning that instantaneously manipulated the magnetic field, giving rise to a formidable storm. As the storm surged forth, Noel bellowed at Akinu, "Embrace the tempest." No sooner had the words left his lips than the thunderstorm fully materialized, with countless blades of wind intermingled with arcs of electricity relentlessly assaulting Akinu. Faced with this cataclysmic onslaught, Akinu's pupils constricted. Having sensed the shift in Noel's aura moments earlier, he understood that Noel was poised to unleash his ultimate attack. The purpose of their confrontation was to gauge Noel's strength, so Akinu refrained from making a move, choosing instead to await Noel's eruption. This overwhelming storm astonished Akinu. The ability to summon such an assault indicated that Noel was not far from their level of power. Once Noel could invoke a calamity with every gesture, the outcome would naturally follow suit. Despite his admiration for Noel's prowess, Akinu's actions remained unhurried. "Allow me to enhance your storm," he murmured, as his right hand transformed into a colossal magma fist that struck the ground. Magma hot winds. The earth beneath roiled, and as the magma erupted, a torrent of red-hot wind spiraled forth. The thunderous storm of wind blades and lightning clashed with the searing vortex of heat, and after several collisions, they began to merge gradually. Noel's lips twitched slightly, and he found himself momentarily paralyzed. The already terrifying storm became increasingly outrageous with Akinu's intervention. As he observed Akinu's actions, Noel felt that the situation was slipping beyond his grasp. With the tempest intensifying, Noel gritted his teeth, silently steeling himself, urging, "Let it explode." Noel's right hand, which had summoned the tempest, struck down with tremendous force, causing the recently stabilized storm to undergo a dramatic transformation once more. Akinu sensed the shift, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as his fist, which had previously slammed into the ground, was raised high, radiating a brilliant red light. One hand descended while the other ascended, their movements synchronized as if choreographed. Boom. The tempest, infused with blades of wind, crackling lightning, searing heat, and even traces of magma, erupted simultaneously at the hands of both combatants. The explosive roar resonated across the entire island, a towering mushroom cloud ascending into the sky, causing the others on the island to halt their actions in an instant. It was Noel. Elvis's pupils constricted into mere pinpoints. The explosion did not bode well in his eyes. Oni Spider and Doberman turned their gazes toward the mushroom cloud, their lips curling into dangerous grins, utterly unconcerned for Akinu's safety. To them, the explosion signified that Akinu had successfully vanquished Noel. On the battlefield with Guchin and Rene, the magnitude of the explosion left them in shock, They had not anticipated such a colossal upheaval from Noel's confrontation. The individuals previously rendered unconscious by Yamato's conqueror's haki, who had just begun to regain their senses, were once again knocked out by the ensuing shockwave. Eren fared even worse, having just opened his eyes and regained his bearings. He lost consciousness again before he could rise, uttering a mere exclamation of disbelief before succumbing to darkness. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure who had quietly landed on the island was startled by the deafening sound, his expression shifting from shock to elation. He had not expected the individual battling Akainu on the island to possess such formidable strength, capable of contending with Akainu to this extent, which instilled him with immense confidence. Originally uncertain about the prospect of ambushing Akainu, the presence of Noel now suggested that, with their combined efforts, they could indeed slay him. Akainu, this island shall serve as your grave. I shall use your head to honor my fallen comrades. The mysterious figure vowed silently, having awaited this moment for years. Believing it to be his finest opportunity, his heart consumed by the flames of vengeance. This violent tempest and explosion astounded all on the island, simultaneously signifying Noel's downfall. At the epicenter of the blast, Noel lay prostrate on the ground, the intense shockwave inflicting severe internal injuries upon him. Were it not for his robust physique, he would have been prepared for the final banquet. Conversely, Akainu, also at the explosion's core, appeared far less disheveled. The tremendous blast merely left him feeling slightly uncomfortable. Akainu approached Noel's side and softly remarked, "Not bad." Chapter 100, We shall unite to slay him. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the battlefield of Noel and Akainu had transformed into a desolate ruin. Noel lay on the ground, his eyes gazing vacantly at the sky. Defeat had come, as anticipated. Yet it remained a bitter pill to swallow. He murmured to himself, then struggled to turn his head and glance at the approaching Akainu. The chasm-like disparity between them was starkly evident before Noel's eyes. Ever since vanquishing Cronin, Noel's mindset had undergone a transformation. He believed that even when confronted by these formidable foes, he could manage to escape. However, Akainu's arrival compelled him to confront the reality he had evaded. Fortunately, as a member of the Navy, Noel was spared the fate of being annihilated on the spot by Akainu and his ilk. Otherwise, they would have had no chance of reaching Impel Down. Akainu observed the fallen Noel, and to be honest, he felt a measure of astonishment at Noel's prowess. In merely 2 years, Noel had ascended to such heights, and Akainu felt a twinge of regret. Had he known of Noel's rapid advancement, he would have certainly intervened to prevent him from becoming an undercover agent. A few years of patience could have transformed Noel into a new generation of monsters. Not bad, Akainu remarked in a low tone, though satisfaction resonated within his voice. Noel smirked, pleased by the acknowledgment from the powerful figure. He felt that his injuries were not in vain. After a moment of contemplation, Akainu spoke again, expressing regret at the thought of letting him go. Would you consider returning? Not just yet. I prefer to wait until my strength has further improved, Noel replied, momentarily taken aback before shaking his head in refusal. He had not anticipated that Akainu would entertain the notion of him rejoining the Navy at this juncture. However, it was absolutely inconceivable for Noel to abandon his undercover identity now. What a ridiculous notion. Noel had sacrificed so much to become an undercover agent. And having just begun to stabilize his position, returning to the Navy would render all the beatings he endured at Kaido's hands utterly meaningless. Moreover, he was contemplating the prospect of inheriting Kaido's legacy in the future. Returning to the Navy would only complicate matters for him. Presently, everything was favorable. With the strength of Noel's crew, as long as they refrained from provoking those formidable foes, they could traverse the seas with confidence. Upon hearing Noel's refusal, Akainu ceased his persuasion, though a hint of regret lingered in his voice. So be it, then. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, Akainu's expression sharpened. He sensed an unfamiliar presence approaching. This aura was unlike any from the Navy or Noel's crew, indicating that during the chaos of battle, others had arrived on the island. Someone is coming, Akainu murmured, lowering his voice as he retreated. The recent explosion on the island would have dissuaded anyone else, yet this individual continued to advance, suggesting they had ulterior motives. Hence, Akainu decided to probe into the identity of this mysterious person. Noel, struggling to rise, found himself at a loss for words. Damn it, is it always this arduous to be an undercover agent? After being pummeled by Akainu, I still have to put on an act. As Akainu sensed that the mysterious figure was nearing, he suddenly raised his hands, forming volcanic fists aimed at the sky. Meteor volcano. Lava erupted towards the heavens, only to descend like meteors. Noel began to coordinate his movements, his body crackling with lightning as he evaded the falling lava. With each agile maneuver, he edged closer to the concealed position of the enigmatic individual. However, as he drew near, he stumbled, being struck and sent flying by the molten rock. Noel's form surged towards the enigmatic figure, and Akainu, sensing an opportunity, charged forward. He delivered a powerful blow to Noel, unleashing a tremendous inferno. His molten arm elongated rapidly, striking with a terrifying heat. A subtle smile graced the corners of Noel's lips as he moved, vanishing from sight in an instant. Lightning release, body flicker technique. Boom. Akainu's attack collided with the location where the mysterious figure had concealed himself, forcing the hidden individual into the open. Who goes there? Akainu bellowed with fury. Meanwhile, Noel turned his gaze towards the enigmatic figure. After a careful observation, he realized he was unfamiliar with the presence before him. At that moment, the mysterious figure felt a pang of frustration. He had intended to stealthily remain hidden, awaiting an opportune moment to strike Akainu with a decisive blow. However, he had not anticipated that Noel would fortuitously approach this very spot, leading to his exposure by Akainu's attack. He could not fathom that the two were in cahoots, and his unmasking was the result of a meticulously orchestrated plan by both Akainu and Noel. As the mysterious figure became visible, Akainu focused his gaze and, astonished, exclaimed, "Jeffrey Simon." Noel furrowed his brow. He had never heard of this name before. Akainu was indeed somewhat taken aback, for this voyage in pursuit of fish was aimed specifically at this individual. Initially believing that Jeffrey Simon would not make an appearance, Akainu had contemplated abandoning the mission. However, in a twist of fate, Simon had stealthily followed Akainu to this very place. Realizing that he had been exposed, Simon ceased to wallow in regret, fixing a malevolent glare upon Akainu, the man he loathed with a vengeance. Once a formidable pirate in his own right, Simon had carved out a significant reputation through his unparalleled combat prowess. Just as he was poised to ascend to greater heights, he encountered his most formidable nightmare, Akainu. At that time, Akainu was merely a rear admiral. During a patrol in the New World, upon learning of Simon's presence nearby, he took it upon himself to eliminate him. Countless streams of magma flowed forth, and Simon's crew was annihilated by Akainu's relentless assault. Simon barely managed to escape, relying on his own formidable strength, and subsequently vanished from the limelight. It was only recently that his whereabouts resurfaced, detected by CP agents who reported to the government, which subsequently relayed the information to the Navy. Akainu understood that Simon's reemergence was likely aimed directly at him. Years had passed, and Simon's strength would undoubtedly have advanced. If left unchecked, he would pose an even greater threat. Thus, Akainu resolved to fish. By embarking on a patrol, he intended to draw away his forces and test whether Simon would reveal himself. Regrettably, Simon did not show, instead opting to observe cautiously from the shadows. He recognized that, although his own power had grown, Akainu's strength had become far more terrifying. Over the years, Akainu had risen from rear admiral to admiral, instilling fear in countless pirates across the seas, all achieved through sheer tenacity and ruthlessness. Simon did not consider himself a match for Akainu alone, yet the desire for revenge gnawed at his heart, compelling him to persistently shadow Akainu in search of an opportunity to strike. The subsequent events unfolded as anticipated. Upon arriving on this island alongside Akainu, Simon fortuitously encountered a fierce battle between Noel and Akainu. He believed his opportunity had arrived, with such a powerful ally. Even if he could not vanquish Akainu, he could surely escape. After following Akainu for so long, Simon's patience had worn thin. "Akainu, did you ever expect to find me here?" He sneered coldly, then turned to Noel and declared, "You alone cannot defeat Akainu. Together, we shall bring him down." Noel was taken aback. What was this operation? Chapter 101. I have seen this fruit before. "Akainu, did you ever imagine I would appear here?" Simon replied with a cold smile, then turned to Noel and said, "Kid, you cannot defeat Akainu alone. We must join forces to vanquish him." Noel found himself at a loss for words. Noticing Noel's lack of response, Simon furrowed his brow, feeling that Noel appeared somewhat dazed. Did he not realize that without Simon's arrival, he would surely perish here? "Kid, what are you dawdling for?" Simon remarked, somewhat displeased. Noel stifled a chuckle, appearing somewhat bemused as he remarked, "Oh, very well. Two naval officers are engaged in a sparring match, and you, a pirate, suddenly leap into the fray. What does that signify? It seems you have willingly walked into a trap." Standing nearby, Akainu also found the situation amusing. Had Simon not made his appearance, Akainu would have let him be. for locating him from the shadows would have required considerable manpower. Yet now, having delivered himself right into the open, Akine felt no obligation to hold back. Magma Fist. Akinu's molten fist elongated rapidly, aimed directly at Simon's form, thus commencing the skirmish. Simon's expression turned serious. He leaped to evade the oncoming attack and swiftly maneuvered to Akinu's right side, his foot enveloped in the armor of Haki, delivering a sidekick imbued with a terrifying gale. As Simon's strike approached, Akinu's keen observation allowed him to sense the impending danger well in advance. Transforming into magma, he deftly evaded the sidekick, reforming his human shape as he unleashed a barrage of scorching punches. From the onset, Akinu's formidable strength exerted tremendous pressure upon Simon. Just as Simon fought valiantly against the onslaught, a thought struck him. He turned his head to glance at Noel, only to find him seemingly frozen in place, staring at the two combatants. "Hey, what are you dawdling for?" Simon shouted in frustration. "We're already in the thick of battle. What are you doing standing there? Watching the show?" From the very beginning, Simon had sensed that this young lad was somewhat slow-witted, and now it appeared that this boy, capable of contending with Akinu, indeed possessed a rather low intellect. Noel found himself in a quandary, uncertain of which side to aid. Initially, the two navies were engaged in a fierce confrontation, and his sudden intrusion as a pirate seemed to necessitate involvement in the fray. Reluctantly, he decided to humor the fool for a while, stroking his chin as he made his decision. Noel forcefully pressed down with his foot, propelling himself forward in an instant, his entire being enveloped in crackling lightning. Positioning himself alongside Akinu, Raging Gale, Thunderbird. Two slashing strikes, shaped like thunderbirds, surged toward Akinu, yet the electrifying assault was effortlessly deflected by a mere wave of Akinu's hand. The ease with which Akinu repelled the attack left Simon utterly astonished, causing him to instinctively retreat, his gaze sharply fixed on Noel. "Who are you? How do you wield the 6 powers of the Navy?" Simon was bewildered. What was the origin of this young imp? Could he possibly be a member of the Navy? If Noel were indeed a Navy officer, it would spell disaster for him, as his reckless advance would merely deliver his own demise. Noel, somewhat exasperated, scratched his head and said, "Uncle, from which mountain crevice did you emerge? Are you unaware that I was once a naval officer?" "Once? So you are a traitor of the Navy?" Simon furrowed his brow. The term naval traitor indeed sounded harsh, but I have indeed withdrawn from the Navy, Noel retorted, feeling rather speechless. This person must be trying to amuse himself. Surely he must be daring to approach him with an invitation to join forces without even knowing who he was. What gave him the confidence to believe that the two of them could vanquish Akinu? After exchanging just a few simple moves, Noel discerned that this pirate named Simon was undeniably strong, yet still inadequate when faced with Akinu. However, given Simon's appearance, it was not difficult to understand. If even Noel could not recognize him, he must have been lurking in some obscure corner for far too long, eagerly emerging after his strength had increased. Otherwise, had he roamed the seas for a while, he would not harbor such ludicrous thoughts. Kill Akinu? As if he were worthy of that. Noticing that Noel did not seem to be joking, Simon secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder he could utilize the 6 styles, as they had just clashed. In that fleeting moment, Simon genuinely believed this was a trap set by Akinu specifically to eliminate him. With his worries alleviated, Simon charged at Akinu once more, while Noel provided support from the sidelines. "Uncle, I've been injured. I will assist you," Noel declared as he kicked out several bolts of lightning, creating ripples in the water. Even though Noel was exerting himself, Simon felt the pressure had significantly lessened, causing him to feel a surge of joy as he exclaimed, "Akinu, I shall take your head." Simon's arrogance naturally provoked Akinu's ire. "Are you performing a skit?" "My head." With fury, Akinu unleashed a barrage of molten fury, delivering a powerful punch that sent Simon reeling before a molten hound lunged toward him. Unfazed by the impending assault, Simon calmly observed Akinu's attack, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Suddenly, his entire being transformed to a shade of dark gray, bracing himself to withstand the strike. A loud clang resonated, and from a distance, Noel sensed something was amiss, uncertainly murmuring, "A devil fruit user?" Initially, Noel assumed Simon had coated himself in Haki, but soon realized the color enveloping Simon differed from that of Haki. Thus, Noel surmised that Simon too was a devil fruit user. "Ha ha ha. Akinu, did you not expect this? To defeat you, I have finally acquired a fruit that is impervious to magma," Simon proclaimed, rising to his feet, his form sharp and exuding a formidable aura. "Ever since you hunted me down, I have tirelessly searched for a fruit capable of countering you, and at last, I have found it." Simon's eyes glinted with ferocity as he declared, "Steel fruit. The steel fruit? I feel as though I have encountered it before, Noel mused, scratching his head. He had a vague recollection of the fruit but could not place it distinctly. Akainu, however, scoffed dismissively. Do you truly believe that consuming a devil fruit grants you the power to defeat me? While normal magma cannot melt steel, that does not imply I am at a loss against you. Relying on a mere devil fruit to turn the tide? Dream on. Then let us test that, Simon roared, his body first transforming into steel before being enveloped in haki, charging fiercely at Akainu. Steel charge. The ground trembled beneath his heavy steps as Noel, clutching his fist against his palm, exclaimed, I've remembered. This is merely a lower-tier fruit of the metal fruit. The pirate he had encountered on Tesserel Island was a user of the metal fruit, ultimately apprehended and sent to impel down. He never anticipated encountering another similar fruit here. Observing Simon's fierce demeanor, Noel could not help but reflect, the significance of a devil fruit is immense, yet equally crucial is the individual who wields it. Chapter 102, A Rear Guard Boom. As Simon charged forward, Akainu slammed his fist into the ground, causing countless streams of magma to erupt, shattering the earth and raising massive boulders. With an unyielding ferocity, Simon smashed through the boulders, disregarding the surrounding magma. Akainu drew back his right hand, gathering strength, before unleashing a colossal molten fist. Magma shockwave. This time, Simon met the molten fist head-on, resulting in a tremendous explosion. However, he failed to break through and remained rooted in place. Gazing at his unscathed form, Simon could not help but cackle. Akainu, your attacks cannot harm me. To be frank, Simon had initially sought the heat-hit fruit to counter Akainu, yet it had unfortunately been consumed by Charlotte Oven, one of Big Mom's sons. Setting aside whether he could infiltrate Whole Cake Island to eliminate Oven, even if he succeeded, it was improbable he would find the fruit. After an extensive search, he had ultimately settled on the steel fruit as the only means to counter Akainu. Now, it seemed Simon was quite satisfied with this fruit, at least. Akainu's magma posed no threat to him. Akainu sneered contemptuously. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Magma hot wind. Once more, Akainu conjured a tempest of intense heat. This time, devoid of Noel's thunderstorm fusion, the temperatures surged even higher. Within the storm, Akainu pressed forward, his molten fist gleaming with a dark sheen, indicative of haki. Akainu was no fool. If high temperatures held no sway over Simon, he would rely on brute force to crush him. As the two collided, a fierce battle of physical prowess ensued, with Akainu's fist relentlessly striking Simon, the sound of impacts echoing through the air. Yet Simon stood firm, utilizing his formidable defense to withstand Akainu's onslaught. Noel quietly distanced himself from the radius of the lava storm, feeling a sense of discomfort from the terrifyingly high temperatures. Although it posed no direct threat to him, he still experienced a slight tightness in his chest. It seemed that Simon had entered a state of heightened power. So Noel decided to let him bear the brunt of the confrontation while he assessed the situation on Yamato's side. Steel Giant Sword. As Akainu was struck back by Simon's powerful punch, Simon's right hand instantaneously transformed into a colossal steel sword, sweeping through the air and severing Akainu in two. The bisected Akainu gradually metamorphosed into lava, his true form coalescing beside Simon. Heatwave. In such a perilous environment of extreme heat, Akainu unleashed a shockwave imbued with scorching winds, erupting lava encircling Simon in an instant, followed by a powerful wave crashing against him. Simon, however, was undeterred. Disregarding the surrounding lava, he countered with a formidable blow from his left hand aimed directly at Akainu's head. With his remarkable defensive capabilities, Simon opted against blocking, fully embracing a life-for-a-life combat style. You wish to strike me? Very well, but know that my retaliation will also land upon you. Even as a formidable creature, Akainu found it challenging to swiftly eliminate such an adversary, leading to a stalemate on the battlefield. However, as time progressed, the environment around them began to transform, with countless streams of magma flowing across the ground, and the sky seemingly painted in hues of red. Meanwhile, Noel arrived at the battlefield alongside Yamato, where he witnessed Guchin and Rennie struggling to fend off the onslaught of the Navy with their pirate crew. Elvis and Yamato were engaged in fierce combat with the two vice-admirals, Ghost Spider, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, coordinating their attacks with one another. Having initially suffered a heavy blow from Yamato, Ghost Spider and his companion primarily adopted a defensive stance in response to Yamato's aggression. They believed that, in the three battle zones, they held a significant advantage in two, and as long as they could withstand the opponent's assaults, victory would be easily attainable. As an undercover agent, Noel found it unwise to launch a surprise attack on the Ghost Spider duo, Thus, he swiftly turned and dashed towards Guqin. Thousand birds flow. Noel leaped forcefully, landing squarely in the midst of the naval formation. Instantly, arcs of lightning surged around him, coalescing into a vast electric net that enveloped all the sailors. Countless naval personnel were immediately struck down by the lightning, their bodies rendered numb as they collapsed to the ground. This sudden turn of events naturally captured everyone's attention. Noel. The members of the Noel Brigade were instantly filled with joy upon witnessing his appearance. Meanwhile, Ghost Spider and Doberman were left utterly astonished to them. The recent explosion had signified that Admiral Akainu had captured Noel. Yet here was Noel, standing before them. But where was Admiral Akainu? The two expanded their observation hockey, probing in the direction of Akainu. To their surprise, the Admiral's aura remained remarkably potent, yet he was now engaged in combat with an unknown entity. Reinforcements? Doberman pondered, somewhat uncertain. He believed that anyone capable of arriving here at such a moment could undoubtedly be Noel's reinforcements. After Noel relieved Guqin and the others from their predicament, he responded with a smile, mentioning that an old pirate had come to trouble Akainu, allowing him to seize the opportunity to escape. Upon hearing this, Elvis and the others felt a surge of joy, astonished that circumstances had taken a turn for the better. Initially, despair had gripped their hearts, leading them to believe they had fallen into an inescapable abyss. Should Noel or Guqin face defeat, annihilation would await them all. The only advantageous point lay with Elvis and Yamato, who relentlessly launched an assault against the Ghost Spider duo. However, their efforts were in vain, as Ghost Spider and Doberman possessed an abundance of experience, fully aware of their own strengths. With no clear victor emerging from the old stalemate, it seemed that a resolution was unlikely to materialize for at least 2 or 3 days. Yet, while they could endure, others could not. Fortunately, the situation had shifted. Someone had occupied Akainu, and Noel had been liberated, significantly increasing their chances of escape. Noel refrained from further conversation and charged towards the Ghost Spider and his companion, launching a relentless assault in collaboration with Elvis. The duo, who had previously been comfortably on the defensive, now found themselves under increasing pressure. The formidable strength of the trio was beyond their capacity to withstand. Thunderstorm. Due to the lack of prolonged accumulation of energy, Noel could only summon a minor tempest this time. However, given the current circumstances, repelling the Ghost Spider and his ally was more than sufficient. The powerful storm surged forth, obstructing their path. Noel turned to Elvis and urged, "Take everyone and prepare for departure. I will hold them off." Elvis nodded and, despite Day's reluctance to retreat, led the crew of pirates, who supported one another as they vacated the battlefield. Although they appeared quite disheveled, their faces bore expressions of joy. They had survived the clutches of Akainu. As the Ghost Spider tore through the tempest, Elvis and the others had already fled, leaving Noel standing alone. "Apologies, but your opponent is now me," Guqin declared, his eyes fixed intently on the two, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Chapter 103. What are you waiting for? Don't run. The Ghost Spider was now anxious. Such a golden opportunity, if missed, would mean an uncertain wait for another chance to encircle Noel and his companions. After just this skirmish, he was convinced that Noel's crew posed a significant threat to the Navy. Their potential was immense. Such formidable strength at a young age could very well lead them to become the next figures of the Yonko caliber, particularly since they were under Kaido's command, who constantly sought to instigate the most epic of wars. Noel and his allies could not be allowed to escape. In an instant, the two executed the shave technique, closing in on Noel with an intimidating aura. The Ghost Spider, along with the blades woven into his hair, conjured a whirlwind of slashing steel, relentlessly striking at Noel. Doberman similarly positioned himself on Noel's opposite side, joining forces with the Ghost Spider to launch their assault. Their intent was to swiftly subdue Noel and then intercept Elvis and the others. Noel, of course, would not act recklessly. He began to rely on his armament hockey to continuously block and evade. Although he had just engaged in a fierce battle with Akainu, and on the surface, his injuries appeared to be minor, he was indeed suffering greatly. Nevertheless, thanks to his formidable regenerative abilities, Noel could withstand the onslaught of both adversaries for a brief period without issue. Noel was enveloped in surging lightning, transforming into a bear-like figure as he continuously blocked the attacks of the two adversaries. Each time their strikes met his form, the electric current would arc from the blades, coursing through their bodies. An immediate sensation of paralysis washed over them. "Humph, since the others have fled, you shall remain," the Ghost Spider scoffed. After an intense exchange, He realized that it was rather unrealistic for just the two of them to subdue Noel in a short span of time. Therefore, he decided to disregard Elvis and his companions. As long as Noel was eliminated, this encirclement would be deemed a resounding success, effectively neutralizing a future threat and avenging the Navy's disgrace. With merely the two of you, it is insufficient, Noel grinned. Defeating you is impossible. However, escaping is quite effortless. Noel, retreating while engaged in battle, began to move slowly towards the opposite side of the island. He intended to give those aboard the ship ample time to prepare, so that they could board and depart without delay upon his arrival. The ghostly spiders soon discerned Noel's intentions, however. Having witnessed Noel incapacitate all of his subordinates upon his entrance, they realized they could not prevent Yamato from advancing. Their only recourse was to devise a means to eliminate Noel, causing the blade in the ghost spider's hand to quicken with determination. In stark contrast to Noel's withdrawal, the confrontation involving Akiji was far more intense. Simon and Akiji clashed ferociously, with Simon transformed into a veritable Iron Man, undeterred by the searing heat of magma. Akiji, in turn, consistently maintained a tempest of molten rock, transforming the very environment of the battlefield. After yet another collision, Simon suddenly realized that Noel had vanished. Damn it! I came to rescue you, and you fled first. Although Simon's appearance had been forced, he firmly believed that without his intervention, Noel would surely have perished at the hands of Akiji. Fine, even without you, I can still vanquish Akiji. Once I eliminate him, I shall not spare you for your cowardice in battle. However, after prolonged combat, Simon gradually regained his confidence. The terror of being pursued by Akiji began to dissipate. The caution he had once exercised was shed in the heat of battle. What of Akiji or the admirals? They cannot breach my defenses. Had Noel remained, he would have remarked that if the metal fruit were to be consumed by Simon, he would become an even more formidable adversary. The concept of metal is far more expansive than mere steel. It encompasses many substances with melting points even higher and greater resilience. Coupled with Simon's commendable strength, it would indeed prove exceedingly difficult to defeat him head-on. Yet Simon felt a twinge of confusion after such a brief period of intense combat. He sensed a significant depletion of his stamina and began to breathe heavily. Unbeknownst to him, this fatigue was the result of Akiji's machinations. A barely perceptible smile crept across Akiji's lips. In the intentionally created high-temperature environment, the oxygen in the air was gradually diminished, and the ongoing clashes only exacerbated Simon's sense of fatigue and breathlessness. You may be tough, but as long as you're human, you will require oxygen. Unfortunately, Simon's limited knowledge prevented him from identifying the source of his distress, attributing it merely to his overexertion. Suddenly, lava erupted. Akiji seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to the ground, causing a torrent of magma to explode beneath Simon's feet. As the molten rock erupted, Akiji swiftly approached, unleashing a barrage of punches upon Simon's form.